Naruto walked along the path by the lake with his hands in his pockets. His stomach hurt, but he couldn't afford to buy food right now. He was short on money and wouldn't get paid until tomorrow. Although the old man would probably give him free ramen if he asked, Naruto didn't want to take advantage of his kindness. After all, he didn't have to make the world's greatest ramen chef hate him. A free bowl once in a while, after ordering several, was one thing, but going to see him and expecting a free bowl would be rude. He looked up and smiled. The sky was turning orange, which meant he could probably sleep as soon as he got home and eat after he got paid in the morning. Ramen for breakfast. Ichiraku's was usually open by the time the old Hokage gave him his allowance, so it should work. Tucci always told him he needed to eat more than ramen, but ramen was the best food, and he saw no problem with having it for breakfast. Told him he needed to eat more vegetables or he'd get sick, but he'd never been sick before, so he wasn't really worried. Looking away from the sky, it was so stunning and orange. He looked back at the dock. It would be nice to sit there and wait for it to get a little dark before heading home. Oh, Sasuke was sitting there staring off into the water. Naruto sighed, and his smile disappeared. He'd only ever seen Sasuke at the academy, something that usually involved everyone obsessing over him, which greatly limited any chance of Naruto talking to him. It wasn't that he wanted to talk to Sasuke, he just wanted to beat the shit out of him and show him he was great too. But Sasuke always won when they sparred. Always. Maybe he could try talking to Sasuke now and maybe get some pointers. Naruto immediately shook his head at the idea. Sasuke would just ignore him, scold him, or push him away. Sasuke turned his head to look at him, and Naruto immediately looked away. The glimpse he saw of Sasuke's face was expressionless as always, but Sasuke was probably just annoyed. He always got angry for no reason. When Naruto looked again, Sasuke was once again staring at the lake. Naruto frowned. Sasuke looked lonely. Naruto knew what it was like to be alone. He always had been, except when Elder Hokage spent time with him. He didn't know much about Sasuke's family, but he'd heard something about his death that made him an orphan. Just like Naruto. Naruto looked down, kicking a rock. He could at least try to talk to Sasuke. No, Sasuke didn't react to any of the other kids in his class, but they all had families. They probably didn't understand what Sasuke felt. Naruto didn't understand what it was like to lose his family, since he didn't have any, but at least he knew what it was like to be alone. That had to count for something, right? After a minute of standing there, Naruto shrugged. The worst thing Sasuke could do was get angry, and Naruto was used to it by now. He looked back at Sasuke, who was still staring at the lake, and decided to walk down the hill. Nerves were racing in his heart, but he ignored them. He tried to make as little noise as possible, but it only worked in the spa. As soon as his foot touched the dock, the sound of footsteps broke the peaceful silence. Sasuke turned to look at him, his face still blank. "What do you want?" he asked in a muffled voice. Naruto scratched the back of his neck, flashing his signature fake smile. To say hi. He tried. He looks lonely. Sasuke narrowed his eyes. "I don't want company," he said, turning forward. "I'm used to being alone." Naruto frowned and lowered his hand to his side. Sasuke didn't tell him to leave, though. Naruto moved a little closer and sat down his right. "I'm used to being alone, too," he admitted, dangling his feet over the water. "I never knew my parents." She stared into the water and could see Sasuke looking back at her through his reflection. "I don't even know if I have parents." "Everyone has parents, idiot," Sasuke said, his face still undisguised. "Everyone knows that." Naruto shrugged. "Everyone calls me a monster, so I don't know." Sasuke frowned, looked up, and turned to him. "You don't look like a monster," Sasuke said. "I've never seen anyone with a mustache, but you look human." Naruto's eyes widened, and he looked at Sasuke. "Seriously, you don't think I'm a monster?" Sasuke shrugged. "An idiot, sure, but not a monster." Sasuke's face turned undisguisable again, and he looked back at the water. "I know what monsters look like," he muttered in a voice so low that Naruto barely heard him. Naruto wanted to protest the idiotic comment, but the second part of Sasuke's statement stopped him. "I know what monsters look like." Naruto might not have known what happened to Sasuke's family. No one bothered to tell him things like that. But he wasn't an idiot. He could tell the monster was connected to the loss of his family. He simply said, "Thank you, thank you," Sasuke repeated, raising an eyebrow. "Why?" I don't think it's a monster. They stood in silence for a moment, longer than Naruto thought he could stand, staring out at the lake. The sun was still going down, but neither of them moved. Naruto found it nice to be sitting with someone. Maybe Sasuke felt the same. Finally, Naruto's stomach growled. He blushed, and Sasuke turned to him with a mocking smile. "Are you hungry?" Sasuke commented. Naruto shook his head. "No, I'm fine." His stomach growled again, but he ignored it. "I'll eat tomorrow," Sasuke added, frowning. "Don't you just love ramen?" He asked. "Why don't you go to that ramen restaurant?" Naruto scratched the back of his head, putting on a fake smile. "I can't afford it." Sasuke frowned even more. "Seriously, shouldn't you have an Hokage allowance?" Naruto shrugged. "I had to buy new clothes recently. He's worn his old shirt and a new one, so it doesn't fit me enough. Your money shouldn't be enough for food, clothes, and extra stuff." Sasuke pressed, still frowning. "I don't know," Naruto lied. He didn't want to tell anyone he was being overcharged, or they'd get mad and call him ungrateful. He went back to the lake, hoping Sasuke would do the same. "I get paid more tomorrow, so I'll just eat then." Instead of going back to the lake, Sasuke stood up. Naruto turned to face him, and Sasuke held out a hand. "Up," he ordered. Naruto raised his eyebrows. Up," Sasuke repeated. "I'll get you some food." Naruto frowned and shook his head. "I'll be fine. You don't need to spend money on it. I have plenty of money." Sasuke interrupted, his hands still outstretched. "I have more than enough to pay, even without the Hokage's pay." Naruto kept shaking his head. "Really, I'm fine. I'll just sleep," his stomach growled, interrupting him. Sasuke raised an eyebrow, and Naruto sighed. "Good," he said, grabbing Sasuke's hand. Sasuke pulled him up with a mocking smile. "It's Chakra, right?" Sasuke asked, putting his hands in his pockets. "Hey, if you want," Naruto said, putting his hands in his pockets as well. "I'm fine with anything. Ichiraku sounds good." Without another word, Sasuke turned and started walking away from the pier. Naruto blinked a few times until Sasuke raised a hand and signaled for him to follow. Naruto quickly caught up to Sasuke, and they began walking side by side in the direction of Ichiraku. Line break. Sasuke looked at Naruto as they reached the ramen stand. He seemed unusually normal. Sasuke knew the blonde wasn't really an idiot, but it was strange to see him act otherwise. Deciding not to dwell on it any further, he ducked under the ramen stand's curtain and approached the counter. "Welcome," the chef greeted, then looked around. "Oh, Naruto, nice to see you again. Who's your friend?" Sasuke turned around, and Naruto looked at him curiously. Was Naruto asking if he could say they were friends? Sasuke shrugged and turned to the chef. "I'm Sasuke," he said, climbing onto one of the stools. Sasuke looked to his right as Naruto climbed onto the stool next to him with a dazzling smile. "Sorry I haven't been here in a while. I've just been kind of busy," Naruto said to the chef and then turned to Sasuke. "Have you eaten ramen before, Sasuke?" "Sure I have." Sasuke looked at the chef. "Can I have some miso ramen?" He didn't eat ramen often, but his mother used to make miso. Apparently, his friend liked it. "Miso? Huh?" the chef asked, smiling and turning to Naruto. "You too." Naruto nodded happily. "Thanks, old man Tucci." Old man Tucci. I thought Naruto would be on first-name terms with the ramen chef. "Do you like miso too, Sasuke?" Naruto asked, his voice low again. "And thanks for this." Sasuke shrugged. "Not as much as you probably, but yes," he admitted, looking back at Naruto. "And it's nothing." Meme broke off. "My mother would have killed me if I'd let another child starve." "It's nothing." Naruto shook his head. "It's nothing," he argued. "Most people wouldn't do something so nice, so thank you." Sasuke frowned again and turned back to the front. Most people would help an obviously starving child if they had the money, or at least they should. However, Sasuke wasn't surprised that Naruto wasn't used to it. The sun was setting on the way home, but there were still people around. He noticed the looks people gave him, much worse than the occasional one, but Naruto didn't mention it, so he wasn't going to. They sat in silence as they waited. Sasuke was a little surprised that Naruto could remain silent with only the sound of Tucci cooking ramen to fill him. Finally, Tucci placed their bowls in front of them. "Enjoy your food," he said pleasantly. "And Naruto, I'll start on the second helping right away." "No need," Naruto said, already digging into his food. "One's fine." Tucci raised an eyebrow, and Sasuke got the feeling Naruto always had seconds or thirds or fourths. If you want, Sasuke started. One's fine, Naruto repeated without looking up from his plate. I'm not that hungry. Sasuke knew it was a lie, so he turned to the chef. Can you get another bowl for both of us? He asked sincerely. He wasn't very hungry, but he had a feeling Naruto would flatly refuse if he was the only one served another bowl. Sasuke, Naruto began. I'm hungry. Sasuke lied without looking at the blonde. I wanted a second bowl, and I thought you did too. You haven't even touched your first one, Naruto pointed out. Ah, yes, Sasuke replied, digging into his bowl. A fresh wave of pain and the hatred that always accompanied him washed over him at the taste. It reminded him of his mother's ramen, but he pushed it away. If he couldn't eat, Naruto would know he was lying. He wasn't sure why that made him so determined, but Naruto apparently believed him and went back to eating. They ate in silence, which was only interrupted by a few hushed thanks when Tucci arrived with their second bowls, and Sasuke was still a little surprised by Naruto's ability to remain silent. Eventually, they both finished their food. Sasuke paid for all 4 bowls wordlessly, not even paying attention to the low price, and left the stand before Naruto could say anything. As she headed back to her apartment, she heard a surprisingly quiet thank you from Naruto, but decided to ignore it. She didn't need anyone's thanks. It was just convenient, nothing more. Now she didn't have to prepare food when she got home. She only offered to bring Naruto food because Naruto was there just when she was already hungry. Line break. The next day, after receiving his pay and buying food, Naruto decided to go to the forest to train. He knew they had a test on something, though he wasn't sure what it was, so he wanted to make sure his skills were at least passable. So far, the only thing he was good at was detecting people or things that require a lot of stamina, like running. He didn't quite know why he was good at it, but mostly he figured he shouldn't overthink it. A bit of a gift horse, he didn't go to the forest, mainly because he wasn't sure if he was allowed into the training grounds, but also because it was nice to be surrounded by trees. Sometimes, though he didn't tell Hokage, he decided to sleep in the forest because no one was there to give him strange looks, and he always felt safe. He used to sleep in the same trees and somehow never fell. It was pleasant, and when he concentrated, he sometimes felt like one of the shadows was watching him and making sure he was safe. Today, he was trying to improve his accuracy. He tied a target to some trees and made sure to sharpen his kuna and shuriken before going out. They weren't perfect, but he wasn't going to spend money on new ones, so the slightly dull edges would have to do. He held the shuriken as Mitsuki-sensei instructed, with one eye closed for more precise aim. He threw it at the center of the first target, but it was immediately apparent it wouldn't even hit the tree. Naruto groaned. He ran to pick up the shuriken, lying in the grass a few feet behind the tree, and ran back to where he had been before. Try twice, he muttered. He made sure he held it the same way, and you're holding it wrong, someone said. Naruto almost dropped his shuriken as he twirled around to find the source of the voice. Whoever it was hiding, but he could feel them behind the tree. Who's there? Naruto shouted. As he answered, Naruto walked over to the tree. Hello. Are you holding your shuriken wrong? They repeated, and Naruto realized it was Sasuke's voice. Sasuke came out from behind the tree, holding his own shuriken. And you shouldn't close your eyes. Naruto crossed his arms defensively. Well, Mitsuki-sensei told me. Then Mitsuki is wrong. Sasuke interrupted, walking over to where Naruto was. You have to throw a shuriken like this. Naruto followed after a few seconds, arms still crossed, and watched as Sasuke raised his shuriken. It was definitely better than Naruto's, much sharper, and Sasuke held it very differently than the way Mitsuki-sensei had taught him. Sasuke barely seemed to aim before he threw it at the tree, hitting the target dead center with no apparent effort. Sasuke turned to Naruto, his face undisguised. See? But Mitsuki-sensei, began Naruto. He's an idiot, Sasuke finished. He's only a chunin, and if he can't even throw a shuriken, I'm surprised he made it this far. Why are you here? Naruto asked. Instead of answering, Sasuke shrugged. Training. I guess that's what you do. Yeah. Naruto scratched the back of his neck awkwardly. But why here? I didn't want to deal with anyone, so I went out into the forest. Sasuke looked at Naruto's shuriken. Are you going to try again? Naruto stopped scratching the back of his head and asked, "Why are you helping me?" Sasuke shrugged. Naruto expected more than a shrug, but got nothing. Okay, try again, Sasuke said, backing away a little. Naruto crossed his arms. Don't tell me what to do. Sasuke stared at him blankly until he sighed and uncrossed his arms. Okay. Keeping an eye on Sasuke, Naruto returned to the spot in front of the tree. Sasuke's shuriken was still embedded, looking even more irritatingly perfect in front of him. Suppressing a growl, Naruto raised his own shuriken and pointed it at the tree. His instinct told him to aim like Mitsuki-sensei always told him, but the feeling of Sasuke's gaze on his back reminded him not to. Instead, with his eyes open this time, he mimicked Sasuke's stance and threw the shuriken. To his surprise, the shuriken did hit the tree. This time, it was completely off-center, a considerable distance from Sasuke's shuriken, but it still hit the tree. Not even Sasuke's smug gaze, now fixed on his back, could wipe the smile off his face. I did it. HN, Sasuke growled. Of course. That's how you're supposed to throw a shuriken. Naruto crossed his arms and turned to Sasuke. Well, that's not what they taught me. HN. Sasuke walked over to the tree and grabbed his shuriken. He then frowned at Naruto. Your shuriken doesn't look good. Not everyone can afford good ones. Naruto snapped, stalking over to the tree and pulling out his own shuriken. This is the best I can afford. Sasuke looked at Naruto's shuriken with disdain. Just as Naruto was about to attack him a second time, he said, "Try mine," and offered his own. Naruto blinked. What? Just try it, Sasuke said. Naruto looked askance at the shuriken. Why? Your throw wasn't bad. Thanks. Sasuke rolled his eyes, extending it further. I want to know how accurate you'd be with a better weapon. Naruto had no idea what was going on. Hesitantly, he took the shuriken from Sasuke after putting it back in his pouch. Why? Do it, Sasuke said with obvious annoyance, turning around and walking back to the spot where they had thrown. Stop being annoying. Hey, you were the one who came after me, Naruto retorted, approaching angrily. You can't call me annoying. Sasuke looked at him indifferently. Just throw the shuriken, you idiot bastard, Naruto muttered, almost tempted to throw the shuriken at Sasuke just to shut him up, but at the same time he could tell that Sasuke's shuriken was much better balanced and was curious to see if his aim would improve as well. With some reluctance, he returned to the target on the tree. The red lines stared back at him as he raised the shuriken, both eyes fixed on the target. Positioning his hand like last time, he aimed for the center spot where he could still see the mark Sasuke had left. Then he threw the shuriken. He held his breath as it flew through the air and gasped when he saw where it landed. It wasn't exactly in the center, but it was close, an inch to the left, and it would have intersected Sasuke's mark. He did it. In fact, he knew you weren't entirely terrible. Naruto turned to face Sasuke, almost tempted to wipe the smile off his face on instinct, but he didn't. If only because Sasuke had earned it. For now what? I noticed your first throw went wide because the shuriken was bad, Sasuke explained, hands in his pockets. Your throw wasn't that bad, which is surprising considering you've apparently never thrown like that before. So why are you an idiot? Hey, don't call me a... For some reason, I've always had the feeling your terrible performance in class wasn't all your fault, Sasuke continued. You always hit harder than anyone else in every training session. That's what whiplash felt like. Sasuke would insult him 1 second and congratulate him the next. Naruto didn't know what to think. Okay, I still don't understand what you're trying to say. Another disapproving look. Naruto was getting tired of this. I think I could be a good fighter with some help, Sasuke admitted in a tone that seemed to force it. And I need to train with someone more often. If you're any good, you'd help me improve. Naruto blinked. Are you offering to help me improve? HN. Sasuke didn't seem to want to admit it. Just so I could use you to get stronger. Wow. Yeah. Naruto didn't know what to think. Hardly anyone helped him voluntarily, and Sasuke offered to help with training after buying him ramen the day before. It was weird. Thanks. I'm surprised you want to help. If you get good enough to challenge me, I'll get stronger by helping you. Sasuke said. That's why I'm doing this, not to be nice. Still, Naruto scratched the back of his neck awkwardly. Thanks. And I'll get strong enough to kick your ass, believe me. A glint flashed in Sasuke's eyes. You better. He took another shuriken from his pouch and threw it at the tree with a wave of his hand. Like before, it landed right in the center. You can keep those two, shuriken. I can bring you more tomorrow. You don't have any tea. You won't improve if you keep throwing faulty shurikens. Sasuke said indifferently, and I have plenty, so it's not like I'm going to miss them. Naruto sighed. Yeah, I guess. Thanks. Anyway, Sasuke put his hands back in his pockets. Why are you practicing shuriken throwing right now? You should be working on your kunai. That's what our next test is about. Naruto slapped himself on the head. That's what it's about. He groaned. I didn't remember. Phew, I'm going to fail this one for sure. Sasuke stared at him silently for a few seconds. Then he pulled a kunai from his pouch and offered the butt to Naruto. Not if you recover now. Still a little suspicious, but willing to accept the help, Naruto snatched the kunai and Sasuke away. Like the shuriken, it weighed more than the one he had. Perhaps grabbing kuna and shurikens left behind at the training grounds so he wouldn't have to buy them wasn't the best idea. Sasuke silently demonstrated a kunai throw, and Naruto could see at a glance the difference from what Mitsuki had taught him. When he attempted the same throw, the heavier kunai soared through the air and just missed the center of the target. Sasuke helped him train for a couple more hours with only occasional insults, and by the time they were done, Naruto was already throwing at the target. Excitement surged in his chest. Maybe he wouldn't fail the exam. Chapter 2. Sasuke walked into class and immediately frowned when he saw where he'd been sitting the day before. As always, the seat he'd been using was empty. Also, as always, the seats on either side of him were occupied. The Yamanaka girl and the pink-haired girl, the two who always seemed to be arguing, were sitting on the seats at either end of the row, looking at him expectantly. The class didn't have assigned seats, but most people still chose the same seat every day. Most people, but not Sasuke or any of the girls who insisted on sitting next to him every single class. That's why he always entered just before class started. If he arrived early, they sat next to him, but if he arrived at the last second, he could sit, and they couldn't move to sit next to him before class started. Sasuke didn't like being almost late all the time, but so far it was the only way to avoid sitting next to annoying people in class. He looked at the other free seats, but there weren't many. That was the downside of always arriving just before class started. There was one of Shikamaru's who always snored for at least half the class. He wasn't as annoying as some of the others in the class, but he was still pretty annoying. There was another free seat between two other fangirls, which Sasuke immediately dismissed. And finally, there were two free seats in a row at the back of the classroom on either side of Naruto. Without even thinking about it, Sasuke walked over to sit next to Naruto in the seat against the wall. Naruto blinked in surprise, looking at him as if he really couldn't believe Sasuke was sitting next to him. Sasuke didn't bother to reply. Since class was about to start, he pulled his belongings out of his backpack to get ready for the lesson. Naruto simply ignored his lack of response and pulled out his own materials, and Sasuke couldn't help but notice how tattered they were. Class started off normally, except for a few fangirls who glanced at him from time to time. He'd never gotten along with Naruto before, and they seemed surprised that he was sitting next to the blonde, and even more surprised that he and Naruto weren't fighting. Sasuke ignored them. If Naruto noticed any glares at being the one sitting next to Sasuke, he didn't show it. When it was time for the kunai throwing test, everyone lined up in numerical order by last name. Naruto and Sasuke were at the back of the line, just ahead of a civilian boy whose name Sasuke didn't know, and the Yamanaka girl. And only a few of their classmates looked halfway decent at throwing kunai. Were mainly from clans. Although the pink-haired girl performed well despite being from a civilian family, she had the second highest grade in the class after him, so it wasn't all that surprising. If she could get over her obsession with him, she'd be a decent kunoichi. Finally, it was Sasuke's turn. With little fanfare, he approached the line with 3 kunai in each hand and threw them at each of the 6 targets one after the other. All 6 hit their mark, and excitement spread throughout the class as Sasuke stepped up to pick up his kunai. I knew you could do it, Sasuke. Sasuke is the best. He threw them all at once. Good work, Sasuke. Ichiraku praised him. Perfect score, though I'm not surprised. Sasuke ignored them all and returned to Naruto. Take these, he said, holding out the 6 kanaris. And don't make a fool of yourself. Surprise ran through the class, but Naruto ignored it and took the 6 kanaris. I won't, he promised confidently. You won't be the only one getting top marks today, Sasuke. Sasuke smiled as he shoved his hands in his pockets and watched Naruto approach the line. He didn't hold 3 kunai in both hands as Sasuke wasn't good enough for that yet, and held 5 in his left hand while preparing to throw one with his right. Sasuke looked at Mitsuki and saw a look of surprise on her face when Naruto positioned himself to throw the kunai correctly. If the class was surprised when Sasuke handed his kuna to Naruto, they were perplexed when Naruto threw the first kuna and it hit the target. However, Sasuke wasn't. Naruto learned surprisingly quickly when he was shown the correct way to do something. In the hour they'd spent practicing kunai throwing, Naruto had gone from barely hitting the tree to hitting the target with precision. Sasuke's hunch about Naruto seemed to be right. He was annoying and loud, but he wasn't the idiot he'd been made out to be. If he learned everything else as quickly as he learned to throw shuriken, he'd be the perfect opponent for Sasuke to use as a springboard to become stronger. The rest of Naruto's throws proved to be just as accurate as the first, to the surprise of everyone, including the teachers. Mitsuki looked stunned, and Ichiraku couldn't seem to believe what he was saying when he said, "Another perfect score. Excellent work, Naruto." "Thank you, Ichiraku-sensei." Naruto's beaming smile was evident, even with his back to the class, as he collected the 6 kunai. After finishing, he walked back to Sasuke and offered him the kunai. "And thanks, Sasuke." HN. Sasuke retrieved the kunai and put them away. "I knew you weren't completely useless. And I knew you weren't a complete bastard," Naruto retorted. "Hey, don't call Sasuke. I just hope throwing things isn't the only thing you're good at," Sasuke said, still smirking. "It will be disappointing to discover you only know one trick." Naruto smiled back. "You won't be disappointed when I beat you up." "All right, guys," Ichiraku interrupted. "I'm glad to see you guys seem to be getting along, but class isn't over yet." "Sorry, sensei," Naruto exclaimed, not sounding very sorry. The civilian boy was up next. His throws were disappointing compared to the 2 that came before him, but he didn't do too badly. Still, Sasuke noticed that the pressure of going straight after them was wearing on him. If he truly wanted to become a shinobi, he would have to overcome it. If he couldn't, well, not everyone was cut out for the shinobi life. As for his class, Naruto was the only one Sasuke was sure wouldn't back down no matter what. The other boys in the clan probably felt compelled to become shinobi like Sasuke had before, but Naruto was the only one Sasuke was sure understood the pain and hardships of life, even if he wasn't sure why yet. He just knew he saw the same pain in Naruto's eyes as in his own. Those rare moments when the blonde calmed down and acted sincere. After the exam was over, the class returned to the classroom for the day. Luckily, everyone had to sit where they had been before, and Sasuke didn't have to deal with someone trying to steal his seat. Naruto had to try to sit next to him. Nothing interesting happened for the rest of the day, except for the fact that he told them their next test would be a Jutsu test, something that made Naruto immediately complain. However, Sasuke wasn't worried. He'd long since mastered Academy 3, and he'd also mastered the Fireball Jutsu. He was sure he'd pass with flying colors. Class ended, and he only stayed long enough to calmly say to Naruto, "See you in the forest again in an hour." He had a second feeling about Naruto. This one about why he always seemed to have such a hard time with jutsus. Line break. The longer Naruto waited in the forest for Sasuke, the more he felt like Sasuke was just toying with him. Sasuke had been strangely kind to him over the past few days, but Naruto still didn't know why. Perhaps he was just bored, or he decided to take pity on the latter on a whim. Whatever the reason, Naruto wasn't sure Sasuke wouldn't change his mind and stop helping him. He should probably be grateful for the help with his aim. Still, he didn't feel like leaving the forest yet. Even if Sasuke wasn't coming, the feeling of nature surrounding him was always comforting, and he probably would have chosen to go to the forest even if Sasuke hadn't politely told him to before leaving class. Especially since the exam was approaching. Naruto always found it easier to use his chakra outdoors. Sitting on the ground, Naruto adopted the meditative posture he'd been taught in class. Normally, he had a hard time staying still for any length of time, but the feel of the grass and trees around him made it easier than it ever had been in class. Closing his eyes, he could even feel the swaying of the trees and a vaguely familiar person, but not one of the shadows he sometimes felt following him. They felt static and burning. It took Naruto a few seconds to remember where he'd felt them before. When he did, his eyes snapped open and he stared at a tree to his left. "Hey, asshole, are you keeping me waiting on purpose?" Sasuke stepped out from behind the tree with a smug grin on his face and his school bag still on his back. "So you're a censor type," he said, walking over to where Naruto was sitting. "A what?" Naruto asked. "Wait, why were you hiding behind that tree? Was it your idea of a prank? If it was, it's a really bad one." Sasuke rolled his eyes. "It wasn't a joke. It took me longer than I expected to get what I wanted, and when I arrived, I saw you meditating. So, I got curious if I could feel like the last time we were here." Sasuke looked at him blankly. "You do know he's a censor-type shinobi, right?" "Yeah. Maybe I was wrong about saying you weren't an idiot," Sasuke muttered in a barely audible voice. Before Naruto could snap at him, he said, "A censor type is a shinobi who can detect the chakra signatures of others. It's a useful ability. I'm a little surprised you can do it." Naruto blinked. "I have a rare ability." "Seems like it," Sasuke shrugged. "You felt something when you noticed me, didn't you? Weren't you just staring at some random tree and hoping you weren't talking to yourself?" "Of course not." Mr. Naruto frowned. He knew you were there because your strange, staticky, fiery vibe was completely different from the rest of the forest. "So you're a Sasuke." He stopped and frowned. "Static." "Yes, static." Naruto pushed himself up off the ground, crossing his arms and ignoring the fact that Sasuke was still slightly taller as he stood up. "You were a real eye-catcher among all these trees." Sasuke looked thoughtful for a few seconds. His eyes narrowed as he looked at Naruto. Then he reached into his bag and pulled something out. Naruto blinked when he saw it was just a small, square piece of paper. "What's that?" he asked suspiciously. He hoped Sasuke wasn't about to force him to throw the paper like it was a shuriken or something. "Chakra paper," Sasuke explained simply, handing it to Naruto before taking out another one for himself. "It will show you what chakra nature you have an affinity for. It will show me what chakra I have and what it's for." He was sick of Sasuke looking at him like an idiot. It wasn't his fault he didn't know anything. "It will show you what chakra element you will find easiest," Sasuke said slowly. "Right-un, Doton, Swait-un, or Keton. One element comes naturally to most people. You'll be able to use that element's jutsu more easily than the others." Naruto looked skeptically at the paper in his hand. "This will tell me which jutsu will be easy for me to learn." Sasuke basically held up the paper between two fingers. "You channel chakra, and it reacts in 5 ways. If it burns, you have Kadon. If it crumbles, you have Doton. If it gets soaked, you have Swait-un. If it splits in half, you have Don. And if it wrinkles, you have Right-un. So what do you have?" Naruto asked, tilting his head. "Well, I always assumed he had Katon like the rest of the Uchiha," Sasuke admitted. "Most people have Kadon around here. Nations are named after the most common affinity." "Oh," Naruto looked at his paper. "So, I probably only have that. Could you?" Sasuke nodded. "Though I wonder if I'm wrong about mine, since you described it as static. Do you think you could have Right-un?" Sasuke shrugged. "Maybe. We'll see." He closed his eyes, a look of concentration on his face. Naruto watched in surprise as the paper crumpled in Sasuke's hand and burst into flames at the same time. Sasuke quickly let go and jerked his hand back, his eyes wide. Naruto extinguished the flame before it could spread. "Hey, asshole, don't set the forest on fire," he scolded, turning to look at Sasuke. "You." Sasuke ignored him and knelt down to examine the chakra paper more closely. "It was burned and crumpled," he muttered. "I didn't expect that. Does that mean you have Katon and Right-un?" Naruto asked. Sasuke nodded slowly, grabbing the charred and crumpled paper from the ground. He seemed completely unconcerned that it was still warm. "Guess that means I have dual affinities." "Lucky for him," Naruto grumbled, looking at his own chakra paper. Of course, Sasuke, he of all people, would have dual affinities. It wasn't fair. Naruto's paper would probably burst into flames, and then Sasuke would have a permanent advantage. "Well, now it's your turn," Sasuke said with a smirk. Just channel your chakra into the paper, even though you'll probably only take one. Naruto glared at him. Don't get all cocky just because you have fire and lightning. He held up his chakra paper between two fingers like Sasuke and closed his eyes. It took a second to channel it into the paper, and as soon as he did, he opened his eyes to see. The paper didn't burn like I expected, nor was it wrinkled or split in half. It felt damp and crumbly, a little brown in some places as if it were dirty, but overall it was green. Small branches grew from it, growing larger and larger as Naruto channeled his chakra, until small leaves formed at the ends. Naruto then cut off the flow of chakra, preventing the branches from growing any further, and frowned at Sasuke. Is my chakra paper defective? He asked seriously. He didn't do what you said. Sasuke didn't respond. In fact, he didn't even seem to have heard Naruto. He just stared at the chakra paper with his mouth open, his expression of shock the likes of which Naruto had never seen before. In fact, Naruto was pretty sure it was the most emotional Sasuke he'd ever seen. Sasuke, Naruto asked, waving the chakra paper in Sasuke's face. Did it even count as paper? It looked more like moss. The paper tore. Sasuke snapped his mouth shut and pulled out another chakra paper. Try again, he said, handing it to Naruto. That one's probably been tampered with somehow. Okay. Naruto grabbed the new chakra paper with his other hand, holding it up and channeling his chakra. He didn't close his eyes this time, watching in confusion as the greens spread across the paper again. Just like before, small branches sprouted and continued to grow until he cut off the flow of chakra. Hey, it didn't happen again, he said meaninglessly, looking at Sasuke. Sasuke stared in disbelief at the two chakra papers. Without saying anything, he snatched one from Naruto and held it to his eye. It's real. He abruptly dropped the chakra paper and made the tiger seal. Okay, nothing happened. Naruto didn't know what Sasuke was trying to do with that sign, but it clearly didn't work as intended. Judging by his face, he looked shocked. Sasuke, Naruto asked, do you know why the chakra paper turned green? I think you have a Kekken Janai, Sasuke said slowly, his voice thick with disbelief. Naruto tilted his head. What's a Kekken Janenkai? Don't you pay attention in class? Sasuke asked. Sometimes, Naruto admitted. What's a Kekken Janai? Sasuke rubbed his eyes tiredly. To think you'd have Mokuton without knowing what a Kekken Janai is, he muttered. A Kekken Janenkai is a special ability passed down through generations, he explained, his gaze fixed on the chakra paper Naruto was holding. There are different types. One is when someone has a unique chakra affinity. As the paper pointed out, Naruto looked at the paper. So he does this because I have a Kekken Janai, an extremely rare one. Sasuke confirmed, a hint of disbelief still perceptible in his voice. Mokuton, Naruto repeated. What's so special about wood? Naruto Mokuton was Shota's ability, and Hokage is the only known person to have used it. Naruto's eyes once widened. Wait, what? The Shodai had the ability of the Shodai, Hokage. That meant the only way you could have it is if you were related to the Shodai, Sasuke explained slowly. And that makes you a Senju, one of the two main founding clans of the village along with the Uchiha. Naruto's mouth fell open. He channeled more chakra into the paper, watching as the branches and leaves grew even larger. They must have been too heavy for the chakra paper, because it began to sag until the branches and leaves fell off. Wow. Yeah, wow. Sasuke copied nonchalantly. Do you know what this means? Naruto looked at Sasuke. What? A smirk slowly spread across Sasuke's face. It means you're the only one in our class who could even hope to keep up with me, he said smugly. The Senju clan and the Uchiha clan had a rivalry that dates back centuries. They were the strongest during the Warring States period. When they joined together to create Konoha, all the other clans either joined our village or created their own because they knew they could never defeat our clans. Cool, Naruto whispered. The Uchiha clan also has a Kek and Janai, which is why your paper burned and crumpled. Sasuke's expression darkened. We have a Kek and Janenkai, but it's not a nature transformation like yours. The Kekwai Janai is called a Sharingan, a dojutsu. Naruto opened his mouth to ask what it was, and Sasuke must have seen it coming because he added, It's a powerful visual ability. I don't have it yet, but will be unstoppable once I do. His smile returned. Mokuton, Right-un, and Sharingan. Itudaton, Swait-un, and Mokuton. Doton and Swait-un. Naruto repeated, frowning. I mean, my chakra paper got wet, but don't I have Mokuton? Sasuke's eye twitched. Mokuton is a combination of Doton and Swait-un, idiot. Having Mokuton means you have Doton and Swait-un. Wait, really? Naruto asked. Cool, that means I technically have more chakra than you, right? Sasuke admitted, sounding pained. Naruto smiled, crossing his arms. Huh, and you said I'd probably only take one. I'm really starting to regret trying to help you not be a total failure at the academy. I'm not a Sasuke, gave him an indifferent look, and Naruto closed his mouth. Why did you bring the chakra papers? Naruto asked. Sasuke blinked. Oh yeah, he took off his backpack, opened it, and checked it. I was late because I had to stop by the store to buy the chakra papers, and then look for some Jutsu scrolls in the old Ukiya records. Excitement flooded Naruto's chest. Jutsu scrolls. Sasuke pulled one out and looked at the label before handing it to Naruto. It's a water clone Jutsu scroll. You might find it easier than the normal clone. Naruto frowned at him. Why? Wouldn't a real clone be harder? For most people it would, but that's only because it requires more chakra. Sasuke zipped up his backpack and walked over to place it next to a tree. For most children, the clone jutsu actually uses almost no chakra, which makes it safe to teach children because there's a minimal chance of anyone overusing it. But we probably have the largest chakra reserves in our class, so there's no danger in using a water clone. How do you know we have the largest chakra reserves in our class? I've been able to use the great fireball jutsu for years, Sasuke said, turning to face him. And anyone who's seen you use jutsus can tell you have abnormal chakra levels. Naruto tilted his head to the side. Okay, I'm not surprised, really. The Senju are known for their massive chakra reserves, Sasuke explained. The Ukiya are too, of course, though not to the same extent. Yeah, Naruto had never considered the possibility of having more chakra than others. Maybe he just needed to pay more attention in class, even if it was boring as hell. Phew. Focus. So, do you think I could do this more easily than a normal clone because it consumes more chakra? Naruto asked, opening the scroll. The tiger hand seal was drawn at the top. The hand seal needed to execute the jutsu. Below, it was a brief description. Originating in Kirigakure, the water clone jutsu is a clone jutsu in which water is used to create a solid copy of the user. The copy only has 1/10 of the original's power and transforms into water if hit hard enough, or if it moves too far away from the original. Below it was a diagram of a figure executing the jutsu, including how to mold the chakra. This doesn't look too difficult, Naruto said, handing the scroll to Sasuke and walking away a few feet. Lifted the tiger's seal. It says you need water nearby to use it, idiot. Sasuke interrupted. You won't be able to water clone jutsu. Naruto imagined the water gathering into an exact copy of him, just because he wanted to prove Sasuke wrong. He could almost feel the water flowing towards him in all the plants around him. The grass, the trees, and the flowers. He channeled his chakra through the tiger seal until he was sure he could do it. When he opened his eyes, he was greeted by a perfect replica of himself. Messy blonde hair, blue eyes, whiskers and all. Excitement flooded through him, an emotion he could see reflected in the duplicate before him. I did it, he exclaimed, raising his fist and looking at Sasuke. Look, Sasuke, I made a clone. Surprise flashed across Sasuke's face, but he quickly returned to his usual, hard-to-read expression. You made more than just a clone, Sasuke said, pointing behind him. Naruto turned around, his eyes widening. 9 more were there, all as shocked as he was. Wow, how cool, he exclaimed. First try, I'm awesome too, one of the clones exclaimed. We're all awesome. How cool. Wait, can I send a clone to the academy? The jutsu said there was a distance limit or something, one clone pointed out. Besides, you're a clone. Only the boss has to go to the academy. The clone smiled, and all turned to the original. Ha! You have to go to the academy, one shouted. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the clone and cut off his chakra. They all collapsed into water. A lot. Wow. And Naruto smiled, turning to Sasuke. Gulwu, that guy was a pain. You do know they had your personality, right? Sasuke said nonchalantly. You just called yourself annoying. No, I did. Naruto noticed and quickly changed the subject. I did it without a water source nearby. You messed up. You might want to look back again. Naruto frowned, but did so. He was immediately met with the image of wilted grass and leaves. Leaves faded to oranges and browns, yellowing grass. What the hell? You somehow got water from plants? Sasuke approached him with a rolled-up scroll. So you had a water source and you killed a bunch of plants. He smirked, and Naruto felt the sudden urge to punch him in the face. Some Mokuton user you are, huh? They say Shodai himself created this forest, and here you are draining it dry just to be a bunch of clones. Hey, I didn't realize that would happen, Naruto protested. I didn't do it on purpose. Seeing all the dead nature saddened him a little. He loved the area and didn't know how long it would take for it to grow back. A thought struck him, and Naruto looked back at the chakra paper he had dropped. Maybe. He knelt down and placed a hand on the dead grass, ignoring Sasuke's question. What are you doing? He imagined reaching out for the plants again, like he had when he'd scooped up the water, and remembered the feeling of the chakra paper growing the plants in his hand. Sasuke had said the Shodai created the entire forest. Maybe Naruto could reclaim a small part of it. He'd always felt very connected to the forest. Maybe he could connect his chakra to it. After a few more seconds of concentration, he tried to push his chakra into the plants like he had with the chakra paper, but it was a much larger area, so he needed to use more, right? Closing his eyes to focus better, he pressed harder and harder. Naruto, stop, Sasuke yelled. Naruto's concentration broke, and his eyes flew open. His jaw dropped when he saw the forest. He might have used too much chakra. The plants had come back to life, but now they were overgrown. The grass must have been 1 meter tall, and all the trees had twice as many leaves as before. Naruto slumped back, tired like never before. He felt his body drain of energy. Oops, he managed to gasp out. At least it's fixed. He looked up when Sasuke wasn't responding and found Sasuke staring wide-eyed at the suddenly overgrown forest. Who would have thought he'd be able to shock the bastard so much in a single day? It was hilarious. And if Sasuke reacted like that, who knew how amused the others would be when they found out? At least this proves the chakra paper was right, Sasuke finally muttered. Only a Mokuton user could have done that. A smile spread across Naruto's face, even as he continued to breathe heavily. I'm amazing, believe me. I wouldn't say that. Sasuke nudged Naruto with his foot, and Naruto frowned at him. You just depleted your chakra. If your breathing is any indication, you won't be able to learn anything more today. Just give me a few minutes, and I'll be fine, Naruto gasped. I never stay tired for long. You've probably never experienced chakra depletion, Sasuke argued. The amount you must have used to form those clones and then heal the forest must be enormous. You're done for today. Naruto wanted to protest just to prove Sasuke wrong, but he had a feeling the bastard was right. He'd never experienced exhaustion like he felt then, and the thought of trying to perform more jutsus felt strangely overwhelming. Fine, he grumbled, but I'll learn more tomorrow. Naruto tilted his head back to watch Sasuke return to his backpack and pack the scroll. I have a Doton scroll you can study tomorrow, he said, zipping it up. While you do that, I'll study a Raiton scroll. Naruto frowned. Aren't you going to try out water clone as well? Sasuke raised an indifferent eyebrow. Suetun is your affinity, not mine. I don't need water clones. Oh. Naruto sat up and turned to face Sasuke, crossing his legs. So, you'll learn Raiton and Kaiton while I learn Suetun and Doiton. Sasuke nodded briefly, put on his backpack, and turned around. Remember, he said, his gaze drifting off into the forest. I'm only helping you, so you can spar against someone halfway decent. If you turn out to be as inept as everyone thinks, you can forget about my help. Before Naruto could reply, Sasuke started to walk away, but then he stopped and looked over his shoulder with a stern expression and added, Don't go running around telling everyone about your Kek and Jinka if you value your life. There are those who would do anything to possess a rare ability. With that ominous warning, Sasuke left Naruto alone in the forest. Naruto, not knowing what an exhausted man would think, simply lay back and close his eyes. The feel of the forest invaded his senses, and he couldn't help but smile at the knowledge that he had a real, tangible connection with it. Mokuton possessed the same legendary ability as the Shota Hokage, and that meant he even belonged to a clan. The thought filled him with warmth. For as long as he could remember, he believed he was a mere civilian, but he had a clan, a famous clan, and he'd also produced 2 Hokage and was probably related to the first, according to Sasuke. Sasuke's ominous warning echoed in Naruto's mind for a while, but he didn't let it get him down. The warmth flooding him and the feel of nature around him, combined with the supposed chakra depletion, were comforting enough that Naruto barely noticed when his eyes closed without a peaceful smile leaving his face. Chapter 3. Naruto walked toward the overgrown forest clearing with a confident smile on his face. Over the past month, the area he and Sasuke used to train had become increasingly overgrown. It turned out that Mokuton was a very handy kek and Jinkai for cleaning up the mess caused by the Katon and Raiton jutsus. Susu Suedun could put out fires, Sudaten could fill holes in the ground caused by lightning, and Mokuton himself could revitalize destroyed plants. It was also good practice, though he couldn't shake the habit of using too much chakra to heal plants and causing them to grow too large. It wasn't that Sasuke was the only one causing trouble. Of course, Naruto caused plenty too, though his Suiton and Doton jutsus were less blatantly destructive than Katon and Raiton's. The first time he attempted the water bullet jutsu, he accidentally used too much chakra and knocked over a tree. The tree he knocked over was still there when he entered the clearing, though the grass had grown almost high enough to hide the trunk. He still hadn't figured out how to control his Mokuton, much to Sasuke's amusement, and he wasn't sure how to revive the tree or how to grow one to replace it. So far, the most he could do with his supposedly legendary kek and Jinkai was channel his chakra into the existing plants and force them to grow. In the middle of the clearing sat Sasuke with his back to Naruto, studying a scroll in his hands. Naruto smiled mischievously, slowing his pace. Sasuke turned his head to look over his shoulder. "I know you're there, Naruto." Naruto pouted. "You keep saying you're not a censor, but you always notice me." "Yeah, why do I have ears?" Sasuke said dryly. "You'll have to improve your stealth if you want to be a shinobi." Naruto groaned. "Stealth, stealth, stealth." He grumbled, hands in his hoodie pocket as he approached Sasuke. "What are you working on, asshole?" Sasuke didn't react to the insult, too used to it after a month of spending practically every day together in the clearing. "Lightning ball." He looked back at the scroll, and Naruto looked over his shoulder at him. "I mastered the arrow, so I moved on to this." "Great." Naruto looked around and saw Sasuke's backpack leaning against a tree. "You brought me more." "I finally mastered the water bullet, and I'm almost done with the dust storm." At the beginning of the month, Sasuke received 2 scrolls for each of them, 1 for each element. He got the Raiton, Thundering Arrow, and the Katon, Flame Whirlwind, and then the Doton, Dust Storm, and the Suiton, Water Bullet for Naruto. Compared to the difficulty Naruto always had with the clone jutsu he was taught at the academy, the 2 elemental jutsus had been fairly easy for him. He spent the better part of a month making sure he didn't overload them with chakra, and was pretty sure he was ready to move on to a new jutsu. And Sasuke was. "You need to start developing your Mokuton," Sasuke said without looking up from his scroll. "There's no point in having a kek and janai if you can't use a single jutsu for it." Ilukia says he hasn't unlocked his Sharingan. Naruto almost joked, but managed to stop himself. He quickly realized that this was a sensitive subject for Sasuke, and he didn't want to anger him and force him to stop helping him. There was no way Naruto could get the jutsu scrolls that Sasuke could, at least not without stealing them. Besides, though she wasn't going to admit it out loud, she was starting to consider him a friend. "How am I supposed to use Mokuton if there isn't a single scroll telling me what to do?" Naruto asked. Sasuke shrugged, rolled up his scroll, and stood up. "You're the Senju. You figured out." He walked over to his backpack and put the scroll away. It's not like the Shodai had scrolls to learn when he developed it. He was right. "Okay, I guess," Naruto admitted, "but I still don't get how." Sasuke ignored him and opted to perform 4 hand seals: bird, snake, monkey, and ram. Sharpening his senses a bit, Naruto felt Sasuke's chakra beginning to build up. The static surged, a clear sign of the element he was about to use. Lightning, ball lightning. For balls of lightning formed in front of Sasuke and shot toward a tree across the clearing. Two of them hit the edges of the tree, tearing chunks off the trunk, but the other two swerved and tore holes in the ground. Hey, not bad for a first try, Naruto praised. Sasuke didn't seem to agree. Judging by his expression, aiming is harder than he thought. At least you hit the tree. Naruto frowned, and a thought belatedly struck him. Hey, wait, aren't you supposed to aim at trees? He exclaimed. I thought we agreed not to do it after cutting down the first one because I can't fix them yet. Sasuke raised an indifferent eyebrow. So, trying to fix the tree would give you practice. Naruto narrowed his eyes. You did that on purpose, didn't you? Sasuke stared at him until he sighed. Okay, but let me create more targets for you first so I don't have to fix any more trees. Go ahead. Naruto's eye twitched at Sasuke's attitude, but he knew it would take a miracle greater than Mokuton to fix it. He turned and walked to the center of the clearing, preparing his chakra. Doton had gotten quite used to the feeling over the past month, and Doton had an advantage the others didn't. It was solid and found almost everywhere. It was easy to mold with a little practice, though using it that way in combat was still beyond his reach. He formed the snake seal with his hands, the one most commonly used for Doptenon, and then slammed his hands into the ground and channeled his chakra through it. The ground in front of him shook for a moment as his chakra spread through it, and he imagined how he wanted to shape it. It took a few seconds, something that would leave him completely exposed if he were fighting someone. Soon, figures began to form. They weren't very intricate, but there were about a dozen of them, and they all had the vague shape of an adult. When he finished, he turned to Sasuke and gestured toward the targets with a twang. As always, Sasuke wasn't impressed at all. You know you'll have to reform them soon, right? Doton is weak against Raiden. Sometimes Naruto really wanted to hit him. It would take a lot for you to be grateful or impressed. Perhaps, Sasuke said with a smirk. My brain would explode if an idiot like you managed to impress me. So, why haven't you tried using Mokuton? Like, did you just use Doton? Sasuke interrupted. Naruto blinked. You used the seal, but you didn't actually use a jutsu, Sasuke explained. You just channeled your Doton chakra to transform the ground. You couldn't have done the same thing with Mokuton. Well, that only works with Doton because he's noticed. Oh, good idea, Sasuke. Every time you do something almost impressive with your jutsu, I forget what an idiot you are, Sasuke commented. And then you open your mouth. A month ago, Naruto's response would have been to punch Sasuke in his smug face, but he'd grown up since then. Instead, he ran through the tiger, ox, tiger, and rat seals and built up Suiton chakra in his stomach. Sasuke's eyes widened, but he was too slow to do anything as Naruto yelled, Suiton, water bullet jutsu. Water shot out of Naruto's mouth and hit Sasuke, soaking him and knocking him back. Luckily for the bastard, Naruto had enough control with the water bullet jutsu to soak and knock Sasuke off his feet instead of sending him flying 6 meters with enough force to break his bones and knock down a tree. Growth. Pushing his soaked hair out of his eyes, Sasuke glared at him with a pointed look. Naruto practically snarled. Naruto barely had time to think about whether he regretted his actions before Sasuke charged through the seals. Ram, dragon, and hair. Rat, thunderous arrow. A bolt of lightning shot out of Sasuke's outstretched hand, striking Naruto in the chest. It knocked him back and sent a powerful electric shock through him. Not enough to hurt him, but it still hurt. Stupid bastard. They leaped to their feet at the same time, both performing hand seals. Naruto used the monkey, ram, and snake seals before slamming his hands into the ground. Sasuke used the snake, ram, monkey, boar, horse, and tiger seals before forming a circle with his fingers in front of his mouth. Doton, Dust Storm Jutsu. Katon, Great Fireball Jutsu. A massive fireball erupted from Sasuke's mouth, meeting a cloud of dust and dirt that billowed up from where Naruto slammed his hands together. Naruto just had time to think, oh shit, before the two jutsus collided with enough force to throw him and Sasuke in opposite directions. Naruto skidded to a screeching halt a few feet back and stared wide-eyed at the charred earth where the dust storm and the fireball collided. He met Sasuke's equally shocked gaze across the clearing and couldn't contain his grin. It was amazing. Sasuke quickly transformed his shocked expression into his signature Uchiha grin. Not bad for last, he called from across the clearing. But now you have to repair that damage too. Naruto's smile fell. Line break. Naruto, Uzumaki, and Sasuke Uchiha. Hiruzen wasn't as surprised as most of the others to see them get along too. If you ignored the jutsu they threw at each other, at least in their age group, they were probably the only ones who understood each other. It wasn't just that they didn't have parents. There were other children at the academy who had lost them, some to the same monster that took Naruto's. A shared sense of loneliness certainly played a role, but on its own it wouldn't have been enough to forge the bond that quickly formed between them. They didn't get along because they shared something most would never know, an intense desire to be the best, a drive that allowed them to work their hardest, well past the point where most would give up. They were determined to achieve their goals and wouldn't let anything in the world stop them. It was something all great shinobi felt. Hiruzen had no doubt that one day the two of them would become some of the best, perhaps even the best, alongside the famous previous wielders of their respective bloodlines. And what a surprise, Naruto Uzumaki, owner of the famous Mokuton, the container of the Kyuubi with the same jutsu that the Shodai used to control it. Hiruzen couldn't believe it when the Ambedo to protect the Jinchuriki from Kurugi and the one assigned to protect the Uchiha heir informed him that Naruto had developed the legendary Kek and Jinenkai. He still couldn't believe it. Seriously, even a month later. The elders would have been delighted if he planned to tell them soon, but he didn't. That's why he made sure the trusty Ambu bag assigned to watch Naruto and Sasuke kept the others away from the forest clearing while the boys used it. He knew it was only a matter of time before the world learned that a Mokuton user walked among them once again, but he would do what he could to make sure that only happened when Naruto was ready. Line break. Sasuke couldn't help but sneak glances at the idiot, even as he practiced the lightning ball jutsu. Despite all his complaints about having to clean up the aftermath of their jutsu clash, it had only taken Naruto a few minutes to fill in the exploded ground and cover it with fresh grass. As much as Sasuke still considered him an idiot, he couldn't deny Naruto's impressive chakra skills. Doton and Suiton had come to him as easily as Katon and Raiton. Even though Naruto couldn't yet perform a simple clone jutsu, he had struggled with using Mokuton for the past month, but it seems Sasuke's simple advice had helped him a lot. Where before he could only accelerate the growth of plants with his chakra, he now controlled a tree. It was a disconcerting sight. Naruto would form one of the 12 hand seals and then touch the tree, and it would move. Sasuke had begun to wonder if Naruto possessed some other unknown natural Kek and Jinenkai that wasn't Mokuton, but now he was certain it was Mokuton. Sometimes the tree would just ripple, for lack of a better expression, when Naruto touched it, but other times it would undergo a more definite, if small, change. It seemed he decided to try out all the hand seals to see which ones suited him best, but none seemed to satisfy him yet. It wasn't a bad idea, really. Sasuke couldn't think of any better ones. Finally, Naruto landed on the snake seal. It was the most common one for Doton and Raiton, and Sasuke stopped his training to observe. He could feel Naruto's chakra building, even without being a sensor. A distinctive sensation always appeared when he did, almost like nature itself. A sensation that was especially noticeable when he tried to use Mokuton. This time, when Naruto placed his hand on the tree, another identical hand coming out of the tree pushed it away. "I did it," Naruto exclaimed. "I really did it." Sasuke stared. Irrefutable proof that the idiot possessed the Mokuton, the most infamous Kek Yenai in the eyes of the people, so rare that only one man had ever possessed it. And it was Naruto Uzumaki who inherited it, which probably also made him in some ways a Senju, the sworn enemy of the Uchiha. And Sasuke was helping him train, even using the Uchiha archives for it. He wondered what his clan would have thought. They would see the need. Sasuke needed to grow strong enough to avenge them. And who better than a Senju to help Uchiha achieve that power? And Naruto would be a powerful ally if he kept up his current rate of improvement. Konoha was formed through the cooperation between the Uchiha and the Senju. Surely they would understand. "Hey, Bastard, Naruto shouted, looking at him with his hand still clenched against the wooden one. Watch this. He started to move his hand, and the wooden hand extending from the tree followed. I figured out now. It was the snake's seal. Took you long enough, Sasuke shouted instinctively. Naruto frowned. Sasuke blinked as the wooden hand sticking out of the tree gave him the middle finger, obviously aimed at Sasuke. Huh? Naruto exclaimed. Your brain is racked. Because this is so cool. Sasuke rolled his eyes. That's just the first step, idiot. Now you have to create an actual jutsu. He smirked as Naruto's smile disappeared. Returning to his training, Sasuke imagined the jutsu taking shape in his mind. Then he cycled through the 4 seals. Lightning Jutuva. 6 balls of lightning formed, 2 more than his first attempt. He could feel the lightning chakra trying to fight him, even harder to handle than the Katan chakra, but he kept it firmly under control. When he was sure the jutsu wouldn't fall apart the instant he tried to use it, he launched the lightning balls at one of the targets Naruto had marked. 4 of the balls hit the target, blowing it to bits, but 2 of them veered to the side and fell to the ground. He frowned as he tried to figure out what he was doing wrong. It seemed that no matter how many he created, 2 would always fail, unless he kept the number at 2. He had already destroyed half of the targets Naruto created, but he was no closer to figuring out why the jutsu wasn't working. He looked back at Naruto and saw that the wooden arm had disappeared from the tree. And now Naruto was standing to the side with his hands in the snake seal. Curiosity got the better of him despite himself, and Sasuke stopped again to see what Naruto had in mind. Tree growth, idiot, Naruto shouted, pulling his hands out of the snake seal and slamming one against the ground. Nothing happened for a few seconds. Then, just as Sasuke prepared to mock the idiot, something popped up from the ground. He felt his eyes widen as the wood erupted with enough force to knock Naruto over, forming branches and leaves as it climbed higher and higher, until it reached the height of the trees surrounding the clearing. The end result was a tree identical to the one surrounding them. One Sasuke wouldn't have looked twice at if he hadn't seen it appear out of nowhere. Naruto stood up excitedly and walked over to the tree, placing his hands on it as if he couldn't believe it was real. Sasuke didn't blame him. He, too, found it hard to believe his eyes. The idiot had actually done it. He didn't just make a tree grow a hand or breathe life into dead plants. He created a tree. Sasuke never expected to see that when he decided to act on a whim and see if the bottom of the class had any real potential. Naruto turned with a smile to look at Sasuke, and Sasuke didn't remember to feign disinterest fast enough. Ah, what a surprise, Naruto exclaimed. Yeah, Sasuke shouted, recovering quickly. I'm surprised that's all you could do. The Shodai could create entire forests. Naruto glared at him. Whatever, bastard. I don't see you creating any jutsu without a scroll to work with. Sasuke ignored the comment and returned to his goals. If Naruto could do that, Sasuke could certainly throw balls of lightning. He easily recreated the bird, snake, ram, and monkey seals and shouted, right on. Ball lightning jutsu. 6 more balls of lightning formed around him, and he didn't have time to hesitate before firing them forward. Pride swelled in his chest as all 6 landed, 1 on his head, 1 on each arm and leg, and 1 right through his chest. The solid ground exploded into a cloud of dust, and when the cloud finally faded, only 2 mounds of dirt remained where the feet had been. Hey, did you get it? Naruto exclaimed, running up to him. Great. Need more targets? Sasuke looked at the earth targets. There were 5 left, which gave him an idea. Not yet, he said confidently, going over the 4 necessary seals again. Lightning ball jutsu. He summoned 5 lightning balls and fired them at the remaining targets. He could feel his chakra draining after summoning so many one after the other, but it wasn't that bad. While he didn't have the same blatantly monstrous reserves as the idiot, he was sure he had more than anyone his age. The lightning balls flew toward each of the 5 targets without a hitch, and Sasuke didn't lose focus until they were all destroyed. Turning to Naruto, he flashed a confident smile. Now I need new targets. I told you they wouldn't last long. Your lightning just can't handle my lightning. A mark appeared on Naruto's forehead. Ah yes. He pushed Sasuke into the snake seal with a look of intense concentration. The distinct sensation of his chakra gathering, filled the air, and he slammed his hands on the ground. Mokuton, wooden bastard targets. As before, nothing happened for a few seconds. Then, the ground rumbled and would sprouted from where the earth targets had been. Sasuke didn't know whether to be impressed or angry when they all transformed into carbon copies of him, each with a stupid grin that Sasuke was sure he'd never made in his life. Naruto turned to him and smirked. "How about those targets? It'd be better if they looked like you," Sasuke retorted. "I'd love to shoot lightning at something with your face on it, like I'd ever be a target with a face as beautiful as mine." Naruto crossed his arms, still smirking. "Besides, it's hard to capture this level of perfection. Your duck hair is much easier. I think the girls in our class would disagree with you on that one." As much as Sasuke hated dealing with fangirls, he couldn't resist the temptation to use their existence against Naruto. Surprisingly, Naruto only smirked even wider. "I bet they'd love to see the wooden bastard targets." A feeling of dread gripped Sasuke's mind. "No," he snapped immediately. "You wouldn't." Naruto's smile turned into an evil grin. "That means you're happy with these targets." "Yeah, good." The evil grin returned to its usual uncomfortably cheerful smile, and he patted Sasuke on the shoulder. "Let me know when you need new ones. I'll be working on my Mokuton." Sasuke watched Naruto return to where he'd been before turning back to his goals. It was slightly uncomfortable contemplating a dozen wooden versions of himself, all with strange smiles. Not that he'd ever mentioned it to Naruto, as that was definitely his intention when creating them. Still, awkward or not, Sasuke couldn't deny they'd make good targets. They were smaller than the earth ones from before, as these were roughly the size of adults, and the wooden ones were the same size as Sasuke, but he was betting they were sturdier, assuming the idiot hadn't messed them up. They wouldn't fall apart just from Raiden's chakra like Doton did. Bird, snake, ram, monkey. The seals were already engraved in his mind, and he barely had to think about them as he created them. When he finished, he shouted Raiden, lightning ball jutsu. This time he formed 8 just to see if he could, and fired them at the first wooden target. 3 of them hit dead center, opening a large hole in the wooden Sasuke's chest, but the other 5 only reached the edges and flew in semicircles. One landed in the groin, and Sasuke couldn't help but wince. But where the earth targets would have crumbled from the lightning chakra coursing through them alone, the wooden target remained standing despite all the damage inflicted. It pained him to admit it, but Naruto actually did a pretty good job. Not that he'd ever really let Naruto know he thought that. Naruto didn't need a bigger head than the one he already had. Chapter 4. If Naruto's whiskers were real, he was pretty sure they would have just burned off. He barely managed to dodge the roaring fireball heading towards him. Hiding at the last second Kondodan, hide-and-seek jutsu, using his sensory abilities, he pinpointed Sasuke's exact location above him and tried to grab his feet only for an electric shock to run through his body. Pleasure contact. He felt Sasuke jump away, distracted by the pain, and quickly leaped up from the ground before Sasuke could counterattack, launching a lightning jutsu at the ground to fry him into unconsciousness. Naruto had already lost a fight with that move and didn't want to experience the second one. The moment it left the ground, it passed through the tiger, ox, tiger, and rat seals. "Suidan, water bullet," he shouted, building up Suten's chakra in his stomach and firing it towards where he felt Sasuke's chakra. "Thunder, arrow, thunder," Sasuke shouted, and an arrow made of lightning collided with the water. Naruto had to stop shooting water if he didn't want the lightning bolt's electric current to reach his stomach. Ryo, having let Sasuke win their brief encounter, quickly made 5 more hand seals and gathered the water he'd already shot into the air, turning it into a large ball. Suidan, water ball. The ball flew towards Sasuke and forced him to dodge it, but Naruto knew from experience that that wouldn't be the end of it. He was proven right when Sasuke appeared in front of him. He had obviously chosen to dodge onto the water ball and attempted to meet him with taijutsu. Naruto refused to let Sasuke control the pace of the fight, pushing him into a taijutsu fight, something Sasuke always surpassed Naruto at. And he quickly leaped back, hands in the snake seal. Mokuton, a wooden wall. The wood rose from the ground, and he barely had time to see Sasuke's eyes widen in surprise before the wall separated him. Naruto winced in sympathy as he heard something. Probably Sasuke's fist slam into the wall. But he knew that wouldn't be the end of it, and quickly made 3 hand seals. Doton, Earth Cloud. He slammed his hands against the ground, and a cloud of earth rose up, obscuring the area. He closed his eyes before anything could irritate them, pressing his fingers against the ground to check Sasuke's location. Meters away, on the other side of the wooden wall, probably so he wouldn't get caught in the cloud of earth, Naruto smiled. The earth cloud did exactly what he planned. It bought him time. Sasuke probably wanted to wait for the earth to settle, which didn't take long because Naruto had no control over the earth once it dispersed, and that would leave them back where they started. Besides, Naruto didn't want to give Sasuke a chance to catch his breath. Transforming back into the snake's seal, Naruto caused the wooden wall to sink silently into the ground. He then charged forward, executing a series of hand seals more complex than any he'd used against Sasuke before, and stumbled. He fell flat on his face, earning a mouthful of foul dirt as his right foot tried to step into the hole through which he'd tried to attack Sasuke. He tried to get up, but felt a foot pressing against his back. "I win again," Sasuke declared smugly. "If you try to move, I'll jutsu fuck you." Naruto groaned, twisting his head so the side of his face touched the ground and he could spit the dirt out of his mouth. "I hate you." The pressure on his back disappeared, and Naruto collapsed onto his back. Sasuke was smirking at him, but still offered a hand to help him up. "Not bad," Sasuke said as he helped Naruto to his feet. "At least until you tripped and fell on your face." Yeah, Naruto grumbled, trying to brush the dirt off his clothes to no avail. "You weren't so bad yourself, I guess." Sasuke started shaking his right hand, and Naruto noticed with some satisfaction that it was reddened. "By the way, hitting that wall was a real pain." "That's the point," Naruto said mischievously. "I bet you're wishing you had my healing ability right now. If you did, you'd be all set by the time we got to class tomorrow." Sasuke rolled his eyes and reached into his pocket. "I'll just go to the hospital and tell them I accidentally punched the wall too hard during training." "Well, I guess that's not technically a lie." Naruto looked down at his own hands, both of them slightly burned from trying to grab Sasuke and electrocute himself. Or they'd been slightly burned, but the pain had more or less disappeared, and only the blackened marks gave away what had happened. "Still," he said, wiping his hands on the sides of his pants, "I bet they're getting tired of you showing up and asking to be healed." "Well, we can't all be Senju monsters who heal from everything super fast," Sasuke retorted. "I still don't understand how that works." Naruto shrugged. They had started training fairly regularly. Just over a year, a few months after mastering his first 2 jutsus. And they soon discovered that Naruto healed from almost all of his injuries without needing hospitalization. It was probably due to the Mokuton, since the Shodai was also known for its healing abilities, but they never figured out why. "I'm glad you did," Naruto admitted. "When did you figure out how to use the wood wall technique in combat?" Sasuke asked with genuine curiosity. "I thought you were still having trouble with the Mokuton because it was taking too long." "Oh well." Naruto put his hands behind his head. "I'm that cool." Sasuke looked at him blankly and lowered his arms. "Okay, I figured it out after you left yesterday, but it only works because it's so simple." He sighed dismally. "I still can't do anything too complicated with the Mokuton without it taking too long to be useful." He wasn't really lying, but it still took him a while to make sure his face didn't betray that he was still holding something back. "If I hadn't tripped, at least you're getting better," Sasuke said, seemingly accepting the explanation. "I doubt anyone in the academy other than me could beat you." Naruto smirked. "And it's only a matter of time before I beat you," he added. "Believe it." Sasuke sneered. "Kana Senju, you won't beat me." He smirked. "But keep trying. It's good practice." Naruto had to suppress a smirk he knew Sasuke would recognize. He didn't need Sasuke to discover he had a new ace up his sleeve, at least not before he could use it in his next training session. To distract himself, he simply punched him gently in the shoulder. "Keep telling yourself that, bastard. It'll only make everything better when I finally win." Sasuke's eyes flashed with defiance. "I'll be disappointed if you can't prove it, idiot." Line break. Sasuke walked into class a good 10 minutes before the school day started, and sat down in the seat by the wall in the middle row. One of the perks of spending so much time with Naruto was apparently that his classmates no longer incessantly tried to sit next to him if he sat by the wall. They knew he'd just moved to another spot where Naruto could sit next to him. Many still pestered him at every opportunity, some even very obviously trying to befriend Naruto in order to get closer to him, but he took what he could get. It was nice not having to rush into class at the last minute, but that wasn't a sentiment Naruto shared. He'd lost count of how many times the idiot had rushed in right before or even shortly after class started because he'd forgotten to set his alarm. It wasn't every day, and there were plenty where Naruto showed up around the same time as Sasuke, but Sasuke had a feeling today would be one of them. He was proven right when the rest of the class started trickling in, except for Naruto. The pink-haired girl, Sakura, ended up sitting to the right of where Naruto always sat, but Sasuke ignored her attempts at starting conversation like he did with the others, except for Naruto's. Of course, the moment the blonde entered the room, less than a minute before class was due to start, Sasuke looked up from the taijutsu scroll he was studying to ask, "Did you forget to set your alarm again, idiot?" Naruto sighed, nodded briefly to Sakura, and sat down to Sasuke's right. "No, I slept through the night." He slumped back in his chair, rubbing his eye. "I stayed up late, doing laundry to get all the dirt off my favorite hoodie." He looked at Sasuke's bandaged right hand. "Your hand's fine." HN. Sasuke made a grabbing gesture with his hand. "It's fine, the bandages are just—" "All right, everyone," Ichiraku interrupted. "Class begins." Silence. When everyone had done so, Ichiraku continued. "Today I'll hand out your end-of-year exams. The first page is the written portion you handed in. The second details your performance on the taijutsu portion, and the third, your performance on the ninjutsu portion. Any questions?" Only one hand went up. "Yes, Sakura. Will you be releasing the top performers from each portion as usual?" Sakura asked. Ichiraku nodded with an amused smile. "Of course. Why do you ask?" Rafunfu trailed behind Sasuke. Everyone knows she'll get the highest grade on the written exam, and Sasuke the other two. Ichiraku heard Kiba's complaints, but didn't acknowledge them. She walked up to the board and wrote down ninjutsu and taijutsu, each with a line underneath. To no one's surprise, he wrote Sakura's name under writing and Sasuke's under taijutsu. Before writing down the best score for ninjutsu, he looked at the class, and Sasuke saw his gaze fall on the dot to his right. Sasuke was one of the few people who weren't surprised when he wrote Naruto Uzumaki under ninjutsu. "Yo!" Naruto shouted, his voice much louder than the quiet surprise that swept over the rest of the class. He turned to Sasuke. The tiredness from before had been replaced by excitement. "I told you I'd get the best grade this time. I'd still beat you in taijutsu," Sasuke pointed out. "Yeah, well, I already knew that. And I'll catch up to you as soon as I develop my Sharingan," Sasuke added. "I'll be sure to copy every jutsu I find." Naruto smiled as fine. Everyone's silent. Ichiraku interrupted again before Naruto could say something that was sure to be cryptic but still stupid. "Congratulations to our top scorers. And before you ask, there was no interference. I'll give her test back right now." When Naruto and Sasuke got theirs back, Sasuke looked at his while half the room seemed to want to look at Naruto's. Sasuke got a 981. On the written portion, he only missed out on a math problem. He thought it was okay, though he was a little annoyed by his stupid mistake. He was good at math, but it was usually in history that he slipped up a few points. He simply didn't see the same value in learning history as he did in math, as he had little chance of improving and was only concerned with staying at the top of his class. The taijutsu section was decided in individual combats between students, with Ichiraku or Miss Suki judging the performance. If you lost a match against someone before you had a chance to show off your skill, you were given another chance against another student. Sasuke's match had been against Naruto, and it had been by far the longest in the entire class. While Sasuke was still definitely the better student, Naruto had improved a lot since they started training regularly. If he played anyone else, he probably would have won the match. Ninjutsu was all about proficiency in Academy 3 and any other jutsu you knew. Kids with clan techniques had an advantage, and Sasuke usually won with just his great fireball jutsu. The first time he did it, the teachers were practically stunned. It would be difficult for a genin to use, much less for an academy student. This time, He had demonstrated his Thunder Arrow Jutsu along with his Great Fireball Jutsu. The latter was significantly larger than in previous years, which would have easily earned him first place if his class didn't have Naruto. Of course, Naruto had overdone the test, since he couldn't yet perform the cloning jutsu, something Sasuke sometimes struggled with due to his own reservations. Though he'd never admit it, Naruto decided to demonstrate the water cloning jutsu for that requirement. Since the testing area didn't have any water and Naruto didn't think to ask for it, he also demonstrated his ability to create Suiton Chakra in his stomach for use in jutsus. And if that wasn't enough, he also showed off the water bullet and hide-and-seek jutsus. Luckily, the idiot at least remembered not to brag about his third nature. Sasuke might have performed more jutsus than he showed, but so could Naruto. And Sasuke had no doubt that even considering all his jutsus, Naruto would have gotten the high score. It pained him to admit it, but Naruto's awakened bloodline gave him an advantage in ninjutsu, an advantage Sasuke would erase when he finally awakened his own bloodline. Watching Naruto's exam, Sasuke wasn't surprised to find that he had been second in the class in taijutsu. Although he had lost the match, he and Sasuke had been arguing for minutes longer than any of the other students. The fact that they both knew how the other fought certainly helped, but even without that, Naruto had improved significantly. As the Senju were the Uchiha's oldest enemy, the clan archives contained detailed records of their taijutsu. When Sasuke found it, he barely thought about giving it to Naruto. After all, the stronger Naruto became, the stronger Sasuke's training opponent became. However, he was surprised to see the grade Naruto got on the written part. 83 out of 100 wasn't his best. Sasuke was sure other students would have gotten 90, but it was much better than in previous years, where he had barely managed to pass. "Maybe you're not a complete idiot," Sasuke commented. Naruto glared at him, but the effect was interrupted by his obvious pride. He had, in fact, studied, if only after Sasuke commented that the Hokage needed brains. 83 was so tall that he was probably also one of the best students in the class, considering his other two positions. And Sasuke knew how much he loved any sign of progress. "Wow," Kiba exclaimed. "Naruto, did he really give you the paper? I thought you were an idiot." Naruto smiled back arrogantly, "And I came second in taijutsu." "Daw breath. What do you have left?" Kiba frowned, reading his paper. "Fourth," he looked around suspiciously. "Hey, who came in third?" No one answered. "Come on, I just want to know who beat me." A hand on the back of the body slowly rose. It was me, Kiba," Hinata said humbly. "Oh." Kiba quickly calmed down. I should have guessed. Sorry. It's okay. Good job." Yada praised her Naruto, smiling at her. "We should train sometime." "Uhu." Yada blushed. "If you want." Naruto smiled at her for a few more seconds before looking back at Sasuke. Sasuke watched her practically collapse into her chair at the same time as him. "I don't think she likes me very much," Naruto whispered. "She always stutters twice as much when she talks to me." Sasuke stared at him for a few seconds before rolling his eyes. "You're an idiot." "Hey, what was that for?" Naruto slapped Sasuke on the bandaged hand, even though it was healed enough to make it look like a normal slap. "I thought you just said I wasn't an idiot." "I said you weren't a complete idiot." Sasuke channeled some right-un chakra into his hand, and Naruto jerked his back in surprise. "That doesn't make you an idiot. I've told you how much I hate you. You forget things sometimes, too." "I'm going to kick you guys," Ichiraku scolded. "Calm down." Naruto and Sasuke stared at each other for a few more seconds before turning back to the teacher. "Good job on the tests. I'm impressed." He erased the names from the board and wrote down the shinobi mission classification. Today's lesson will be about the different mission ranks. There are D, C, B, and S ranks. Most shinobi never. Naruto's head hit the desk. Something's never changed. Line break. Sasuke stood before Naruto in the forest clearing, his hand raised in the confrontation seal. Their last training had lasted only a day, and while they normally waited another week before fighting at full strength again, Naruto longed for a second chance. And Sasuke, though he didn't want to admit it, couldn't forget the last one. Naruto had been doing something before he tripped and fell, and Sasuke was determined to figure out what it was. A single leaf fell to the ground, and Sasuke charged forward, intent on engaging Naruto in a taijutsu match before he could start using any jutsus. But Naruto broke through a series of seals before he could cross the distance. Yasuke barely had time to deflect his blow before injuring his hand a second time. As he hit the wooden block Naruto had replaced, the hair on the back of his neck stood up, and Sasuke ducked just in time to catch a punch that flew over his head. He quickly righted himself, rolling to his feet, and turned just in time to deflect a second blow from Naruto. Even with the blow barely grazing his arm, he could tell something was off. He lacked Naruto's usual strength. Before Naruto could attempt another punch, Sasuke pulled out a kunai and struck him in the chest. As expected, the clone turned back into water and fell to the ground. Sasuke spun around again, just in time to deflect a kunai from above. But he didn't have time to try to determine where it was coming from when he heard, "Suiton, water bullet." Sasuke barely managed to dodge the jet of water that came from a different direction than the kunai. If there was one thing the idiot was good at during his training, even before he started learning Senju Taijutsu, it was being unpredictable. Sasuke had to admit that Naruto was good at coming up with plans on the fly. He performed a series of hand seals at full speed, the familiar feeling of Katon Chakra building up in his lungs until he released it in a massive fireball in the direction the water was coming from. He caught a glimpse of a blonde hair just before he released it, but as the fireball ended, it became clear that Naruto had managed to form another wooden wall before it could reach him. The wall sank into the ground the next instant, revealing Naruto performing another series of seals. "Double Earth Wave," he shouted, slamming his hands on the ground. Sasuke jumped before the wave running across the ground could reach him and performed even more hand seals upon landing. Raiton Ball Lightning. As the 6 lightning balls shot toward Naruto, Sasuke watched him go through 5 seals in an order he hadn't seen before. Mokuton, Wooden Bastard Shield. Much to Sasuke's annoyance, the lightning balls impacted with a wooden replica of himself. Of course, Naruto turned that stupid trick into a genuine jutsu. Sasuke was going to end the fight with a punch to that idiot's nose. "What do you think?" Naruto asked mischievously. "You have no idea how long it took, Kitan." "Sage Fire Phoenix Jutsu." Sasuke spat out 2 smaller fireballs that flew straight toward his wooden replica, but the last second they swerved to hit Naruto. Naruto's eyes widened and he jumped, but one of them grazed him and burned his side. "You talk too much." If the recent burn bothered Naruto, he didn't show it. "Yeah, never mind," he shouted, forming a tiger seal with his hands. Suiton, Water Clone Jutsu. The plants around Naruto dried up as he used the water to form 5 clones. The connection Suk and Genkai had given him with nature apparently came with the added bonus of being able to draw water easily, though he always made sure to revive dead plants after he finished training. The 5 clones charged at Sasuke, but the original stayed back and began performing more hand seals. Whatever the idiot had planned, Sasuke knew it couldn't be good for him. He ignored the clones, each one only having a tenth of Naruto's power, and dashed forward, throwing a kunai at him to break his concentration. It worked, although one of the clones managed to hook Sasuke's arm with his own kunai, preventing him from engaging in taijutsu. Frowning, Sasuke used 4 hand seals and channeled Katon Chakra into his hands. "Kato, Flame Whirlwind," he shouted, and a whirlwind of fire erupted from his hands and surrounded his body. He directed it at the clones, and the flames tossed them into the air. If the targets weren't clones, the whirlwind of flames would have reduced them to ash. Luckily for them, they were water clones. The fire jutsu was powerful enough to dispel them, but the water that created them had the side effect of extinguishing the flames as it disintegrated. Still, he did what Sasuke wanted, removing the additional obstacles. He smiled as he returned his attention to the original and realized he had made a mistake by obscuring his own vision with the swirling flames. Naruto finished the series of seals Sasuke had interrupted earlier with the snake seal, slamming his hands against the ground as he finished. Mokuton, Birth of the Forest. Naruto's distinctive chakra permeated the clearing with an intensity Sasuke hadn't felt in any of his training. Not even outside of training, when he healed the clearing with his chakra. It was almost suffocating, except for the fact that the sensation could only be described as naturally peaceful. The sensation caught him so off guard that he almost missed the ground shaking. Seconds later, trees sprouted from the ground all over the clearing. Sasuke could only watch in amazement as the once nearly open space was invaded by more trees than he could count. One even sprouted from the ground right next to him and tossed him back into another new tree. The pain thankfully snapped him out of his stupor, and he forced himself to tear his gaze away from the trees and search for Naruto. But the clearing was too crowded, and Naruto could have hidden anywhere. While Sasuke was distracted, he pulled out another Kuna and, to protect himself, stood up and looked around. His heart pounded in his chest as he tried to find his opponent. He wouldn't lose to Naruto. He refused. "You won't win by hiding," Sasuke shouted, projecting a confidence he didn't really feel. "Fight!" Something hard hit him in the back, knocking him forward. He managed to get to his feet, kunai in hand, and prepared to attack Naruto. But the only thing there was a tree. The hair on the back of his neck prickled again, and he managed to jump and spin just in time for the tree he'd been leaning against a shift, sending a branch slashing out to hit the spot he'd just been standing against. Could Naruto control trees? Laughter sounded from above, and Naruto jumped a few feet in front of Sasuke. What a cool trickery. Sasuke didn't let him finish running between hand seals. Lightning Ball yelled, sending 4 of them straight towards Naruto, only for Naruto to melt into water. Sasuke turned around just in time to block a punch from Naruto, one that he immediately knew was the real Naruto upon feeling the force of the blow. Another mistake. He knew better than to block Naruto's punch, and he knew he'd feel the pain in his arm for the rest of the fight. He jumped back, weaving his way through the seals for the great fireball jutsu, but was forced to abort the attempt when Naruto simply smiled and lifted the snake seal. Mokuton, swaying trees. Sasuke spun in the air, just in time to block a tree branch, further injuring his arm and crashing to the ground. He frantically searched for Naruto upon landing and saw him meters away, forming the snake seal again. Sasuke was really about to lose. No, he wouldn't do it even against the legendary Mokuton. What would that man think if Sasuke lost here? He'd call him weak. He'd say his hatred still wasn't enough. Sasuke couldn't lose. Not if he wanted to become strong enough to avenge his clan. He had to win. He had to defeat Naruto so he could one day defeat him. The world lit up like never before, and Sasuke's vision sharpened until he could see every detail of Naruto's goofy face. He could see the chakra in his body and the same chakra in all the trees around him. Naruto almost seemed to be moving in slow motion as Sasuke scrambled to his feet just in time to dodge the chakra-filled roots that were about to bind him to the ground. There was no time to think about that now. He couldn't waste time. Naruto was moving in slow motion, but Sasuke's body wasn't used to his perceptions being so quick either. He could react better to anything thrown at him, but he couldn't suddenly escape just because the world slowed down around him. He needed a plan. The trees around him were filled with Naruto's chakra. That had to be how he controlled them with just the snake seal. As long as Sasuke was surrounded by the trees Naruto created, he'd have to deal with attacks from all directions. And even if those attacks were in slow motion, he'd be overwhelmed if there were too many. Speeding up his hand seals, Sasuke fired a lightning arrow at Naruto. He didn't wait to see if it would hit, but sped off. If Naruto couldn't see him, he couldn't. Sasuke barely managed to jump over a root that sprouted out of nowhere and cursed. Naruto couldn't see him, but he could feel him. Still, Sasuke kept running thanks to his accelerated perception, which allowed him to dodge any obstacle Naruto threw his way. His best option was to get away from Naruto's trees, and with his new ability to see chakra, he would know where Naruto's trees ended and the natural forest began. "Hey, bastard, I thought you told me to fight," Naruto yelled from behind him. Sasuke ignored him. It would be stupid to keep trying to fight Naruto on his own ground, and Sasuke wouldn't be fooled. When he finally spotted a tree in the distance that didn't have Naruto's chakra, he allowed himself a smirk. He was nearing the end of Naruto's surprisingly sprawling forest. Just as he was getting there, hands shot up from the ground and grabbed him by the feet. He managed to wriggle out of the grass before being dragged underground, but the grip made him stumble. Though he managed to roll forward and land back on his feet, the attack destroyed his escape plan. had been paying too much attention to the Mokuton and had forgotten the nature of it. Sasuke was forced to turn around and face Naruto just in time to dodge a punch that would have surely broken his arm had he tried to block it. Sasuke smirked, enjoying his enhanced perception as he dodged and deflected all of Naruto's attacks with more ease than ever. Perhaps he'd been too hasty in trying to flee. Still, he was a better taijutsu fighter and could win as long as he couldn't get Naruto to wrap something around his feet. Still, he managed to duck under the punch Naruto threw at him, but then he felt the thing wrapped around him rip out from under him. When his eyes fell on the second Naruto with 1/10 of the original's chakra and his hands in the snake seal, Sasuke knew he had lost. All he could do was hold out his hands to keep from getting a face full of grass. The roots wrapped around his body, and a gleeful voice declared, "I won." Sasuke clenched his fists into the ground. "Let me up." The roots dug into the ground. A hand appeared in front of Sasuke's face, but Sasuke ignored it only to have his arm give way from exerting too much pressure. He rolled onto his back to push the grass off his face, panting and staring up at the canopy of leaves. "Is your arm okay?" Naruto asked, sitting down next to him. Sasuke noticed he was breathing heavily too. "I hit you hard." Sasuke's arm hurt like hell, but he wouldn't admit it. "You shouldn't have blocked it." Naruto smiled. "My plan worked. I thought you'd assume it was another water clone and decide it was okay to block it. It was a good plan." And Sasuke hated to admit it. He glared at Naruto, opening his mouth to swear. "Hey, you finally got your Sharingan," Naruto exclaimed. "I thought your eyes were red, but I was too focused on you suddenly dodging all my attacks to get a good look. But you did it." Then Sasuke had woken him up. Awakening his Sharingan was all he'd ever wanted for as long as he could remember. At first, he'd wanted it to prove to his father that he was just as much of a prodigy as he was. After that night, he started needing it just to finally become powerful enough to defeat him. And then, though he'd never admit it out loud, he started wishing for it so Naruto wouldn't be the only one with a legendary Kek and Jinenkai. He always thought developing the Sharingan would be the biggest step toward his goals, making him stronger than ever. But he lost to Naruto. He could hear Itachi's voice in his ear. "Weak. Pathetic. Even with Lukia's eyes, you're nothing but a failure." He squeezed his eyes shut, cutting off the flow of chakra to them, as if that would eliminate the voice. "Little brother, you'll never be strong enough." He couldn't even defeat Naruto. "Are you okay?" Naruto asked, poking Sasuke's uninjured right arm. Sasuke opened his eyes and gave the blonde a weak look. "Hey, your eyes are back to normal. What's wrong?" "I turned off." Naruto tilted his head. "Can you do that? I thought the dojutsu was always on, like Hinata and her eyes." Sasuke rolled his eyes. "Yuga only have violet eyes. They don't always have the Yakugan on." He channeled chakra back into his eyes, and Naruto's features sharpened again. "Of course I can turn it on and off." He said that, but was slightly relieved to see that he could reactivate it. For a moment, I couldn't remember how to do it or if the activation was a one-time thing. "Good," Naruto said. "I was worried about having to look into those strange red eyes the whole time." Sasuke smirked. "Do they disturb you?" Naruto obviously noticed his mistake, judging by his expression. No, of course, he didn't quickly correct himself. Those red eyes with those weird dots are completely normal, not weird. Sasuke stared into his eyes until Naruto's gaze momentarily shifted. "You can't stand looking at the Sharingan," Sasuke commented. "You're going to do that all the time, aren't you?" Naruto grumbled. Sasuke continued to smirk until Naruto lifted the snake seal and a branch poked him. "Well, two can play Kek Genkai." Sasuke's smile faded at the uncomfortable reminder of his loss. Deactivating his Sharingan again, he gazed at the leaves. Another reminder of his loss and Naruto's surprising power. The entire clearing they'd been using to train for a year was now as filled with trees as the rest of the forest. He had felt Naruto's chakra just before it happened, and even the memory of the sensation sent a shock through him. He found it hard to believe that the boy who had been at the bottom of his class just over a year ago held so much power within him. Over the past year, he and Naruto had trained hard. At first, their relationship had been uneven. They had been learning jutsus at almost the same pace, and Sasuke had had the advantage from the start. But at some point, Sasuke started to struggle to win. He was glad for that. The harder he tried, the better he got, but losing had never occurred to him. Naruto was growing at a faster rate than he was. Sasuke clenched his fists again, staring at the foliage as if he could burn it with his anger alone. He'd awakened his Sharingan, but he still lost to the power of the Mokuton. Was he better? That's why Naruto could beat him, right? Sasuke thought, looking back at Naruto, who was looking at the new forest with a satisfied smile on his face. It wasn't that Mokuton was better, or at least not the only one. Sasuke had seen the effort Naruto had put into learning it over the past year. Even with nothing to learn, he had progressed enough to create and control an entire forest. He was an idiot, but Sasuke couldn't deny his ability to learn ninjutsu, even to create them. Sasuke didn't lose to Mokuton. He lost to Naruto Uzumaki. The thought pained him, but at the same time, he was thrilled at the thought of fighting someone who could beat him. He'd been the undisputed top dog in his class for as long as he could remember. Not even Naruto had challenged him to think otherwise. But now, Sasuke sat up, ignoring the sharp pain in his arm, and stared at Naruto until he met his gaze. "You may have won this time, but I don't think it'll be any easier again," he warned. "Now that I have my Sharingan, you'll have to push yourself even harder if you want to keep up with me." Naruto's eyes flashed with challenge. "Then I guess I'll have to use my Mokuton even more." He stood up and offered his hand to Sasuke again. "Come on, you probably have to go to the hospital for that arm." Sasuke sighed and accepted the offered hand. "Yeah, probably," he nodded, gripping his injured arm as he stood up. "You might want to get that burn checked out too." Naruto looked down at his right side, as if he'd forgotten about the wound. A hole the size of the fireball Sasuke shot at him was burned into his jacket, and the skin underneath was... Sasuke frowned. It was barely reddened, almost like a sunburn. The only signs that he'd been burned were the charred edges of the hole in his hoodie. "No, I'm fine," Naruto said, brushing off some ash. "But you destroyed my hoodie." He groaned, tugging at the charred edges. "This was my favorite. You just healed from a fire jutsu burn in the time it took for our training," Sasuke said dryly, hiding his surprise. Naruto really did have exceptional healing. Most people wouldn't complain, but this was my favorite. Sasuke rubbed his face with his good arm, tired. "You're an idiot," he muttered, turning to head back toward the village. "If you're not hurt, you should spend some time fixing this clearing so we don't have to look for a new one." "What?" As Sasuke continued walking away, Naruto groaned. Sasuke smirked as the last thing he heard was, "This is going to be a pain." Chapter 5. Naruto. "Just 5 more minutes," Naruto muttered, hitting the snooze button on his alarm. "Please, I'm tired." Something poked him hard in the side. "Are you in class, idiot?" Naruto slowly opened his eyes and blinked. "Hey, asshole, what are you doing in my room?" "You're in class again, not in your room," Sasuke said tersely, jabbing him in the side again. "Ichiraku, he just asked you a question." Naruto lifted his head from his arms and looked around. Sure enough, the bastard was right. He sat up quickly in his chair, trying unsuccessfully to erase the tiredness from his eyes as he met his teacher's gaze. "Excuse me, what question?" "Ichiraku-sensei." The room filled with laughter, but Ichiraku just looked annoyed. "Naruto, you've been doing much better, and I'm glad you're trying, but that doesn't mean you can sleep through the entire class," she chided. "I won't tolerate a second of it." "Shikamaru." More laughter. Naruto scratched the back of his neck sheepishly. "Sorry, sensei. I didn't sleep much last night," he admitted. "I was cleaning." Ichiraku didn't look convinced, but it was true. Naruto couldn't explain that he was cleaning a forest he'd created to beat Sasuke in a fight. Luckily, Ichiraku didn't insist. "Well, make sure you don't get used to sleeping badly," Ichiraku said. "You're young. You'll need a full night's sleep to get stronger." "Yes, and you really need it," Sasuke added quietly with a mocking smile. "If you ever want to catch up to me, that is." Naruto glared at him, but kept his eyes on Ichiraku. Yes, but what did you ask me, sensei?" Ichiraku sighed. "I asked you what made Shota and Hokage so famous," he explained. "But how have you been sleeping through class?" "Oh," Naruto cheered up, momentarily forgetting his tiredness. "No, I know him, sensei." Ichiraku paused. "Really?" "Yes," Naruto exclaimed. He felt Sasuke kick him in the shin, but ignored it. "The Shodai is my favorite Hokage." Iruka raised an eyebrow. So what made him so famous? Naruto smiled. It's because he was the strongest shinobi in history. He had done a lot of research on the Shodai, both to find the Mokuton ninjutsu, and because he felt his Mokuton meant they were connected. The Hokage Shodai, Asarama Senju, had an incredible Kek Yinkai called Mokuton that allowed him to create wood and plants. Another kick to the shin, and he ignored her again. He trained very hard to master his Mokuton and became known as the shinobi god for his strength. They say he even created all the forests around the village when he founded it. Iruka blinked. Yes, Naruto felt the full attention of the room on him, but he didn't stop smiling. Well done, Iruka said after a moment, nodding. The Shoto was known for its power and that of its Mokuton, a Kekken Janai that no one else ever possessed. The lesson continued after that, with Iruka talking about the Shota, going deeper each time. Naruto normally would have tried to listen more carefully, but he was so tired, and he already knew everything Iruka was saying anyway. Iruka would be angry if he went back to sleep. Probably, but trying to turn the forest he'd created into a clearing had taken so long, and he was already tired of having created it. He didn't want to destroy it, and he wasn't even sure how he would have done it, so he just moved the trees. It was a good thing having Mokuton meant having Doton, otherwise, it probably would have been impossible to move the trees. It had been good practice at controlling them, though, so he couldn't really complain. Though the next time he created a forest during a fight, he'd probably ask Sasuke for help destroying it. That would be good practice for his more destructive jutsu, but he'd still have to clear the area afterward and repair any damage. Phew, he was really going to have to spend hours repairing it every time he used that move. There had to be an easier way to get rid of the trees. He wouldn't ask Sasuke for ideas, but he knew the bastard would just act proud. Speaking of the bastard, he rested his head on his arms, looking down at Sasuke, who definitely wasn't paying any more attention to him than he was. "How's your arm?" he asked quietly. Sasuke held up his left arm to show it bandaged. "I had some hairline fractures, but they used a healing jutsu," he whispered. "The bandages are just for today." Naruto's eyes widened. "They used healing?" Sasuke nodded. "Did you know?" Sasuke's face darkened. "Damn, I hadn't even thought about it. Could you save a lot of time?" "Yes, Naruto, Sasuke," Iruka shouted. Both boys looked up to see the teacher glaring at them. "Just because you're whispering doesn't mean I don't notice you." Naruto scratched the back of his neck sheepishly. "Sorry, Sensei, sorry," Sasuke said tonelessly. Iruka stared at them for a few seconds before nodding. "Okay, don't do that again. Even if you already know, you're disrupting the class." Naruto nodded. If Iruka knew that he already knew and simply didn't want him disrupting the class, it meant he could sleep. He lowered his head cautiously and closed his eyes, waiting a minute to see if Iruka would say anything. When he didn't, Naruto fell asleep. Line break. Sasuke roughly punched Naruto in the side. Naruto jumped, bolted upright, and looked around with wide blue eyes. Everyone was leaving the room, except for Naruto, Sasuke, and of course Shikamaru, who was just as asleep as Naruto. Finally, a tired gaze settled on Sasuke with fury. "What the hell was that, asshole? And where are you going?" "Class is over," Sasuke explained simply, standing up from his seat. "We're going out to train." A grin spread across Naruto's face, and he jumped to his feet, his tiredness forgotten once again. "Great," he exclaimed, running towards the island, causing a murmur of disbelief from Shikamaru. "Now I'm awake. Let's go." Sasuke rolled his eyes at Naruto's instinctive excitement, but sparring was also one of his favorite activities in class. Besides, now that he had a Sharingan, he could even memorize his teammates' moves and use them if he ever needed to. Though he was already the best taijutsu master in the class, the Uchiha clan had long relied on incorporating moves they copied through the Sharingan into their styles. It was part of what made them so feared as enemies. Though he would have to be stealthy, so no one saw his eyes redden, Naruto had made him promise to keep his Kek and Genkai a secret once he acquired them. Otherwise, Naruto keeping as a secret would be unfair. It wasn't really the same, since people expected Sasuke to develop the Sharingan, but it would be nice if he kept it up his sleeve anyway, and added a dark part of his mind. The longer he kept it hidden from the world, the longer he'd have to develop his abilities before that man found out. with the exception of Shikamaru, who fell asleep again right away. Naruto and Sasuke were the last two in the class to arrive at the courtyard. Sasuke was determined to avoid interacting with his classmate unless absolutely necessary, and stayed at the back of the group of students. Naruto, the one person he admitted he didn't mind being around, stayed next to him at the back of the class. "Who do you think we're going to fight today?" he asked quietly. "Hopefully it's one of the clan guys," Sasuke said equally quietly. Even though participating in the fight meant not being able to secretly activate his Sharingan, he didn't want to be bored. Fighting clan taijutsu is much more interesting than standard academy classes, and they're all much better than the other kids, even if they still can't beat us. "Sakura's not that bad," Naruto argued. "She's beaten Ino several times in an even quieter voice," he added, "and she has much better chakra control than any of us." Sasuke's eye twitched. "She also has much less chakra than us." "Everyone in the class does," Naruto pointed out. "I mean, I know you always call me a chakra freak, but compared to everyone else in our class, you are too." Out of curiosity, Sasuke squinted his eyes so they wouldn't be too obvious and activated his Sharingan. Naruto always told him he had larger chakra reserves than the rest of the class, but with his Sharingan, he could see for himself. The Sharingan couldn't see chakra systems as clearly as the Yakugan, but it could still see them. Most of the class wasn't that special. Many had chakras similar to that of a normal adult civilian, which was fine for students still improving, but would require a lot of effort even to reach the genin level. Ino and Sakura had roughly the same amount of chakra, which was a bit surprising. Sasuke expected Ino to have more than Sakura, being from a well-known shinobi clan. He admitted that he wasn't sure if Sakura had more than expected or if Ino had less. The other boys in the Kiba clan, Inada, Choji, and Shino, all had decent reserves, though Sasuke didn't have much to compare them to. Hinata's chakra seemed a little stronger than the others, but he wasn't entirely sure how strong. The Yuga were probably the most powerful clan in Konoha after the Senju and Uchiha, so it wasn't much of a surprise. With Shikamaru still asleep in the classroom, Sasuke would have to see how it compared later. And Naruto Sasuke knew from experience how much chakra that idiot had, but he was still a little surprised looking at him. Naruto's chakra reserves were monstrous. That was the only way Sasuke could describe them. He must have more chakra than the rest of the class combined, and Sasuke had the feeling that even that underestimated him. That was what the Senju clan was like. If so, it was no wonder they were the only ones who truly challenged the Uchiha. When Sasuke looked at himself, he had to contain his surprise. He didn't have Naruto's levels. He wasn't sure anyone did, but he still had more chakra than the rest of the class. Naruto wasn't kidding when he said Sasuke was also a comparatively chakra freak. After deactivating his Sharingan, Sasuke looked back at Naruto. "I suppose you're right," he admitted, "but she's still annoying." "You find everyone annoying," Naruto said bluntly. Sasuke smirked, "though no one more so than you." Bear boys. For the second time that day, Naruto and Sasuke looked up and saw Ichiraku staring at them. "I already warned them once about talking." Naruto laughed nervously. "Sorry, sensei. Sorry." Ichiraku pinched the bridge of his nose. "This is your last warning. If you do that again, I will be forced to punish you. Understand?" They nodded. "Okay, now Naruto, it's your turn to train today. Your opponent dodges." Naruto's face lit up completely. "Oh," he shouted, punching Sasuke. "I'll go first, bastard." Sasuke rolled his eyes. "Try not to break his bones," he muttered. "Yeah, never mind." Naruto waved him off and walked out in front of the other students. Where a year ago there would have been jokes and mockery about the idiot, now people seemed excited. He only truly lost when he fought Sasuke or tried some stupid new trick. Kiba already stood out in front of the class with an almost feral, yet still cautious smile. He wasn't the smartest in the class and had a personality irritatingly similar to Naruto's. But Sasuke knew he was one of the best taijutsu fighters. The Inusuka clan relied heavily on him. His human beast taijutsu was unconventional, but good. "Ready to lose your dog breath?" Naruto joked with his usual cocky grin on his face. "I was going to tell you the same thing, mustache," Kiba retorted. "Don't think you're the best just because you did well on the last exam, guys," Ichiraku said wearily. "This is a friendly competition. No need to talk bad about them." Neither of them responded and sighed. Okay, raise the confrontation seal and wait for my signal to begin. Both Naruto and Kiba raised the seal with disturbingly familiar smiles that never left their faces. As soon as Ichiraku said, "Come," the boys rushed forward, meeting in the center. Sasuke had no doubt who would win the fight, but he discreetly activated his Sharingan to observe. Kiba launched the first attack, a blow aimed at Naruto's chest with impressive force. Unfortunately for him, Naruto was more than used to dealing that and more. He was able to block it with ease, countering with a kick to Kiba's side that sent him flying. Kiba spun around to land on all fours, barely stopping before lunging at Naruto like a rabid beast. Naruto was usually the more aggressive one in any fight he was in, but Sasuke noticed that for once he was fighting defensively. Naruto fluidly dodged most of Kiba's attacks, only attacking in retaliation. It was a stark contrast to his usual way of fighting Sasuke. He would dodge one punch from Kiba and then block the next kick, only then responding with a punch back at Kiba. After about 30 seconds, Kiba jumped back and landed back on 2 feet. "Wow, you've improved a lot," he commented, rubbing his side. "You wouldn't have lasted a year ago." Naruto lunged forward, and Kiba barely had time to block a punch with his left arm. Sasuke grimaced at the sight. "If you're going to talk in the middle of the fight," Naruto began, twisting his body to launch a kick at Kiba's head. "You have to do it without stopping." Kiba barely managed to dodge the head kick that would have likely ended the fight right then and there, jumping back up and flailing his arm in the process. "Ow!" he yelled, falling back on all fours, clearly using his right arm for support. "That hurt like hell." Naruto just smiled as Kiba lunged forward again, resuming his weaving and blocking pattern. It was interesting to see him fight much more defensively. Few fighters were aggressive enough for him to have to, but Sasuke knew the fight wouldn't last much longer. Kiba couldn't move as quickly with his injured left arm, and Naruto counterattacked more and more frequently, wearing his opponent down. Naruto and Kiba were relatively similar fighters who relied on strength and stamina, with Naruto having the advantage. Kiba simply couldn't hurt Naruto as much as Naruto could hurt him, and he wasn't fast or skilled enough to make up the difference like Sasuke was. Another 30 seconds passed, and Naruto landed more and more blows on Kiba until Kiba seemed to grow tired of none of his attacks working. He kicked Naruto out of the way, tripping him up, and then attempted to lunge forward and take advantage of Kiba's imbalance. Unfortunately, Naruto regained his balance too quickly and was knocked aside. As Kiba flew past him, Naruto knocked him to the ground with a hard elbow. Kiba landed roughly, obviously winded, and Naruto brought his foot down where he just hit to steady Kiba. "Ow," he growled. "Kiba, yuck." "Sorry, dog breath," Naruto said, rubbing the back of his neck. "You just gave me an amazing opportunity, you know that?" Kiba growled again. "I'm giving up or whatever. Can you take that stupid foot off me?" "Whoops." Naruto quickly backed away, leaning forward and offering a hand to Kiba when he did. "Good match. I had a lot of fun." Kiba accepted the offered hand without hesitation and was helped to his feet, though he grimaced and started rubbing his back. "Dude, that really hurt," he sighed, "but I guess I can't complain since I was trying to do the same thing." Naruto laughed. "Well, I don't really know how to hold back a punch, you know? When I fight Sasuke, I spend so much time trying to land a hit that I can't focus on hitting softer." Sasuke deactivated his Sharingan and looked at his bandaged arm. Naruto needed to learn to control his blows, but Sasuke wasn't about to be the idiot's test subject. "That's something you two should work on, Naruto," Ichiraku suggested, approaching the two students. "Apart from that, good work. Now form the seal of reconciliation, and we can move on to the next match. Kiba, I suggest you go get checked out by the nurse." "Yes, sensei," Naruto and Kiba said in unison, forming the seal and briefly wrapping their first 2 fingers around each other. When they were finished, Kiba walked over to Shino to pick up Akamaru. Before heading back into the building, Naruto walked back with Sasuke to the back of the class with a proud smile and his fist raised. Sasuke rolled his eyes but bumped fists with him. "Well done. You're not that bad," Sasuke said dryly. "You're just jealous you couldn't go first," Naruto retorted. Ichiraku called out the next two to fight, two civilian children whom Sasuke didn't care much for watching. They both used the academy's standard taijutsu and still weren't very good at it. I wouldn't fault them too much if they seemed to be really trying hard to learn, but even without his Sharingan, he could predict where most of their moves were going. "You had your Sharingan on during the fight," Naruto whispered. Sasuke nodded. "Not that it'll be much use considering I already know how you fight, and I don't think Kia's way of fighting will be very useful to me." "Oh, that sucks." HN. The fight between the two civilian kids ended much faster than Naruto and Kiba's. One of them landed a lucky blow on the other that sent them both to the ground quickly. It was kind of pathetic. He probably wasn't even going to leave a mark, and if he did, it wouldn't be much worse than a minor bruise. Seriously, these kids wanted to be shinobi. Naruto hadn't been much better last year, but at least he always got up until he physically couldn't. The following fights weren't any more remarkable. Shino soundly defeated a civilian child so quickly that it wasn't even worth Sasuke activating his Sharingan. Shikamaru was called away to fight Hinata, but Ichiraku realized he was still inside and sent Choji to find him. Another civilian child ended up fighting Hinata and was easily defeated. Despite his shyness, he belonged to the main branch of the Yuga clan and knew his clan's techniques. Shikamaru and Choji were told to fight upon their return, but Shikamaru simply gave in. Though not surprisingly, Sasuke was still disappointed that he couldn't see them fight with their Sharingan, especially Shikamaru. Sasuke was eager to see the lazy genius fight seriously for once. Sasuke called Ichiraku, pulling him out of his thoughts. "Since Shikamaru gave up, would you like to fight Choji instead?" Sasuke thought for a second before nodding. "Sure." He walked to the front of the class, ignoring everyone's stares. He didn't mind the attention. He preferred to fight in the forest clearing where it was just him and his opponent. Without saying anything, he stopped a few feet from Choji and lifted the confrontation seal. Choji looked nervous and glanced at Ichiraku, but returned the confrontation seal anyway. "Begin," Ichiraku said. Sasuke lunged, closing the distance between them so quickly that Choji barely had time to raise his arms to block a punch. Sasuke didn't give him a chance to counterattack, immediately spinning around to kick Choji in the side. A move Naruto had used against him so many times that he didn't even need his Sharingan to memorize it. Unlike when Naruto used it against Kiba, Choji didn't fly away, but he still lost his breath. Choji attempted to counter with a punch, but Sasuke dodged, reluctant to be tested, and Choji lived up to his clan's reputation for physical strength. Taking advantage of his opponent's larger size, Sasuke sidestepped and launched a kick to the back of his knees. Choji stumbled, but didn't fall like most others. Before he could recover, Sasuke shoved him forward, knocking him down. Once Choji fell, Sasuke knelt down to pin his hands behind his back and looked at Ichiraku. He won. Sasuke let Choji up and quickly formed the seal of reconciliation before returning to Naruto. The class's attention didn't leave him, no matter how much he wanted it to. Naruto held out his fist for another fist bump, and Sasuke complied before putting his hands in his pockets. "You always end fights so quickly," Naruto commented as the next two students were called over. "You don't get bored." It got a little boring, but he wasn't going to drag a fight out unnecessarily. He needed to be efficient. Anything less would get him killed when he finally sought revenge. "Keeping my skills up to date is more important than having fun." Naruto rolled his eyes. "You're so dramatic, always trying to make yourself look interesting. It's better than acting like an idiot all the time." Naruto looked like he was about to insult Sasuke, but then his gaze shifted to the front as Sakura was called up to fight another boy from outside the clan. For reasons Sasuke didn't even try to understand, she'd always liked the idiot quite a bit. Sakura partially suspected that Naruto was simply attracted to her vibrant hair, but that was as far as Sasuke was willing to go on the matter. Sakura was a passable student. She was the best kunoichi in the class, which was no easy feat with a Yuga as a rival. But Sasuke doubted she'd do anything beyond what was required for the class. Her Academy Taijutsu technique was perfect, if a little stiff, and she was able to defeat her opponent. Still, Sasuke realized she didn't train outside of class. She could make a decent kunoichi if she put her mind to it, especially with the chakra control Naruto mentioned, but she'd have to put in more effort. But Sasuke wasn't going to be the one to push her to do it, unless he ended up as the third member of his and Naruto's team. Line break. Good work, Sakura. Sakura looked at her teammates until her gaze fell on the shiny blonde hair at the nape of her neck. As always, Naruto had a radiant smile. He felt a strange sense of pride at receiving his praise and couldn't help but smile, though a year ago he would have taken it with humor. Surprisingly, he had quickly become one of the strongest in the class. As always, Naruto was standing next to Sasuke. They had been practically inseparable in class since Naruto started getting stronger. This annoyed Ino and some of the other girls to no end. Sakura was also annoyed at first until she noticed how different Sasuke behaved with Naruto compared to the others. The two boys joked around, and Sasuke talked to Naruto a lot more than he did to anyone else in the class. Just hearing them talk allowed her to learn more about Sasuke's personality than ever before. It was nice watching him, actually. Sakura had always thought Sasuke's brooding, quiet demeanor was cool, but compared to how he acted around Naruto, he just seemed sad. Sakura vaguely remembered what Sasuke was like before, and being around Naruto seemed to bring that out. Seeing how he behaved around Naruto also helped her understand how annoyed he was with the way everyone else behaved around him. Sakura knew she was just as guilty as many other kids in the class, but she tried to stop teasing him so much. She had even started sitting to Naruto's right in most classes so that no one else would occupy it and try to upset them both. She'd be lying if she said she wasn't still in love with him. He was great. She finally realized she already had a lot to deal with after what happened to her clan, and that her earlier behavior was probably terribly insensitive. It was no wonder Sasuke only got along with Naruto. She didn't know what had happened to Naruto's parents, but she did know he was an orphan. He probably understood Sasuke's feelings better than Sakura did. He couldn't imagine his life without his parents. Upon returning to Ino, Sakura felt a little guilty about how she had treated the two boys earlier. Sure, Naruto had been very harsh on her earlier, but that had lessened considerably. Now that she had a friend, it wasn't so bad anymore, now that he wasn't constantly pestering her to hang out with him. Chapter 6. Naruto was in heaven. He was running through a forest surrounded by nature. He loved it. Every tree felt like it was his own. His chakra senses expanded almost infinitely. It probably would have been overwhelming anywhere else, but here it felt perfect. He felt like all of nature was under his control, as if he could reshape and control the entire forest without even using a hand seal. After running for what seemed like an eternity, he came across a stream, but it wasn't filled with water like a normal stream, but rather filled with ramen. He screamed, running and diving into the stream. Ramen. He mumbled as chopsticks materialized in his hands. He lunged, shoveling noodles into his mouth nonstop. If he were with Sasuke, he knew the bastard would insult him for his lack of grace, but this was heaven, and he didn't care. The sky was a beautiful orange. He could feel nature surrounding him even more than in the village's forests. And there was a torrent of ramen. Not even the bastard's insults could bring him out of this paradise. Naruto shot out of bed at the sound of the alarm clock, slamming his hand down on the alarm clock on his right. He winced at the sound of something breaking, peering cautiously, and sighed as he found himself staring at a broken alarm clock. "It's the third one," he murmured, pulling his hand back to inspect it. Luckily, there were no splinters stuck in it this time. They healed quickly, but they were a pain to remove. Still, he mourned the loss of another alarm clock and the cruel departure from his heavenly dream of nature and ramen. Or at least, that's what he did until he suddenly remembered what day it was. Getting out of bed with a smile on his face, Naruto ran to change into his favorite orange jumpsuit. It was his graduation day. He would finally officially begin his journey toward the title of Hokage, and he was excited beyond belief. When he was fully dressed in his usual clothes, he ran to the kitchen and made a bowl of ramen. Sasuke claimed that it wasn't healthy to eat ramen every day, but Sasuke couldn't cure practically everything in less than a day either, so his opinions on Naruto's health weren't valid. Naruto got by just fine on ramen. He had learned that it was good to have multiple clocks in the house after the first time he broke one of his alarm clocks. The man from the kitchen and dining hall told him he still had an hour until he got to the academy. Normally, he wouldn't have woken up this early, but he had to make sure he wasn't late. Sasuke would never forget it if he was late. After finishing the ramen and throwing it away, Naruto ran to the bathroom to brush his teeth and make sure his hair looked good. He also made sure to pick it up and imagine what it would look like with the headband he knew he'd soon be given. With 30 minutes left until the academy started, Naruto grabbed his backpack and sped across town. He couldn't wait. He barely noticed the stairs as he ran through the village, too excited to even think about it. Today was the day. Today he would begin earning the village's respect and admiration by becoming a shinobi. He saw some of his comrades already there waiting outside the gate when he arrived at the academy. Seeing that Sasuke hadn't arrived yet, Naruto stopped by the tree with a swing and touched the ground with 2 fingers. He had more experience sensing Sasuke's chakra than anyone and could easily feel it rushing toward him. With a satisfied smirk, he turned to where Sasuke had come from. "I beat you, bastard," he declared as Sasuke stopped in front of him. "Ancient," Sasuke grunted, but Naruto knew him well enough to know he was a little upset about losing. "You destroyed another alarm clock. How did you know?" Sasuke smirked. "You can't wake up more than half an hour before school starts without breaking something." Naruto frowned. He hated that Sasuke was right. "Whatever, bastard," he grumbled. And Sasuke just smirked even more. "Ready for the test?" Sasuke raised an eyebrow. "I should ask you that. You really studied, didn't you? Because I'd love to be on a team with someone who could actually keep up with you. And it would be a shame if they took that away from me for being an idiot." Sometimes Naruto hated Sasuke. "Of course I studied, because I'm not an idiot." He glared at him. "It's because of you that I've been studying for years. I wouldn't stop for the only exam that really matters to me." "I had to make sure," Sasuke shrugged, "because it definitely didn't occur to you to study before I suggested it." Naruto shoved Sasuke in the shoulder. "Well, you made sure to practice your ninjutsu, because we both know you could always use a little help there." Sasuke scoffed. "Yeah, right. I know more jutsu than you do, idiot. But mine are way cooler. You only think that because you're putting unnecessary amounts of chakra into all of them." "Well, right." Naruto smirked. "You said I have incredible Senju reserves. Might as well use them, huh? If that whole clan acted like you did, I can see why it took them and the Uchiha a millennium." "Stop fighting and create the village," Sasuke said tersely, walking past him. "Come on, the gates just opened." Excitement surged in Naruto's chest, and he turned around, following Sasuke to the academy. Line break. Surprisingly, the written exam for graduation wasn't that difficult. As he had told Sasuke, Naruto had studied hard for the exam. He was pretty sure he'd passed the ninjutsu and taijutsu sections, though he was still terrible at jinjutsu, so most of his studying went into the written section. He might excel at ninjutsu and taijutsu, but if he failed the written section, it would be the end of him. He'd also have to master jinjutsu, and for some reason, he couldn't use it to save his life. The most he could do was run away from him, and even that was something he'd only learned after Sasuke decided to start abusing the Sharingan Jinjutsu during their training, but he was pretty sure he could have at least passed the exam without studying. Most of it seemed to revolve around practical things a shinobi would need to know rather than the boring history that Naruto was only interested in when it involved the Senju clan. He probably wouldn't have done as well as he was sure he would without studying, but he'd been more stressed than necessary. The taijutsu portion hadn't been difficult either. Unlike other tests where they faced other students, for the graduation exam, they faced their senseis with a 5-minute time limit each. During those 5 minutes, they had to resist the teacher at all times or defeat him if they were skilled enough. Naruto managed the latter against Ichiraku and Sasuke against Mitsuki. Now, they only had the ninjutsu phase left, which Naruto was sure would be the easiest so far. They only had to demonstrate skill in the 3 academy techniques: the cloning technique, the body replacement technique, and the transformation technique. Naruto could perform the last 2 without a problem, and he'd already proven that the first one technically only required a clone jutsu. He still couldn't mold enough chakra for the standard clone jutsu, but creating water clones was practically second nature to him at this point. The only thing that really sucked was, why do we always have to leave last? He grumbled, resting his forehead on the table. "It's not fair." "HN," Sasuke grunted. "Nod. They should go by rank instead of last name." Naruto sighed and lifted his head from the desk. "Could be worse, I guess," he muttered, looking at Ino. At least we're not last. Shikamaru emerged from the testing room, unsurprisingly wearing a forehead protector. As lazy as he was probably the smartest person Naruto knew. He would definitely approve. However, Naruto found it a little odd that he decided to put it on his arm. It was called a forehead protector. Luckily, there were only a couple of boys with last names among new, which meant he and Sasuke would be able to go soon. Even though he knew Sasuke would be proud to go before him, Naruto couldn't contain his excitement. Sasuke Yukiya, Ichiraku called, coming out of the room after another boy with a forehead protector left. Your turn. As expected, Sasuke smirked at Naruto before standing up and entering the room behind Ichiraku. Naruto didn't doubt that Sasuke would pass, as he was still Rookie of the Year and kept rubbing it in his face, but he still decided to sharpen his senses to perceive what was happening in the room. The first thing Naruto sensed was Sasuke using very small amounts of chakra to create 2 clones, probably making it look easy even though Naruto could tell that he hated the cloning jutsu almost as much as he did. After dispelling the clones, his chakra flared briefly, and his location abruptly shifted to another spot in the room. Finally, after walking back to where he had been before, Sasuke's chakra flared again in what must have been an elimination transformation. Shortly after, Sasuke left the room with a sneer and a forehead protector. Naruto had gotten pretty good at reading him and could tell Sasuke was really excited. He'd never point that out to anyone else, though. Naruto was already on his feet and walking toward the door before Ichiraku came out and called after him, fist-bumping Sasuke along the way. There were benefits to having your best friend's last name come right before yours. Best friend. They've been hanging out almost daily for years, but Naruto didn't think he'd ever thought of it that way before. But he was right, wasn't he? Although at first it was just a way to get stronger, at some point they started hanging out outside of training too. Naruto believed some of his classmates were also friends, like Shikamaru and Choji, but he didn't spend as much time with them as he did with Sasuke. Sasuke Yukiya was truly his best friend. Shaking off that thought, Naruto followed Ichiraku into the testing room and stood in front of the desk. Ichiraku sat on the left and Mitsuki on the right, with what looked like a horrible black eye that Naruto knew was Sasuke's doing from the taijutsu exam. Yuka had a pleasant smile, but Mitsuki's looked fake. There was something odd about him, though Naruto only noticed it after Sasuke corrected his aim. Very well, Naruto. Ichiraku began. Please start by creating 2 clones. Nodding, Naruto raised his hands in the tiger's seal and began to accumulate Suiton chakra in his stomach. Suiton, water clone jutsu, exclaimed, exhaling enough water to form 2 identical copies of himself. Ready, they said in unison. Well done, Ichiraku praised, already used to his water clones. Now please wait. Mitsuki interrupted. It's impressive that Naruto is able to use the water clone jutsu at his age. Her expression suggested she didn't think so, but it's not fair to allow him to get away with avoiding the clone jutsu when all the other students had to do it. Naruto's heart sank, but Ichiraku-sensei told me. I already spoke to the Hokage about it, Ichiraku said calmly, looking at Mitsuki. He knows of Naruto's vast chakra reserves and how difficult it must be to create a standard clone of him. The Lord Kage made sure to specify proficiency in any cloning jutsu, not just the standard one. Naruto sighed in relief. Mitsuki looked irritated for a second, but his face quickly calmed down. Okay. Ichiraku nodded and turned to Naruto. Now, please send your clones outside before dispelling them, so I don't have to clean up the water again. Yes, sensei. Naruto greeted as his clones walked out the door of the testing room that led to the courtyard. As soon as the door closed behind them, Naruto interrupted the flow of chakra. There. Thanks, Ichiraku said with a smile. I'm still surprised you can create so much water so easily, but that doesn't make cleaning any more fun. Naruto scratched the back of his neck sheepishly. Anyway, now you have to prove your prowess with the body replacement jutsu. Please replace yourself with that chair. The chair was at the edge of the room, and Naruto focused on it before going over 5 signs. Tiger, boar, ox, dog, and snake. He and Sasuke had been trying to narrow down the number of seals they needed for such a useful jutsu lately, but he wasn't going to risk failure just to be fancy. He eased himself into the chair, looked at Iruka and Mitsuki to make sure they saw him before going through the hand signs to position himself again and return to his starting point. Good, Iruka praised. Mitsuki didn't comment. Now for the transformation. Please transform into me. Naruto. Naruto sighed. You take all the fun out of it, he muttered, but made the dog, boar, and ram signs before transforming into a perfect copy of Iruka, instead of the sexy jutsu like he'd wanted. Ready, pleased. Ecstatic. Iruka nodded, because that means you passed. Congratulations, Naruto. He held up one of his forehead protectors and offered it to him. You've earned it handsomely. I'm so proud of you. You've even earned one of the top spots in the class. After breaking out of the transformation, Naruto beamed and ran over to snatch Iruka's forehead protector. Thank you, Iruka-sensei, he exclaimed, immediately wrapping it around his head. This is my first step toward becoming an Hokage. Believe it. Iruka smiled proudly. I'm sure you do. Now you'll definitely want to brag about that in class. He got up from his chair and walked around the desk. There were still a few students who needed to take the test. Naruto nodded enthusiastically and ran back to the classroom door, meeting Sasuke's gaze as soon as he stepped through. With a grin, he tapped the metal of his forehead protector with his thumb. I did it, he declared. I passed. Sasuke rolled his eyes. Of course, idiot. Despite his words, he offered his fist to Naruto as he approached their seats. We're officially shinobi, and this is just the beginning, Naruto said, fist-bumping Sasuke and sitting down. Believe it. The exam didn't take long to end. After Ino, the last to leave, received her forehead protector, Iruka and Mitsuki left the exam room to stand in front of the class. Well done. Everyone passing, Iruka said cheerfully. I'm so proud of all of you. Although I'm sad that this is almost the end of our time together, I know you will all grow up to be great shinobi. And remember, if any of you ever need my help, don't hesitate to come to me, and I'll do my best to help you. Our last class together will be in 2 days. You're not expected to come tomorrow, but you are expected to show up for your shinobi registration photo. When you arrive in 2 days, you'll be assigned to your teams and ascensioning. Any questions? There were a few, but Naruto ignored them. He was finally a shinobi, maybe just a genin, but it was the first step on his path to becoming an Hokage. He'd proven all his doubters wrong and would soon earn the respect of the entire village. He just hoped they'd assign him a clever sensei. Sasuke seemed convinced they would be on the same team, and Naruto was just going to trust him. Line break. Hey, old man. Naruto greeted cheerfully. What do you need? Sasuke, as always, rolled his eyes at Naruto's complete lack of formality and focused on the Hokage. You summoned us? The Hokage nodded and made a simple hand gesture. The Ambu who had gathered them disappeared, leaving them alone with the Hokage. Yes, he nodded, taking a drag from his pipe. First of all, I'd like to congratulate you both on becoming genin. Sasuke didn't react, but Naruto beamed. Thanks, old man. I worked very hard. The Hokage smiled grandfatherly. I hope your senseis didn't give you any trouble with your water clone jutsu? He asked. I told Iruka I was fine, but Mitsuki tried to say something, but Iruka-sensei told her you were fine, and she fell over, Naruto explained happily. Iruka-sensei only asked me to take it out before we dispersed them, so he wouldn't have to clean up the water. Good, good. A glint flashed in Lokage's eyes at the mention of Mitsuki, but Sasuke couldn't decipher it before it died away. It's certainly impressive for someone your age to master that jutsu, but from what I understand, the ability to create water clones only scratches the surface of what you can do, Naruto. His gaze shifted to Sasuke, staring right at him. You too, Sasuke. Though I must admit, I was rather surprised you decided to use the Ukiya archives to help Naruto. Sasuke shoved his hands in his pockets, his face expressionless. I couldn't have improved without an equal to train with. I'm well aware that having a rival allows you to surpass yourself, the Hokage said knowingly, and that rivals can achieve great things when they work together. Hey, is that your way of saying you'll put us on the same team, old man? Naruto asked excitedly. The Hokage chuckled. I'm afraid you'll have to wait until tomorrow to find out. Naruto practically fell apart, and the Hokage chuckled again before his face suddenly softened and took on a much more serious expression. No, I've summoned you to discuss something far more important. Sasuke narrowed his eyes with growing suspicion. You mean, yes, the Hokage said bluntly. The matter I wish to discuss is your respective Kek and Jinenkai. The idiot's eyes widened in surprise, but Sasuke remained calm. Do you know? Sasuke asked. Of course. The Hokage took another long drag on his pipe. I am the Hokage. I would not miss the rebirth of two of the most legendary Kek and Jinenai the world has ever known. He smiled wryly at Naruto. Anyone who had spent time with the Shodai would recognize the touch of a Mokuton user in that forest clearing. Did you know the Shodai? Naruto exclaimed. Do you know any jutsu? Why didn't you tell us before? Sasuke interrupted. I've had my Sharingan for over a year, and Naruto has had the Mokuton for even longer. Why are you only telling us about it now that we're Genin? Because you two were training well and keeping your abilities a secret, the Hokage explained. I had no reason to intervene, though I helped a little. At Sasuke's inquisitive look, he added, I made sure no one else found them training in the clearing and that nothing interfered with their access to the Ukiah archives. As much as Sasuke hated to admit it, he'd never considered the possibility of someone stumbling upon them while they trained, nor the possibility of something interfering with their access to the jutsus he and Naruto were meant to learn. Apparently, he had Hokage to thank. Now then, why am I only talking to you two? Hokage continued, sparing Sasuke from his gratitude. I wanted to ask how much longer you planned to keep Sukai's secret. Wordlessly, Sasuke looked at Naruto and held his gaze. They had talked about it for a bit. Originally, they were only going to start showing off once they became Genin, but then Naruto decided he wanted a bigger spectacle, a giant prank on the entire village. It didn't take Sasuke long to think of a suitable time for that. Turning to the Hokage, Naruto said, we wanted to show off during the exams. Chunin Sasuke says the next ones are already here, so it's perfect. The Chunin exams. The Hokage put down his pipe and stared at them. The Hokage had been an old man for as long as Sasuke could remember, but for once Sasuke could feel the power behind his gaze. An ideal time to show off Konoha's power to the other villages, as long as they were confident they could control their abilities for that long. Yes, we can, Sasuke said confidently. He trained without the Sharingan as much as with it, and Naruto trains with Suiton and Doton as much as with Mokuton. Naruto nodded. Yes, old man, believe it. After watching them closely for a few seconds, the Hokage nodded. Then I'll continue hiding your Kek and Jinkai in the village. I only have one request. Don't hide it from your classmates, not even your Chunin sensei. Naruto tilted his head. Of course, if we did, we wouldn't be able to train. Sasuke grunted. As our Jounin sensei, Hokage's face remained irritatingly undisguisable. Be strong. I see no reason to hide our true ability from them. Hokage smiled. Of course, both of them will have a good Chunin sensei. I wouldn't settle for anything else. Sasuke felt a twitch in his eye. You're not going to tell us if we're on the same team or not. The Hokage just kept giving them a fatherly smile, and Sasuke sighed. Okay, we won't, old man. Fight me. A voice even louder than Naruto's shouted. A grimace suddenly appeared on Hokage's face, and Sasuke and Naruto turned toward the door just in time for a brown-haired boy wearing a metallic cap and a hairpin to burst into the room. A shout of "Oh no!" and a man dressed in a blue jumpsuit appeared in the doorway. At the same time, the little brown-haired boy stumbled and fell headfirst to the ground. Ow! He cried, quickly getting up with a hand on his head. Damn it! Who set you up? He asked, glaring at Naruto and Sasuke. Who is this kid? Naruto asked, looking foolish. Sasuke narrowed his eyes. The boy looked vaguely familiar. Hey! The boy exclaimed, standing up, his gaze fixed between Naruto and Sasuke. What did you do? I know you did something. The boy walked over to Naruto and lifted him up by his shirt almost effortlessly. You tripped yourself, idiot, Naruto yelled. Naruto, calling someone an idiot, Sasuke muttered. How nice. Naruto looked like he was 3 seconds away from throwing the boy at Sasuke when a man in the blue jumpsuit yelled. Hey, Naruto, let him go. That's Mr. Hokage's grandson. The little brat looked at Naruto smugly. Go ahead, throw me, he yelled. He seemed to genuinely believe Naruto would give up. Sasuke braced himself and caught the boy Naruto immediately threw at him. He considered simply dodging, but it was probably better that Hokage's grandson not get killed. Do you think I care, idiot? Naruto yelled. Sasuke dropped the boy to the ground before he even noticed he'd been caught, and the boy fell to the ground. Instead of bursting into tears like most children, he looked at Naruto as if he'd just hung the stars. Did you really throw me away? Yes, and I'll do it again, little one. Ebisu interrupted the Hokage wearily. The man in the blue jumpsuit stood at attention. Please bring Konohamaru out. I have one more thing to discuss with young Naruto. Yes, Lord Hokage. Ebisu gave Naruto a withering look before grabbing the boy by the arm and practically dragging him out of the room. Konohamaru's wide eyes never left Naruto's as Ebisu scolded him. When they were gone, Naruto and Sasuke turned to the exasperated-looking Hokage. I apologize for my high-strung grandson, he said, pinching the bridge of his nose. He seems to think that if he surprise attacks me and defeats me, he'll become Hokage. Well, if he wants to be Hokage, he'll have to fall in line, Naruto exclaimed, frowning at the now-closed door. You better not think he's going to be Hokage just because he's your grandson. The Hokage smiled fondly again. Yes, Naruto. Konohamaru's relationship with me won't grant him any special privileges on his path to becoming Hokage. I'm glad you understand of all people. Naruto looked back at Hokage and tilted his head. Sasuke sighed. He says the same applies to you, idiot. Being a Senju will magically turn you into Hokage. Naruto's eyes lit up in understanding, and Sasuke suppressed the urge to roll his eyes. Yeah, right. I don't want to be an Hokage just for my family. I want to be an Hokage because I earn it. Fine, said the Hokage. Many would think otherwise. Now that we're talking about your family, he reached into his desk and pulled something out. A wristband that seemed to have symbols engraved on it. He placed it on the desk and pushed it toward Naruto. I'm sure you two have theories about how exactly Naruto manifested the Mokuton, right? Well, it's because I'm a Senju, right? Naruto asked, looking at the bandage. I'm related to the Shodai, aren't I? And what's that? Yes, you're related to Asarama and Ju, the Hokage confirmed, but not as directly as you're probably assuming. Naruto frowned. What do you mean? He's not directly related to the Shodai. That left him. He's related to the Naidame, right? Sasuke asked. Tobirama's Senju, brother of the Shodai. The Hokage nodded. Yes, Sasuke. And that indicated the wrapping that Naruto still hadn't stopped looking at. It was his. I want you to have it, Naruto. No offense, old man. But it's just a wristband, Naruto said bluntly. The Hokage chuckled. He steps back and channels some chakra into the symbols. Naruto looked at him curiously. Trust me, Naruto. Okay. Naruto picked up the wrapping and took a few steps back, closing his eyes. The symbols on the wrapping briefly glowed orange, and then a large, sheathed katana appeared in Naruto's hands. Wow, what the hell? That was Tobirama-sensei's sword, the Hokage explained. He kept it sealed in his wrist for easy access, and only someone in his family could access it. Naruto's eyes widened. You're going to give it to me? Of course, the Hokage said. You deserve to have something that belongs to your family. Besides, Tobirama-sensei designed it to channel Suidan Chakra. I think I could really benefit from it with some Ninjutsu training. Just channel chakra back into the seal to draw it back in. Naruto frowned. The seal glowed orange again as he brought the sword close and channeled chakra, and the sword disappeared inside in a puff of smoke. Cool, he exclaimed, staring in amazement at the wristband. He quickly slipped it over his left wrist and ran over to the desk. Thanks, old man. You're welcome, Naruto. The lines on his face tightened as he smiled again. Try not to hurt yourself before someone teaches you how to use it. Okay? I can't promise anything, Naruto exclaimed shamelessly. But I heal fast, so it's no problem. You idiot, Sasuke muttered. Hey, bastard, I can stab you now, so shut up. Sasuke rolled his eyes. You'd have to touch me with that sword to stab me, and I don't think you can do that. Naruto opened his mouth to retort, but then something must have occurred to him because he turned to the Hokage with a suddenly serious expression. Elder, his voice trailed off. If you know I'm descended from an Naidame, then you know who my parents are. Sasuke wondered as well. He had initially assumed Naruto was related to Tsunade of the Sannin, the last known Senju, but that was clearly a mistake if he was descended from the Naidame, and not the Shodai. But if there had been other Senju, why did no one know about them? And why did Naruto call himself Uzumaki? Judging by Hokage's expression, they weren't going to get answers to their questions. I'm afraid I can't tell you, Naruto, the Hokage said quietly. Your parents made many dangerous enemies. I can't risk endangering you by revealing who they were, not when you're already in danger from your Kakenjanai. Oh, Naruto's face darkened, and he began to fiddle with the bandage on his wrist. They love me, he asked so quietly that Sasuke barely heard him. The Hokage smiled sadly. Most of all, Naruto, I know they would be here with you if they had a choice, but they were taken from us long before they should have been. He looked at the two boys, his gaze still unreadable, though they would be happy to be friends. Friends? Sasuke was a little surprised not to hear that. When he'd first started considering Naruto a friend, he'd started hanging out with him with the intention of sparring against a rival, but he'd also eaten more ramen since he'd started training with Naruto than at any other time. Naruto was probably the only person he considered friend. You must kill your closest friend. Sasuke closed his eyes tightly, as if that would free him from the voice. How had he not noticed before? He had played into Itachi's hands by befriending Naruto. He hadn't meant to. Sasuke, Naruto asked, snapping him out of his thoughts. Ready to go. HN, Sasuke grunted, digging his nails into his palms inside his pockets. He couldn't think about that now. Not with Hokage's gaze on him. Let's go. With a simple goodbye, ignoring Hokage's almost omniscient gaze, he and Naruto left the office. Normally, they would have gone to the forest clearing to train, but not today. With team duties the next day, Sasuke figured they'd better get a good night's rest. Naruto could recover in the time it takes to sleep, but Sasuke didn't have that advantage. Do you want to go to Ichiraku's? Naruto asked when they got outside. Sasuke shook his head. Not today, Naruto. He thought, if it's the old man calling us, we're friends, Sasuke interrupted. Naruto blinked in surprise. Rivals, I just need to think. Okay, Naruto said slowly. See you tomorrow. HN. Sasuke forced a smile. When they put us on the same team, Naruto grinned. Yeah, when? He extended his fist. See you tomorrow, bastard. Sasuke punched him. See you tomorrow, idiot. Chapter 7. I can't believe this is really the last time we're coming here, Naruto said, looking around the classroom. It wasn't his favorite place. He really hated going to class. He learned a lot more training with Sasuke, but it was something he had to do to become a shinobi. So he had diligently attended every day since he'd been allowed to go. Sometimes he was late, yes, but his attendance was perfect except for the lateness because he never got sick. And now, this would be the last time he'd go to class. I'm glad we don't have to waste time with useless lessons anymore, Sasuke muttered. We should have graduated years ago. Naruto shrugged. Maybe I'm just happy to graduate. He tugged at his bandage, fighting the urge to draw his katana. Do you think our sensei will know that jutsu? Probably to some extent, Sasuke surmised. Hoing are supposed to be competent in many areas. They may not be experts, but they should at least be able to help. You talk like you know you'll be on the same team, Kiba interrupted. Do you know we're forming our teams today? There's no guarantee you'll be put together. Sasuke turned in his seat to glare at Kiba, and Kiba quickly raised his hands in surrender. Okay, sure, you'll be on the same team. I hope our Joun is great, Naruto said, completely ignoring Kiba. I'll be pissed at the old man if he gives us some weird. HN, after a few minutes of his now ex-teammates gradually entering, Ichiraku entered and headed to the front. Attention everyone, he shouted, silencing the group immediately. From today on, you are true shinobi, but you are still mere genin. The hard part has just begun. Naruto smiled. He couldn't wait. In the coming weeks, the village will begin assigning you tasks. Today, you will be assigned your 3 teams and your sense-yunin. You will follow the instructions of your assigned sense-yunin according to the missions and work with your teams. Do not disobey your sensei. He glared at a few students, including Naruto and Sasuke. We consider many factors when creating these teams, such as compatibility and abilities. But if you have any questions, I ask that you at least wait until the end. Now for the teams. Naruto sat on the edge of his seat when Ichiraku started listing the teams, but the first 6 were people he barely knew. Mostly kids who had always treated him terribly, even after he started improving in class. because of things his parents apparently said about him, which had bothered him a bit until Sasuke convinced him that none of them mattered. Next up, Team 7. Sakura Uruno perked up, Naruto looking at the pink-haired girl to his right. Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto sucked in a breath, and to his left he could see Sasuke sucking in a breath too. And Sasuke Uchiha. Yes, Naruto shouted, bolting upright in his seat and pumping his fists. Oh, Ichiraku glared at him, and he quickly sat down. Sorry, sensei. Team 8 is made up of Kibinusa, Inada Yuga, Shino, Aburame. Ichiraku continued, keeping an eye on Naruto. Team New is still active since last year, and Team 10 is made up of Shikamaru, Ino Yamanaka, and Koji Akimichi. Ino groaned loudly. Ichiraku left the team list. Any questions? Isn't it tradition for the Rookie of the Year to be on the same team as the last? A girl asked. When Naruto turned to look at her, she gave him and Sakura a very obvious look. Sasuke shouldn't be on a team with me, to balance things out. Naruto could see the twitch in Ichiraku's eye, even from the second row. Yes, we traditionally consider balancing a team's overall strength that way, but it's not a rule. Ichiraku explained. Sakura, Naruto, and Sasuke were considered an ideal team. Like Teams 8 and 10, they were decided by how their individual abilities would work together. Being at the bottom of the class doesn't guarantee being among the best. The girl's face turned dark, and Naruto stuck his tongue out at her. Any more questions? Ichiraku asked, seeing that no one said anything. He nodded. Okay, there'll be a 1-hour break. I suggest you take this time to meet your teams. If you haven't already, when you get back, you'll meet Suinin Sensei. Line break. We should make Ichiraku famous, Naruto suggested as soon as they left. Sasuke rolled his eyes. You dragged me to Ichiraku's after passing the test. But that was 2 days ago, Naruto argued. And you can never have too much. Ichiraku looked at Sakura. You want to go to Ichiraku's? Sasuke can't refuse, even if it's 2 for 1. Is that ramen place, right? Sakura asked. And Naruto's excited nod. She shrugged. Sure, I've been there a few times. It's cool. Naruto raised his fist. Ichiraku time. He shouted and immediately walked off in that direction. Sasuke followed him seemingly without a second thought, and Sakura stared at the boys' retreating figures for a few seconds before following them. When she was put on the same team as Naruto and Sasuke, she was almost sure her heart sank. She didn't know if it was because she was put on the same team as Sasuke or because she was put on a team with the 2 most powerful members of her class. But either way, she felt a little out of place. It didn't help that they were so clearly best friends. She'd sincerely hoped they'd just ditch her, but Naruto insisted the 3 of them spend the holidays together. She was also pretty sure she'd felt what she could only describe as killing intent from some of the other kids in the class, especially that girl who'd intentionally stayed at the back of the class to get on Sasuke's team. So she was glad to get out of the building fast. They all chatted aimlessly on the way to Ichiraku's, and Naruto dragged her into the conversation without a second thought. He and Sasuke insulted each other a lot. It was quite funny to hear, and he didn't even feel the need to defend Sasuke like he usually did if someone insulted him. If their bond wasn't obvious enough in class, just watching them talk for a minute would make it clear. Even if half the words were threats and insults. Like Sasuke, I'm going to stab you for real, Naruto threatened. I have the sword now and everything. Sasuke sneered. You don't even know how to use a sword. I bet you'd cut off your finger if you tried. Do you really want to try that? Naruto raised his left arm and revealed a wrist guard Sakura had never seen. Symbols flashed briefly on it. And then, shit. Naruto, you have a sword? She yelled. Naruto blinked, slowly turning back to her and looking at the sheathed katana in his Yasakura hand. Oh, yeah, it's new. And it's sealed in your wrist. Of the 2 of them, Sakura definitely wouldn't have expected Naruto to be the one with a sealed sword. That's pretty cool. Naruto's face lit up. Really, thanks. He didn't make it. Sasuke interrupted. He's not smart enough for that. He inherited it. Yummy. Naruto frowned sharply and turned to hold the sheathed sword against Sasuke's chest. He could learn few Ninjutsu if he wanted to. Yeah, right? No, seriously, I could. I don't know. Naruto, Sakura chimed in. It's like the hardest shinobi art. Naruto looked at her, his eyes wide open. You too, Sakura. I'll learn Fujitsu someday, just to prove them wrong. Sasuke rolled his eyes at Naruto from behind. You're going to learn Kenjutsu and Fuinjutsu at the same time? Like you are. Naruto snapped his head around to look at Sasuke again. I didn't say it right away. I just said I would. He placed his sword against the seal on his wrist, and it flashed again before the sword disappeared. Then he crossed his arms grumpily. I just wanted to say, in time, and who knows, maybe I'll secretly be a prodigy at it. Of course. Sasuke said, I can't believe it. Naruto trailed off as he arrived at Ichiraku Ramen, a radiant smile replacing his frown. We're here, he exclaimed, hurrying inside without another word. Sasuke followed him out without a second thought. Sakura wondered if Naruto's sudden mood swings, from yelling at Sasuke to just being happy to get ramen, were normal as she followed them in, sitting to Naruto's right as usual, while Sasuke sat on his left. She wished she could sit next to Sasuke, but didn't want to upset him. Old Tucci. Naruto greeted cheerfully, seeing the chef off. Most people would probably have been bothered by being called an old man, but Tucci didn't seem to mind. He approached them with a fond smile. Naruto, Sasuke, it's good to see you again. Who's your new friend? He asked, looking at Sakura. I think I've seen you two before. My name is Sakura, she introduced herself. Nice to meet you. She's our teammate, Naruto explained. We were just assigned to our teams in Iruka's sense class, and she said we should get to know each other during our little break. So we came here, and when we get back, we'll meet up with our sensei. Ah, yeah. So you were assigned to the same team after all, Tucci observed. I'm happy for you. You've been wanting this for years. Thanks, man. I knew we would, Sasuke added. Anyway, can you get us our usual? Just a bowl. Sure. He looked at Naruto when he opened his mouth to disagree. We have to get back to the academy before the hour is up. Tucci chuckled. 2 bowls of miso ramen are on the way. He gave Sakura a questioning look. And you, I'll have the same as them. Naruto smiled at her as Tucci went to cook. Do you like miso too? Great. We're the miso ramen team. That's not our name, Sasuke replied. Instantly, Naruto pouted. Let's go. What great name. How did you know they'd be put on the same team? Sakura asked before they could start another round of discussion. I mean, I know some girl tried to molest him. Sasuke frowned, but there's a tradition that the last and first in the class are on the same team. It's like Ichiraku said, there are other factors to consider, Sasuke explained. Naruto and I have complementary abilities, like how everyone in Team 8 has some sort of tracking ability and how Team 10 is a reflection of their parents. Putting us on different teams would have been foolish. Complementary abilities. He means I have affinities with water and earth, and he has affinities with fire and lightning, Naruto said matter-of-factly. He can, for example, electrify my water or burn those trapped in my earth and things like that. Sakura blinked. Wait, they both have 2 affinities. She knew they both used 2, but she assumed they'd simply developed a second one in addition to their own. They both do. HN. Sasuke grunted. It's surprising the idiot has 2 affinities, but he does. Technically I do, Naruto began, but Sasuke slapped him on the back of the head. I mean, yeah, I have 2. Sakura raised an eyebrow at that. But then the food arrived, and she was distracted by the sight of Naruto wolfing down his plate. He didn't even wait for it to cool. It ended so quickly that Sasuke granted him a second course, because there was still time until they were back in class. Line break. Sasuke was going to kill someone, preferably that someone would be his sensei. His team had returned to class with plenty of time to spare, but apparently that didn't matter, since his sensei and Jounin were already an hour late. I would have given Naruto a dozen bowls of teramen if I'd known his sensei would be late. I'm going to kill the old man, Naruto grumbled, his head and his arms on the desk. He gave us a bum for Jouning sensei. Maybe he's busy with something important, Sakura suggested, but he seemed as close to killing someone as Sasuke. Sasuke poked Naruto's arm to make him look up. Do you sense anyone nearby who might be a Joun? Naruto pressed his fingers into the ground before shaking his head. No, not near the academy. He sighed. I hope it's because he's actually good enough to hide from me, and not because I'm just not here. Wait, Naruto, are you a censor? Sakura asked, her eyes wide. Oh yeah, Naruto confirmed. Though it's easier when I'm out in nature, everywhere else I have to press my toes into the ground. Sakura frowned. Why would it be easier to be out in nature? Probably because of me. Naruto broke off this time without Sasuke having to force him. I mean, he just does. No. Thank goodness they weren't planning on hiding their Kek and Jenka and their teams because Naruto was already moving on to Pure. Sakura looked at Naruto suspiciously, clearly about to press him for an answer, but then Naruto abruptly stood up with his usual mischievous grin. What are you going to do, idiot? Sasuke asked wearily. If this Juning is going to be really late, Naruto began, grabbing an eraser from the board and walking to the door. Then I'm going to play a trick on him. That's never going to work on a Joun, Sasuke said as Naruto opened the door just enough to put the eraser on top. Naruto shrugged. You never know. He evaded the topic by returning to his seat. You said the same thing about my sexy jutsu, but it worked well when that Jounin saw us trying to sneak out of the forest in the middle of the night. Sasuke rolled his eyes. As stupid as it was, the idiot's sexy jutsu had saved them from having to explain why 2 academy students had been beaten to a pulp and were sneaking around after midnight. What's the sexy jutsu? Sakura asked suspiciously, narrowing her eyes at Naruto. Oh, huh. Naruto scratched the back of his neck sheepishly, and Sasuke smirked. I just thought of something a few years ago to trick perverts. Sasuke wished Naruto luck and received a glare. However, fortune must have been on his side because the sound of the door opening caught his attention before Naruto could stammer out an explanation. Everyone turned just in time to see the eraser hit the head of a man in a Jounin uniform, with spiky, silver hair that defied gravity. Curiously, only his right eye was visible. The left was covered by a forehead protector, and the rest of his face was covered by a mask. Was he really a Jonin guy? He could have been hit with such a stupid joke. How can I say this? The man asked, rubbing his chin with his eye closed thoughtfully. My first impression is that I don't like them. The 3 of them stared at him blankly, and the Jouns somehow managed to muster a smile with only his eye visible. See you on the rooftop, he said nonchalantly, turning around and heading out the door. Everyone stared blankly at the door for a few seconds before leaping up and running out of the room. The Jonin was already gone by the time they got outside, and somehow the tissue that should have covered him from Naruto's prank was lying on the ground. Line break. Kakashi sat on the railing at the edge of the roof, looking down at his potential new team. Sakura Urano, the top-ranked kunoichi of the graduating class, sat to the left. She seemed to be trying to hide it to make a good impression, but Kakashi could tell she was annoyed by his lateness. He'd better get used to it. Of the 3, she was probably the least interesting, but that was a pretty high bar to set considering her teammates. On any other team, she might have been the most striking. Perfect scores on every written exam and amazing chakra control, despite being born to parents who never made it past Genin. To the right sat Sasuke Uchiha, a prodigy like few others who could have undoubtedly graduated years earlier if the village weren't so hell-bent on keeping an eye on the last loyal Uchiha. He didn't earn perfect scores on every written exam like Sakura, but his skills in ninjutsu and taijutsu far exceeded even the expectations of a Genin, and his written scores consistently remained in the range of one of only 2 in his class to defeat his sensei during the taijutsu graduation exam. If that weren't enough, the sole survivor of a massacre perpetrated by none other than his own brother. And in the middle sat possibly the only student more difficult than Sasuke, Naruto Uzumaki, the secret son of Minato Namikaze, the Yandere Hokage and sensei to Kakashi and Kusina Uzumaki. In another life, he would have been Kakashi's little brother, shunned all his life by the ignorant villagers for being the very thing that protected everyone from the Kyugi, even when it was his beloved Yandame's dying wish that he be considered a hero. The former bottom of his class until he befriended Sasuke and became the only one to rival his friend's taijutsu scores and surpass his ninjutsu scores, even if their written scores were still average. The other to defeat his sensei during the final exam. How Sasuke might have graduated early if the village hadn't been so determined to police its Jinchuriki. The boys weren't even trying to hide their annoyance at Kakashi's tardiness. Okay, Kakashi gave them a smile that he knew would only irritate them further. Let's start with the introductions. What do you want to know? Naruto asked. Kakashi shrugged. Likes, dislikes, dreams for the future, hobbies, stuff like that. Naruto narrowed his eyes in a way that reminded me eerily of Minato-sensei. Hey, why don't you introduce yourself first? Yeah, you look suspicious, Sakura added. Omi. Kakashi paused as if in thought. My name's Attack Kakashi. I don't feel like telling you my likes and dislikes. Dreams for the future. Well, I have a lot of hobbies. The three of them broke into a sweat, so we only learned his name. Sakura grumbled. Now it's your turn, Kakashi said cheerfully. How about we start on the right? Sasuke glared at him. My name is Sasuke Uchiha. He began, resting his elbows on his knees and bringing his hands to his mouth. I like training and fighting strong opponents. Beside her, Naruto smiled. I dislike many things in my dream. I do not. My ambition is to become strong enough to destroy a certain man and resurrect my clan over what Kakashi hoped. You next, Blondie, he encouraged. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto said cheerfully, now eerily remembering his mother. I like ramen, especially Ichiraku's. Beside her, Sasuke rolled his eyes. I also like training and fighting strong opponents. Oh, and gardening and nature. I don't like seeing nature destroyed and the time it takes to cook ramen. And my dream grabbed his forehead protector and adopted a more serious expression. Is to become the strongest Hokage and earn the respect of the entire village. He was definitely his parents' son. Even if he didn't know it, Kakashi sensed both of them in their words. Without knowing who they were, Naruto managed to inherit their shared dream. It took Kakashi some time to maintain his indifference. And finally, the girl managed to say, anyway, my name is Sakura Aruno. Sakura introduced her. I like, playing trivia games and learning new things. Naruto looked horrified at the very idea of enjoying trivia games. I don't like them, I don't know. He grimaced. Bugs, I guess. And my dream is to become a strong kunoichi that people can trust. Definitely the least complicated of the three. Kakashi might actually warm to her if the team managed to pass. Okay, that's enough, Kakashi said with his arms crossed. We'll start our assignments tomorrow. Yes, Naruto exclaimed. What kind of assignments, sensei? Well, first of all, let's do something just the four of us. What? Survival training. Naruto's excitement faded. Survival training. Why is it our duty to train? Sasuke asked. We did enough of that at the academy, Sakura added. This isn't normal training, Kakashi said. I'm your opponent. But what is the training? Naruto pressed. Kakashi just laughed. What's so funny? Well, when I tell you, you're all going to freak out. Sasuke narrowed his eyes. Why? Kakashi's fake joviality instantly vanished. Of the 27 graduates, only 9 will be chosen. Genin revealed, watching their faces fall. The rest will return to the academy. This training is an extremely difficult exam with a failure rate of over 66%. Surprisingly, the shocked faces in front of him quickly turned into looks of determination. Naruto and Sasuke, in particular, seemed certain they would be one of the 9. Sasuke had a smirk that anyone who knew Lukia would recognize, and Naruto had one that was a mix of Kusuna's determination and Minato-sensei's confidence. Kakashi would have fun tomorrow wiping those looks off their faces. See you at Training Ground 37 tomorrow at 9, Kakashi said. He had wanted Training Ground 3, but the Hokage had suggested, or even sinisterly ordered, that he choose a more private one. Bring all your tools. The shinobi stood up, preparing to leave, but paused to add, oh, and don't eat breakfast, or you'll throw up before you disappear in a flash. Chapter 8. I'm going to kill him, Naruto moaned. I'm going to kill Kakashi-sensei. I'll help you. HN, you're welcome to try. Naruto instantly sat up, glaring at the silver-haired join. You're late, Naruto shouted, pointing an accusing finger at Kakashi. Join again? I shouldn't be late. You told us to be on time. Yeah, Sakura nodded. The shinobi should be on time, sensei. Kakashi gave them that increasingly annoying smile of his. A black cat crossed my path, so I had to take the long way around. He explained jovially as he pulled out an alarm clock he'd left on a flat rock. It's scheduled to ring at noon, so they have 2 hours. 2 hours for what? Sakura asked suspiciously. I was already there, Kakashi said, taking out 2 bells and waving them in the air. Your task is to get them from me before noon. Whoever doesn't get a bell doesn't get lunch. As if on cue, their stomachs growled. That's why you told us not to eat, Naruto exclaimed. Naruto was sick of that smirk. It was worse than Sasuke's. Not only will you get to eat lunch, but you'll be tied to a tree and have to watch the others eat, Kakashi revealed. You just need to get a bell, and since there are only two of you, at least one of you will definitely be tied to a tree. He paused as if thinking about something. Oh yeah, and whoever doesn't get a bell fails. So at least one of you will be returning to the academy. Naruto's heart sank, and he looked at Sasuke and Sakura. Sakura's face clearly disappointed. She knew how close he and Sasuke were and was probably hoping they would abandon her completely. I suggest you maintain your previous stance if you wish to pass, Kakashi continued. Whether he's oblivious to her feelings or indifferent, it's probably the latter. If you don't attack me with the intent to kill, you won't pass. Naruto frowned at Kakashi. Are you going to regret saying that? Believe it. The test was completely unfair. Naruto didn't want anyone to fail. He didn't want to kill anyone. But if we kill you, we all pass. Kakashi's single visible eyebrow disappeared under his forehead protector. Sure, but I think you have a better chance of getting the bells. I'm not a jouner for nothing, you know? Yeah, but you couldn't even stop an eraser. A chill ran down Naruto's spine as Kakashi suddenly disappeared, and a hand landed on his shoulder. I wouldn't act cocky, Naruto. The hand rose, and Naruto turned around, Kuna in hand. Kakashi was still grinning. Thank goodness they're prepared to kill. In fact, I'm starting to like them. Kakashi took a few steps back, adjusting the bells around his waist. Okay, let's go. Naruto tensed and felt Sasuke and Sakura doing the same on either side. Ready, Kakashi fell silent. Begin. 3 kunai were immediately thrown at Kakashi, all 3 hitting him directly in the chest, only for a log to take its place. Damn, Naruto cursed. Did you really think that was all there was to it, idiot? Sasuke asked. As he said, it's a jouning. Naruto sighed. I know. He lowered his hand and pressed his fingers into the ground. Though he had a better grasp of nature, Kakashi was a jouning, and a direct connection with the ground always came in handy. Naruto smirked as he felt static chakra nearby. Gotcha, stupid Cyclops, he muttered to himself. Naruto Sakura started, Sasuke getting his attention. Since only 2 of us can get through, it wouldn't be right for any of us to work together. Okay, Naruto nodded. Yeah, we should all try to get the bells on our own. That way it wouldn't be unfair. He nodded, looking at Sakura. Her eyes were wide, looking at him and Sasuke. Seriously, I thought you too. Naruto smiled. Hey, if that asshole isn't good enough to get a bell, I want to be on the team he was with. If the idiot can't get a bell, then he shouldn't be on my team. Sakura looked at them a few times before nodding with a slight smile. Yeah, okay, no teams. Then the loser returns to the academy, Naruto declared. Then, before any of them could add anything else, he quickly made hand seals and disappeared into the ground so they couldn't follow him. Line break. Kakashi watched with interest as Naruto used the hide-and-seek technique. The file he was given said that Naruto had mastered the Tat and Suidan Jutsu, but his ease with which he used it could have definitely been graduated years ago. Sasuke and Sakura quickly ran to hide in the trees afterward, with neither of them attempting a direct attack. So Kakashi strained his senses to try and locate Naruto, only to jump in surprise when he heard the ground beneath him begin to shake. Apparently, he was wrong. One of them was planning a direct attack. Naruto emerged from the ground where he was standing, his familiar blue eyes fixed on Kakashi. Kakashi landed a few feet away, his eyes widening in surprise. You found me that quickly? Naruto asked. He smiled proudly. You didn't know I was a censor? You can't hide from me in the wild, Kakashi. Kakashi's heart skipped a beat at the nickname, but he hit it masterfully. He had been an ambu. After all, he only showed emotion when he wanted to. Good thing your job is to hide and plan, not mine. Your classmates were right, but it seems you're a bit more boring, huh? Hey, don't call me boring. Naruto began to perform hand seals at full speed, impressively fast for a rookie Jin, and shouted Suidan, meaning water bullet. Kakashi waited until the last second before dodging. Even without using his Sharingan, he could tell the jutsu contained a large amount of chakra. Naruto's chakra reserves weren't surprising, considering his parents and what he possessed, but his ease with which he used it was. So much skill in 2 elements at such a young age. Not bad, Kakashi admitted. But you'll have to try harder if you want to get a bell. Believe me, I know, Naruto shouted, forming the tiger's seal. The water he had just expelled reformed, turning into 4 clones of himself. Water clone Jutsu, the original shouted. Charge! The 4 clones charged, all drawing kunai, but the original stayed back and formed more seals. Kakashi easily dispelled each of the clones, not a single drop of water falling on him, and watched as the original completed the seals and slammed his hands on the ground. Doton, dust storm, jumping back up, Kakashi marveled for a moment at the Chakra Naruto could incorporate so effortlessly into each jutsu. Seriously, he shuddered to imagine what the boy could do with the Shadow Clone Jutsu. By the time he hit the ground, Naruto was already upon him. The boy had used the visually obstructive jutsu to close the distance. How clever, considering the power kata Uzumaki always used in his blows. Kakashi deflected the first blow to test its power. He was glad he did, because the punch could have probably broken someone's arm if they weren't careful. Not bad. Kakashi easily blocked the next blow with a chakra-enhanced arm. Naruto's eyes widened comically as he did so, but he didn't let his guard down, twisting his body to launch a kick into Kakashi's side. Kakashi blocked it as well, reinforcing his body with chakra, something natural for him. In retaliation, he grabbed Naruto's leg and threw him away. You're good for a genin, Kakashi said freely, but you should know that you can't win in hand-to-hand combat. He felt something to his right where the dust was still settling and dodged a hand that tried to slam the bells down. With a loud bang, he struck the clone's neck, turning him back into water. Okay, he continued to turn back to the original. The original had disappeared. Kakashi strained his senses, but Naruto was gone. While Kakashi wasn't a censor, he was too good for an inexperienced genin to escape his sight. He could tell Naruto had escaped into the forest, and the ease with which he navigated it was a little impressive, considering Kakashi doubted he'd ever been there before, but Kakashi couldn't devote all his time to just one genin. If Naruto wanted to fall back and scheme, Kakashi had 2 more genin to deal with. He wanted to see how the last Uchiha and the greatest Kunoichi compared. But who should he choose first? His choice was made for him in the form of a roaring fireball. He dodged it with ease, but was still surprised by its power. Apparently, Naruto wasn't the only chakra monster, though he still possessed the most. On the other side of the fireball, Sasuke was performing hand seals. Reihu, ball lightning shouted. To Kakashi's surprise, a dozen balls of lightning appeared around Sasuke and shot toward him. When Kakashi tried to dodge them, only 2 hit the ground where he stood, and the other 10 shot out behind him. Shocked, Kakashi pulled out a kunai and cut them all down before they could reach him. The scattered lightning hurt him slightly, but it was nothing compared to the Chidori and the lightning itself. Kakashi asked Sasuke, who was about to close the distance between them. Kakashi decided to play along, curious about the one who had achieved first place in taijutsu. He must be even better than Naruto at this. Normally the Uchiha focus on fire, but it's good to diversify. I'm not normal, Sasuke said with a smirk, throwing a punch straight at Kakashi's solar plexus. When Kakashi blocked and grabbed Sasuke's arm, Sasuke spun around to try and kick him in the head. Without letting go, Kakashi grabbed Sasuke's arm as well. In an impressive display of agility, Sasuke twisted even further and used his other arm to force Kakashi to let go. As soon as he did, Sasuke leaped up and performed more hand seals. Kato, Flame Whirlwind. Flames erupted from Sasuke's hands and swirled around him for a brief moment before launching at Kakashi. Kakashi was increasingly shocked, but he still dodged it easily and fell to the ground. He positioned himself underneath Sasuke, grabbing his feet, and let go as a shock of electricity ran through him. It didn't hurt much. He was too used to lightning for that, but he still let go and gave Sasuke a chance to jump. Naruto's used that move too many times for it to work on me, Sasuke shouted, making even more hand seals. Lightning flash, lightning flash. 2 bolts of lightning shot out of Sasuke's hands, colliding in the air and creating a bright flash. Kakashi closed his eyes in time to avoid any damage, but this gave Sasuke a brief moment of invisibility. Surprisingly, he decided to close the distance, and Kakashi had to block another kick to the side. Opening his eyes, Kakashi tried to grab Sasuke's leg again, but it slipped away before he could. Faster than before, Sasuke punched him in the face. Kakashi blocked it as well, but his eyes widened, seeing the unique Sharingan tome in Sasuke's eyes. Crouching down, Sasuke tried to grab the bells. His fingers brushed against them, but Kakashi's surprise passed, and he jumped up, kicking Sasuke in the same instant. Landing a few feet away, Kakashi was met with the first Sharingan he had seen in years that wasn't his own. "Sorry, Sasuke, but Jinjutsu doesn't work on me," she said with a smile, fluctuating her chakra and effortlessly dispelling the one Sasuke was trying to apply to her. "Nice try, huh?" She jumped seconds before another hand could strike a bell, this one belonging to a figure with bright pink hair. Sakura had sneaked up on him. She tried to take advantage of his distraction while he was fighting Sasuke. Before he could say anything to her, Sasuke attacked him again. Keeping an eye on Sakura while she fought Sasuke was difficult, considering he only had one eye, but Kakashi managed to do it with flying colors. Although Sakura managed to stay mostly out of his sight while dodging and blocking Sasuke's countless attacks, he could feel her behind him. He'd almost call it teamwork if most of Sakura's grabs didn't interfere with Sasuke's attacks, and vice versa. They used each other more than they worked together. Boring. Kakashi grabbed Sakura's arm during one of their grabs and threw her at Sasuke, who was attacking him. They both flew, crashing to the ground a few meters back, and Kakashi suddenly realized he hadn't had a chance to pull out his book even once during the fight. He was getting rusty. They quickly moved away, both blushing. Sakura more than Sasuke, and Sasuke quickly performed more hand seals. A massive fireball roared out of his mouth again, and both Jinin were gone by the time Kakashi dodged it. Hit-and-run tactics. Kakashi had the feeling they were testing him as much as he was testing them, gauging his reactions to everything thrown at him in order to come up with better plans. It was a good strategy, though it would never work on someone of Kakashi's level. Naturally, Kakashi caught Naruto's punch. The first one had returned to charge. Kakashi turned to face him, but quickly let go as he began to turn into water. A clone. Kakashi dodged the next blow from another Naruto, countered, and watched as he too turned into water. Landing on the original Naruto, Kakashi saw him flash through rapid hand signs. "Suidan, water ball," Naruto shouted. The water clone's water formed into a large ball too close for Kakashi to dodge. With a flash of hand seals too fast for Naruto to see, Kakashi replaced himself with a log. Surprisingly quickly, Naruto's head snapped to where it had been replaced, and the boy smiled in a way that sent shivers down his spine. That was exactly the smile Kusina had used just before playing a particularly cruel prank on him, executing a long series of hand seals that Kakashi couldn't instantly recognize, which was saying something for the man known as the Copy Ninja. Naruto awakened his chakra. If it weren't for the sense of peace he emanated, Kakashi would have thought Naruto was tapping into the Kobe's chakra. He had plenty of time to run over and interrupt Naruto before he finished, but curiosity got the better of him, and he decided to wait. Expecting an especially strong Doton Jutsu, Kakashi prepared to jump off the ground, but then Naruto screamed. Mokuton, birth of the forest. Kakashi began to think Naruto was just trying to trip him up when the ground shook ominously for a second. Then it exploded around him. Trees sprouted from the ground, growing in seconds with leaves so thick they barely let in natural light. Kakashi wasn't sure he could have hidden his surprise if he'd tried. Even though Naruto's file indicated he had no talent in Jinjutsu, that was still the most logical explanation, so Kakashi quickly made the sign and shouted. Kai! The forest didn't even flinch. A peal of laughter erupted from the treetops. "I knew you'd do that," Naruto shouted. Kakashi quickly threw a kunai in the direction of the voice and was only mildly surprised to see water falling from above. He could tell by now that the boy loved using clones. Hair sticking up on the back of his neck, Kakashi jumped just as a thin branch tried to hit the bells. Another larger, stronger branch tried to attack him in the air, but Kakashi slammed it down and broke it before it could. Still, he was as impressed as he was surprised. Naruto had practically transformed the entire area to create a place where he had the absolute advantage. Kakashi's vision was obscured by the trees, but Naruto was a sensor. It would be virtually impossible to hide from him in his own forest. It was a good plan. If Kakashi had been anyone else, the mere shock of seeing Mokuton would have caused him to lose the battle. Unfortunately for Naruto, Kakashi was very experienced in combat, even though any nearby tree could be his enemy. At least now he knew why the Hokage had suggested a more private training ground. Finding out exactly how Naruto had Mokuton would have to come later. Kakashi would never forget if a genin managed to snatch a bell from him, even if said genin possessed one of the most powerful kek and jinenkai that had ever existed in Konoha or anywhere else. In reality, it didn't take long for Kakashi to spot a familiar blonde and orange-haired man in one of the trees a short distance away. If he could outrun the team, stealth training would be ideal for Naruto. Yes, as good as the genin were, they were still missing the one thing necessary to outclass them. Kakashi appeared in front of Naruto in the tree before Naruto could react, standing casually with his hands in his pockets. "I guess the Hokage knows about this little trick of yours and decided not to tell me," Kakashi said nonchalantly. Naruto's eyes widened at his sudden appearance with his hands still in the snake seal. The branch Kakashi was standing on tried to circle around him, but Kakashi casually jumped off and landed on the same branch as Naruto. "I hope you didn't think a little Mokuton would be enough to get a bell." He continued to grab Naruto's arm to free his hands from the snake's seal. "I told you, you can't win an electrified fireball, right? Mokuton Jutsu." Kakashi thought Sasuke's Sharingan and Naruto's Mokuton meant the genin wouldn't surprise him anymore, but apparently not. He jumped at the same time as Naruto, and a massive fireball of crackling electricity destroyed half the tree they were standing in. Landing on the forest floor, he had to dodge Sasuke's grasp, his one-tomo Sharingan flashing in his eyes. "Dual-element jutsu?" Kakashi asked, genuinely surprised. It wasn't a kek in Jinenkai. The boy had simply figured out how to use Raiten and Katon separately, and then combine them into a single move. "Are you sure they're genin? Besides, I'm pretty sure you would have killed your friend if he hadn't dodged." "I knew he would dodge," Sasuke said confidently, facing another round of taijutsu. "And even if it had hit him, he probably wouldn't have been hurt. He's an idiot, but he can handle anything and he heals from what he can't in a matter of minutes." "Don't call me an idiot," Naruto yelled. "Work a bullet sway done." A expression crossed Sasuke's face, and he quickly backed away, mirroring Kakashi's thoughts as he turned to see water draining from the surrounding plants and forming a massive puddle in front of Naruto. Tenso couldn't do that. The water shot toward Kakashi, spreading in all directions and practically flooding the forest. Kakashi jumped before the water could reach him, landing on top of it, much to Naruto's obvious surprise. Naruto continued to watch as his feet stayed above the rapidly receding water. Kakashi approached Naruto and struck him in the back of the head, knocking him unconscious. After catching Naruto before he completely fell to the ground, Kakashi took a minute to marvel at the boy. He was definitely his parents' son. Tennis, unexpectedly intelligent, skilled. And already, Sasuke wasn't kidding. The boy was resilient. Kakashi let go and jumped up as Naruto started to move. Naruto clutched the now muddy ground. He was already turning to glare at Kakashi when Kakashi landed. "Hey, did you mean to knock me out, Kakashi?" Naruto yelled, covered in mud, getting to his feet. Kakashi smirked. "I thought I'd give the other two a chance to fight me without your extremely obstructive jutsu getting in the way, but apparently you're too stubborn for that." Naruto grinned fiercely. "Yes, I am. Believe it." He formed the tiger seal. Water clone jutsu. Dozens of water clones formed around him. Each one is covered in mud and grinning with the same ferocity as the first. Charge. Kakashi was surrounded by Naruto's, an ocean of blonde and orange-haired ones armed with kunis. Again, Kakashi considered the madness that would occur if Naruto learned to create shadow clones, or would clones for that matter, because those types of clones lacked the weakness that allowed Kakashi to dispel all attacking clones with a tenth of the effort it would take for the original. "I'm sorry to break it to you, Naruto, but your clones faltered as they hit Naruto, and he didn't flinch. Instead, he continued to grab the bells." Kakashi quickly grabbed the offending hand and threw it against a tree, and watched him transform back into Sasuke in midair just before colliding with the tree with enough force to dent it. Kakashi winced in sympathy. He'd thrown it thinking it was the original Naruto and used a force he knew Naruto could withstand. Sasuke would probably feel that way for weeks. He wished he hadn't ripped apart the last loyal Uchiha. The elders would be angry, though he didn't care what the Sandame's annoying old friends thought. Kakashi didn't allow himself to think about that for too long, still fighting dozens of Narutos. The original was one of them. He was plotting some other plan. Sasuke had been smart to try to hide with them. Sakura would try the same. There was a lot to consider, and Naruto had a reputation for being unpredictable from all the pranks he'd pulled over the years. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Sasuke get up, looking surprisingly well for someone who'd just been thrown against a tree. He was definitely wincing, but overall, he was fine. Not bad for a genin who didn't have the benefit of Uzumaki blood and was apparently a Senju. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged glances, and Kakashi had a feeling he wasn't going to enjoy whatever they were up to. If they could get their last companion, who was probably standing there, understandably dumbfounded, staring into the forest, to even surpass them. Unfortunately for them. "Time's up," Kakashi said cheerfully, seconds before the surprisingly distant sound of the alarm sounded in the forest. Their faces darkened comically. Line break. Naruto looked nervously between Sakura, tied to a tree, Sasuke sitting on the other side of it, and Kakashi across from them with his arms crossed and a serious look on his face. "I admit it," Kakashi began, his one visible eye sliding between them. "I was impressed." And he looked back at the forest Naruto had created. "I was surprised. Does that mean you'll still let us be shinobi?" Naruto asked excitedly. "Or will you give us another one?" "Well, there's definitely no need for you to return to the academy." Naruto smiled. "So the three of you should stop being shinobi." Naruto's face darkened. "What? We only got the bells." His disappointment quickly turned to anger. "How unfair. You're a jounin. We're just henin. Why do we have to give up? You're all punks who don't deserve to be shinobi," Kakashi said bluntly. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged a quick glance. Without warning, they sprang to their feet and charged at Kakashi. Maybe if they had bells now. In the blink of an eye, Naruto's face slammed into the ground, and he found himself staring straight into Sasuke's equally mangled face. Kakashi had one of both of their arms pressed against their backs, holding him down with seemingly no effort. Naruto was quite proud of his strength, but even at his best, he couldn't budge Kakashi. "They're underestimating the shinobi." Kakashi's voice was harsher than Naruto had ever heard it. "Why do you think they divided you into teams and are doing this training?" "What does that mean?" Sakura asked, the only one whose mouth wasn't half pressed to the floor. "You don't understand the answer to this test," Kakashi explained simply. "The one who'll help them prove it." "Are you going to tell us?" "Come on, Kakashi, tell us already." "Teamwork." Everyone fell silent. If they'd worked together, maybe they would have gotten the prize. They almost got it, but they still fell short. "But there are only 2 bells," Sakura shouted. "No matter what, someone was bound to fail. Teaming up would be unfair." "Unfair?" Kakashi sneered. "Do you think every mission you go on will be fair? I assure you not. Most of the time, the odds will be against you, but as a team, you'll always have better odds." The purpose of the test was to see if you could put aside your own interests and work effectively as a team, as you might have to do if you become a shinobi. "But you, Sakura, tried to use Sasuke's attack against me to get a bell, but neither of you did anything to help yourselves. If you had been coordinated, you could have gotten a bell, but instead, you both interfered with each other when it suited you. Maybe if you hadn't done that, you wouldn't be tied to a tree. Sasuke, like I told Sakura, you interfered with her attacks when you could have helped her. Also, you attacked me with a large-scale destructive jutsu when Naruto was with me. Even if you say otherwise, you can't be sure I'm okay after that." Naruto opened his mouth to insist, but Kakashi's hand pressed harder, and he fell off. "And Naruto, you used a large-scale jutsu to transform the environment into one that only you would benefit from, without even warning the others. They could have been hurt, and the surprise incapacitated one of your teammates until the end of the match." Naruto grimaced. He didn't want to surprise Sakura that much and ruin her chances, But he also knew that none of them stood a chance of getting a bell at this point, and he knew he couldn't afford to hold back against Kakashi. Teamwork is the most important for a shinobi. Independent ability is important, but individual acts that disrupt teamwork can endanger their comrades or worse. Sakura, if I told you to kill one of these two, or I'd kill them both, you would do it. Sakura's gasp was audible. Kyuk, could any of you be mistaken for Rin or seriously injured in enemy territory? Kakashi said bluntly, they'll have to make difficult decisions, and someone might even die as shinobi will constantly risk their lives. A stifling silence filled the training grounds, and the wind itself seemed to hold its breath. The pressure of Kakashi's hand left his back, and Naruto turned and stood up in sync with Sasuke. They looked at each other, considering. They both knew what it was like to be alone. Naruto still didn't know what it felt like to lose someone, but he knew Sasuke did. Sasuke had lost them all. They didn't talk about it much, but Naruto could still hear Sasuke's voice from that day by the river. I know what monsters look like. Naruto couldn't imagine how he would feel if a monster stole his best friend, or even Sakura, or any of his other former classmates. I lost my best friend on a mission. Naruto snapped his head around to stare at Kakashi, his eyes wide open. I'll give you one more chance after we eat, but I'll make it even harder. His gaze hardened. Naruto, Sasuke, don't give Sakura any food. If either of you do, you'll fail immediately. With that warning, Kakashi turned and started walking away. After a few meters, he simply disappeared. Even when Naruto pressed his fingers against the ground, he couldn't feel Kakashi. Immediately, Naruto walked over to grab one of the vents Kakashi brought. Sasuke followed, grimacing as he stood up and doing the same. At that same moment, Sakura's stomach rumbled. She blushed as Naruto and Sasuke turned to her. Sorry, I know you can't. You can have mine. Naruto immediately interrupted. She stared at him blankly, and he awkwardly scratched the back of his neck, swinging the vento in one hand. You were treated a little unfairly because I didn't warn you about my Mokuton, so it's kind of my fault you couldn't try more. Mokuton, Sakura mouthed. Her gaze flickered between Naruto and the forest he'd just created, as if she'd forgotten about it for a moment. No, it's fine. I understand why you kept that a secret. Still, Naruto took out his event box. Besides, maybe I can grow an apple and eat it. Apple trees do exist. Sakura smiled slightly, but still shook her head. You and Sasuke need it more than I do. You both did. Just take a little of mine and a little of yours, Sasuke said, holding out his box as well. That way we'll all eat. But Kakashi-sensei said we have to work together and that you won't be of any use to the team if you starve. Naruto nodded. We have to work together. I think I can come up with some plans for the three of us. Any plan we make is decided together, Sasuke said. I don't trust your planning skills, considering not all of us have your amazing healing abilities. My plans aren't that dangerous, Naruto protested. Sasuke stared. Okay, maybe they're a little dangerous, but I know not everyone heals like I do. Sasuke scoffed. Of course I do. Sakura giggled. Naruto and Sasuke looked at her, neither of them able to contain their laughter. Sasuke's laughter was much more restrained than Naruto's or Sakura's, but it was still there. Naruto wasn't even entirely sure why everyone was laughing, but he couldn't stop himself. Maybe it was stress. Maybe it was a giant plume of smoke that appeared. Their laughter cut off instantly. All three of them startled, staring at Kakashi's sudden appearance. Guys, it started off threatening. Naruto cursed. He hadn't even sensed Kakashi. They braced themselves for the conclusion that they would be returned to the academy or even expelled from the program, and were stunned when Kakashi let out a G. Come in, he declared with a grin. What? Naruto and Sakura yelled. Sasuke stared wide-eyed. Pass, Sakura asked. But why are you guys first? Kakashi said. All the other teams did as I told them. But as shinobi, you have to learn to see beyond what's out there. Naruto scrunched his face in confusion. In the shinobi world, those who break the rules are called scum. But you know what? Those who abandon their comrades are worse than scum. Silence reigned again. Naruto looked at Kakashi in amazement. He was so cool. Those who abandon their comrades are worse than scum. Naruto looked at Sasuke and Sakura, determined to never abandon them, no matter what. His gaze then shifted to the stone heads of the Hokage, stopping on the first two. Shodan and Dame, I hope you were thinking the same thing as Kakashi. That concludes our first training session. Naruto looked back at Kakashi, who was nodding at the three of them. They passed. Tomorrow, Team 7 will begin their duties. Naruto raised his fist and smiled at Sasuke. We did it, bastard. We did it. We are Shinobi HN. Of course. Despite his words, Sasuke's smile narrowed to a smirk for once. With the last ones. Senju. Speaking of which, Naruto and Sasuke looked at Kakashi curiously. Naruto half expected him to disappear as he passed. Naruto, do you know what your relationship with the Senju is? Kakashi asked. Because honestly, that's been bothering me. Oh. Naruto smiled proudly. The old man says I'm related to the Night. He raised his left arm, briefly channeling his chakra. With a puff of smoke, his new sword appeared in his hand. He even gave me the Night sword. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. Seriously? Interesting. I would have expected the Shodai, considering your Kek and Janai. That's what we assumed at first, Sasuke admitted. But Naruto looks more like the Night, save for the color. Naruto narrowed his eyes. You know, it seems you're related to the Night as well, Kakashi-sensei. He had insulted him like that at first, but it came so easily that he kept it to himself. Spiky silver hair. And you're very strong. Kakashi looked down at the Night stone head. He'd never thought about that before. He shrugged, though I'm sure it's just a coincidence. Yeah, probably, Naruto nodded. Part of him wished otherwise, but he knew the odds were that having the same hair color as someone didn't make them related. After all, Naruto had the same hair color as the Yondaime, and that didn't make them related. Well, I should go. Kakashi gave them all one last smile. I have to report your success to Hokage. See you tomorrow at Training Ground 3. And don't be late. Before any of them could say the same to him, Kakashi disappeared again. He'll be late again tomorrow, Naruto muttered. HN, turning to Sakura, Naruto noticed her looking at him again with obvious surprise. What? She asked. Is there something on my face? Are you related to the Nita? He awkwardly pointed at his sword, still tied to the tree. That's his sword. Ah, yes. Naruto held up the still sheathed sword with both hands. Actually, I just found out. Like Sasuke told Kakashi-sensei, we thought I was related to the Shodai, and ever since we discovered my Mokuton. Wow. Sakura stared at him for so long she started to feel her cheeks heat up, and then she asked, do you think you could use your Mokuton to get me down from this tree? Oh yeah. Naruto put away his sword and formed the snake seal, something almost second nature to him at this point. Without much effort, he manipulated the tree to grow spikes out of its side that cut through the rope and freed Sakura. Done. Sorry I didn't do it sooner. Sakura stared at the now spiky side of the tree in amazement. Okay, I still can't believe you have Mokuton. It's crazy. I'm surprised you haven't told the whole class. Naruto smiled sheepishly. I told him not to, Sasuke explained. It would be dangerous if everyone found out before he could use it to protect himself. And the same with the Sharingan. Sakura looked at him questioningly. Why? We have two of the most coveted Kek and Genkai of all time, Sasuke said, his hands in his pockets. My clan is gone, and anyone who wanted the Sharingan would attack me for it if they knew I had it. And the Mokuton is even rarer. People everywhere would try to kidnap or even kill Naruto if word got out. Sakura went pale. I promise I won't tell anyone. You won't have to keep it a secret for long, Naruto assured me. We want to tell everyone during the Chunin exams. Besides, Kakashi-sensei is pretty strong, so he'll definitely be able to protect us if anyone finds out. Right, asshole? HN. Sasuke looked in the direction Kakashi disappeared to. He told us he was trying, and it's obvious he didn't even try. The Hokage also knows about our Kek and Genkai, so it makes sense that he would assign us a powerful Joun. Yeah, Naruto agreed, smiling brightly at Sakura. So don't worry, and feel free to tell everyone in our class how awesome we are. Just don't mention trees or red eyes. She laughed, regaining some color. Okay, no trees or red eyes. Do you guys want some Ichiraku? Naruto asked impulsively. Naruto, we just made Ichiraku. Sasuke said, at least wait one more day. Naruto groaned. But I love ramen. It's really a miracle you're not constantly sick. I've never been sick in my life. Naruto crossed his arms proudly. My immune system is just as amazing as Mikey and Genkai's. One day you're going to get sick and be the most insufferable person in the world, Sasuke commented. More than you already are, at least. Whatever, bastard, Naruto grumbled. And you, Sakura, do you want Ichiraku? Sakura had been watching them come and go, but shook her head when Naruto's attention landed on her. Sorry, I need to go home and tell my parents I passed. Oh, okay. Naruto sometimes forgot other kids had parents. With everything going on with Sasuke, it was pretty easy, no matter how depressing it was. Well, see you tomorrow. Yeah, see you tomorrow, Sakura replied. Bye, Naruto. Sasuke. Bye, Sakura. Bye. Sakura turned and started walking away, walking the long way back to the village. After leaving the training grounds, Naruto turned to Sasuke with a smile. Do you want to have our first training session as shinobi? Really? Sasuke smirked. Only if you're ready to lose. Ah, then I guess not, Naruto said sadly. Because I'm just ready to kick your ass. We're restarting the count, right? Sasuke asked. All of our previous training was as academy students. And since the previous Earl was unfairly unbalanced since his first training sessions were before Naruto caught up to Sasuke, Naruto wasn't going to say it. If Sasuke didn't. Yes. So get ready to start from behind, bastard. I was going to tell you the same thing, idiot, Sasuke retorted, taking his hands out of his pockets and forming the confrontation seal. Naruto mimicked him with a ferocious smile. 3, 2, 1, they both rushed forward at the same time. Chapter 9. If the Night Aim really was the one who created the system that gives us ranks, I don't think I'm proud to be his relative anymore. Naruto emphasized his statement by roughly pulling a weed out of the ground. These stink too bad. I thought you were into gardening. Kakashi said cheerfully, sitting on the steps of the house with an orange book in his hand. I was in your introduction. I thought this mission would be perfect for you, Naruto. So it's the idiot's fault we're stuck on this mission. Sasuke bent down and pulled up a weed, but accidentally plucked a small purple flower. Naruto, you can't just complain that this is my fault, call me an idiot, and then ask me for help, Naruto said, pulling up another weed as roughly as the first. Unlike when he did it, Sasuke, he didn't mercilessly murder a poor flower. I'm not going to do your share of the work, just because I'm a better gardener. It's not as much fun when I can't use my you-know-what. So, you can't garden without cheating. It's not cheating, Naruto protested. And I'm gardening like a charm now, asshole. It's just a lot slower. Can you use it, for gardening? Sakura asked quietly at Naruto's nod. He frowned slightly. But flowers aren't wood. Naruto shrugged. I don't know why it's called that either. It's more like plants in general. Sakura stared at him curiously for so long she felt her face heat up. Wouldn't it be more accurate to say plant than wood? Wood is the main element, Kakashi added helpfully. This style allows the user to convert their chakra into life, which can be useful with other plants, but wood is the one it comes most naturally to. Naruto looked at Kakashi with wide eyes, and Kakashi looked up from his book with a smile. I know a thing or two. Do you know anything else about here? No. Naruto, Kakashi interrupted. When we finish this mission, we'll go back to the training grounds and train a little. Naruto's eyes widened in excitement, and he noticed Sakura and even Sasuke doing the same out of the corner of his eye. Seriously, we're finally going to train. In the weeks since they became an official team, they had risen to rank after rank. It was horrible. If Naruto ever had to chase that stupid cat, they'd paint fences again, babysit for some elderly person's grandchildren, mow lawns, basically do everything that had nothing to do with being a ninja. And in the end, Kakashi would always send them home and tell them to be at the training grounds the next morning, even though it wouldn't take him hours to get there. Then they rose to higher ranks. You're not messing with us, are you, Kakashi? Sasuke asked suspiciously. Kakashi looked at Sasuke with mock offense. I was playing with my genin and clutched my chest dramatically. I would never do that. Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke rolled their eyes at their sensei. Are you really going to train us, Kakashi-sensei? Sakura insisted. Kakashi sighed, closing his book to look at them, his thumb still on the page. Yes, I will really train you all. He looked pained to say it. His classmates, oh well, the other 6 who passed have probably already started their training. Naruto still thought it was crazy to think that only 9 out of his entire class passed his team of 3. Inada, Kiba, Shino, Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji. He wasn't surprised that some had passed, but he still wondered what had happened to the other 18 students. They wondered if they'd be able to try again next year or if they'd simply dropped out. Either way, Naruto was excited at the prospect of training for real, especially with someone as powerful as Kakashi. Despite his behavior, Naruto was pretty sure the Joun was one of the strongest in the village. He could probably kick the butts of both Team 8 and Team 10 Sensei. Though Naruto only knew his sensei from when they first showed up in the classroom, so it might have been unfair to assume so. That didn't change his mind, but still, what are you going to train us in? Naruto asked excitedly. Don't worry, I have something planned for all of you, Kakashi said menacingly. But you'll only find out when you finish this mission. Reinvigorated, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura went back to pulling out the weeds with newfound excitement, scanning each of them. Line break. Standing in Training Ground 3, Kakashi looked at his 3 genin. It's true that he had originally planned to postpone his training until something forced him to. Experiencing Naruto and Sasuke's skill during the bell test cemented his decision. No matter how good they were, the best way to teach them would be to face something even they couldn't handle and then train them to do it. It wasn't entirely fair to Sakura, but he decided he would have trained her if she'd come to him first. If she didn't, he'd let her suffer the same wake-up call as her 2 companions. But the Hokage had changed his plans. Apparently, Naruto and Sasuke were planning to reveal themselves during the upcoming Chunin exams in Konoha, and the Hokage was planning to use them to demonstrate the strength of Konoha's new generation. The return of the Sharingan and Mokuton would undoubtedly reverberate throughout the nations, and that meant he wanted Kakashi to train them hard to ensure they were ready for anything the world threw at them. Kakashi almost felt sorry for them. First things first, Kakashi began by focusing on the 2 students who were making his life unnecessarily difficult. While we're at this training ground, we won't be training Susek and Genkai. They can only be used at Training Ground 37. This way, we'll minimize the risk of someone breaking into your training before you find out. Naruto nodded in understanding, but Sasuke frowned. I understand why he's not allowed, considering how unsubtle his ability is, but if someone breaks in, I can deactivate my Sharingan. And if you don't notice them until they've already seen you, Kakashi retorted, or if you're in the middle of something and can't safely defuse it. Sasuke kept his brow furrowed, but didn't try to argue. Fine. While we're in this training camp, we'll train everything else. Elemental jutsus, basic shinobi skills, teamwork, and combat without Kek and Janai. We'll start with basic shinobi skills. But we learned basic shinobi skills at the academy, Sakura argued. We wouldn't have passed if we hadn't. Kakashi raised his visible eyebrow. Are you sure? Obviously, they weren't, because neither of them spoke as he calmly walked toward the tree. Without even hesitating, Kakashi began to climb. Reaching the top, he looked down at his students. What about this? Naruto shouted. You can run up trees without waiting for Kakashi's reply. Naruto ran over to another tree and tried to brace his foot against it. Kakashi raised an eyebrow in amusement as the bark moved around Naruto's foot until it was firmly stuck to the tree, and watched Naruto repeat the process with his other foot. By the time he was done, he was stuck to the tree a few feet off the ground with a puzzled expression. Wait, I can't walk like this. Hey, idiot. Kakashi doesn't have Mokuton, Sasuke said tersely. Obviously, you're not supposed to do it like this. Sasuke's right, Kakashi agreed, climbing down the tree and landing softly on his feet. Also, aren't you supposed to use Mokuton here, Naruto? Naruto's face lit up. Oh right. The tree bark receded, and Naruto fell abruptly onto his back. Ow! Sasuke sighed. It's really strange that someone as idiotic as you is related to the Nida Hokage. He shook his head and looked back at Kakashi. And how did you do it? Don't call me an idiot, Naruto shouted, jumping to his feet. But yeah, how did you do it, Kakashi-sensei? Why did Kakashi stick with the disrespectful students? Oh right, because one had a Kiki and Jank that only he could train, and the other was his sensei's son. At least these 2 made it easy to declare Sakura his favorite. It's an exercise in chakra control, he explained. You gather chakra in your feet and climb the tree without using your arms. Great, Naruto exclaimed. They'll make it much easier to get around my forests. Kakashi was already impressed by how well Naruto moved through the forest during the test, and being able to stick to the trees would make him even better. But at the same time, Kakashi doubted Naruto would find it easy to learn. Kakashi took out 3 kunis and tossed them between the feet of each genin. Practice trying to run up the tree and mark your progress with them. With a little more encouragement from Naruto, the 3 genin got to work. Kakashi knew it would take a while to master. Chakra control could be difficult for people like Sasuke and Naruto, especially Naruto. Sakura would probably have it down in an hour, judging by the academy reports, and Naruto and Sasuke would probably have it down by the end of the day if their jutsu prowess meant anything. And that gave Kakashi an hour to read up on Jiraiya's latest information. He did. Honestly surprised, Kakashi looked toward the voice and found Sakura sitting on a branch at the top of her tree. He hadn't fallen even once. The academy reports might have underestimated his chakra control. Good work, Sakura. He praised her. Now walk up and down the tree until you can't anymore to practice. Her face darkened, and he gave her a smile. His chakra control was truly amazing, but it was also relatively low, even for a genin. Depleting her reserves during training while ensuring she mastered the skill perfectly would be the ideal training for her. Determined to see how they fared on their first attempts, Kakashi peered at them. Sasuke's tree had burn marks shaped like a foot and cracks that looked like they'd been struck by lightning. Sasuke sat cross-legged on the ground, staring at the burnt soles of his shoes and frowning at the Sakura tree. Naruto's tree was somehow stranger. It, too, had foot-shaped marks, but instead of burns or cracks, they were staves rising from the tree. The branches grew at abnormal angles, and the tree around them seemed to curve toward the steps like a plant toward the sun, making it the strangest tree Kakashi had ever seen. And he'd seen Tenso's face, peeking out from under a tree. Naruto lay sprawled in front of the tree as if he had just crashed to the ground, also staring at the Sakura tree. That wasn't supposed to happen. Those two definitely should have learned tree climbing years ago. Kakashi had never seen or heard of it, but they seemed to be so adept at nature transformation that they performed it automatically just by expelling chakra from their bodies. For Naruto, that meant automatically converting his chakra into a life source that caused the tree to spontaneously grow. For Sasuke, it meant converting his chakra into fire and lightning and expelling it through his feet. Reluctantly putting the book away, Kakashi approached the boys. You're both using elemental chakra instead of non-elemental chakra, he explained bluntly. Naruto and Sasuke turned to look at him in unison. Naruto frowned. Non-elemental chakra. How long have you two been training elemental jutsu? Kakashi asked instead of explaining. Years, right? Naruto sat up and rubbed his back as Sasuke nodded. We've mastered a lot of elemental jutsu since we started training together a few years ago, Sasuke confirmed. How does that cause this? You're too used to releasing your chakra in elemental form. Raising his hand, Kakashi channeled a small amount of lightning chakra, and lightning crackled from his hand like that, instead of simply releasing it as chakra. Then, Naruto raised his hand, and a faint orange glow enveloped it. The effect wasn't as instantly apparent as the lightning crackling in Kakashi's hand, but the grass around him seemed to bend toward his hand like a plant toward the sun. How can I not do this? Kakashi rubbed his mask thoughtfully. Sasuke was also watching his hand, with lightning crackling in it like Kakashi's, but with fiery sparks. At the very least, the boys were prodigies at nature transformation. Sasuke would be an ideal student to teach Shurdori and Naruto. Well, Kakashi could only imagine how he'd continue to improve his Mokuton skills. But first, he had to figure out how to work around their natural instincts and teach them what his teammate had instinctively discovered. I take it you both know about Academy 3? Kakashi asked, letting the right-hand chakra fade from his hand. Yes, Sasuke said, letting the right-hand and Kato chakra dissipate in his hand. But Naruto can only use transformation and body replacement. He can't create non-solid clones. The clone jutsu uses very little chakra. Naruto complained. And besides, it's stupid. Water clones are good, so you both need to practice that until you recognize what it feels like to use non-elemental chakra. Kakashi wasn't surprised to hear Naruto complain about the clone jutsu and agreed. Up to a point, he'd only found standard clones combined with solid ones useful in keeping an opponent off guard. When you think you've got him, try climbing the tree again. Sasuke, you should probably leave your shoes behind. Sasuke grunted in typical Yukiya fashion, taking off his shoes and tossing them aside under Kakashi's watchful eye. Although he'd rather be reading his book, the boys began performing transformations and body replacement jutsus. He noticed that Sasuke also didn't bother using the cloning jutsu, probably agreeing with Naruto's opinion that it was useless. After an hour, the boys felt ready and returned to their respective trees, arguing constantly. It was kind of fun. Kakashi had been reading his book for a while, but he still looked up to watch them try again. This time, they both made it a few steps up the tree before the nature transformation seeped into their steps. Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. Honestly, he didn't know how to help if that hadn't worked, and walking through the trees and water was too important for them to miss. "Baka-sensei, we've made some progress," Naruto exclaimed. "I see. Good work, Naruto." Sasuke praised them, Kakashi smiling at them. Now, they just have to catch up to Sakura. Immediately, Naruto and Sasuke turned to look at the Sakura tree and grimaced. She kept going up and down with sweat practically running down her face. If he just walked, he wouldn't have had a problem. The academy required all students to develop at least some stamina, but he also had to infuse a constant flow of chakra into his feet and consciously stay horizontal rather than vertical. He'd practically mastered the act of sticking to a tree, but it was still good chakra reserve and stamina training. Once the skill was mastered, of course, that training wasn't something Naruto or Sasuke needed. Kakashi doubted there was anyone in the village with greater chakra reserves than Naruto, and for what he'd seen, Sasuke had chakra reserves any Jonin would envy. Both were born with high chakra reserves that they developed over years of training to use as many jutsus as they could. They were going to be monsters when they unleashed themselves on the world. Kakashi almost felt sick from the massive headache they would both cause almost all the cage. But not entirely. The boys went back to the task of trying to climb trees without infusing elemental chakra. Knowing them, they probably wouldn't stop until they had completely mastered it. Kakashi decided to take pity on Sakura, putting away his book and walking back to his tree. "You can stop now," he told her. As she climbed back down, relief instantly appeared on her face. She wiped her forehead with the back of her hand, shaking the sweat off onto the ground. "Thank you, Kakashi-sensei," she managed to choke out. "That was it." "Don't thank me yet," Kakashi said with a smile. Relief immediately turned to apprehension. "We've only been training for an hour. There's still plenty of time left in the day." "What now?" Sakura asked suspiciously. Kakashi gestured for her to follow him and started walking toward the river that bordered the training grounds. In hindsight, it was probably a good thing the bell test hadn't taken place there. He really didn't want to imagine how many clones Naruto would create with access to an entire river. Dismissing that thought, he calmly stepped into the water and turned to face the surprised Sakura once more. "The water walking exercise is the next step after tree climbing," Kakashi explained. He noticed Naruto and Sasuke looking at him as well, but they quickly went back to work when they saw him looking back at them. Naruto had already seen him walk on water during the test anyway. It's much more difficult because you have to constantly adjust your chakra output, but once you get the hang of it, it becomes second nature. "Wow," Sakura murmured, staring at where her feet hovered effortlessly in the water. "That's it. Wow." The novelty of walking on water wasn't lost on Kakashi, even though he'd never experienced it. He'd learned it as a young genin when the loss of his father was still so fresh that nothing was truly cool. But he'd seen Rin and Obito surprised the first time Minato-sensei taught it to them. "I couldn't empathize. If not empathize with it, you'd probably pick it up pretty quickly judging by your advanced chakra control," Kakashi admitted. Sakura smiled at the praise, and that's when she decided to add, "And when you do, I'll increase the difficulty to make sure you don't lose your balance when attacked." Her face fell. "Why don't you start now?" Kakashi suggested, backing up to the ground. Without giving her time to react, He shoved her with just enough force to knock her into the river. Unprepared, Sakura fell into the water. It wasn't deep enough for her to have to swim, but it did have a steep slope, and her inability to find her balance caused her head to sink. When she surfaced and brushed her hair away from her face, she did so with a look that might have been menacing if she hadn't been a djinn fresh out of the academy. Kakashi-sensei shouted. Kakashi just smiled. I thought you might want to cool off after all that sweating, he said with mock sincerity. And now you won't have to worry about getting wet if you fall. Because I'm already soaked, Sakura grunted, getting up and walking back to the shore. You didn't even explain what to do. Kakashi tilted his head. It's not the same principle as walking through trees, except you have to constantly adjust your chakra output. Surely you can figure out the rest. Ignoring Sakura's protests, Kakashi took out his book and walked away to sit down. Normally, he would have given her more instructions. Water walking wasn't an easy skill to master, and Kakashi wasn't that cruel. But Sakura had mastered the tree climbing technique in one try. If she could learn to walk on water quickly and with minimal assistance, discovering the difficulty most people had in learning, it would give her a considerable confidence boost, one she would definitely need. Considering his teammates, he was making pretty good progress every time Kakashi looked up from his book. He was currently standing in the water, looking a little drier, with his hands sealed to concentrate his chakra. Not bad for just half an hour of practice. Kakashi would soon start throwing. Bakasi-sensei, we did it. A surprised glance at the boys showed them in the treetops of different trees than the ones they'd started with. Naruto was enthusiastically waving at Kakashi from his newest tree. The whiteness of his smile was visible even from a distance. Sasuke had his arms crossed, probably smirking, even if Kakashi was too far away to see it. The other trees looked like they belonged in a war zone, something Kakashi knew better than anyone. Some had clearly been doused with water at some point, with large burns extending from cracked, foot-shaped indentations, and others looked incredibly misshapen and overgrown. Naruto and Sasuke had obviously had to change trees several times, and Kakashi wondered if maybe he should have chosen the other training ground for the activity. At least this way, Naruto could probably fix the trees. Good, Kakashi shouted. Now keep at it until you can last an hour without making a mistake. Where most would have complained, the boys seemed to take it as a challenge. Kakashi was too far away to read their faces or hear their voices clearly. But the way Naruto pointed at Sasuke before the two of them started running back and forth through the trees left little room for speculation. They were both extremely competitive, and every type of training turned into friendly competition. They probably even kept score of who won. Eternal rivals. Kakashi shuddered at his own comparison, pushing the thought out of his mind and turning back to his third student. He was only mildly surprised to see Sakura walking on water as if she were on solid ground after releasing the hand seal, as Kakashi looked away again. Well done, Sakura praised Kakashi, putting away his book. A look of horror crossed his face as a kunai shot back into his hand. Now comes the fun part. Kakashi-sensei didn't shout Sakura. Kakashi ignored the protest, throwing the kunai vaguely in her direction. There wasn't even a chance it would hit her. He wasn't going to put his life in danger, but the impact was enough to make him lose control of his chakra and collapse into the water. Because he dared to venture deeper into the river while walking on water, he fell so deep that he had to swim to be able to stare at it. Smiling, Kakashi readied another kunai. You'll have to learn to get up too, he added. You won't always have solid ground to stand on. Sakura continued to stare at him and grumble, but managed to apply the principle of walking on water to get back on the first one. Although she was a little wobbly and very slow doing so, Kakashi was impressed, but that didn't stop him from throwing the second canella at Sakura. She managed to dodge it, albeit with some hesitation, and her feet didn't even slip in the water. Better, Kakashi acknowledged as another kunai appeared in his hand. But we're just getting started. As he threw the third kunai, Sakura wondered if practicing swimming would be a suitable excuse to force Naruto and Sasuke to retrieve his kunai. With the amount of water Tobirama Senju was rumored to produce with little effort, it would probably seem reasonable to overachieving 12-year-olds. He could just clone a kunai and let it dissipate when he was done, but forcing Naruto and Sasuke to swim to the bottom of the river did seem appealing. Line break. I can't believe you learned to climb trees and walk on water in one day, Naruto exclaimed. Sasuke and I only managed to climb trees, and that's barely, he grunted. I didn't think climbing trees was that difficult. Didn't Kakashi-sensei say they were just making a mistake because they were too used to elemental jutsu? Sakura asked, looking at a grumpy-faced Sasuke. They had just finished their training for the day, and Naruto convinced them to go eat together, though Kakashi disappeared before he could convince him. Luckily, Sakura was already more or less dry, but her hair was still a little damp. You'd probably be fine if you'd learned it sooner. Achin, Sasuke grunted, his eyes fixed on the ground, probably making sure he didn't step on anything since he didn't have shoes on. We should have, but you still solve it impressively quickly. He looked at her, and Sakura blushed a little. You need to train a lot more, but your chakra control could come in handy. Sakura blinked. That was a wow. Sasuke, that almost sounded good. Naruto made a scared face. Oh no, he muttered, his eyes wide. Do you know what this means? Sasuke frowned. Naruto, it's the end of the world, Naruto shouted, raising his arms. Sasuke Yukiya said something nice. He stopped suddenly and grabbed Sasuke by the shoulders. Are you okay? Did you hit your head? Are you dying? Naruto jerked his hands away as if he'd been scared. Stop being an idiot, Sasuke muttered, rolling his eyes. Next time I'll give you enough electricity to fry your brain. Naruto scoffed, waving his hands. Yeah, right. You couldn't fry my brain with a real jutsu. Sasuke hummed in agreement. Okay, of course, your brain would have to be working for lightning to fry it. The electricity might even light it up, he commented. Smirking, he added, want me to try? You could match the Night Aim's intelligence if you had a functioning brain. So, where are we going to eat? Sakura interrupted before the boys could escalate into a physical fight. Over the past week, I'd learned that it didn't take much for that to happen. For Naruto and Sasuke, there was a fine line between verbal and physical combat. It's Ichiraku again, right? Of course, Ichiraku. It's him again, Ichiraku. No, Sasuke nodded. We've gone there on practically every outing since we formed a team. Naruto pouted. You guys aren't fun. Not everyone likes ramen as much as you do, Naruto, Sakura said, more amused than anything. The ramen was pretty good, even if it wasn't something she wanted to eat every day. And what about the yakiniku? It seems Ino's team takes her there a lot and says it's good. Naruto's face lit up. Shikamaru and Choji. Do you think I'll be there too? Maybe. Sakura shrugged. Ino says their teacher basically has them doing team-building exercises, playing Shog rank all day. So they might be done around this time. Naruto smiled. Then we should go. I want to know if they've learned anything interesting. I doubt it, Sasuke said. If they've learned anything, it's probably limited to their clan's jutsus. Nothing that'll be useful to us. And, Naruto asked, maybe I just want to see what they've learned. You know? He paused. Well, at least what Choji has learned. I bet Shikamaru is still as lazy as ever. Yes, Sakura confirmed with a sigh. They both are. Last time I saw her, Ino was just complaining that Shikamaru and Choji were lazy and ate all day. Sasuke raised an eyebrow. He's training more than them. Sakura frowned. Now that she thought about it, I don't know, she admitted. Ino didn't mention any new training, but it's only the second week. Even after a week of seeing Sasuke daily, Sakura still didn't understand the meaning of half of his grumbling. She shouldn't complain if she's not willing to put in the extra effort. Well, not every team can be as amazing as ours, Naruto said cheerfully. With my chakra reserves, Sakura's chakra control, and Sasuke's, he frowned. What are you better at? I'm beating you, Sasuke retorted quickly. You forgot I was winning again. Naruto's face froze. What? Climbing the tree didn't count. We're tied. Sasuke raised an eyebrow. You were the one who made it a competition. You can't back out just because you lost. But the result is whoever wins the most matches, Naruto protested. That wasn't a match, but I still managed to go an hour without being the first to slip, which means I won. That's not a score, Sakura asked, both out of curiosity and to avoid a physical fight. Being her teammate would be exhausting if it weren't so much fun. What a score. Naruto and Sasuke turned to her in unison with strikingly similar looks of confusion. They looked nothing alike, but Sakura couldn't count the number of times she'd seen them, and she had the strange feeling they looked like siblings. It was weird. I didn't even know any of the siblings that well, but that seemed like the most accurate way to describe them. "Oh," Naruto said, breaking the spell. "We haven't told you yet." He scratched the back of his neck sheepishly. "Oops. Sasuke and me. Sasuke and me." Sasuke corrected him and immediately had to dodge a punch from Naruto. "Hey, idiot. You're gonna have to learn some grammar if you want to be Hokage." Naruto glared at him, raising his fist in warning before turning to Sakura. "Anyway, that asshole and I used to keep track of who has the most wins," Naruto explained. "But we reset it when we became Genin because fights between real shinobi are more important than fights between academy students, you know? And because I had an insurmountable advantage," Sasuke added. "The idiot couldn't beat me at first because he was terrible at almost everything. Now we're pretty evenly matched, so whoever's ahead is just better." He smirked at Naruto, and after beating him at climbing trees, "That's me." Naruto narrowed his eyes. "You know what? Sure," he conceded, but his voice had a tone that would make anyone who'd ever lived through his pranks crawl. "If out-of-combat competitions count, I'll challenge you two to see who eats the most for dinner." Sasuke glared at him. "Aren't you afraid?" Naruto challenged. "No, I'm just not an idiot," Sasuke said tersely. "The challenge is pointless and wouldn't prove who's better at anything other than eating." "I don't think you're afraid." "No, I'm not. They are too." Sasuke groaned. He actually groaned. Sakura couldn't believe what she was hearing. "I don't know how you always drag me into this." Naruto smirked. "So you're in?" Sasuke muttered. "Yeah, okay, whatever." He shoved Naruto's arm so hard that he stumbled. "We'll see who eats more at Yakiniku." "You," Naruto shouted and raised his fist. "I'm going to tie us up again, believe it." Sasuke scoffed. "Yes, Ri." Before Sasuke could finish, Naruto shot off in a puff of orange and yellow toward the restaurant. Sakura rolled her eyes and opened her mouth to say something to Sasuke, only to blink a second later, seeing a blue, white, and black trail running after Naruto. Sighing, Sakura ignored the roar of his muscles and ran after her teammates. For some reason he couldn't explain, he wanted to see who won. Chapter 10. "Naruto, can you sense our target?" Naruto sighed, bending down to place 2 fingers on the ground. It didn't take him long to find his target's chakra signature, even though it was so small it might as well have been non-existent. After so many times, the sensation was practically seared into his mind. He couldn't count the times he'd felt that thing by pure chance. "Yes, Kakashi-sensei, Tora is hiding from us in the forest," Naruto informed in a muffled voice. "He's hidden under a bush next to a tree." "If you would let me use my no," Kakashi interrupted in a bored voice. "Not until you become Chunin. You decide, not me." Naruto groaned and glared at a grinning Sasuke. "You do know you and Sakura are going to have to catch that bastard, right? Since I was the one who tracked him and all." Sasuke's grin disappeared, and Naruto couldn't hold back a smile. "And remember, no Sharingan to dodge its claws." "Never thought I'd hate a cat so much," Sasuke muttered. "It's not fair that you avoid chasing her just because you tracked her," Sakura protested. "You're a censor. How unfair. At least if you get scratched, you'll be healed by the time we get back to the mission room." "Sakura, missions are all about teamwork," Kakashi reminded her. "Sometimes one of you will have an advantage in a specific area, but that doesn't mean it's right for that person to do all the work." "But did you forget the mission where everyone had to grade the academy students' homework?" Kakashi continued. "You did your part quickly because you remembered everything perfectly, and Naruto and Sasuke took much longer because they had to check the answers repeatedly. But I didn't give you their share of the work, even though you would have done it faster." Sakura sighed. "I understand, sensei." "Fine." Kakashi gave them a smile and then pointed toward the forest. "They should leave before Tora moves." After 2 more whimpers, Sasuke and Sakura left, heading where Naruto could still sense the cat. This left Naruto alone with Kakashi, who quickly buried his masked face back in the orange book he always carried with him. Naruto scrunched up his face at the sight. "Why do you read that obscenity all the time?" Naruto asked bluntly, without mincing words. "You don't look like a pervert," Kakashi said, looking up from his book with a glare that sent shivers down Naruto's spine. "It's a good book, huh?" "Okay," Naruto said, remembering that he would never insult a Cheicha in front of Kakashi. Maybe he'll read it someday. Kakashi paled. No, no, Naruto repeated. No, Kakashi repeated. The Osage would kill me if I made you read these books. If you ever read them, it won't be because of me, okay? Naruto stared at him for a few seconds before nodding. Yeah, okay. He nodded casually. He hadn't planned on reading them anyway. He just didn't know how else to answer Kakashi. Kakashi sighed as if he'd been saved from a death sentence. Okay, Naruto was about to interrogate Kakashi, but then he heard a shout of "I've got you" echoing through the forest, followed closely by Unai. They both sounded like Sakura, which was confirmed when Naruto heard her scream. Sasuke, take her. Sasuke wasn't loud enough for his reply to reach Naruto and Kakashi, but Naruto was willing to bet it was a growl. As Naruto molded his chakra to see if Tora had escaped again, he was pleased to feel Sasuke holding the cat. Capturing Tora wasn't necessarily difficult, but every other Genin Naruto had spoken to over the past month agreed that it was by far the worst. Even worse than painting fences for old people or babysitting their grandchildren. A minute later, Sasuke and Sakura emerged from the forest. Tora was in Sasuke's arms, just as Naruto had sensed, but Naruto couldn't contain his laughter when he saw how scratched his two companions were. Shut up. Sasuke snapped, his Sharingan flashing his eyes as he stared at Naruto. He grabbed Tora by the back of her neck, but the scratches running down her arm showed he'd managed to do it the hard way. I'm going to throw this cat at you, idiot. Kakashi clicked his tongue. Your eyes, Sasuke. Sasuke rolled his eyes and deactivated his Sharingan. Anyway, if you were going to break Kakashi-sensei's rule, you should have done it when we were catching the stupid cat. Sakura exclaimed. Her arms were even more scratched than Sasuke's, and for possibly the first time, she was glaring at him. Naruto couldn't believe his eyes. You could have saved us both from Tora's clutches. Sasuke just growled. Let's return this cat to its owner. Line break. As Mrs. Sure Jimmy left the room with her squeaky cat held tightly in her arms, Kakashi deftly avoided the pleading glances of his three genin. They'd been on Team 7 for a month, which meant a month of ranks, understandably. The genin weren't happy about that. No one liked Kakashi's ranks. He'd managed to calm them down with training during the first few weeks, but that had the unfortunate effect of further preparing them for any possible ranks. The three of them could walk on trees and water, though the boys had been electrocuted several times when Sasuke slipped up and infused right on into his steps. Kakashi had introduced Naruto to the basics of Kenjutsu, and then Sasuke as well, at Naruto's insistence on not being left behind. Both demonstrated a great aptitude for it, which wasn't surprising considering their families, but where they truly excelled was in ninjutsu and taijutsu. He had also offered Sakura Kenjutsu training, but she declined to focus on her taijutsu skills. He had a great aptitude for a style he copied from someone during the war, which was good, since Kakashi felt the academy style was too well known to rely on alone. However, Kakashi was growing increasingly doubtful that he was the right individual teacher for Sakura. Her perfect chakra control would be ideal for medical ninjutsu, an area in which he was undoubtedly lacking. Kakashi-sensei, Kakashi asked, looking up from his book and seeing Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura staring at him. What was that? Tell the old man we're ready for a C rank, Naruto pleaded. You know we're ready? Kakashi met Hokage's questioning gaze, ignoring Ichiraku, who was berating Naruto for his lack of manners and respect. Were they ready? Skill-wise, the answer was a resounding yes. Hell, Naruto and Sasuke were probably already ready to crush the Chunin exams. Sakura wasn't on the same level as her peers, but Kakashi didn't think it was his bias when he thought she'd improved significantly over the past month. Sakura was a fast learner and absorbed knowledge like a sponge. As a whole, Team 7 was probably the strongest genin team of their generation, but being a shinobi involved more than skill. It took a specific mindset to go far, one he wasn't sure his team yet possessed. At least they had mastered teamwork. Naruto and Sasuke were a nightmare working together, as if they instinctively knew how to help each other. And Sakura's intelligence in so many different areas made her an invaluable addition to any team. But Naruto and Sasuke were already severely traumatized, and Kakashi was well aware of how even a single mission could make things worse. On the other hand, the ranks were meant to be a relatively easy bridge to the more difficult aspects of shinobi life. If Kakashi indulged them too much, it would only make things worse when they inevitably faced something he couldn't prepare them for. "I think they're ready, Lord Hokage," Kakashi said, interrupting Ichiraku's rant about the importance of ranks about perhaps he'd overprepared them. "If anything," the Hokage chuckled, "I think we both know you can never be too prepared." Kakashi. Kakashi hummed his approval as the Hokage looked over the mission scrolls. Finally, the Hokage made a sound of approval and offered one to Kakashi. "That should be enough for a first mission." Kakashi put Ichiraku away and took the open scroll from Hokage, reading it quickly. The mission was to travel to the land of mountain streams, a country 2 days' walk from Konoha and bordering the land of fire, with no hidden village of its own, and investigate reports of wild animals attacking a village. A fairly standard range and a good opportunity to teach the children how to hunt and camp. Team 7 accepts the mission, Kakashi decided, handing the mission scroll to Sakura so she and the 2 pains in the ass could read it. "Good," the Hokage said. "You'll be leaving tomorrow. For now, you're dismissed." "You," Naruto yelled. C rank, C rank. We're even leaving the country." Kakashi grinned under his mask at Naruto's enthusiasm. "Yes, we will," he nodded. "The land of mountain streams is a 2-day walk away, and we may have to be there for a while, so I suggest you pack appropriately." Naruto's eyes were wide. 2 days later, he snapped his head around to look at Sasuke. "You have to help me pack. I've never left the village." "Me neither," Sasuke admitted. "We'll have to pack together." Naruto nodded and turned to Sakura. "Do you want to pack with us?" he offered. "If we all pack together, we won't bring extra stuff we don't need, you know?" As the children talked, Kakashi looked back at Ichiraku and Hokage and saw them both smiling proudly. If any of them were surprised that Naruto so easily secured Sakura's friendship with Sasuke, they didn't show it. At the very least, the team definitely had teamwork on their side. Line break. "I don't mean to sound dramatic," Naruto began in a distinctly dramatic voice, "but I think the world might be ending." Sasuke rolled his eyes at his friend. Again, he asked tersely, "What's up this time? I forgot to call you an idiot today." If so, a fist headed for his arm, but Sasuke was too used to it by now and dodged it effortlessly. "No, bastard. Look at the door." A little reluctantly, because that was where they were walking anyway. Sasuke looked at the door and froze. "Well, maybe you're right this time," he admitted, almost tempted to activate his Sharingan to check if he'd been caught in a Jinjutsu. The world could be ending on cue. Kakashi looked up from his book and waved at them from the doorway. Sakura was standing next to him and waved back, but Sasuke expected her to be there already. And Kakashi, ever since Team 7 was present, Kakashi had never been on time even once. At best, he was an hour late. At worst, hours late. One memorable time, he was 5 hours late to training and had the lamest excuse. "Sorry, I tripped getting out of bed, but it was 8:05, only 5 minutes after the scheduled meeting time at the door, and the man was already there." "Oh no," Naruto muttered. "If Kakashi-sense arrives before us, and it's already after 8, that makes us last." Sasuke finished. An idea struck him, and before Naruto could repeat it, he said, "Last one loses." Sasuke ran towards the door at full speed, even pumping chakra into his legs so he could run faster. He heard Naruto run a second behind him, but it was too late. They were running too close for either of them to win with a slow start. Of course, that meant Sasuke caught up to Kakashi and Sakura less than a second before Naruto. Smirking, he shoved his hands in his pockets and turned to Naruto. "He won. That means it's 20-19 in my favor." "Damn," Naruto cursed. "I'm going to win the next one." "They're late," Kakashi interrupted. "Anya excusas." Naruto looked at Kakashi, his gaze lost. "Hey, we got lost along the way." Kakashi hummed thoughtfully. "Sounds reasonable to me," he said finally. "They've got everything packed." Sakura said they'd come with everything, but I don't see any suitcases. "I bought storage seals to make it easier for all of us," Sasuke explained. Naruto still swore he'd learn sealing someday, but he hadn't started yet, and Sasuke had plenty of money to spend on things like pre-made seals. "Ah, Krivi." Kakashi stepped away from them and raised a hand to get the attention of the two Chunin guarding the gate. "We're leaving now," he shouted, leaving the village. The Genin quickly followed. "If the Hokage asks why we're a little late, make sure he knows it's the boy's fault, not mine." "Shit," Naruto muttered. "Hopefully the old man isn't mad," Sasuke grunted. "It would probably be fine." The Hokage treated Naruto like a grandson, and he'd always treated Sasuke the same way. Sasuke was named after his father. It wouldn't bother him if they were only 5 minutes late, would it? Especially considering they'd logically assumed Kakashi would be 3 hours late and a few minutes wouldn't matter. "It'll be fine. Just blame Kakashi-sensei for instilling bad habits in you," Sakura suggested. "It's only natural that we adopt some traits from our sensei, right?" Naruto laughed out loud and high-fived Sakura. "Great. So it's Kakashi-sensei's fault." Kakashi sighed, betrayed by my own team. "I was never that rude to my sensei." Sasuke pricked up his ears. "Your sensei knew almost nothing about Kakashi, except that he was an extremely powerful shinobi who liked to read obscenities in public and was always late to everything. No one seemed to want to answer questions about him. If they could find out who taught him, at least you'd never mention them." "No." Kakashi looked over his shoulder at them and smiled. "So, I'm not going to start now." Sasuke's eye twitched. An extremely powerful and extremely annoying shinobi mentally corrected himself. It was a good thing, all things considered, that the man could hide everything so easily, but it was damned annoying. They didn't even know why he was covering his eye and almost his entire face. He'd probably lost his eye somehow, but it was related to the reason for his cover-up. "What's it going to take for you to start telling us about your sensei?" Naruto asked, just as curious as Sasuke, and much more direct. They walked in silence for a while, and no one was surprised when Kakashi shrugged. "I don't know. I never feel like telling you." Naruto and Sakura growled simultaneously. Sasuke shared the sentiment, but Kakashi wasn't annoying enough to warrant a growl. That level of annoyance was usually reserved for his idiot of a best friend. "How hard do you think wild animals will be to deal with?" Naruto never stayed quiet, something Sasuke didn't mind as much as he'd expected when they first started training. "And how many do you think there will be?" "I hope there are a lot. Then we can compete to see who can accomplish the most." "I don't think missions should have competitions," Sakura said. "That wouldn't interfere with teamwork. In fact, it's not uncommon for shinobi to compete to see who does the best. It's a way to ensure everyone is giving their best." Kakashi looked over his shoulder again and gave Naruto and Sasuke a stern look. "As long as you don't let the competition interfere with the mission." "Sure. Yes, sensei. We won't," Naruto promised. Sasuke agreed. "I want you to sabotage Naruto to beat him." Naruto laughed. "Keep telling yourself that, bastard. It'll be even better when I beat the shit out of you." Line break. Sakura's legs were screaming at her when they stopped to camp for the night. Her stamina had increased tremendously over the past month thanks to Kakashi's training, but she'd never had to walk nonstop for over 12 hours before. The fact that they were far from the village and that the sun had set hours earlier didn't help. She knew her team was strong and that Kakashi wouldn't let anything bad happen to them. But walking in the dim moonlight in a place she'd never been before still filled her with anxiety. Unsurprisingly, at least for her, none of her teammates seemed to share her exhaustion. Naruto had practically endless energy reserves, apparently because he was a Senju and Sasuke had been training with him daily for years. It would take much more than a day of walking to tire them out, but Sakura knew better than to compare her physical abilities to theirs. What mattered was that she had improved over the past month. "Naruto, Sasuke, you two set up the tents," Kakashi Sakura ordered. "Actually, sensei, I have a better idea," Naruto interrupted. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. Well, since we're out in the wild and there's no one around for miles," Naruto remained silent, forming the snake seal he seemed to use for all his Mokuton. "I thought I could, Mokuton, give us a place to sleep. It would be a lot safer than any tent, and we'd all have plenty of room." Kakashi put his hand to his chin thoughtfully. Sakura expected him to balk at the idea, as she usually opposed Naruto using Mokuton outside of the designated training grounds, and was surprised when he nodded. "Are you sure you're skilled enough to build a house that won't collapse on us while we sleep?" Kakashi asked. Yes, absolutely. Naruto nodded vigorously. I could do almost anything I imagine. And Sasuke made me memorize a bunch of architectural stuff just for this. Architectural stuff, Sakura repeated. You mean blueprints? Architectural plans. Sasuke grunted in confirmation. The first house he tried to build collapsed within the hour, so I had him read it to make sure it wouldn't happen again. He's built more since then that one didn't collapse. Kakashi's loan I narrowed. And where have you practiced this? Because I don't remember you creating any houses. Naruto and Sasuke exchange a glance. They always seemed to be able to communicate silently, whether they were in the middle of training or doing nothing. And the only reason Sakura didn't feel left out was knowing that Kakashi was just as absent-minded as she was. Finally, Naruto explained, there's a hidden forest clearing where we used to train all the time. The Hokage told us he made sure no one stumbled across it. Once he learned about Naruto's monster, Sasuke continued, since no one ever expected us home, Sakura winced in sympathy as she remembered neither of them had parents. There were days when we'd faint there. Over time, Naruto learned that he could create a house where we could sleep at night. Though it's not the bed, Naruto added. Just the house isn't as good as a place with, say, electricity and stuff. Kakashi hummed understandingly. Okay, go ahead, but don't make it too big. That way you can get rid of him quickly if we need to escape. Naruto smirked. You three stay behind me, he said, walking to the edge of the clearing where they had decided to camp. Sakura, Sasuke, and Kakashi listened without question, well aware of how dangerous the Mokuton could be. After glancing back to make sure everyone was following him, Naruto performed a series of hand seals that began and ended with the snake seal. Mokuton, log cabin, style 3, medium version. Sakura grimaced at the name. One thing she'd learned from Naruto was that most of the jutsus he created had long, terrible, or overly complicated names, which were many of his Mokuton jutsus, since he didn't have anyone to teach them to him. It wasn't something she dwelled on for long, as seeing the legendary Shodai monster always took her, at least a little, by surprise. She watched as the wood spontaneously sprouted from the ground, almost root-like and alive, while Naruto cultivated a mass to work with. Once there was enough, it began to take shape, flattening into the typical log walls of cabin. A triangular roof grew to cover it, dotted with green leaves all around, and a chimney jutted out from the top. A porch even formed at the front of the house with wooden chairs by the empty door and window frames. Naruto must have saved them for last because once the rest of the cabin was fully settled, a sliding door grew to fill the frame and shutters to block the windows. The end result was a typical log cabin about 9 m wide and long with a sliding door in the center leading to a small porch. If it weren't for the leaves covering the top, which almost always accompanied Naruto's largest and most complex creations, and the fact that the windows lacked glass, Sakura would have thought it was a professionally designed cabin. Naruto looked at them, still smiling and not looking tired at all, and gestured for them to move forward. Follow me. I want to show you inside. Sasuke and Kakashi followed without stopping. Sakura stood there for a moment, still marveling at the house and its casual use of the legendary Shodai bloodline before leaving and following him. The wooden door didn't open as easily or quietly as most, but it was still pretty quiet for solid wood. It was completely dark inside, which wasn't surprising, and a lit candle appeared in Sasuke's hand to illuminate it. With an ease that suggested he'd done it before, Sasuke made his way around the cabin, placing lit candles in pre-made candlesticks. Now that it was light, Sakura scanned the cabin. The door led to a room on the left and a wall on the right, empty except for a few plants growing on the walls and ceiling. The right wall had another sliding door, and at the end of the empty room was a seemingly small hallway. I made 3 rooms for people to sleep in, Naruto explained. ESA pointed to the sliding door, and then 2 more at either end of that hallway. This room is just for us to hang out. 3 rooms. Sakura frowned. But there are 4 of us. He usually just makes a small hut to store our sleeping bags, Sasuke explained with a shrug. Although you and Kakashi will have your own rooms. Oh, okay. Sakura knew she'd have her own tent when they went camping, but her own room. Ino would be so jealous when Sakura finally got around to telling her. Well done, Naruto. Kakashi praised. You could probably get rich selling places like this. Naruto laughed. Yeah, but then I'd have to figure out like the electricity and plumbing and stuff, which would be really annoying. Kakashi hummed in agreement. Well, even without amenities, this place is fine for an E-rank trip. He patted Naruto on the shoulder. You'll be very popular when you become Chunin. There will probably be fights over who accompanies you on long missions. A wistful smile spread across Naruto's face. Do you think so? He asked in an unusually gentle voice. Sakura suddenly remembered the looks Naruto always received when they walked through the village and the similar treatment everyone, including herself, gave him before he and Sasuke became friends. No matter how hard he tried, he could never understand why they treated him the way he did. No harmless prank could justify such notoriety. He once asked his parents, but the only response he received was that people can be stupid, which, however true, answered very few things. And the one time she worked up the courage to ask Naruto and Sasuke, they were just as clueless as she was. Definitely, Kakashi confirmed. Anyone with half a brain would want to go on a mission with someone who could create houses to sleep in. Naruto smiled proudly. My skill is impressive. He nodded. I can't wait to see the audience's faces when I finally reveal it. Kakashi ruffled his hair. You and me, kid. You should bring a camera to photograph the reactions. Kakashi-sensei suggested Sakura as Naruto squinted at Kakashi and fixed his hair. Since the three of us will be in the competitor's box. The first time they told him their plan to enter the upcoming Chunin exams and then reveal their Kek and Genka to everyone during the finals. Sakura felt extremely stressed by the idea. They had just become Genin, and she hadn't trained intensely for years like Naruto and Sasuke. But Naruto's confidence and determination were contagious, and she had somehow decided to become Chunin with them. Kakashi smiled. If they make it to the finals, of course, I'll bring a camera. Make it good. Sasuke's eyes turned red. You'll have to capture everyone's reactions to more than just Mokuton. Ma Sasuke, I know, Kakashi said section. Your Sharingan is cool too. Mokuton and Sharingan brought back to the village in one day. Sakura could only imagine the stir it would cause. No offense to the Yuga clan, but they were both the most legendary Kiki Yenkai in Konoha, especially since people believed they had disappeared. She definitely understood why Naruto and Sasuke hid them for so long. If even half of what was written about them was true, people everywhere would want to get their hands on them. She didn't overlook the fact that those who pursued Naruto and Sasuke would inevitably involve her in one way or another. That had been an extra, terrifying motivation to train harder. A yawn escaped her, and she blushed a little when the three of them turned to look at her. Sorry, my mom made me wake up really early this morning to make sure I was ready, she said a little awkwardly. It always felt a little awkward mentioning her parents in front of the team, but sometimes she let it slip. And the truth is, I'm not used to walking so much. It might be a good idea for the three of you to get some sleep, Kakashi suggested. I'll take that room. He pointed to the door they were standing near because it's the closest to the gate. Sakura nodded in understanding, and a second yawn escaped her mouth. As if contagious, Naruto and Sasuke yawned in unison, not behind her. Here, Sasuke said, handing her a scroll. Your things are there. Thanks. Sakura looked past them toward the other two doors at the end of the hall. I guess I'll take the room on the left, if that's okay with you. Since Naruto was the one who created the hut, he'd probably want to go first, unless you two want to. Naruto shrugged. All the rooms are basically the same bland wooden box, really. He gestured around. I still don't have much control over the interior when I'm creating things, but I'm working on it. Believe it. You've been saying that for months, Sasuke said, and all you've managed to do is add chandeliers to the interior. It's hard, okay? Naruto sighed heavily. I have to perfectly imagine what I want to create, which is difficult when I can't see it. Still, it's cool, Sakura said, earning another proud smile for Naruto. I'm going to get ready for bed, she continued, walking past them somewhat awkwardly. Good night. Good night, Sakura, Naruto said cheerfully. Good night, Sasuke and Kakashi repeated, strangely in sync and much more quietly than Naruto. After giving them one last greeting, He headed to the empty room on the left so he could start downloading things from his scroll. Line break. Naruto woke with a start to the sound of knocking, instinctively grabbing a kunai he had fallen asleep next to. It took a moment to locate his surroundings, an empty wooden room, remnants of his chakra still filling it, with only his sleeping bag and another one along the opposite wall to fill it. Sitting in the other, with a kuna, and also in hand, was Sasuke, his eyes a deep red. They looked at each other, vaguely remembering that they were far from Konoha with a rank and not just sleeping in the forest. They both turned to the door as they heard more knocking. Naruto frowned in concentration for a second, then sighed and lowered the kanun as he felt the chakra on the other side of the door. "I'm Kakashi-sensei," he said to Sasuke before calling out. "Hey, what's up? Time to get up," Kakashi explained. "Be glad I let you sleep until 7. Naruto gaped open, his hands tightening in the snake's seal. He forced the door open to face Kakashi on the other side. "Does that sound like sleeping into you?" he asked, horrified. 7 was early. "How does waking up normally sound to you?" Kakashi, completely unfazed by the slam of the door, rubbed his chin. He was already fully dressed, including his forehead protector, and Naruto was disappointed that he hadn't even tried to sneak a look at Kakashi's face when he'd had the chance. "Well, when you're on a mission, there are no early birds." He smiled at them with his eyes. "If I were you, I'd be glad I didn't wake up at 5. Anyway, time to get ready. We have another long day of walking ahead of us." Naruto sighed and slammed the door shut, turning back to Sasuke. More knocking came from the hallway, but it was clearly against Sakura's door. Naruto's hands never left the snake seal, and he asked, "Do you want me to put up a divider so we can change?" Sasuke grunted in agreement, lowered his kuna, and grabbed a clean set of clothes as Naruto created a divider in the middle of the room. They both changed quickly, and Naruto removed the wooden divider to the floor. Then, as usual, they packed up all their things and left the room. They were both careful not to leave anything behind, as whatever was left inside when Naruto got rid of the house would be buried and likely crushed violently. If Naruto figured out how to make a house fast enough, it would be a good trap. Kakashi was leaning against the wall by the exit, reading Aika, as always. By the time they reached the main hall, a small part of Naruto wanted to read the book the more he thought about it. If only because Kakashi seemed so determined not to, but at the same time, Sasuke wouldn't let it go if he got caught reading it. But why did Kakashi seem so against him reading it? "Did you wake Sakura up?" Naruto asked, yawning and putting on his forehead protector. His hair was getting a bit long after a month of constant training and ranks without much free time, but as long as he had the forehead protector on, it wasn't usually bothersome, and he liked having it longer. It made his hair look a bit like the Night Aim's, albeit more yellowish. "We'll see," Kakashi said, "if you don't think you could bury his room without crushing it." Naruto blinked slowly, still dazed, trying to comprehend his sensei's words. Maybe I'm already up." "I'm already up," Sakura yelled, running out of her room with her things in her arms. "Don't you dare bury me, Naruto." Naruto scratched the back of his head awkwardly. I wouldn't do it unless Kakashi-sensei asked me to." Sakura glared at him, but Kakashi ruffled Naruto's hair. "What a good subordinate," he said fondly. "Now, since everyone's awake, we should get going for today. You all have your things." They nodded. "Fine, if you leave anything behind, I won't let Naruto waste his time trying to get it back." "Good thing, because I'm not sure I can," Naruto admitted. "Anything inside would be crushed, you know?" Sasuke and Kakashi seemed unfazed, but Sakura's eyes widened. She quickly checked the things in her arms, stuffed them into her scroll, and ran to her room. When he returned, she was sealing some more items. Naruto cringed at the thought of how angry she would have been if he'd buried his sleeping bag. Kakashi didn't give them time to leave, apparently determined to reach the village where they would be staying for the range before the end of the day, and Naruto made sure to get rid of the wooden house as soon as possible. It was something he was getting pretty fast at, which was good because he had to do it often. With 2 hand seals, the ram and the snake, Naruto channeled his chakra into the ground and the hut. Since the hut was created by his chakra, it responded easily to his will warping and disappearing. His experience with the Doton allowed him to control the earth, completely paralyzing the area where he'd taken refuge, and a touch of the Doton spread the grass over what would otherwise have been a large expanse of land. "Ready," he announced. Although it hadn't really been necessary, Kakashi was observing the clearing with a practiced eye, and Naruto seemed a little impressed. "If I didn't know better, I'd think there'd been nothing in this clearing for a while," Kakashi said. "Well done, Naruto. I'm glad you see the importance of covering your tracks. The grass is a nice touch." Naruto beamed. "Thanks, Sasuke." Of course, he had to step in. He used to not be able to match the growth of the grass to the rest of the area, and it always ended up making everything in the vicinity overgrown. "Hey, I have plenty of chakra." "Okay." Naruto stubbornly crossed his arms. He tries to control everything. He's very easy to abuse. "The understatement of the millennium," Kakashi muttered, shaking his head. "Well," he continued quickly, "we should go. We have a long way to go, guys." With that, they set off for the day. Just like the day before, Kakashi had Naruto heighten his senses to detect anyone in the surroundings. He assured them, to Naruto's disappointment, that they wouldn't encounter any other shinobi during their mission, but said there was always the possibility that bandits or other threats might try to attack them during the journey. Naruto expected there to be some, as he was bored of just walking, but he hadn't noticed anything other than a handful of other travelers the day before. Although walking non-stop was boring, Naruto couldn't help but be excited as he saw the surroundings beginning to change. There was still plenty of forest around them, but the terrain became increasingly mountainous as they continued. Although he expected it, considering the name of the country they were traveling to, the sight of the new terrain still fascinated him. Sasuke and Sakura felt the same, so at least Naruto wasn't the only one fascinated. Sasuke, like Naruto, had never left the village, and Sakura had only visited villages near Konoha with her parents and family. The sight of thinning trees and mountains in the distance was new to everyone. Naruto was so absorbed in the view that he almost missed a dozen chakra signatures in front of them. Since his range extended so far, he would perceive people too far away to matter. He had narrowed it down to what he thought was 2 kilometers, and they were right at the end of his senses. "Come on, Sensei. I can sense a dozen people within 2 kilometers of us," Naruto reported. "I don't think they're moving. They seem to be just sitting there." Kakashi hummed thoughtfully. "What's their chakra like, kids?" Naruto focused his attention on the people in front of him. They seemed to be civilians, but he frowned, searching for a better way to express it. More refined. "No, I don't really know. Probably bandits then," Kakashi guessed, untrained in the use of chakra, but more accustomed to fighting than the civilians. He'd been reading his book as they walked, but put it away and looked at the 3 of them. "What do you think we should do?" Sakura asked. "Well, since we know they're there, couldn't we just avoid them? Could we just walk around, and they probably wouldn't even know we were here?" "Probably," Kakashi agreed, "but that would leave them alone to cause trouble for anyone who came near. And the next few might be civilians unable to protect themselves or their cargo." Naruto noticed that Sakura and Sasuke didn't like the idea any more than he did. "We could just eliminate them," Sasuke suggested. "It would be easy if they're not well trained, and we could report them to the local authorities so they don't cause trouble for anyone else." Kakashi gave Sasuke his trademark grin. "Good idea. And besides eliminating potential threats to civilians, handing them over has the added benefit of ensuring that the people here know they can ask our village for help if they ever need it." Naruto raised his fist to greet Sasuke. "Great idea, bastard. We'll be able to fight bandits and help our village." Sasuke smirked and bumped fists with him. "We can't all be idiots. Sakura and I have to take over for your plant-filled brain." Naruto frowned. "Lucky you said that after you bumped fists with me. If you had said it before, I would have broken your hand." "I know," Sasuke said SEC. "That's why I waited." "Well, you better watch out because, guys, Kakashi-sensei is gone." Naruto and Sasuke looked at Sakura in surprise, and then at the spot where Kakashi had been just before. As she'd said, her sensei had disappeared. Even when Naruto tried to sense Kakashi, he only sensed remnants of his chakra. Naruto still didn't understand how Kakashi always managed to hide from him. Slowly, A smile spread across Naruto's face. He wants us to take care of the bandits ourselves, Sasuke interrupted. That way we won't be able to rely on him to correct us in the moment, and it'll just be the three of us against the bandits. Hey, I was going to say that, Naruto exclaimed. You stole my line. Sasuke smirked, then turned to Sakura. So what's the plan? Sakura blinked. Wait, you want to come up with a plan? She asked incredulously. Sasuke nodded, and so did Naruto when she looked at him curiously. But you two don't fight all the time. Wouldn't you be any better at planning? My plans usually consist of creating specific scenarios that allow me to use specific abilities or avoiding ones that put me at a disadvantage, Sasuke said. I mostly analyze while I fight and adapt to what I see. I don't really plan much either, Naruto admitted with a shrug. I guess I do the same thing as Sasuke. I just come up with things in the middle of a fight, you know? The only time I really plan before a fight is if I have some cool new jutsu I want to show off. Oh. Sakura looked at them for a few seconds, then at the road where Naruto had said the bandits were. Well, since Kakashi's gone, they'll probably assume we're just kids, right? And yes, line break. Hidden from Naruto's sight and sensory abilities, Kakashi watched as his three students walked toward the dozen bandits. Although facing bandits wasn't technically part of his E-rank mission, AK wasn't almost surprised to have encountered them. He was also glad because it gave his students the chance to fight opponents who weren't their allies. Of course, facing off against bandits probably wouldn't count as a real fight for any of them. He was sure Sakura alone could have handled them without injury, and including Naruto and Sasuke was simply excessive. But it would still be an easy introduction to life outside a hidden village. Even though they could have easily defeated the bandits in a straight fight, it seemed Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura opted for a more solid plan. They hid their forehead protectors and more obvious ninja gear, making them look like any other preteens. Although it was completely unnecessary, Kakashi was impressed that they came up with a plan. One of the bandits, a lookout, if Kakashi had to guess, spotted the three preteens on the road and alerted the others of their arrival. There were some rumors about why the three boys were alone, seemingly without adult supervision, but they were still foolishly unprepared as the three approached. For their part, the genin seemed to put more effort into their disguise than simply hiding their equipment. Naruto's usual cocky grin was gone, replaced by a look of fear that Kakashi might have believed had anyone else seen it. Sasuke was still relatively expressionless, but instead of being brooding and angry, he looked brooding and scared. Sakura was by far the best actress of the three. She held back and trembled subtly, walking just a step behind the boys. All genin took some acting classes at the academy, as it was a necessary skill for any shinobi. But Kakashi guessed Naruto and Sasuke didn't like them too much. They probably didn't see how acting would contribute to their respective goals. Sakura, on the other hand, was probably determined to learn as much as she could about any subject at the academy, and her natural gifts meant she probably got more out of the less obvious lessons than any of her classmates. As the three children stopped right in front of the bandits, skillfully projecting fear, one of them slowly approached. "What are you doing here, kids?" a deep voice asked. The children glanced at each other before Naruto stepped forward. "Hey, we were all traveling with our parents, but we got lost while playing, and now we don't know where you are," he stammered. "And this is the first time we're so far from home, and we don't know where to go." Perhaps Kakashi's first impression was wrong. Naruto was also a good actor, and the bandit he was talking to certainly believed him. The bandit's face didn't soften entirely, but his frown softened a little. "Do you remember where you came from?" Naruto shook his head sadly. "No," he admitted, looking away and staring at the ground in dismay. But he looked back at the bandit in despair, grabbing Sasuke by the shoulder to push him. "My friend's parents are very rich. Could they pay you well?" "Yeah, rich, huh?" Another bandit asked, joining the first and standing in front of the children. This time, it was a woman with a voice almost as raspy as the first one's. "How rich?" The first bandit looked at her, but said nothing. "Very rich," Sasuke said. Although he didn't stutter like Naruto, his voice trembled with the pride Kakashi sensed when he spoke of his clan. "I am the heir to a very important family in our village. My family would pay you well to rescue us." Kakashi smiled beneath his mask. Sasuke was the worst actor of the three, but the story they'd chosen filled in any potential flaws in his performance. After all, the best lies had some truth in them. "And how much do you think we'd get paid if we kidnapped you?" the second bandit asked, pulling out a knife. The first bandit sighed in annoyance at the sight of the second, but still pulled out his own knife. "We could have kidnapped these children without violence, he pointed out wearily. "You always have to resort to attacking." The second shrugged, smiling cruelly. "It's more fun that way," she said bluntly. Looking terrified, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were grabbed by the two bandits and taken to where the other 10 were waiting to be tied up. The bandits' greed was practically palpable at the sight of Sasuke, their supposed cash cow. But Kakashi watched it slowly turn into anger toward the second bandit when the children acted too scared to even tell them their names. Just as the annoyance was winning and the second bandit was bearing it the most, Naruto sighed dramatically. "You guys are really bad at teamwork, you know that?" Her fear vanished completely, and her usual confidence returned with a vengeance. "Where do we come from? We're taught to work as a team. You'll never make money that way." Sasuke nodded with a mocking smile. "They didn't even check us for weapons." "I'm a little disappointed they didn't," Sakura added. "It depended somewhat on them doing so to put the plan into action." The bandits all looked at the children in confusion, but they didn't have time to ask questions before the three revealed they had freed themselves from their bonds. "How did you escape?" one of the bandits asked. Instead of answering, the three boys reached into their clothes and took out their forehead protectors. Kakashi could pinpoint the exact moment the bandits realized they'd made a mistake. "Shit," one cursed. "They're Konoha ninja." Naruto grinned toothily. "Not just any Konoha ninja, but a future oak." Kakashi sighed while Sakura and Sasuke rolled their eyes. One of the bandits, braver or stupider than the others, shouted, "They're just kids, and we outnumber them. We can handle them." The shout broke the brief standoff. Pulling out guns, swords, knives, and other weapons, the bandits tried to attack the children. Unfortunately for them, they only made contact with wooden blocks, which the genin replaced. Kakashi instantly spotted where his students reappeared, each alone in different locations around the bandits. It took the bandits a few seconds to realize what had happened. When they realized this, they opted for the most foolish option, splitting into 3 groups of 4 to attack the children. Sticking together would have at least given the bandits a chance to overwhelm their opponents, even if their chances of winning were practically zero with Kakashi watching. But instead, they dismembered into easily controllable pieces, falling right into Team 7's trap. None of the fights lasted long. Sakura soundly defeated her 4 foes with taijutsu alone, perfectly utilizing the copied style Kakashi had given her. She was improving at an impressive rate. The style itself was vaguely similar to that of but instead of using chakra control and the Yakugan to neutralize Tenketsu, Sakura used her perfect chakra control to flood her opponent's muscles with chakra. It required a deep understanding of the human body, something Kakashi had taught her. Sasuke decided to use his Kinjutsu skills, unleashing his sword and engaging his opponents in a sword contest. As expected, they didn't stand a chance. Sasuke disarmed them all effortlessly without even severing their fingers. The boy was going to be a monster with a sword once he gained more experience. Even without his sharing active, Sasuke fought fluidly and rarely wasted movement. Naruto, Kakashi sighed. Naruto wasn't even trying to make the fight look like a real fight. Instead of using taijutsu or kinjutsu like his peers, he opted for ninjutsu. One bandit was hit by a water bullet with enough pressure to slam him into a tree and knock him unconscious. Another buried himself up to his head. The third was eliminated when Naruto transformed the remaining water from his bullet into a clone that knocked him unconscious from behind, and the last simply gave up. At least one of the bandits could tell when they were outnumbered. With the fights over, Kakashi quickly approached where Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were gathered. "Good work." He praised them. "You got them to let their guard down. You separated them and defeated them without injury." The 3 of them flinched before turning to him. "Bakassi-sensei," shouted Naruto. Kakashi smiled with his eyes. "I got in one." He nodded. "Who came up with the plan?" He had his suspicions, and they were confirmed when Naruto and Sasuke looked at Sakura. "Yes," she confessed. I thought they'd jump at the chance to rescue children with supposedly wealthy parents, so we could be sure the dozen people that were working on their own, because they'd have to contact someone else if they didn't. Very well thought out. Kakashi ruffled her hair, earning him a glare. That meant there were two I could affectionately tease by ruffling their hair. I'd have to see if it worked with Sasuke as well. If there was one thing all the Jonin sensei agreed on, it was that teasing Genin was fun. Have you thought of a way to get them to the nearest village to imprison them? Since there are only 4 of us, they might try to escape along the way. Realistically, Kakashi doubted they would try. The 2 Naruto left conscious, the one who surrendered and the one buried up to his head, stared at him in absolute terror. Kakashi had a reputation that could reach even non-shinobi, and the bandits would be reluctant to try to escape from a bloodied Kakashi, especially after being so brutally defeated by a group of 12-year-olds. But right now, Kakashi was a master. He needed to make sure his team had problem-solving skills before the exams came around. Chun could create some clones to flank them and prevent them from trying to escape, Naruto offered. I think 1/10 of my force would be enough to stop them. It wasn't the first time Kakashi had considered teaching Naruto the Shadow Clone Jutsu. At the very least, it would make his clones an even bigger threat and asset. Clones would be just as good, if not better. But Kakashi would either have to ask Tenso to create a scroll for that, or introduce him to Naruto. And he figured it was still too soon for the latter. That would work. Kakashi nodded. Sasuke, Sakura, you 2 round up the bandits while Naruto creates some clones. While the Genin got to work, Kakashi brought out Ika to distract himself from the question of whether or not he should teach Naruto a new cloning jutsu. The answer would come in time, right? Chapter 11. I don't think I'll ever get used to there being places without forests everywhere, Naruto admitted. Sasuke wasn't as ceremonious as Naruto, but he couldn't help but agree. Having spent his entire life in the land of fire, the new terrain of the land of mountain streams was a strange adjustment. As the name suggested, the country was defined by its mountains, hills, and the streams and rivers that connected them. There were still forests, many of them with the same tree species as the land of fire, but they were sparser and much more scattered than Sasuke was used to. This made him feel vulnerable, even knowing he could escape to the mountains if someone attacked him. Wait until you see the land of wind, Kakashi said. Sasuke still didn't understand how she could cross the water so naturally, hold a conversation, and read a book at the same time. One day he'd be the same, but without reading a porn book. Although I suppose it would be a lot easier for you to survive there than most. Naruto's face wrinkled in thought for a few seconds. Sasuke prepared to remind him that it was the land of wind, but then Naruto's face lit up. That's the land of the desert, right? He asked with his Nagakure. Wow, you finally remembered something. You almost impressed me, Sasuke commented. Well, I'm impressed you haven't electrocuted us yet, Naruto retorted. I thought you'd slip up and fry us all at least once when Kakashi-sensei told us we'd be traveling on water. Sasuke's eyes turned red for a moment, and he looked down at the water beneath his feet. The water is so full of Mokuton chakra. I think you've created a whole new ecosystem, he observed sadly, cutting off the flow of chakra to his eyes. If you were the one with Raiton, even Kakashi would be toast. Naruto shrugged. I can walk on water without Mokuton catching me, he stated. But what's the point? It's fine if the plants spend a little more time underwater. If anything, I'm helping nature. It's an act of public service, really like a free rank. Although otherwise I wouldn't have a problem with it. Naruto chimed in, Kakashi lowering his book to look at them for a second. Right now you're leaving a trail of Mokuton chakra when most of the world believes Mokuton users don't exist. Until you make your big announcement at the exams, you should probably avoid doing that. Naruto groaned. But when Sasuke looked down again with his Sharingan, the chakra in his footsteps only had a hint of Mokuton in them. I should have stuck with the original plan and let everyone know when we became Genin. It's too long to wait. Sasuke rolled his eyes, interrupting the chakra flow again. You can't change your mind now. The Hokage plans for us to reveal ourselves then. Naruto sighed. I know. He clasped his hands behind his head and looked up slightly. Well, I still think the wait will be worth it. That doesn't mean I don't feel like the wait isn't killing me. Think how much fun it will be when everyone sees your big boob in the exam, Sakura suggested. Our classmates won't believe it. Naruto smiled. Yeah, maybe they'll even try to dispel it like a Jinjutsu, like Sasuke and Kakashi sensei did. Sakura looked at Sasuke and Kakashi. They both did. Kakashi shrugged. It's a reasonable assumption. It doesn't hurt as long as you don't expose yourself. Sasuke agreed. You didn't even know he was a Mokuton, Naruto. Really? Sakura asked, looking at him in surprise. Naruto blushed and looked away. Hey, I get bored easily in class, and I couldn't get any scrolls until Sasuke got them for me. You could have still tried paying attention in class, Sasuke said sadly. Me, it's too late. Before they could reply, Naruto's face lit up, and he pointed ahead excitedly. Look, we're here. Sasuke's first thought was that Naruto was just trying to distract them. But when he looked ahead, he saw that Naruto was right. The flat, forested terrain of Fire Country had disappeared completely within hours, and since then they had been traveling along the streams that ran between the mountains. Most of the inhabitants of Mountain Stream Country traveled between villages by boat, unlike in Fire Country, where everyone traveled on foot or by carriage. So, it was definitely a good idea for Kakashi to teach them how to walk on water. Up ahead, Sasuke could see what looked like a small marina in a gap between two mountains. They were still too far away to make out with his natural eyesight, but channeling chakra into his eyes was barely a conscious thought, tinting his vision red and making the marina in the distance sharp. He'd only done it out of curiosity, and perhaps a little because he was tired of Naruto seeing everything before anyone else. So it was a small surprise when the image sharpened and showed him the state of the port. Sakura said she'd read about the town they were visiting. It was supposedly an important trading city for the country, though not as important as those in larger countries, and it received enough customers to make it quite wealthy. The marina itself was large enough to sustain the city's status as a commercial port, but everything had been wrecked. Claw-like scratches marred the paint. Chunks had been torn off the walls, and parts of the docks were destroyed. It didn't appear that the damage was disastrous for the city, or extremely expensive to repair, or that the marina itself was specifically damaged, but a temporary replacement dock had already been set up. Kakashi, what kind of animals attacked this village? He asked, cutting off the flow of chakra and looking back at Kakashi. The marina is in bad shape. It wasn't in the scroll. Kakashi had his face buried in his obscene book, walking as casually as if he were on dry land and watching where he was going. I guess pumas, wolves, maybe bears. He looked up and gave Sasuke a smile. Whatever animals you are, I'm sure you three will be more than capable of handling it. Of course, Naruto exclaimed proudly. This country was created for me. Sasuke looked at him curiously, already expecting something stupid. And what's that supposed to mean? Naruto smiled proudly. It's the land of mountain streams, he said as if that explained everything. Mountains and streams, water and land. It's perfect for my nature. Sasuke looked at Naruto indifferently. Finally, he sighed and looked ahead. Almost at the same time, Sakura said, Naruto, water and land are in every country. Water may be a little scarcer in some places, but land is definitely everywhere. Naruto tilted his head and looked at her. Well, yes, but his voice trailed off. Sasuke wasn't looking, but she could still feel the moment Naruto realized. Wow, my nature is perfect for everything. You didn't even think about the advantages of your own nature. Sasuke asked sadly. Naruto stuck out his tongue. I wish you had storm and fire noops around to use constantly. I can create fire and it will spread if I need it to, Sasuke pointed out. Storm Noops tilted his head thoughtfully. Maybe it wouldn't be a bad idea to find a way to create them. Kakashi looked up from his book and raised an eyebrow at Sasuke. That technique would be quite difficult to execute, he commented, but not bad. Though it might be too much for you now. Sasuke already had an idea how to do it, but it would require a lot of fire. While he was confident he could create enough, he couldn't be sure whoever he was fighting wouldn't put out the fire. Naruto certainly could. He'd need some kind of special fire. So the only thing he could think of was to add Futon Chakra, but it would be harder to add it to his Kadon Chakra than to add Raidon. Wow. Weren't you kidding when you said the marina was in bad shape? Naruto exclaimed. They were still a considerable distance away, but his natural eyesight was amazingly sharp. No wonder they asked for help. Sasuke smiled. Are you scared? Of course not. Naruto pushed him, but it wasn't even hard enough to trip Sasuke. He probably didn't want to get electrocuted. I'm not scared of those stupid animals. I wouldn't let a summoner say that, Kakashi warned. Some are very proud. Oh, summons. Naruto asked. I've been wondering about that. How do you get one? I always thought they'd be cool to have. Wow, that place is wrecked. Sakura interrupted once the marina came into view. It's a targeted attack. Yes, it is. If so, this exceeds our mission, and we'll return to the village to send reinforcements. Kakashi didn't even look up from his book. Targeted attacks involve summoning, and that involves other ninja, which would make it a B rank. If so, we can definitely get a B rank, Naruto exclaimed. Come on, sensei. Do you know how good we are? Sasuke grunted in agreement. Even without my Sharingan, an average Chunin is no match for me. His target was S rank. A B rank mission was nothing. As if he could sense Sasuke's thoughts, Kakashi finally tore his gaze from the book and held it. There's no good in taking on more than you can handle. Sasuke crossed his arms and looked away, returning his focus to the marina and letting the chakra flowing into his eyes fade. They were so close that the damage was evident to their unmagnified vision, but it didn't actually look like they were the target. Most of the damage to the pier was at the front, impeding access without actually damaging the structure, and the ends of the pier were completely intact. If they really were wild mountain animals, it made sense that they wouldn't venture to the docks for the joy of destruction. Running away never leads to anything good, Naruto argued stubbornly. Even if we ran into something we couldn't control, Sasuke and I could use our secret weapons and electrocute them if there was no other option. While they planned to wait to reveal their Kek and Jinka until the exams, in a life-or-death situation, it would be stupid to keep the secret about their lives. So Naruto was actually right. And if something's too dangerous, you're here, Sensei, added Sakura. You still haven't told us anything about yourself. Her voice trailed off expectantly, but Kakashi didn't say anything. Well, we know you're strong, even for a Jounin. Kakashi sighed. Kids, it doesn't even look like a targeted attack, so I don't know why you're still arguing. They reached the makeshift dock, and he hopped onto it without taking his eyes off his book, even though the tide was out and the dock was a meter higher. I guess if we run into anyone on this mission, I'll make a situational judgment. He looked back, his gaze hardened like after his failure at the bell test. And as Sensei, you're expected to listen to him. The hardened gaze sent shivers down Sasuke's spine, eerily reminding him of another hardened gaze. But he suppressed the urge to shiver as Kakashi turned and started walking. As Naruto and Sakura shivered, Sasuke jumped onto the dock with his hands in his pockets, following Kakashi without waiting for any of his companions. Hey, wait up, Naruto yelled. Sasuke rolled his eyes and turned to scold him for being slow. That was all that saved him from getting soaked when Naruto shot out of the river on a wave. Sasuke flooded his legs with chakra and leaped back just in time to avoid the wave crashing against where he'd been seconds before, soaking him next to half the makeshift dock. Naruto stumbled, half-soaked and wide-eyed in obvious surprise, barely a meter from where Sasuke had landed, splashing him with water as he shook it out of his hair. What the hell? You were putting Suiton chakra into your steps. Sasuke had already noticed, but didn't feel the need to say anything. The result was kind of funny. Better than leaving a trail of chakra that shouldn't exist anymore, I guess. Says someone who can't resist showing off his special eyes at every opportunity, Naruto retorted. You get away with it because you can blink, Naruto. Naruto froze. He slowly turned around, and Sasuke followed his gaze to find Sakura standing at the end of the dock, soaking wet. She looked beyond angry, worse than Sasuke had ever seen during their time as a team or even his entire time at the academy, though he hadn't paid much attention to her back then. Hey, Sakura, Naruto said nervously. Hey, sorry about that. Before he could finish, Sakura shot forward so fast that even Sasuke was slightly surprised, and Naruto hurriedly retreated back toward the town. Line break. That night, Naruto happily flopped onto a bed, and then the town chief had allowed them to stay in during their mission, his back bouncing off the mattress. As great as their temporary homes were, Mokuton, nothing beat a real bed. Sure, he could sleep practically anywhere he wanted, and he recovered so quickly that it never left him sore for long. But still, Comfort was greatly appreciated, even sharing a room with Sasuke. If you spend the night tumbling around in that bed, don't blame me if I throw a kunai at you. Sasuke sat cross-legged on his bathroom bed, staring straight ahead with his hands clasped in his lap and his eyes closed. Just because you recover quickly doesn't mean you're not in pain. Ignoring the threat, Naruto sat up in bed, dangling his legs. What are you doing? He'd seen Sasuke sitting like that several times, but only since they graduated. Either it was something new or he just hadn't noticed it before for some reason. Meditating, Sasuke opened his eyes and his blood-red Sharingan moved to look at Naruto. I need to improve my Sharingan, and until I can reveal it during the exams, this is my best option. Oh. Naruto pulled his legs up onto the bed in imitation of Sasuke and crossed them. It's useful for those who don't have weird eyes. Sasuke rolled his eyes and looked back ahead. The Sharingan disappeared behind his eyelids. It helps with stamina, which isn't exactly necessary, but learning a little patience would do you good. Maybe it would teach you to wait more than 10 seconds before getting bored. Naruto stuck his tongue out at Sasuke. I'm very patient. Sasuke didn't even open an eye, so Naruto turned around and mimicked Sasuke having his hands in his lap. I'll show you, he declared. What do I have to do? Sit like this and close my eyes. Sasuke grunted. Naruto waited for further explanation, and when he didn't get any, he simply shrugged and closed his eyes. He wasn't quite sure what he hoped to gain from meditation, but since he wasn't tired enough to go to bed yet, he figured it probably couldn't hurt. But how was anyone supposed to meditate? Sasuke said it improved stamina, so it probably had something to do with chakra. Nodding confidently, Naruto reached out to mold his chakra. There was no telling what Mokuton would do to his room at the inn, and he wasn't looking forward to dealing with the mess Sutono Doton might leave behind. So he was careful not to let any of his nature seep through. As a result, his senses expanded. Immediately, his companion's chakra flooded him. Sasuke was directly to his right, a fiery chakra storm growing ever more violent. While he didn't have as much as Naruto, his chakra possessed an unprecedented intensity, and he did have more than the vast majority of people, certainly more than anyone else's age. In the room they both faced directly, with a closed door connected to theirs, Sakura's incomparably silent chakra rested peacefully on her bed. There was a subtle, underdeveloped, earthy feeling, overshadowed by a hazy sensation that reminded Naruto of when Sasuke used Ninjutsu against him. She seemed already asleep after their long day of walking, and even asleep. Her chakra was contained and controlled in a way that Naruto could barely wake up. On the other side of the wall, facing Naruto and Sasuke's backs, a bolt of lightning whizzed in the corner of the room. The lightning was deceptively quiet, belying its strength. Surprisingly, Kakashi seemed to have roughly the same chakra level as Sasuke, but the intensity of his right chakra was immeasurable. At least not yet. They hadn't even seen Kakashi give it his all, or even use his chakra. And Naruto had no idea what to expect when they finally did. When he felt some kind of reaction in the quiet buzz of the lightning, he decided to move forward, extending his senses further outward. Unlike Konoha, where he could extend his senses to encompass the city and sense the chakra of more ninja than he'd ever bother to count. The village they were staying in only had a population of a few hundred civilians. A few of them had more chakra than most of the civilians, but nothing stood out like it sometimes did in Konoha. Extending his senses further, Naruto sensed the faint forest that stretched across the slopes surrounding the village. It wasn't the same as sensing chakra, and he couldn't perceive them with the same clarity as the trees in Konoha, but he still sensed a tangible connection to the vegetation of the mountains. Admittedly, aimlessly exploring the area quickly became boring, but Sasuke's stormy presence to his right reminded him why he'd started meditating in the first place. It was also training technique. Far away, miles to the east, chakra flared to life. Naruto flinched, unconsciously straightening his back and focusing his attention on the source of the chakra. The first thing he sensed was a watery presence with a Suiton affinity even stronger than his own, but there was a faint hum of electricity that seemed to interrupt it. The next thing was what he could only describe as an earthly abomination, a Doton affinity more intense than Naruto's, with Raiton, Kato, and Futon somehow united. The sensation alone felt unnatural. Whatever it was, it had multiple affinities, but they didn't combine like Naruto's, nor did they complement each other like Sasuke's. Instead, the powerful Doton affinity was the obvious core, and the other three felt like they'd been stolen. Stolen. A chill ran down Naruto's spine at the thought. He still remembered Sasuke's ominous threat about the lengths people would go to for a powerful affinity. And while he wasn't sure what those lengths were, he had a feeling there was one such person just a few kilometers to the east. Before he could think about it too much, more chakra caught his attention. It wasn't as intense as the 5 chakras, but it was closer, and he could feel it getting closer to the village. The animals, eyes flying open, Naruto leaped out of bed, glad he hadn't changed yet. The wild animals are coming, Sasuke exclaimed. His eyes shot open, and he turned to look at Naruto. Did you really use meditation? Naruto nodded, walking to Sakura's bedroom door and raising his fist to knock before stopping, rubbing the now-healed back of his neck from when she reached for him earlier. I think the animals will be here in about 10 minutes. He looked back at Sasuke and then back at the hallway door. I'm going to wake Kakashi-sensei up, so you can wake Sakura up. Sasuke blinked. The blood red turned black, and Naruto headed straight for the door. He stepped out into the hallway before Sasuke could say anything, walking toward Kakashi's door, but it opened as soon as he approached. Hey, Naruto, Kakashi said, smiling at him with one eye as he left his room and closed the door. Like Naruto, he was still wearing his clothes for the day, including his forehead protector and, as always, his mask. Are the animals coming? Yeah. Naruto considered asking how Kakashi knew, but ignored him. So, shall we start tonight? Wait, was there something else I should mention? Naruto jumped in before Kakashi could answer his first question. Oh, and I felt 2 really powerful chakra signatures fighting a few kilometers to the east, he added as Sasuke stepped out into the hallway. One had an incredibly strong affinity with Suiton, and the other had an incredibly strong affinity with Doton, and he somehow also had Futon, Raidon, and Kato. Kakashi's one-eyed grin hardened into a narrowed eye. 2 ninjas fighting, he scratched his chin. You say they have a great affinity, but what do you think of them? Even without sharpening his senses again, Naruto shuddered at the memory of the earthly abomination. Strong. The one who had an affinity with Suiton also had something different about them. It was as if they not only had an affinity with Swan, but they had no idea what else. The fight is probably what drove the animals to attack, Sasuke said, crossing his arms and leaning against the wall of the hallway between Naruto and Kakashi. If they're powerful, there might have been more than one fight, disrupting their homes and causing them to flee each time. This valley is the perfect place to hide from danger, so it makes sense they'd run all the way here. Oh, Naruto nodded before finishing processing what Sasuke said. A few seconds later, he summarized. So animals get scared because fights are big and explosive. Most likely, Kakashi agreed. Perhaps the easiest thing to do would be to simply put up a mud wall to block the way until the ninjas were done fighting. A little further down the hall, another door opened, and Sakura emerged from her room. Her hair had obviously been clean since Naruto accidentally got her wet in the river water, and now she wore it in a ponytail. Otherwise, she was dressed normally, ready for the mission like the others. As she came over to join them, Naruto took a few steps closer to Kakashi, rubbing the back of his neck again. Hey, Sakura. Naruto stopped next to Sasuke and looked at him coldly. Mission begins. Kakashi looked at the 3 of them, his gaze unreadable as it settled on Naruto. Take the other 2 to the part of the valley where the animals go for a run. I'm going to see that ninja you mentioned. Naruto's instinct was to insist that he wanted to check on the ninja as well, but Kakashi disappeared before he could even attempt to make his case. Ninja, Sakura repeated in confusion, her previously cold gaze turning to curiosity. What happened? We have to go, Sasuke said, walking down the hallway with his hands in his pockets. Naruto will explain on the way. As Naruto brought Sakura up to date, the team left the inn and headed into the village streets. Naruto's gaze immediately swept over the rubble he had seen upon entering, clearly visible even in the darkness. He hadn't expected to have to defend himself from the village's attack on the first night, But he hurriedly ran in the direction the animals were coming from, easily scaling the buildings with the help of the tree-walking technique. Line jumping. Heading east, Kakashi silently leaped from tree to tree, able to pass through the sparse trees as easily as he traversed the dense forests of the Land of Fire. Leaving Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura alone while he traveled miles away didn't seem right, but he knew they could handle almost anything that came their way. Kakashi couldn't ignore the presence of two powerful ninja fighting so close to his mission. At the very least, the Hokage would want information about the altercation. Although he wasn't a censor type like Naruto, it wasn't difficult to find the fight as they traveled east. The herd of animals was still a few kilometers from the village, and a quick glance confirmed they were weak enough for the children to handle. So Kakashi didn't even pause when he found them. A few kilometers beyond the village, the ground began to shake, and from there, Kakashi just needed to find the epicenter. He took care to keep his chakra undetectable as he headed toward the fighting ninjas. If Naruto considered them powerful, Kakashi wasn't going to underestimate them, and it would be best to avoid getting caught up in an alert. On instinct alone, Kakashi clasped his hands in the tiger seal and used body flicker to leap up. He reappeared at the top of a nearby tree, just in time for a massive lightning dragon to tear through the forest he was standing in. As the lightning dragon crashed to the ground and disappeared, it left behind a sprawling figure in a charred crater, electricity coursing through its body. They wore gray pants, a black sleeveless t-shirt with bandages around their necks, and had straight, white hair. But Kakashi's gaze immediately fell on the two oddly shaped swords they held in both hands. Irame. From the same direction the dragon had come from, a man strode out. He was tall, with tan skin, and unusual green and orange eyes were the only visible part of his face. A black mask attached to a gray hood covered the rest of his head, and on his forehead was a Takigakure forehead protector with the cross symbol. He wore tattered, battle-damaged black robes with what looked like a red pattern, and his arms were covered in stitches where the robe's sleeves ended, but otherwise he appeared to be mostly unharmed. As the man approached, the figure lying in the lightning-covered crater struggled to stand, digging his swords into the ground to support his weight. Each movement was an obvious effort, as the lightning had not yet disappeared from his body, but he managed to get to his feet, raising his swords to defend himself from the robed man. "Are you really that angry because I destroyed one of your spare parts?" Mangitos asked, his voice tired but with a defiant tone evident. "I promise, it's not that big a deal. You barely knew how to use that Suiton affinity that was stolen from you in the first place. I'll be glad to finally be rid of you." The man had a deep, gravelly voice, and his tone made it clear he was calling it a day, even though he stopped far out of Arami Carryeyes' reach. "I recognize that you've put up a fight more than worthy of your reward these past few weeks, but you were doomed from the start." Jetsu grinned, showing his shark teeth. "Oh, I'm just getting started. I'd tell you to get used to hearing my voice." But before he could finish his sentence, the other man lunged forward, and Mangetsu was forced to defend himself against a powerful blow that knocked him back to him. The moment he landed, the man attacked him again, this time with a clean blow to the side, so hard it sent him flying into a tree Kakashi was hiding next to. One of his swords flew from his hand, slamming into the ground or into the foot of Kakashi's tree. But Magetsu quickly got back to his feet, shifting his remaining sword into a two-handed grip. As I said, Mangetsu continued, his voice growing increasingly strained. The lightning continued to resonate through his body, and Kakashi sensed it was more than just an attack. "You'll be free of my voice, but only when I finally defeat you. But first, please tell me your name. I want to have an idea of who I'm going to kill, because I don't think there's a bounty on the creepy vine guy." At that, the man looked at Njetsu thoughtfully. Kakusu replied simply, "If you somehow manage to defeat me, you will receive a large sum of money, but you have no hope of surviving." He took a step forward, but Mangetsu stood firm, gripping his half of Iramakiri tightly. "When I first saw you, I only wanted the bounty on your head, but now I'll take your heart to replace the one you destroyed." Kakusu, the name sounded familiar. Kakashi searched his memory, mentally reviewing all the bingo books he'd memorized over the years, and wanted to curse as soon as the information hit him. An S-ranker didn't look much older than Kakashi, but he was supposedly a veteran with decades of experience. Mangetsu Asuki was a danger in his own right, and Kakuza had single-handedly defeated him, though the fight at least seemed to have dragged on. He'd been after Mangetsu only for the bounty. If that was true, Naruto and Sasuke were in unimaginable danger. The money someone could make from the two of them. His best option would be to go straight for the Genin and cancel the mission altogether. But he knew they'd caused too much of a ruckus, even with their prior agreement. If there was no other option but to stay in the land of mountain streams, Kakashi's next best option was his specialty, assassination. If he could kill Kakuzu and prevent the situation from escalating, his team would be safe, and the mission could be completed without a hitch. Kakashi reached out and revealed the Death Sharingan, grateful to have begun sharpening his skills again after taking on the two most valuable genin in the world as students, and watched intently for an opening as Mangetsu continued to taunt Kakuzu. Once again, Kakuzu attacked, but Mangetsu managed to defend himself once more, deflecting it with a massive chakra blade extending from Iramikuri's eye. Through Obito's gaze, Kakashi saw that the lightning resonating within Mangetsu's body had begun to weaken slightly, but the effect obviously wouldn't wear off anytime soon. At the pace of the fight, Mangetsu was going to die, even if he put up an impressive fight at the end. The smarter move would have been to wait for Kakuzu to finish off Mangetsu and kill him off guard. It was a strategy he'd used a lot in the Ambu, though it had been a long time since he'd needed to kill someone that way. Kakashi considered the option and quickly dismissed it. Konoha had no current ties to Kiri, especially with the Misukage's new administration. But Kakashi knew that a loyal and active member of the Seven Swordsmen of the Mist would be invaluable to the Godame. Saving Mangetsu might endear Kiri to Konoha, even if it was a bigger risk than Kakashi was entirely comfortable with. Furthermore, Kakuzu was someone who had survived for decades, and a 2-on-1 was better than a 1-on-1 if Kakuzu avoided the initial blow. As Kakashi watched, Kakuzu deployed a jutsu to neutralize the damage from most of Mangetsu's attacks. It was an obviously powerful ability, but Kakashi knew Raikurin would easily overcome it. Naruto had told him that one of the fighters possessed a powerful Suidan affinity and the other a powerful Doton affinity, and that Mangetsu was the obvious Suidan user. That meant he'd also have to watch out for Kakuzu's Fawn, Kitan, and Raiton, but he had the advantage over Kakuzu's natural affinity. Okay, I have to admit this isn't the best situation for me. Mangetsu gave Kakuzu another mischievous smile, but his attention was clearly focused on the other half of Iramikuri's eye. Kakuzu had interposed himself between Mangetsu and him, and without interference, Mangetsu would meet his end. How much money exactly would it take for you to clear off and leave me alone? Kakuzu was silent for a few seconds longer than your loot and a sudden affinity heart to replace the one you destroyed. Also, Mangetsu's smile disappeared, and he tightened his grip on the half of Iramikuri's in his hands. I guess it was worth a try. Kakuzu started preparing a Jutsuden. It was over. Annoyed and mouthy shark growled under his breath. He began to build up chakra, performing the tiger, snake, and dog seals to finish Mangetsu off with what Kakashi recognized as a lightning strike. Kakuzu may have had decades of experience, but few people in the world could execute the Jutsu faster than Kakashi could attack. His hands passed through the ox, rabbit, and monkey seals before Kakuzu could reach dog, and Raikiri lit up over his hand. It's noteworthy that Kakuzu reacted to the bird song that filled the clearing, but in the split second he had, Kakashi had dropped down the tree and was standing behind him. Then Kakashi's hand sank into Kakuzu's chest, as if his earth armor wasn't even there, instantly destroying his heart. How the hell? Kakuzu snarled, turning his head completely to the side to face Kakashi. I didn't even feel you coming, sorry. Kakashi didn't follow the comment with his usual smile, but instead looked past Kakuzu to Mangetsu's defensive position in front of them. Mangetsu, Kakashi attack. Mangetsu exclaimed. A brief expression of relief crossed his face, but then his eyes widened as he saw Kakashi's hand still impaling Kakuzu. Careful, he has multiple. Before he could finish his warning, Kakusu kicked Kakashi so hard that he crashed into a tree as his hand was released from his chest. Only thanks to his reflexes did Kakashi escape serious damage to his stomach and back. Still, a grunt of pain escaped his lungs as he crashed into the tree. He rolled to land on the other side as fast as he could, one hand on his bruised stomach and the other pulling a kunai from his pouch, and braced himself for his Sharingan to come down on Kakusu. He hadn't moved from his spot in front of Mangetsu, but he turned his head to look at Kakashi. Kakashi attacked the Kapinin. His unusual green and red eyes narrowed, one hand gripping the spot where Kakashi's hand pierced him. I didn't expect to find you here, but it seems there are bounties everywhere. Yours might be even greater than my current praise. It's a shame you'll never get the chance to collect it. Kakashi narrowed his eyes at Kakusu's shattered heart. He had multiples. Was it the origin of the multiple affinities Naruto described? Mangetsu mentioned destroying one of Kakusu's spares when Kakashi started watching the fight. That probably meant Kakusu had 2 fewer hearts. But how many did he have in total? Don't underestimate him, Kakashi, Mangetsu warned. I'm not sure who this guy is, but he's tough. Kakusu, a missing S-rank ninja from Takigakure. Kakashi said, it's been in Bingo's books for decades, but information is scarce. Mangetsu's eyes widened and he gritted his teeth. The name sounded familiar. Enough said. Kakusu performed a series of hand seals that Kakashi didn't recognize, starting and ending with the snake seal, and slammed his hands on the ground in Mangetsu's direction. Kakashi memorized the seals and chakra flow as the earth transformed into an elaborate, solid stone prison around Mangetsu. I'll have to finish off the shark later. He turned fully on Kakashi, anger blazing in his eyes. He's hard to kill, but he shouldn't have any trouble with you. Kakashi observed the earth prison for a few seconds. It was impressively reinforced and would be a good tool for Naruto. If Kakashi had the chance to teach him, he could destroy it with a powerful jutsu, but Mangetsu was obviously already in bad shape from the lightning. Could he defeat Kakusu alone? Kakusu started to approach Kakashi, and Kakashi raised his kunai, his right eye closed and his left eye observing every detail of his opponent. When Kakusu suddenly lunged and tried to strike Kakashi, Kakashi was already ready. Kakusu's fist was deflected by his forearm, and Kakashi spun with his other arm, throwing his sword toward Kakusu's outstretched arm. Kakusu's free arm caught it before the kunai could break skin, so Kakashi let go and caught it with his other hand, unleashing a stream of lightning that pierced Kakusu's side. Kakusu let out a grunt of pain, still holding the grip. Kakashi swung a left jab at Kakusu's opposite side, but Kakusu's arm came out to block it, rock solid. Before Kakusu could try to grab Kakashi's arm and hold it still, Kakashi fell backward onto his free hand and pushed himself back up. Then he swung down on Kakusu again, slicing his wedge into Kakusu's forearm and missing by a hair. His years of experience had not been in vain. Before Kakashi could attempt to continue his attack, something erupted from Kakusu's arm and snatched the kunai from his hand. Abandoning the weapon at once, Kakashi launched himself from Kakusu's chest and leaped into the air, quickly completing the hand seals for the great fireball jutsu. Kadon's chakra pooled in his chest, and he brought a hand to his mouth, unleashing a massive fireball through his mask that would impress even Sasuke. Naruto might be a little less impressed by the 3 trees he destroyed. As the fire dissipated, a wall of charred earth obscured the spot where Kakusu had been standing moments before, and Kakashi immediately scanned the clearing for any sign of movement. Seconds later, he felt the ground beneath his feet begin to tremble slightly. He immediately leaped, landing on the low branch of a nearby tree and performing another set of seals as soon as his feet touched the wood. As soon as Kakusu emerged from the ground, Kakashi unleashed a water bullet powerful enough to pierce through 3 more trees. Kakusu reacted in time to raise his arms and block it with his Doton armor, but was still pushed meters into the ground. Without pausing, Kakashi quickly went through a series of 10 seals and used a favorite trick of Naruto's to collect the water he had just fired and transform it into a water shark bullet. Aside from Raikiri, it was the most chakra-intensive jutsu he'd used in the fight so far. The shark that formed was large enough to devour both of them, and with a flick of his hand, he directed it to attack Kakashi. Then, while keeping his right hand busy attacking Kakashi with the shark jutsu, Kakashi channeled pure Raikiri into his left hand. Without seals, the activation was a little more ineffective than the first, but Raikiri still sparked to life in his hand. It wasn't a combination he'd tried before, but Sasuke's lightning and fireball jutsu had given him some ideas. A combination jutsu wasn't the same as a Kiki and Janai. Most of the time, the affinities didn't complement each other, and trying to combine them would only disrupt both jutsus. If the balance wasn't perfect, the jutsu would be inert at best. A waste of chakra equivalent to 2 jutsus in the middle of a fight. At worst, it could be volatile, exploding in the face of anyone foolish enough to attempt an imperfect jutsu in the middle of a fight. But some things were easier when visible with all the precision he could. While still holding the water shark bullet, Kakashi transformed Raikiri into the lightning beast tracking Fong variant he had recently developed. Compared to the Raikiri he used to destroy Kakashi's heart, the dog-shaped lightning that shot out of his hand was relatively weak, but too much power would only hinder him. The Raikiri variant launched itself after the aquatic shark in a burst of lightning, disappearing into its side with a flash. For a second, it seemed like nothing was happening, and Kakashi felt his grip on the jutsu waver. Then, lightning crackled from the shark, and with it, his control of the jutsu sprang back to life. He immediately felt the strain on his chakra reserves multiply, but the electrified shark was like an entirely new jutsu. It launched itself after Kakashi so fast that Kakashi wasn't sure he could have controlled it without a Beto Sharingan, leaving a trail of electrified water in its wake. Perhaps just from experience, Kakashi managed to dodge the attack the first time the shark flew by, but wasn't fast enough to escape the second time. With one bite, the shark swallowed him whole, trapping him in the electrified water. The longer Kakashi maintained the jutsu, the greater the strain on his chakra reserves. If he were Naruto, he could have trapped Kakashi in the water for over an hour, but unfortunately, chakra reserves weren't his strong suit. Before it could expend too much chakra, Kakashi slammed the electrified shark into a row of trees, sending shards of wood careening through the water and eventually crashing it to the ground. An explosion of earth, lightning, and water erupted, hurling dirt and water into the crater, while the rapidly fading lightning charred trees and earth in all directions. When it was all over, Kakashi's breathing became heavier than he liked. If it had been just 2 months ago, he might have been so rusty that the combined jutsu completely depleted his chakra reserves. The 2 Raikiri alone would have been enough to leave him halfway there, and the combined jutsu might have left him so low that he risked depleting his chakra along with the Death Sharingan. Fortunately, training when he wasn't busy reading or training his team made a big difference, so it wasn't yet crippling exhaustion. Aware that his reserves were running low, but still not worried, he quickly approached the crater, paying close attention to any movement as he did so. Kakashi collapsed, face up, in the center of the crater, his tattered black and red robes even worse than before. Pieces of charred wood splintered all over his body. A particularly large one pierced his leg, but the moment Kakashi saw it, he started to move. He first grabbed the piece of wood embedded in his leg and pulled it out without flinching, tossing it aside before doing the same with the smaller pieces and getting to his feet. Pulling out another kunai, Kakashi stood at the top of the crater and watched. No wrong. Kakashi looked up and met Kakashi's red, one-eyed gaze, his green and orange eyes calculating. I see how you earned your reward. Grabbing his tattered robes with one hand, Kakashi yanked them off, revealing a body covered in dots wearing a black sleeveless undershirt. It took that shark almost an hour to force me to wear this in our first match. Before Kakashi could even anticipate what he would do, Kakashi hunched slightly, and the stitches across his body began to strain. His shirt had no back. Instead, formasks were sewn onto his back, 2 of them shredded. A guttural groan of pain began to emanate from Kakashi as the stitches were stretched to their limits, unraveling all over his back. Then, enough to disturb even Kakashi, 2 of the masks detached from his back, forming enormous bodies made of countless thick, black threads. As soon as the two monsters were free, Kakashi straightened, and the threads along his back tightened and formed sutures. Even if you're good, I realize you don't have Ozuki's stamina, Kakashi continued. The two monsters stood on either side of him, one a Raiton and the other a Raita. After I collect the bounty on your head, I'll find out how much that eye of yours is worth on its own. Chapter 12. Like most things Team 7 participated in, reaching the valley's opening quickly became a challenge between Naruto and Sasuke to see who could get there first. As much as Sakura had trained over the month and weeks since they formed a team, she still struggled to keep track of them without overexerting herself for the mission. Naruto was the first to arrive, but the fact that they were on a mission must have affected him, as he only cheered briefly before Sasuke stopped in front of him. Sakura was the last to arrive, and as soon as she did, she began looking around to come up with a plan. The opening in the valley was wider than she had imagined up close. The mountains on either side were steep, enough to require tree walking to climb. But she had a hard time imagining how they would block the opening so no animal could get through. It looked at least 30 meters wide, so she wasn't sure. "Oh, this will be easy," Naruto exclaimed. When she looked at him, he was looking from one side of the mountains to the other with a wide grin. Then he turned to Sasuke and Sakura and began shooing them away. They don't want to get caught in the wall. Although he normally would have resisted Naruto's commands, Sasuke simply turned around and backed away a few meters. So Sakura decided she'd better follow his example. As soon as they stepped aside, Sakura saw Naruto execute a series of hand seals. Tiger, boar, dog, and finally snake. Doton mud wall. Naruto shouted, slamming both hands against the ground. The ground rumbled beneath his feet. Sakura knew she should stop underestimating her companions, but she still took a few steps back as a massive wall erupted from the ground and rose dozens of meters into the air. Not only was it enormous, the wall was intricately layered, like a wall of artificial wood turned into earth and mud. When it was finished, Naruto turned around and clapped, grinning happily as if he'd just made a cup of instant ramen. "Okay, that was easy. I just have to make sure I get it down before we leave." "How far away are the animals?" Sasuke asked. He hadn't moved a muscle while Naruto raised the wall and barely noticed now that it was up. "You said 10 minutes when we were at the inn, so it should be about 5 or so, right?" Naruto pressed his hand against the mud wall and nodded. Yeah, that's probably it." She frowned. I don't feel Kakashi-sensei at all. Even though the other two ninjas are still fighting, he's probably watching them," Sakura suggested, finally shaking her head and moving on. "Kakashi-sensei doesn't seem like the type to rush into a fight until he's ready, does he? And if he can hide from your sensory abilities, it's probably a tactic he's used a lot. He might not decide to intervene at all," Sasuke added. "If neither of them has any affiliation with Konoha, good or bad, he has no reason to get involved in a fight between powerful ninjas." Naruto's face scrunched up. "Well, I guess." He shrugged. "Not getting involved sounds pretty weak, though." Sasuke rolled his eyes. "Of course you do." Shaking his head, he approached the wall with his hands in his pockets and started climbing. "Come on, we should at least be careful when the animals appear." It was still a little surreal to defy gravity so casually, but it was already second nature to Sakura as she and Naruto followed Sasuke up the wall. Since Naruto made the mud wall so thick, there was enough room at the top for everyone to lie down if they wanted. But Sakura sat on the edge, dangling her legs with the towering mountains all around her. Sitting high on the wall didn't seem that high, and she was confident she'd be able to catch herself if she fell. The view made the small risk worth it. It was a clear night, and the waning moon seemed to fill much of the sky. It illuminated the sparse forested mountains stretching out before them. Reflecting off a few streams he could make out flowing through the sparse forests and descending the mountains in all directions. At the foot of the mud wall, there were only a few trees, their branches swaying in the wind. After a minute, Naruto sat down next to her, swinging his legs over the ledge. "You know, Sakura, there's something I wanted to talk to you about." Sakura looked at him. "HM, do you want to train Jutsuden with me?" Naruto tapped the mud wall, separating them with his hand. In fact, it's my least developed affinity. Mokuton is my favorite, obviously, and Suiton is the one I use the most. Training with someone with Doton affinity is the perfect way to start developing my own. Blinking slowly at him for a few seconds, Sakura asked, "Do I have affinity with the Doton?" "If you say yes, then I probably do," Sasuke said before Naruto could answer. Standing above them, hands still in his pockets, his sensory abilities are strong. "I felt his affinity with Raiton. Even before he knew it," Naruto boasted. "You felt it, but you had no idea what it was," Sasuke corrected. "You didn't even know what chakra paper was for, or that it was in nature." Naruto leapt to his feet to glare at Sasuke. "Yeah, well, you said I'd have fewer affinities than you, and look how that turned out." He stubbornly crossed his arms. "You didn't know everything either. I still knew more than you, and I still do. Just because you can copy." Naruto's head snapped around. Then he crouched down and pressed his fingers against the mud wall. Wow. Kakashi-sensei joined the fight, staring off to the east with wide eyes, as if he could witness the fight in person. He had somehow just destroyed the Kato affinity of one of the ninja. "How do you destroy someone's affinity?" Sakura asked. "I don't know," Naruto admitted. The one with the pseudo-affinity looked pretty hurt. And for some reason, Kakashi-sensei consumes chakra rapidly. He groaned, raising his fingers and falling backward. "I want to see Sensei fight." Sasuke grunted in agreement. Sakura was a little more skeptical about the idea of being surrounded by high-level ninjas in the middle of a fight. But honestly, their desire to see Kakashi-sensei fight at his full strength outweighed their concern for the possible dangers. Still, they couldn't abandon their mission to go watch Kakashi-sensei fight, no matter how tempting the idea was. "Besides, the animals are almost here," Naruto added, as if it were an afterthought. "Although they won't be able to get over the wall." As if on cue, animals began to appear in the distance, running through the trees in terror. There were two, some so large they knocked down trees they encountered, and others so small they jumped from tree to tree. There was no single type: wolverines, pumas, even snakes and wild boars. At first, Sakura had trouble spotting many of them, but soon they appeared at the foot of the wall, and some crashed into it, unable to stop their run. Naruto laughed, leaning over the wall to watch them. The mud wall plan was a success. He waved to the animals. "Honestly, this is pretty boring." Looking back at Sakura, he asked, "So, do you want to train Doton? I can teach you the jutsu I know, and when you're up to speed, we can ask Kakashi-sensei to teach us things." Again, Sakura blinked, but after a few seconds, she nodded. Yes, she planned to learn more jutsus. Something told her she'd never use Doton like Naruto, but if that was her affinity, she'd master it as best she could. "Oh, and I think Sasuke should help you with the Jinjutsu," Naruto added, standing up and stretching his back dramatically. "Anyway, let's go." Immediately, Naruto and Sasuke's eyes turned to the east. Sasuke's blood reddened as he saw Tome come to life in his eyes. When Sakura followed his gaze, she saw a column of what looked like smoke in the distance, but it was too far away to see clearly. "Some kind of Raiten Jutsu," Sasuke said, his eyes narrowed. "A very powerful one." That was Kakashi-sensei. Naruto had his hand pressed against the mud wall again, but he was still staring into the distance. A few seconds later, his excited face vanished, replaced by a worried expression. Though he's used almost half of his chakra, and whoever he's fighting has far more than he does. Sakura looked at him worriedly. "Seriously?" Naruto nodded, his face tense. "Wait, now, there are three of them. It's like the one with Doton has separated from his other affinities." Sakura followed his gaze into the distance, anxiety growing in her stomach. "Do you need help? Should we call for reinforcements?" Sasuke said bluntly. If Kakashi has already used up half his chakra since the fight started, we're the only ones who could get there in time to help him. The words hung heavily in the air. No one really knew how the fight was going, not even who Kakashi-sensei was fighting. But Sakura's stomach sank at how little they knew. He trusted Naruto's senses, and they painted a difficult picture of the fight. Kakashi-sensei had used a powerful move, visible from miles away, but consumed a great deal of chakra, and he was now facing 2 more enemies than before. "We should go check out the situation," Naruto said, still staring into the distance. "If we get there and he's okay, we can leave him alone and make sure whoever's fighting doesn't notice us. But if he's losing, we can step in and help." Sakura looked down at the ground. Most of the animals had simply given up and fled in another direction, and the few that remained weren't even trying to break through the massive wall. They had come expecting to fight the animals, but it was clearly much simpler than they had anticipated, unless they included the fighting ninjas as the cause of the animals' rage and considered it part of the mission. In that case, he understood the need to at least check on Kakashi-sensei. "Let's go." Sasuke didn't wait for either of them to respond and jumped off the wall without another word. A second later, Naruto followed him from the ledge, and they both landed in separate trees before jumping off and running as soon as they hit the ground. It was then that Sakura finally sprang into action, leaping into a tree before chasing after her companions again. Line break. Sasuke arrived at a spot where part of the fight had obviously taken place before Sakura or Naruto, stopping in a clearing with more destroyed trees than he himself had left after a fight with Naruto. A short distance away, he saw the crater formed by the previous attack, but Kakashi and whoever he was fighting had moved on. A few seconds later, Naruto stopped beside him, looking around at the destroyed clearing. "Wow, they're strong, huh, obviously." Sasuke activated his Sharingan and looked around. Almost all of the chakra from the fight had vanished in the short time it took them to reach the clearing, but his gaze landed on an earthen dome that was still flowing with chakra. She poked Naruto in the side, pointing at the dome before he could say anything. "Do you feel anything?" Naruto followed her gaze to the dome and said chakra. Before Sasuke could state the obvious, he added, "Wait, I think the ninja with the Suidan affinity is over there." As Naruto ran toward the earthen dome, Sakura stopped in the clearing, breathing heavily. He caught his breath quickly and stopped next to Sasuke, watching curiously as Naruto approached the dome. "Huh? What exactly is he doing?" he asked. "He says the ninja with the Suidan affinity is in there," Sasuke explained, not taking his eyes off the dome as Naruto stopped in front of it. "He'll probably free him." "That's a good idea." Sasuke shrugged. Naruto had told them that the other ninja had a powerful Doton affinity, so he was probably the one who caught the Suidan ninja, not Kakashi. If Kakashi was in the middle of a fight against the Doton ninja, then the Suidan ninja could be an ally. Even if they weren't, they were weakened enough to be trapped in an earthen prison, so they couldn't be too dangerous. Finally tearing his gaze away from the dome, as Naruto seemed to inspect it, Sasuke took another look at the clearing with his Sharingan. His attention fell on the remains of upturned earth and shattered trees a short distance from the dome, from which protruded what appeared to be the hilt of a sword. It was faint, but he could see a trace of chakra where the hilt protruded. "I'm going, what are you doing, Sasuke?" Naruto asked as Sasuke walked by and stopped next to the wreckage. Before Sasuke could point it out, Naruto exclaimed, "Oh, nice find. I didn't see the hilt of that sword." Ignoring him, Sasuke grabbed the sword with one hand and pulled it out of the rubble. It was the strangest sword he'd ever seen. The blade was wide and flat, larger than Sasuke's torso, with 2 curves near the base that made it look like a flounder. Something about it gave him the impression it was just part of a larger weapon, but he wasn't sure what. The faint trace of chakra he'd seen earlier was coming from the blade of the weapon, as if it were stored within. "Wow, what a strange sword," Naruto shouted. Sasuke looked at him and put a finger to his lips, bringing the sword back to the dome. "Don't shout, Kakashi and the Doton user are still close." "No, they've already gone too far. It's okay," Naruto said, brushing off his concern as Sakura joined them. "They're already about 1 kilometer south. It seems Kakashi-sensei is leading them on a chase." Naruto, you said you felt a powerful affinity with Suidan, right?" Sakura asked, looking at the sword in Sasuke's hand nervously. "Because with that sword, it's possible he could be one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist." Sasuke looked at her in surprise, raising an eyebrow, then looked back at the sword. "I hadn't thought about it, but you might be right." While I didn't know much about Kiryakure, the sword's unique shape and its ability to store chakra matched what he knew about the 7 swordsmen. "Who?" Naruto asked. Sasuke sighed. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the hidden mist. At this point, Naruto's ignorance couldn't have surprised him. 7 of Kiriga's most skilled ninja with 7 unique swords. This could be one of them. Sounds cool. Naruto focused back on the earthen dome, forming the snake seal with his hands as chakra gathered in them. Let's see what they look like. Wait, that might not be it. Well, before Sakura could finish, Naruto slammed his hands on the ground. Chakra surged from his hands and spread throughout the dome, briefly rumbling the ground beneath his feet. Upon reaching the dome, Naruto's chakra overwhelmed the chakra containing the jutsu, destabilizing it in seconds. The dome nearly collapsed once the chakra containing the jutsu was completely extinguished, but Naruto's chakra held it back, sinking it completely into the ground. It was then that Sasuke allowed the flow of chakra to his eyes to dissipate, just as the ninja trapped inside the dome came into view. The first thing he noticed was the faint electricity crackling through the ninja's body. He wanted to reactivate his Sharingan and see what the jutsu was, but the ninja was staring at them, so Sasuke couldn't reveal his Kek and Jin'ai. The ninja looked like a teenager years older than them, almost an adult, with featureless purple eyes and shoulder-length white hair. He wore a sleeveless black shirt with bandages around his neck and Kiriga's forehead protector, which practically confirmed Sakura's assumption. "Hey," the Kiri ninja said, breaking the silence as the 3 genin stared at him. "Given those Konoha forehead protectors, I'm guessing you're either on Kakashi's attack team or here with him somehow. Who are you?" Sasuke asked. The Kiri ninja gave him an amused smile, showing his sharp shark teeth. "Yeah, I guess that's fair." He used a sword identical to the one Sasuke was holding to stand up, holding out his other hand. "I'll give you my name if you give me back the other half of my sword." "How about you give us your name first?" Naruto challenged, crossing his arms stubbornly. "I just freed you, you know." The Kiri ninja laughed. Before Sasuke could react, even seemingly slowed by the lightning, he snatched the other half of his weapon from his hand and replaced it casually in his own. Mahetsusuke responded by resting the tip of his sword on the ground and his hands on the hilt. "While I appreciate you saving me, it was pretty cramped in there. Now are you going to keep asking me questions, or are you going to let me go help your sensei against that weird tentacle monster?" The 3 of them stopped at that, and Naruto and Sakura made worried faces. "Weird tentacle monster?" Sakura asked. Kakusu, the weirdo with the tentacles, the creepy Cero guy, whatever he is, shrugged. "Mangetsu, I've dismembered him like 50 times already, but not to reattach his limbs to those horrible Ceros." A look of understanding crossed his face. "Oh, he's been giving me a taste of my own medicine for weeks now. Honestly, I'm just realizing it now." "I have no idea what that means," Naruto said bluntly. "I do what I can." Mangetsu reached out and ruffled Naruto's hair like Kakashi, and Naruto looked so bewildered that he just let it go until Mangetsu picked up his sword and suddenly turned south. "Well, I'm off to help your master take down an S rank, or watch him take one." He started flexing his legs, muttered, "This lightning is a pain." And then he leaped into the trees and quickly disappeared from sight. "That was weird," Naruto said, breaking the silence that fell over them when Mangetsu left. Sasuke reactivated his Sharingan now that Mangetsu was gone, looking in the direction he'd gone. "Mangetsu Asuki, his name sounds familiar, but I don't quite remember where I heard it." It was like an itch in my head. He was obviously one of the 7 swordsmen of Kiriga, though he looked young as it was true. Sasuke remembered hearing his father mention Unsuki once, a Kiryakure ninja the same age as Itachi. He had become a Chunin as young as Itachi, and then became a Jonin and one of the 7 swordsmen just a few years later. Though Sasuke doubted his power, Manjitsu was one of the few who were of the same ilk, at least according to his father. If that was true, and judging by the way he effortlessly retrieved his weapon, he must be powerful. Who was he fighting that Kakashi had saved? "It seems as if you remember," Sakura asked. Sasuke nodded seriously. "You were right. In the distance, he thought he could make out Manjitu's chakra, rapidly retreating, but the further he went, the more trees hid him. He's one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist, and he was barely older than us when he became one." "He's fine and all," Naruto said, "but we shouldn't go help Kakashi-sensei now." Maybe he doesn't need our help if he has someone so powerful at his side, Sakura pointed out. Although when Sasuke finally lost sight of Jetsu's chakra and turned to her, she was looking in the direction he'd gone. I don't know much about the strength of ninja in other villages, but I've still heard of the Seven Swordsmen. I don't think Sharktooth is at his best. Like Sakura, Naruto was facing south, but his face was unusually serious. It seems that lightning is interfering with their swan affinity. Interfering, Sasuke repeated. Ow! Naruto shrugged. I'm not sure, but I think they still need our help. She crouched down, pressed 2 fingers into the ground, and frowned. The weirdo with tentacles, or whatever, it's still pretty strong. Then Sakura's expression turned uncertain before hardening with determination. We should go watch the fight and stick with our original plan of only intervening if it looks like it needs help. Sasuke nodded briefly. If he doesn't, watching the fight will be a valuable learning experience. Without waiting for a reply from any of his companions, he followed Mangetsu's lead and leaped into the trees. He immediately remembered why he decided to run to the first battlefield when he saw the distance between the trees, but his Sharingan was still active, giving him the clarity he needed to adapt easily. It was faster than running, and within seconds he reached another clearing where Kakashi and Kakuzu must have had another skirmish, he remembered. Large chunks of wood had been ripped from the side of a mountain, and destroyed trees were scattered everywhere, but there was no sign of anyone in sight. Barely giving him a second glance, Sasuke strode past, searching the distance for any trace of chakra. Hey Sasuke, Naruto called from behind, though admittedly not as far as Sasuke had hoped. To the east. Landing on the next tree, Sasuke took a sharp left. A bit of his chakra leaked into his step, breaking the branch beneath his feet and carrying him to the next tree. Behind him, Naruto cursed, but Sasuke ignored him and leaped off the ground, heading back into the trees. Hey, you did that on purpose. Somehow, Naruto caught up to Sasuke, which made sense when Sasuke looked to the side and saw his hands in the snake's seal. No, I didn't. This time, it was intentional as Sasuke let a bit of his chakra seep into his steps, though he still struggled to fully control the slight acceleration the fire and lightning gave him. His landing on the next tree was unsteady, even with his Sharingan to calculate it. It definitely wasn't something he could do consecutively, but a small smile spread across his face at the new mobility trick. After a while, he tried it again, being careful not to use too much or it would explode through the soles of his shoes. It was then that he finally glimpsed chakra in the distance. He stopped suddenly at the top of a tall tree, his gaze fixed on a mountain 1 kilometer away. Even without his Sharingan, he would have noticed the lightning and explosions moving across the mountainside. With it, his vision was clear enough to observe Kakashi fending off 3 enemies with a fluidity Sasuke hadn't seen in anyone since before the development of his Sharingan. One of the 3 opponents was a man covered in stitches or perhaps threads, and he seemed to be the strongest of the group. He trapped Kakashi in a round of taijutsu, occasionally disappearing into the ground to leave spaces for the other 2 to attack. The other 2 weren't humans, nor any type of summon Sasuke had ever seen before. They were composed of a kind of chakra-filled threads. One had 4 legs with insect-like wings, and the other was a tall, deformed 2-legged monster. Whenever there was an opportunity, the insect-like one attacked Kakashi with a kind of intensely compressed tornado, while the tall one launched lightning bolts so powerful they shattered the mountainside. And yet, with just a kunai, Kakashi stopped them. Naruto stopped in the tree next to him, and soon after, Sakura did the same, but Sasuke paid them no attention. He couldn't tear his eyes away from the fight. Kakashi was clearly at a disadvantage, but it was still an impressive display. Though none of them were particularly powerful or flashy, he used 5-element jutsus with his hands, flashing through seals so quickly that Sasuke doubted his Sharingan could keep up. When the insect-like monster tried to attack him with its wind jutsu, Kakashi added a fireball to the attack and launched it toward the tall man. To avoid the tall man's lightning, he sank into the ground and let it fly over his head, creating a cloud of dust that hit him. Hey, how's he doing? Sakura asked. He doesn't have the advantage, but he's holding his own, Sasuke said. It's hard to say for sure that he doesn't stand a chance. Naruto shook his head. I can't watch the fight the way you do, Sasuke, he admitted. And when Sasuke looked away, Naruto showed a grim expression. But Kakashi-sensei doesn't have the stamina to continue whatever he's doing. Even though I can see he's trying not to use too much chakra in his jutsu, it's like something else is draining him. He may not understand other people's chakra very well, but I think it's only a matter of time before he runs out, even if he doesn't use any powerful jutsu. That's when Sasuke noticed. He's fighting with his left eye uncovered. Even with his Sharingan, he couldn't see Kakashi's face clearly from over 1 kilometer away. Now when Kakashi was moving around so much, but he could still make him out. He might have some sort of dojutsu. The chakra surge I feel with your Sharingan active is practically non-existent, Naruto argued. Kakashi-sensei senses something is draining too much of his chakra. Besides, why would he cover it up if he has a dojutsu? Not Tianada. Sasuke frowned. It could be a type that doesn't deactivate, or it could be implanted. The Sharingan and Konoha's Hokage are 2 of the 3 great dojutsu, but there are others. He could have one. Naruto scratched the back of his neck, one hand still pressed against the tree trunk they were standing in. What's the third one? The Rinnegan, Sakura answered before Sasuke could. But most people believe it's just a myth since the only one who possesses it is the Sage of the 6 Paths. Oh, it would be so cool if Kakashi-sensei had that, Naruto exclaimed. Maybe he covers it up because he's so cool he can't let people know he has it. Right, Sasuke said tersely, returning his attention to the fight in the distance. The situation hadn't changed, as far as he could see. Kakashi dodged another compressed tornado, hit Kakusu, and evaded even more lightning, but the attack he landed didn't seem to have any effect. Magetsu lied about helping Kakashi. I don't believe it. He's either been watching or he's moving. Just in time, Magetsu leapt into the fray. The lightning was still resonating through his body, but it seemed weaker than before. He appeared out of nowhere, striking Kakusu with a hammer-shaped chakra cloak that wrapped around his sword. As soon as the hammer impacted and Kakusu was sent flying, Magetsu cleaved it in 2, swinging each one at one of the chakra monsters and firing a dozen knife-like crystals that pierced them both. It's good, Sasuke said as Kakashi and Mangetsu began communicating and stood back to back while the 3 enemies recovered. I wish I had the chance to see what he can do without that beam. I'm tired of just sensing from here, Naruto declared, suddenly leaping down from the tree. I'll get closer in case you need help. Do they look like they need help? Sakura asked. If we get closer and they don't, we might make things worse. They seem fine now, but I have no idea how bad their condition is, Sasuke admitted. If Naruto says they might need help, we should trust him. With part of her attention fixed on the honing fighting in the distance, she followed Naruto's lead and jumped down the tree, approaching the fight. Line break. A hyper-compressed wind with so much pressure that even Minato-sensei might have been impressed, flew over Kakashi's head, severing the tips of his hair. At the same time, he deflected a blow from Kakusu and counterattacked, slicing through his cradle and into Kakusu's stomach. The blade impacted, tearing into his stomach like a fishmonger gutting a fish, but instead of spilling his innards, the sarzils simply spread under his skin and stitched the wound together. With a low grunt of pain, Kaku's kicked him hard enough to jump back and send Kakashi reeling, widening the distance between them. The Sharingan picked up a trace of chakra coming from his right, so he reacted on instinct and tumbled backward into somersault. A bolt of lightning appeared where his chest had been moments before as he flipped in the air to land back on his feet. A second later, he had to run as the lightning followed him, leaping over another blast of compressed air. He felt Kakusu to his right preparing another attack, but then his vision caught a flash of Suet-un chakra to his left. Jutsu appeared on the mountainside. Yamakiri transformed into a massive hammer, used it to throw Kakusu with such force that it formed a crater in the ground. With the grace of a swordsman who had proven himself worthy of joining the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, he split his weapon in 2, using each side to fire a blast of sharp crystals at Kakusu's 2 monsters. Grateful for another chance to catch his breath, Kakashi stopped when Mangetsu tried to approach him, and they quickly took up positions behind each other's backs to keep an eye on the three opponents. When we finally take down that organ thief, I'll sponsor a vacation for you and your genin as thanks for saving us, Mangetsu said conversationally, though not aloud. AK's blood nearly ran cold. Don't tell me. Yeah, they freed me from jail, they made me laugh, and I left them there to come help you, but they don't strike me as the type to just wait for us to finish this guy off, Mangetsu confirmed. I knew they wouldn't listen to a stranger. If I tried to tell them not to follow me, so I didn't bother, he laughed softly. My team certainly wouldn't, and that blonde sideburns reminds me a bit of my brother. Of course. Kakashi let out a tired sigh. His gaze turned north. In the distance, he saw Sasuke, Sakura, and Naruto standing in the treetop. Sasuke was watching the fight with his one Tomo Sharingan. Judging by the lack of reaction, his vision wasn't clear enough to see Kakashi's eye from that far away, but it was really only a matter of time. He shouldn't have bet on this mission going wrong. Rank-and-file teams. Mahetsu shook his head. I don't think there's a Hanin on Earth who'd bet on a first mission going well. Kakuzu and his two monsters began to cautiously approach the two Jonin, so Mangetsu raised his swords and Kakashi his kunai. Hey, maybe we'll get lucky and all of this guy's tentacles will turn on him and he'll die before your team can even try to intervene. You're more talkative than I expected, Kakashi admitted. My energetic personality doesn't precede me. Just your reputation as a killer equals mine, I'm sure. Ah, well. The monster fired another blast of hyper-compressed wind, but Mangetsu easily deflected it with the flat of one of his swords, forcing the rat monster to dodge. I suppose I'll have to try harder in the future. The hyper-compressed wind broke the stalemate that had occurred when Mangetsu appeared and the mountainside began to move. Kakuzu headed straight for Kakashi, clearly determined to finish him off first, as Mangetsu would be a nuisance. But Kakashi quickly broke through the hand seals and fired. Dragon Fire Cat Jutsu. Eyes narrowed in frustration. Kakuzu was forced to abandon his attempt to attack Kakashi to dodge the flames, only to end up in the path of a massive water dragon. His defense technique activated and hardened his skin into armor just before the dragon could charge at him, but it didn't protect him from the force of the blow. Launched through the air, Kakuzu slammed into a group of trees, tearing up roots and dirt everywhere, until he finally skidded to a stop. Oh yeah, that felt good, Mangetsu said, his voice full of satisfaction. Nothing could be more surprising than that. Before he could finish, a gust of hyper-compressed wind hit him from behind. His body rippled like a water balloon someone had punched, but it didn't explode. The compressed wind stretched his chest for a moment before it bounced back like elastic. The wind slammed into the monster futon it came from, forcing him to dodge, and he slammed into a tree behind him, blowing the trunk to bits. That was unpleasant. Judging by the slightly disturbed expression on Mangetsu's face, it hadn't been an intentional counterattack. I'd never felt my body liquefy without disintegrating before. He shuddered. This lightning can't fade fast enough. That answered some of Kakashi's questions, but there was no time to engage in a conversation with Mangetsu about it. Dodging a series of lightning bolts, Kakashi performed hand seals, slamming his hands into the ground to raise an earthen wall. Another blast of compressed wind slammed into the ground, shattering the wall to pieces, and Kakashi dashed through the opening at full speed. As another blast of compressed air flew toward Kakashi, he pulled an explosive tag from his pocket, channeling a stream of chakra into it, and hurling it at the wind jutsu. The explosive tag ignited just before the wind could shatter it. The heat of the blast deflected the jutsu upward, and Kakashi ran through the remaining fire, ignoring how the heat seared the open skin around his eyes, and emerged from the other end with Raikiri igniting in his hand. His gaze fixed on a monster of tone as soon as it freed itself from the smoke, searching for the location of its heart. Another bolt of lightning tore through the spot where it had been moments before, but the monsters couldn't keep up. He appeared in front of the four-legged monster, his gaze fixed on the area of its torso where the chakra concentration was densest, and leaped onto its back, his hand wrapped in lightning, tearing through the dark threads like butter and shattering its heart. No Kakusuro. As Kakashi reached out and leaped off the monster's back, it crumbled, and the chakra powering it abruptly cut off. After that third Ryukiri and the multitude of other jutsus he'd used, Kakashi was down to less than a quarter of his chakra. But the important thing was that he'd harnessed the Raikiri. Good work, Kakashi. Mangjutsu cheered, dodging the beams while firing more crystals at the right-hand monster. Not to be ungrateful, but would you mind taking it off me? He quickly raised both halves of Iramakiri to block a particularly powerful beam as it hit the ground. I'm still a bit sensitive to lightning. Before Kakashi could respond, still catching his breath, Kakuzu ran at the Raita monster at full speed and slammed his hand down on it. Horribly, the threads that made up the monster's body reattached themselves to Kakuzu's, tearing open his skin and securing the mask to his back. But the sutures didn't close again as the monster disappeared completely. Mjetsu quickly jumped to stand on Kakashi's right, breathing just as heavily as him. I wouldn't say he's much stronger when he does this, but it's definitely more painful to have their hearts destroyed, even if he only has two left. Kakashi didn't have a chance to question what he meant. The sutures holding Kakuzu's body together began to unravel, his arms stretching unnaturally with thick gray threads. The same threads sprouted from the loose sutures all over his back, forming a huge, twisting, tentacle-like mass. His mask crumbled, and even more threads spilled from his mouth. He glared icily at the two of them. Jonin. 3 hearts. Kakuzu spoke through the threads spilling from his mouth, his voice thick with undisguised anger. It's been a while since this happened to me. Getting R. Before Mangjutsu could finish his warning, threads shot out from the ground at their feet, wrapping around them before they could react. Kakashi's Sharingan opened, clenching his kuna and using his hand to try to free himself, but the threads were too strong, trapping him and Mahetsu firmly in place. A deformed smile spread across Kakuzu's face around the threads. Now shurikens suddenly appeared from left and right, cutting off Kakuzu's path. From the left, a dozen shurikens came flying, each one wreathed in flames and crackling with lightning, with a precision difficult for Hanan to match. Each shuriken severed the threads, holding Kakashi, freeing him to jump. From the right, countless shurikens made of water tore at the threads, holding Mahetsu in great numbers, slicing them into countless tiny pieces as he leaped. Yuck. I see. Why did you call him a weirdo with tentacles? Naruto shouted as he, Sasuke, and Sakura landed in front of where Mangetsu and Kakashi were retreating. The boys were coming from the same direction as the shuriken blasts. Wisely, none of them took their eyes off Kakuzu, not even to check on Kakashi. But Naruto gave him an exaggerated look of disgust. This guy's disgusting. Well, that's twice in one day that a genin has freed me. Mangjutsu smiled at Naruto, moving forward to fall in line with the trio next to Naruto. Impressive use of Suidan. Whiskers. I've known Chunin who struggled to control even a quarter of the water you just used. Naruto threw a punch. His smile was evident even without seeing his face. I'm just getting started, believe me. Kakashi let out a sigh. You three shouldn't have intervened. He scolded pointlessly, approaching Sasuke's left. He didn't let his Sharingan leave Kakuzu, but Kakuzu seemed content to watch them from a distance for the moment. After losing 3 hearts, he was wary even of children. But there's no point in saying that now, so I expect you three to listen to my every word. Kakashi left no room for argument. If any of them were inclined to try, he silenced them with a glance to his right. The glimpse of his left, I earned him 3 incredulous looks. In the middle of the line of ninjas, Sakura's face quickly changed to understanding, but the same couldn't be said for the other 2. Beside her, Naruto stared at him, his eyes darting between Kakashi, Sasuke, and his opponent. And just to Kakashi's right, a Tomo's Sharingan flickered to life in Sasuke's wide eyes, his face frozen in shock. I'll explain when this is over, Kakashi said, meeting one of Sasuke's Sharingan with his own, then focusing fully on Kakashi. But only if you follow all my instructions in this fight. This is an S-rank shinobi. One mistake could mean death. Attack only from a distance and don't get in close. And use whatever skills you need to survive. It wasn't ideal to let Mangetsu see Sasuke's Sharingan and Naruto's Mokuton, but survival took priority over everything. Understood? Yes, sensei. The three Genin agreed. All those Konoha forehead protectors you wear. As Kakusu walked slowly toward the group of ninja, Kakashi and Mangetsu stepped forward, placing themselves in front of the Genin. Honestly, they're reminding me of the first leaf shinobi I ever faced. Their threads twisted everywhere, and Kakashi made sure to keep some of his attention on the ground at the feet of Kakusu, the Shoda, and Hokage. Chapter 13. All those Konoha forehead protectors you're wearing. The creepy, hooded, tentacle-covered shinobi monster began to slowly approach, prompting Kakashi and Mangetsu to take a step forward. Naruto wanted to do the same, but forced himself to follow Kakashi's orders. Seriously, you're reminding me of the first leaf shinobi I ever faced, Kakusu continued, tentacles writhing all over his body. The Shodai and Hokage what? Kakashi demanded. Sakura gasped. Naruto noticed her eyes on him. The Shodai whispered. Impossible. Naruto yelled. I mean, you don't look very young, but there's no way you're that old. You're immortal or something. It's not immortal. How the hell did the monster talk through the tentacles in its mouth? Naruto had no idea. There's no such thing in this world. I've only prolonged my life by stealing and accumulating other people's hearts before my own life stops due to old age. Her strange green and orange eyes met Naruto's, sending shivers down his spine, and then settled on Sasuke, Suiton, and Katon. Their hearts will be suitable replacements for the ones I've lost so far. Naruto clenched his fists. Try to steal my heart, you creep. If you do, I'll grow you a new one. He raised his hands in the tiger seal. Clones counted as ranged attacks, right? Water clone, jutsu from the water that still covered the ground. Following the shuriken barrage he used to free Mahetsu from the Sarks, a dozen water clones formed around Kakusu. Faster than even the real Naruto could have reacted, Kakusu Sarsillos unfurled and liquefied each of the clones. But Naruto's jutsu paid off when Kakashi and Mangetsu both surged forward to attack Kakusu at once. Not wanting to be left behind, Naruto formed the seals for the water shuriken jutsu and transformed the liquefied clones into shuriken, firing them at Kakusu. Kakashi, Mahetsu, and the shuriken all hit Kakusu at the same time. Using only a Akuna and powered by Chakra, Kakashi severed the tentacles Kakusu was using to attack him, moving more fluidly than Sasuke did with his Sharingan, almost as if responding to the attacks before they came. Mangetsu's enormous, oddly shaped twin swords tore through the tentacles so quickly that Naruto could only make out a blur of Chakra with a savage grin on his face. In comparison, Naruto's water shuriken could only slice through the thinnest tendrils, powerless to counter the larger threat before falling back into the water. Wow, they had been watching the fight for a while before Naruto and Sasuke used their shurikens, but it was something else entirely watching it up close. These weren't just shinobi, they were the best of the best. Kakashi and Mangetsu were noticeably weakened. Kakashi from his rapidly depleting chakra reserves and Mangetsu from the electricity, and they were still fighting at a level Naruto had never seen before. Ikakusu, to restrain them both, was that the power of someone at the Kage's level? Wasn't the even more powerful Kage? Stop staring at Baki openly and do your part. Sasuke threw electrified shurikens cleanly between Kakashi and Mangetsu's feet, severing small tentacles that Naruto hadn't even seen until he sliced them. We can't do much damage without getting in their way and ruining everything, so we'll just help them. Naruto frowned and looked at Sakura and Sasuke. Sakura seemed to be in a similar situation, unsure how to help in a fight so superior to hers. But Sasuke had a Sharingan active, moving back and forth as he took everything in. He could probably follow the fight visually, even if he couldn't physically follow it, which wasn't an option that Naruto's Kakenjiga gave him. If he couldn't follow the fight visibly, he'd have to follow it with his sixth sense. He didn't think it was a good idea to crouch down and touch the ground when Kakusu could attack all three of them at any moment. So he extended his senses through his feet, connecting the sensation of the Mokuton in his body with the vegetation that covered the mountain. It was more than trees. The grass, flowers, and even the weeds were alive thanks to his chakra, and the earth was filled with decayed plants, and ungerminated seeds. It wasn't the first time he'd extended his chakra senses through his feet, but he felt as if something clicked in a way it never had before, as if his ability to sense chakra had fully merged with Mokuton's. As his chakra spread through the ground, the realization of the coming fight crossed his mind. Kakashi was a twisted mass of dark, raging chakra, with an earth affinity at his core and an unnatural lightning affinity grafted and protected onto his body. The Sarsillos, which he now understood to be more like thousands of small, thick threads, attacked the lightning and water affinities, but were continually torn apart by chakra-enhanced kunai and swords that stored a massive amount of chakra within them. Kakashi's chakra was dangerously low, at least in Naruto's admittedly biased opinion. Still, he circulated a stream of chakra through the kunai in his hand, using it to sever any thread that got too close or occasionally channeling lightning into it and attacking Kakashi. His Sharingan caused an unusually large drain on him. Unless Sasuke was extremely lucky or something, but he didn't seem to waste any more chakra on his attacks, conserving it so carefully that Naruto doubted he could. Mangetsu's chakra was unusual, even suppressed by lightning, as it seemed to be. The watery sensation he gave off was so intense, it could almost be mistaken for pure Suiton chakra. He fought primarily with his two enormous swords, channeling the chakra stored within them to create detailed constructs. But he would occasionally fire pure Suiton bullets powerful enough to cut through the strands without a hand signal. Was that a jutsu Naruto could learn? That would be amazing. Shaking his head, he left that question for later and continued watching the fight. He noticed a few more threads snaking toward Mangetsu and Kakashi's feet, but Sasuke caught them with shurikens before Naruto could try anything. More emerged from the ground beneath them. Seconds later, Naruto brought his hands together in the snake seal with enough force to clap, molding the ground to sever the threads before Sasuke could do so. It took you long enough. Naruto stuck his tongue out at Sasuke without backing away from the fight. Up ahead, Mangetsu closed the gap on Kakashi in an instant. His twin swords tore through countless threads with unstoppable speed that Naruto couldn't keep up with. As they drew closer, their two swords collided, and the chakra stored in each combined to forge a massive hammer. It slammed into Kakashi from above, who seemed to react in time to raise both arms and block the attack with a shield of Velos. Even blocked, the hammer had enough force to force Kakashi to his knees, and the ground beneath his feet cracked. Unyielding, Mangetsu cleaved his swords in two, the chakra distributed evenly between them. The stored chakra sharpened both blades, enough to cleanly slice through Kakashi's raised arms as he attacked. Well, he started screaming. Naruto Mangetsu continued the attack as if he hadn't literally disarmed his opponent, leaping back with a raised finger on each sword hilt and pointing at Kakashi. Naruto understood why, when Kakashi's arm threads immediately connected to his body, right-un chakra began to build up within him, but then two bullets of pure right-un chakra slammed into his chest, disrupting his jutsu and nearly knocking him down. Half a dozen air bullets then shot out of Kakashi's mouth, somehow ignoring his mask. They were nearly invisible and too fast for Naruto to detect, but he felt them as they impacted against Kakashi, slamming into his chest, right where Mangetsu's bullets had struck, causing a crunching sound like a rock breaking on a mountainside. Kakashi grunted in pain and fell backward, trapped by the threads on his back. For a moment, the battlefield fell silent as the threads stopped attacking, but Naruto still felt that Kakashi wasn't finished. A second later, Doton's chakra concentrated and strengthened in his chest where he'd been struck, and the chakra pulsed through the threads as they slid back into the main mass. The threads propelled him back, and he stood, his arms outstretched and hanging at his sides. Your resistance is useless. A horn mask with a large yellow nose appeared next to his head, emitting a lightning-like sensation, though not as powerful as Kakashi's. Even if you've destroyed 3 of my hearts, you can't kill me. It's only a matter of time until I take the hearts of those brats behind you. Are you sure you're talking to someone who says resistance is useless? Naruto shouted, covering his mouth with his hands for dramatic effect. Maybe you fought the Shodai once, but it's not as powerful as I've heard. Or you must have thrown a rock or something and run away, because he suddenly jumped back just before threads sprouted from the ground where he'd been. Oh, I guess I struck a chord. The chakra-enhanced kunai and lightning-coated shuriken sliced through the threads, preventing them from following him in the air. Yakura hissed, "Don't provoke him." Naruto felt the Raiden's chakra begin to pool behind the horned mask as he landed again. In unison, Kakashi and Mangetsu used 5 seals in an order Naruto recognized, but they didn't mention it when using Suiton, a water formation wall. Instantly, they both created a massive amount of chakra in their stomachs and spat it out, though the amount created by Mangetsu far surpassed that of Kakashi. The masked man's mouth began to open, emanating a brilliant light, and a laser beam shot out just as the water formed a wall in front of Kakashi and Mangetsu. The beam impacted, electrifying the entire wall of water and dispersing into it with a massive flash that blinded Naruto's senses for a second. Kakashi and Mangetsu used the same hand seals Naruto had used before and transformed the electrified water into shurikens, firing them at Kakashi. As he attempted to deflect them, Mangetsu closed in again, combining their swords into a massive chakra-powered greatsword. Kakusu's rat mask began preparing another blast, one that didn't seem as powerful as the last, as a second kunai appeared in Kakashi's hand. It was less powerful than the lightning current in his kunai, but it channeled wind into it, sharpening it into an invisible blade. He threw it at Raiden's mask, forcing Kakusu to abandon the jutsu and cover the mask with thread. But then he started searching the battlefield for something. Without the lightning to stop him, Manetsu got close enough to cut the chakra leaf around his sword back to its original length, plunging it vertically into Kakusu's chest. The sword passed through him, and half of its massive blade sank into his body. It should have been a devastating attack, but Naruto immediately realized something was wrong, even before a disturbing smile appeared on Kakusu's face. Then his body and threads began to crumble, turning to stone. Naruto cursed, only now realizing why the Jutsuden's buildup had felt weaker, and began searching his surroundings for Sasuke. "Look out!" Naruto shouted. Sasuke's eyes widened, but the warning came too late. The original Kakusu appeared behind him, faster than any genin could hope to react, with threads snapping out and constricting their movements instantly. Naruto charged on instinct, knocking Sakura off Kakusu with one hand and grabbing a kunai to free Sasuke with the other, only for a scream to escape his lungs. When Kaku swatted him away like a fly with an arm darkened by ton chakra, white-hot pain ignited his nerves as he flew away. The crunch of his own ribs was the only audible sound over the wind in his ears and the sound of his own scream. His back slammed into a tree, splintering it and sending even more intense pain coursing through his body. It was something he'd never felt before, 100 times worse than the most painful injuries he'd received training against Sasuke. Despite the pain, he didn't even feel it when his body slammed into a second tree with enough force to split the trunk in two. He felt it when he finally hit the ground. His head bounced back upon impact. White spots flooded his vision, and an even more intense pain shot through his back. All he could do was groan in pain. For a few seconds, he lay there, gasping uselessly. Somehow, he managed to turn his head, violently coughing up something that felt like blood. His eyes were open, but his vision was just a blur of light and color, so he couldn't be sure. It seemed to help him catch his breath, at least even if it was more like a gasp. Then a warm, natural sensation slowly began to envelop him, almost like the sun. At first, it was imperceptible next to the searing pain in his chest and back, but it gradually spread throughout his body. As it grew, the pain from his wounds lessened, and his panting breaths became slightly steadier. Everything else hurt, so he clutched at the sensation of warmth, trying unsuccessfully to fan it and make it work faster. Even clinging to the warmth as he did, it wasn't long before the pain loosened its grip on consciousness, and the world faded to black. Line break. Sasuke. Square. Sasuke's gaze shifted to Naruto, instantly catching the alarmed stare fixed on a spot behind him. but it was too late. Before he could move a muscle, they shot forward, wrapping around his limbs and building up as fast as he could physically react. He was pinned down, his feet lifted off the ground without even a millimeter of leeway to leverage. The moment the words left his mouth, Naruto lunged, clutching a kunai in one hand while knocking Sakura away from Kakashi with the other. Sasuke could only watch in slow motion as Kakashi's fist, somehow obscured by Doton and charged with a dangerous amount of chakra, slammed into Naruto's chest with such force that Sasuke swore he heard his ribs crunch. Naruto flew with a scream of pain like no other Sasuke had ever heard from his mouth, along with a spray of blood. In the blink of an eye, he slammed into a tree with enough force to pierce through it, then into a second tree that snapped in half, cutting off his flight. Then, like a broken rag doll, gravity reasserted itself on his body, and he fell to the ground, his head bouncing off the earth. Naruto, only the visible groan of pain and the blood he spat out afterward assured Sasuke Naruto that he was still alive, but that didn't stop the adrenaline from flooding through him. He had never seen Naruto so hurt. Throughout their countless fights, from all the countless jutsu Sasuke threw at him, Naruto always recovered in seconds from anything that didn't slow him down, simply coughing and clearing his throat on the ground or at the foot of the tree. Before he could pay any more attention to Naruto, his attention was drawn back to the fight. Still suspended in the air by Kakashi, he was suddenly jerked to the side as Kakashi suddenly traversed the distance between him and Kakashi, almost too fast for Sasuke's Sharingan to track. His hand was enveloped in pure right-hand chakra, a sound like the chirping of countless birds, filling the clearing in the split second it took for him to move. Kakashi tried to leap away, but even he was clearly caught off guard by Kakashi's sudden speed. The threads tightened painfully around Sasuke's limbs for a second, sending a surge of panic through him only to suddenly loosen. Sasuke tumbled, landing flat on his back on the ground in case he needed to defend himself against Kakashi, but the S rank was already over 40 feet away. Kakashi stepped between him and Sasuke again, another kunai raised defensively, his breathing becoming shallower. His chakra was low. Whatever it was, that massive jutsu had drained almost everything Kakashi had left. Sasuke doubted he could use another jutsu without passing out. "Sakura, Sasuke, go check on Naruto," Kakashi ordered quietly as Mangetsu landed back beside him. "Let's finish this." With adrenaline still pumping through his body, Sasuke looked wildly between the S-rank Hyunin and his two teammates. Without hesitation, Kakashi and Mangetsu attacked Kakashi again as soon as Kakashi stopped talking, but the firmness in his voice didn't assure Sasuke that he could keep his words. It was obvious that Kakashi was on his last legs. Mangetsu was in better shape, at least in terms of his chakra reserves, but he'd apparently already lost the fight before Kakashi arrived, and Sasuke didn't see a result that would defeat them. No, when Kakashi was still in much better shape than either of them. At least supposedly, he was missing 3 hearts. He had far more chakra left in the 2 that the Jounin had left, and the threads allowed her to rebuild her body without Caesar as long as she had chakra and hearts. And since she'd recovered the remaining monster, she'd been much better at protecting her hearts. To Sasuke's left, Sakura was running towards Naruto, constantly staring at the struggling ninja. She hadn't been able to do much in the fight so far, but thankfully, that seemed to put Kakula off her guard, and she soon stopped next to Naruto, who was lying face down. Naruto had lost consciousness. Occasional gasps and coughs still racked him, but the chakra had intensified around his wounds, visibly repairing them, at least to Sasuke's eyes. For some reason, he'd never before considered or noticed Naruto's healing ability using chakra in this way. Had he never been hurt badly enough with the chakra to show? Even though he knew Naruto would be fine, seeing him as fine, an irrational part of Sasuke's brain flashed back to that night. For a second that felt like an hour, his vision blurred, and there were 2 bodies at the foot of the tree, one on top of the other. He blinked furiously, trying to get rid of the image and the itch that had sprung up behind his eyes, to erase the image of Itachi. When his vision finally and suddenly cleared, his view of the battlefield was sharper than ever. Sakura was kneeling next to Naruto, 2 fingers pressed against his pulse, visibly worried, but able to tell that his life wasn't in danger. The rest of her attention was focused on the battlefield, her other hand clutching a kunai defensively, even though it was abundantly clear that none of the three genin would be able to do anything if attacked. In the fight against Kakashi, Magetsu had absorbed almost all of the offensive. Kakashi acted as support, mostly preventing the horned mask from launching the lightning at Mangetsu. He was still using his implanted Sharingan, but Sasuke knew he only had a few minutes left before he'd have to cover it up or lose consciousness. Even if Kakashi said to leave the fight to him and Manetsu, someone had to do something or neither of them would make it out alive. Rubbing his eye, Sasuke finally sat up, his mind racing. What was the best option? The fight had become a little easier to follow since his vision had sharpened, but he still didn't have a body capable of reacting. He watched the threads unnecessarily now that Kakashi had taken over the same role and watched Kakashi, but nothing came to mind. Sasuke clenched his fists at his sides. Kakashi, is there anything I can do to help you finish this fight? Go join Naruto and Sakura. Kakashi didn't even look at him, throwing 3 kunis with impeccable precision to sever the threads heading his way. While the precision had been impeccable, the chakra needed to sever the threads was just enough to threaten their reserves with each throw. The genin should never have gotten involved in this fight. It's too late for that now, Sasuke insisted. I see how low your chakra is. You and Mangetsu are losing, I can tell. You need help. In that case, you should take Naruto and Sakura and rush back to Konoha. For a moment, he turned his head and gave Sasuke a two-eyed smile. I might not be able to win, but I won't let anyone on my team die. For a second, a small part of Sasuke considered it. He knew Naruto would say no, without hesitation, without even thinking. After that answer, the part of Sasuke that had befriended Naruto nodded. The part that had come to respect and even somewhat appreciate his team's sensei. Aside from Naruto, Kakashi and Sakura were the first 2 people he'd spent any significant time with since that night, and he was surprised at how much it pained him to think about losing them. But he still considered running away and surviving in such a horrible way. The image of a 3-tomo Sharingan burned in his mind, forming a pattern unlike any other Sharingan he knew. Run away, of course, cling to your miserable life. If he died, he'd never become strong enough. He'd never avenge his clan. He'd never find out why. No, Sasuke didn't want to cling to life unkindly. Not ever again. Not ever again. You were the one who told us that those who abandon their friends are worse than scum. Kakashi still wanted to learn everything he could from Kakashi, including about his mysterious past and the origin of his sharing. What can I help with? Sensei Kakashi didn't respond. In front of them, Ninjutsu demonstrated why he was one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist and how much he had irritated Kakashi for so long. His swords tore through the threads like scissors, replaced by bullets of dense water and sharp crystals whenever Kakashi tried to keep his distance. He didn't cause real damage, but he didn't take any either, though his distrust of Raiden's mask was evident. Suddenly, Kakashi raised his hands behind his back in the monkey seal. I can't activate it again, but I'm dying to learn the seals and how I shape my chakra. Her voice was so low that Sasuke strained to hear it and had to channel chakra into his ears to understand. This is the jutsu I use to destroy 2 of your hearts and free you from the threads. Chidori, monkey, dragon, rat, bird, ox, snake, dog, tiger, and monkey. His hand only remained in each seal for a second, but it was more than enough time for Sasuke's Sharingan to memorize the sequence and how his chakra moved with each gesture. Chidori's greatest strength is also its greatest weakness, speed. After demonstrating the sequence, Kakashi drew 2 kunais, but didn't move to rejoin the fight. Without the Sharingan, tunnel vision prevents you from using it safely. If you think you can execute it, run into the trees as if you're going to join Naruto and Sakura and wait for an opportunity to destroy one of their hearts. If you do, hold your hand holding your arm, but only if you're sure. Briefly, Sasuke's eyes widened at the plan, but he quickly composed himself and nodded. The instant Kakashi lunged to help Ninjutsu again, Sasuke ran into the trees, mimicking the hand sequence and molding his chakra without activating the new jutsu. His gaze fell on Sakura and Naruto as he ran past them, and a confused look crossed Sakura's face as she watched him go by without stopping. Using the foliage as cover, he circled around the struggling Junin, watching the chakra he released. After so much time with Naruto, it was easy for Sasuke to find a spot in the treetop where he could watch Kakashi unnoticed. Once he did, he began repeating the 9-hand seals over and over until the sequence felt as natural to him as the fireball technique. He had seen the jutsu when Kakashi had freed him from the threads. It was pure right-on chakra materialized around the hand, similar to how Sasuke had learned to shock Naruto with his chakra, but infinitely more intense. Kakashi had used it to release him, using it to sever the threads, but the nature of the right-on was piercing, not just cutting. I could imagine how effective it would be as an assassination technique. On the battlefield, Magetsu was grazed by lightning, and the electricity coursing through his body intensified. Oddly, the lightning didn't even seem to hit him in the pink area, but his movement slowed enough that Kakashi managed to knock him to the ground with a punch as powerful as the one he delivered to Naruto. As Mangetsu fell to the ground, his entire body warped before springing back like a rubber band. Sasuke could see the lightning interfering with the chakra throughout his body, almost as if holding it together, though he still had no idea what was happening to Mangetsu. Mangetsu's swords flew out, and the chakra vanished as it left his hands. Despite how painful it looked, a shark-like grin appeared on Mangetsu's face. His arms surged with chakra, and he grabbed Kakashi's arm before he could lift it, pinning his back to the ground with more chakra. Kakashi flooded his body with more Doton and began to pull Mangetsu from the ground. But then Kakashi lunged at him, wielding one of Mangetsu's swords, sharpened to a chakra construct. For a brief moment, so brief Sasuke could have imagined it, his Sharingan met Sasuke's through the leaves, and Sasuke understood. Monkey, dragon, rat, bird, ox, snake, dog, tiger, monkey. His hands performed the hand seals as quickly as he dared, molding his chakra from the perfect memory of Kakashi's partial demonstration. In the final seal, he held his left arm like Kakashi and activated the Chidori in his hand. The chakra drain was immediate. The chirping of countless birds instantly reached his ears. The radiant chakra in his hand was so intense he felt his skin peeling off. Overwhelming energy filled him completely, far surpassing his discomfort, and he had to grit his teeth and reinforce his other arm with chakra just to keep it steady. Despite how sensitive he felt, Chidori had to concentrate on keeping his Kadon chakra from interfering, not wanting to risk his arm with that combination. Wielding the Mangetsu sword, Kakashi severed all the strands sprouting from Kakashi's back, literally tearing it open. Sasuke descended from the tree at its peak with unprecedented speed. He couldn't stop the lightning chakra from seeping into his steps and burning the tree beneath his feet, but he moved fast enough to hit the ground before gravity took hold. His steps pierced the ground as he moved forward. His gaze fixed on the beating heart, he could barely make out through the short threads that remained on Kakashi's back. When he was a meter away from Kakashi, the latter began to react, turning his head towards Sasuke in slow motion. By then, it was too late, and Sasuke's left hand sank into the heart of the Raitan chakra, but he couldn't free it. The Chidori vanished from his hand, still lodged in the threads that formed Kakashi's back. They grew back from the severed ends, chakra flowing through them. And for the second time, Sasuke was trapped. A fourth heart, the silent anger emanating from Kakashi's tone chilled Sasuke's spine, and he slowly turned his head to look at him. You should have escaped when you had the chance, Yukiya. Now you will replace what I just lost. Sasuke was helpless as threads began to creep up his arm, stretching towards his heart. Mangetsu was still glued to the ground, his eyes wide in alarm, trying unsuccessfully to free himself from Kakashi's grasp. Kakashi still held one of the swords, but there was no way he was going to cut the threads while Sasuke's arm was pressed against Kakashi's chest. But for a second, a powerful and familiar chakra crashed down on the clearing and all heads turned. Naruto as he finished an unknown sequence of hand seals ending in a snake. Mokuton, Jutsu of the Wood Dragon. Line break. Ugh. I honestly have no idea how he came up with this so young, he muttered, an unfamiliar voice coming out of his mouth. I still don't understand what determines which hand seal. Shaking his head, he refocused, keeping his hands on the snake seal. While he didn't understand what determined the use of each seal, it had been easy to deduce that the Mokuton responded best to the snake seal. For the most basic wood manipulation, it was all he needed along with his large chakra reserves, but he couldn't use brute force jutsus that required finesse. As useful as developing Mokuton had been for his mission, he knew his brother would never be impressed by just a few trees. He then formed the ram seal with his hands. On his first attempt at the new jutsu, he attempted to copy the sequence of the version he had seen his brother use once, only channeling Mokuton, but ended up in the village healer's house, receiving a scolding from one of the same people who taught medical and jutsu. From then on, he grew more cautious with his jutsu experiments and headed into the desolate mountains away from the village with his friends watching from a safe distance. The next seal he discovered for the new one was hare, followed by dog. As far as he knew, there was no rhyme or reason to the different sequences of hand seals, but he could still feel his chakra molding into the shape he desired. His brother was a genius, inventing the original version himself. Mokuton, by nature, involved creation. The two elements that comprised it, doton and sueton, were substantial in a way the others were not. By adding life to the combination, Mokuton was born, substantial, living, and infinitely malleable. He planned to speak to his father about it upon returning home, but even with the discovery of the well, it would be some time before his mission was complete. The final seal of the jutsu was Snake. His hands clasped together in the increasingly familiar seal, pouring his powerful chakra into the jutsu, and said, Mokuton, with Dragon Jutsu. He wasn't sure if the intonation actually helped, but the activation of his chakra was immediate. While there wasn't much that could reduce his chakra reserves, especially since he'd started taking his training more seriously, the dragon he'd seen his brother use was enormous, and he wanted to create a jutsu at least as powerful. Fighting wasn't his nature, but he knew he would need strength to support his brother and his dreams. For a couple of seconds after the chakra draw, nothing happened. He began to suspect the jutsu was a failure and began to worry about the place where he had just channeled a dangerous amount of chakra when the ground beneath his feet rumbled. A second later, he fell to the ground as it shifted beneath him. His back collided with wood. Naruto shot up, clutching at the ground, searching for a handhold in the wood to steady himself, but his hands gripped the grass and dirt instead, causing him to grimace in confusion. Naruto, Sakura exclaimed, suddenly looking at him with concern and surprise. Are you okay? Yeah, Naruto began, only to suddenly double over and cough up a mouthful of blood. He carried on as if nothing had happened, wiped his mouth, smiled, and nodded at Sakura. Yeah, 100%. Sakura looked at him skeptically. Yeah, okay. Honestly, his chest and back were hurting like crazy, but he could tell it was less painful than it should be. The last thing she remembered was Kakusu's punch, so hard it went through a tree and slammed into another. And before that, her head jerked at the thought of the fight. Sasuke, Kakashi-sensei freed him, Sakura said. I saw him run past her for a bit. As he spoke, Naruto sharpened his senses. He just had time to notice Sasuke in the treetop near the Jounin fighter. Then he moved like never before, channeling nearly a third of his chakra into a Jutsu exactly like the one Kakashi had used earlier. He had actually copied it. Naruto should be surprised by now. A smile spread across Naruto's face as Kakusu's lightning heart shut off. That led Sakura to follow his gaze back toward the fight, understandably surprised. Of course, it was then that Sasuke was trapped by the threads again. Naruto instantly knew this time it was even worse. More threads made their way to Sasuke's heart, clearly intent on carrying out Kakusu's many threats. Mahetsu was trapped under Kakusu's fist, and Kakashi had so little chakra left that Naruto was surprised he was still standing. Sasuke's life was in danger, and no one was in a position to do anything. A jolt of pain shot through Naruto's body as he instinctively stood up and ran as soon as he was upright. He didn't know what his plan was, but as he ran toward the battlefield, an unknown jutsu seemed to flash through his mind. Like most of Mokuton's jutsus, the snake seal arrived first and his chakra flared as he followed it with ram, hare, and dog before finishing with the snake. Mokuton, Jutsu of the Wood Dragon. Instantly, Kakashi, Sasuke, Magetsu, and Kakusu turned to face him. The words echoed clearly across the battlefield. Chakra drew from his stomach, far more than he'd ever used at once, and the ground rumbled beneath his feet so intensely that he almost stumbled. Perhaps he shouldn't have been surprised by the enormous wooden dragon that emerged from the ground in front of him, judging by the name of the jutsu. But considering he'd never heard of it, he supposed he was in for a bit of a surprise. It had a long, serpentine body, as thick as the trunk of a huge tree, with two branching arms near its head. In moments, it rose dozens of meters into the air until its hind legs emerged from the ground before abruptly lunging toward the fighting ninja. Oh, what the hell? Mangetsu's voice trailed off as the wooden dragon reached the ninja. With his branching arms, Naruto forced it to grab Kakusu and Sasuke with him and throw them into the air. Sasuke's arm seemed trapped inside Kakusu's body, so Naruto tried to lift the wooden dragon's arm up to his mouth to bite its head off. He didn't know where the ancient vine fossil monster's last heart was, and he had never killed anyone before. But that seemed like the best way to end the fight without maiming Sasuke. Before he could finish, Kakusu struck the arms holding him. At first, it only stopped the dragon from biting him for a second, but a second blow was enough for Naruto to feel his arm starting to break. It seemed to distract Kakusu long enough for Sasuke to escape. With his left arm still stuck, he pushed off and used his feet to press down on Kakusu, using it as leverage to pull his arm free. Once he was free, he used a quick fire jutsu to propel himself and land on the wooden dragon's head, bonding to it with chakra. Naruto yelled. Success. A powerful jutsu that Naruto didn't notice in time was enough to completely break the dragon's arms, freeing Kakusu. Although regenerating the dragon's arms was simple, Kakusu used his body as leverage to leap before it could do so, his leap powerful enough to break the wood where his feet touched the ground. Instead of heading toward any of the ninja, his leap carried him into the trees, where he quickly disappeared into the mountainside. He tried to escape. Naruto shouted, his hands still in the snake seal as he ran towards Kakashi and Mangetsu. We can't let him. He tripped on his suddenly weak legs and had to release himself from the snake seal to break his fall. Phew! He suddenly felt his body drain of energy. It was a sensation he recognized, but one he hadn't felt since the early months of training with Sasuke, mostly when he was experimenting with Mokuton. Perhaps because it involved creating living beings, the Mokuton jutsu could be quite chakra-intensive, even for Naruto. Since he was fairly certain his chakra reserves increased over time, it hadn't happened to him in a while, but he recognized the feeling of chakra depletion. Hey, idiot! Sasuke's voice snapped from above. At least finish your jutsu before you pass out. Naruto looked up and saw Sasuke running up the side of the falling wooden dragon. He was obviously fine and had already landed when Naruto put his hands back in the snake seal. But even so, Naruto forced his chakra to reconnect with the jutsu and sent the wooden dragon tumbling back. Ugh, I'm kind of bummed we're letting him get away, Mangetsu admitted, hands on the hilt of his sword as he stared in Kakusu's retreating direction. Realistically, both sides had 5 hearts to start with, and he's down to 1, so I think we're the winners. Technically, none of us are in any condition to continue, Kakashi said bluntly, his voice cracking and his breathing ragged. Naruto didn't need to sense his chakra to know it was far more depleted than he was. Like Mangetsu, his hands were braced on the hilt of the sword he was holding, but it seemed as if his were supporting him completely. What do you mean, sensei? Sitting on the floor, Naruto smiled at Kakashi. Just give me a few minutes and I'll be back in tip-top shape. I promise. My back's already as good as new. Sort of. Kakashi rolled his eyes and pulled down his forehead protector. Sure enough, Naruto looked past Naruto to where he could feel Sakura approaching and smiled. I'm glad at least one of you listened to me. Suddenly, he fell and landed face first on the ground. Kakashi-sensei exclaimed, Sakura running forward and kneeling in front of Kakashi. You hurt yourself. Kakashi didn't respond. He has chakra exhaustion, Sasuke explained, walking over and sitting between Naruto and Kakashi. Naruto too, but not as badly. His Sharingan was still active, and Naruto had to react sharply when he realized he had two Tomo in each eye. From what I understand, he's used a chakra-intensive jutsu at least 3 times, and his implanted Sharingan consumes a lot more chakra than mine because he's not in Uchiha. Naruto blinked. Implanted Sharingan. I just thought he was half Uchiha or something. Being half Uchiha doesn't mean you only have one Sharingan, Sasuke said tersely. He could only have that Sharingan if he received it from someone else. The Tomo in his eyes spun, the blood red of his eyes turning black, and his gaze landed on Kakashi, unreadable. Chakra depletion is the price you pay for using a Sharingan that isn't yours. He stole it, Sakura whispered, looking at Magetsu as if unsure of what to say in the present. He said he'd explain when the fight was over. You'll have to ask him when he wakes up. Magetsu walked over to Kakashi and picked up his sword from the ground, reattaching it to the other and slinging them both easily across her back. Naruto couldn't help but notice that the electricity infusing his body had worsened a bit since he'd been knocked out. I'll stay with you until he wakes up in case anyone else shows up. Sasuke looked at Magetsu suspiciously. Did you see our Kekien-kai? Magetsu grinned, showing his shark teeth. Of course, as the water confirmed. And with your sense knocked out, you'll have to trust my honor and hope I'm not one to turn on the trio of defenseless genin who just saved my life. That logic didn't seem to impress Sasuke or Sakura much, but Naruto laughed at what seemed like an obvious joke. Defenseless? Didn't you see that impressive dragon? That dragon was impressive. Mangetsu nodded. If you want, I can teach you a Suidan version of that jutsu as thanks for saving me time, but I like the chance to finally go to that nearby village now that I'm not being chased. He laced his fingers together and stretched out his arms. I was ambushed on my way back from a mission 2 weeks ago, and it's been bothering me ever since. I haven't slept more than half an hour at a time in over a week. Naruto beamed. Yes. He tried to stand up, but his arm gave out, so he sat back down. In a few minutes he muffled, sitting cross-legged on the ground a short distance from the Konoha ninja. Okay, we can rest here for a while first. He searched his belt, but found nothing. Oh, do any of you have a water bottle? Chapter 14. They were surrounded. Everywhere he looked, the situation was desperate. He had already abandoned his forehead protector to uncover Obito's eye. But even that hadn't been enough to tip the scales in his favor. He was just a Jounin, and Rin was just a Chunin, surrounded by Kiriakure's Ambu on all sides. Their only chance was to flee, but to do so, they needed a fight. Their hands flashed through increasingly familiar seals as their gaze settled on the one standing between them and escape. Chidori roared to life and shot forward, its hand sinking into Rin's chest. Kakashi awoke with a gasp, both eyes instinctively opening. Luckily, his left eye was covered by his forehead protector. Otherwise, he was sure the act would have only increased the exhaustion he felt throughout his body. Through his exposed right eye, he could see the ceiling of his room at the inn, but his body didn't move a muscle as he tried to sit up, the feeling of chakra depletion uncomfortable and intimately familiar, even though it had been years since he'd pushed himself hard enough to feel it. Look who's waking up. The cheerful voice came from his right, and soon Mangetsu's smiling face appeared on the ceiling. Good to see you back in the world of the living, Kakashi. You've been sleeping like a baby since last night. Chakra depletion has really kicked your butt, hasn't it? Kakashi looked at him indifferently, unable to do much more. Hello. From what he could see, the lightning that had been bothering Mangetsu during the fight had disappeared. You seem to be doing better. You have no idea. Mangetsu disappeared from his sight, and Kakashi forced his head to turn to the right to see Magetsu sitting on the other bed. I'm sure you're wondering why I haven't gone back to Kiri to report on Konoha's upcoming prodigies. He continued, before you say anything, I have to tell Lady Me what I know, but after all the help your team has given me, I'm sure I can convince her not to divulge it. Kakashi certainly wasn't in a position to force Magetsu into absolute silence, so he nodded as best he could. They planned to reveal themselves during the upcoming Konoha exams, so the new Misukaji won't have to wait long, he admitted. The genin are fine. Magetsu nodded. Mustache suffered slight chakra depletion, but it slept off the rest of the damage he took in that fight. He looked toward the wall surrounding the Genin. The other two were unharmed. But you want to talk to little Yukiya about that eye of yours as soon as possible. Kakashi let out a deep sigh. Yeah, I know. As if on cue, there was a loud knock on the door. Bakassi-sensei yelled, Naruto, I feel you're awake. A second later, the handle turned and the door opened. Oh, it's not locked. Without waiting for permission, he entered the room, followed shortly by Sasuke and Sakura. Seeing Kakashi's open eye, he smiled and waved. Hey, sensei. The three genin came over and stood between the two beds, blocking his view of Mangetsu. Naruto and Sakura looked relieved to see him awake, but Sasuke's face was a perfect mask of Yukiya impassiveness. How are you feeling, sensei? Sakura asked first. Sasuke told us you suffered a very severe chakra depletion because of you. Her eyes flicked to his forehead protector. Sharingan implanted. I'm tired, but I'll be back to normal in a week, Kakashi said. Then we can return to the village. In that case, Magjitu stood up, tall enough to be seen above the 12-year-olds. I'll stay until they leave as a thank you in case anyone else shows up. He reached out and ruffled Naruto's hair. I also told Whiskers I'd teach him how to be a water dragon. Naruto's face instantly lit up, and he turned to look at Mangetsu. Wait, really? You can learn it in a week. Mangetsu shrugged. To be honest, two Tursi on my team constantly complain that I'm terrible at teaching Suidan Hutsu, so you only have a 1 in 3 chance of understanding any of my lessons. Kakashi raised an eyebrow at Mangetsu's willingness to teach a genin from another village, but on reflection, it made sense. Like Konoha, Kiri wasn't in a very strong position and had just witnessed a preview of the spectacle Konoha would put on at the Chunin exams. Teaching Naruto was a very easy way to curry favor with a future powerhouse. Especially with a jutsu, he already knew Kakashi could teach him himself. Or maybe Mangetsu had just started to truly appreciate Naruto. Okay, Mangetsu grabbed a wooden bottle Naruto must have crafted for him from the nightstand. He took a swig, strapped it to his belt, and grabbed his sword from the bed. I'll leave you Konoha ninjas to your conversation. I'm a few weeks late with Lady May. He gave a 2-fingered salute and left the room, closing the door behind him. As soon as he left, everyone's attention turned to Sasuke. How did you get that eye? He asked Kakashi bluntly. I would have liked to have this conversation when I could at least sit down. Kakashi fell silent when he saw Sasuke wasn't moving, sighing and turning his head to stare at the ceiling. It's my best friend's. Naruto took a deep breath. The one you lost on a mission. Kakashi nodded slowly. His name was Obito. He turned his head to the side, meeting Sasuke's gaze again. On the mission where he lost his life, our other companion was captured. We chased her, and along the way, I lost my left eye, and he awakened his Sharingan. She closed her right eye, returning her gaze to the ceiling. When we saved her, the ninja who captured her caused a cave-in, and I was almost crushed by a rock I didn't see. Obito sacrificed himself to save me, getting trapped beneath it in the process, and gave me his eye so my partner and I could escape. With my eye closed, I couldn't see the genin, but I could feel them moving to my right. The soft hum of the air conditioner by the window to their left filled the room. The only noise after the story. Wah, Naruto finally murmured, his voice unusually calm in the relative silence. What happened to your other teammate, sensei? Sakura asked quietly. Kakashi simply shook his head, and she let out a quiet, or he must have loved you a lot. Sasuke's voice was hesitant, and when Kakashi blinked and opened his right eye, Sasuke's Sharingan had awakened. It was just like Obito's when he woke up. It's good that you used his eyes so skillfully. Kakashi smiled with his eyes. Now that you know, I guess I'll have to teach you how to use those eyes. He mused aloud. I may not be in Yukiya, but I've gained some notoriety for my Sharingan prowess. Not even Sasuke could hide the excitement that flashed across his face as his Sharingan flared. Really? Naruto excitedly poked Sasuke in the side. Lucky him. He leaned sideways, so he was eye to eye with Kakashi and smiled. Do you happen to have any secret Mokuton you could teach me, too? Kakashi looked at him thoughtfully for a few seconds and hummed. No, I might have copied 1 or 2 at some point, but I can't exactly use them. The 3 genin blinked at him. Wait, what? Naruto exclaimed. How could you copy Mokuton? It's impossible. Sasuke let his Sharingan fade, narrowing his eyes suspiciously. The only one known to have Mokuton, aside from Naruto, was Yoda Hokage, and there's no way you could have copied it from him. He can't be as old as that Kakashi, can he? Sakura asked. At that, Kakashi laughed. Believe what you want, he said with a shrug as best he could. I'm still feeling tired. Is there anything else you want to ask? You didn't answer my last question. If there's nothing, I like to rest both eyes, not just one. It was only a matter of time before I had to tell Naruto about Tenso, but that was a conversation for another time. I was simply enjoying playing with the genin. If they let me rest, I could teach each of them a jutsu once I could move. That was more than enough to get them all excited. I could see the curiosity still burning in their eyes, especially Naruto's, but the prospect of a new jutsu was enough to convince even the most advanced genin. Well, I'm going to find Manjutsu and see if we can get started on that water dragon jutsu, Naruto declared, turning on his feet and heading for the door. And then I'll find a Doton version, so we have all three. Sakura watched him leave. Her excitement visibly dimmed before she said, I'm going to train. When it was just the two of them left in the room, Sasuke dug his hands in his pockets and made an attempt to leave quietly, but Kakashi yelled, Wait! Sasuke shot him a questioning look over his shoulder. Chidori, Kakashi regained some feeling and used it to sit up slightly, though he barely made it past his shoulders against the pillow. I had planned to teach it to you someday, but the fight forced my hand. That Sasuke managed to do it under the circumstances was downright astonishing. I created that jutsu to protect my friends and loved ones. It's a very dangerous weapon. Don't attempt to train with it until I can train you. Sasuke's eyes darkened, and he turned his head forward. Thanks for showing me, Sensei. He held up his left hand, patches of peeling skin visible on the arm and hand. I'll put it to good use. Kakashi considered saying more, but ultimately decided to let Sasuke go, leaving him alone in the inn room. Line break. Outside the inn, Sakura ran to catch up with Naruto when she saw him leaving for the forest to train and finally yelled. Naruto stopped, turned to face her, and gave her a chance to catch up. Hey, Sakura. He greeted her with a bright smile. What's up, Jutsu? He said he'd teach me that jutsu later, so I was going to go outside and practice Mokuton where no one could see me. Sakura stopped in front of him, proud that she didn't feel the least bit out of breath. But that small amount of pride was quickly extinguished as her mind returned to the fight against Kakashi. Throughout the entire battle, she had been unable to do anything. Naruto and Sasuke had freed Manjutsu and Kakashi when they were bound by Kakashi's threads and were the ones who finally drove him away. And what had she done? Cut some strings. She thought she'd done her best to fight alongside her comrades. But Sakura, Naruto's smile faded, replaced by a worried frown. Everything okay? Did something happen? Sakura shook her head. It wasn't like she found herself mimicking one of his habits and rubbing the back of her neck. He'd been the one to initially offer his offer, but he still felt awkward asking his own partner for lessons. Before we joined the fight, you mentioned that he clearly had an affinity with Doton Y. Oh yeah. Naruto smiled even more radiantly. Hey, do you want to go train that right now? Sakura blinked at the ease with which he agreed. Oh, if you're planning on training Mokuton, I can train with him while you work on mastering the jutsu. I'm teaching you. Naruto ignored her words with a wave and turned to head into the trees. Come on. I've sensed a perfect hidden clearing for training on the other side of the mountain. So follow me, and we can train there. He took off into the trees without giving her a chance to respond, but it only took a moment of thought for her to leap into the woods after him. As usual, although she focused most of her attention on jumping from tree to tree, she couldn't help but notice the almost carefree way Naruto moved through the forest. It wasn't obvious, and the strangest trees compared to those in the Land of Fire were disconcerting, but he possessed the uncanny ability to jump from branch to branch without a second thought. Instead of the grace and precision Sasuke had when his Sharingan was active, Naruto moved as if he instinctively knew where every branch was, as if he were in tune with the forest. He probably was. It was always easy for her to keep up with him, as long as he didn't move too fast or make a jump she couldn't follow. She just followed his path through the forest and never had to worry about whether a branch could support her weight. Soon they reached the clearing on the other side of the mountain he'd mentioned. At the foot was a depression in the steep slope that curved inward and formed a natural wall, lit by the midday sun and protected from the elements. Only a few trees dotted the grass, with plenty of space between them. The perfect training ground for dot jutsu. She guessed. It wasn't something she'd done before, but it seemed obvious. Naruto landed first in the clearing, looking around as Sakura landed. It looked even better than she thought. He smiled proudly, turning to face her and proudly gesturing around. Impressive, huh? Sakura nodded. Yeah, it looks like a pretty cool place. She nodded. Good find. What do you plan to do for training? Naruto opened his mouth to speak, but no sound came out and a puzzled expression crossed his face. He started looking around again, the cogs visibly turning. I've never taught anyone, she admitted after a few seconds of scratching the back of her head. It's just that the old man's grandson keeps insisting I give him lessons when he's a kid, but I haven't taught him anything yet. Oh, it's fine, Sakura said. How did you start learning Doton? Sasuke just gave me a jutsu scroll to practice on, and I practiced until I got it. Naruto shrugged. I suppose I could teach you some Doton jutsus and have you test them until they work like I did. No, that didn't seem like the most effective training method to Sakura, but it had clearly worked with Naruto and Sasuke. Their abilities with chakra nature far surpassed those of the Genin, probably even the Chunin, to the point of interfering with the non-elemental jutsus they used. Maybe Sakura only had one affinity, unlike Sasuke's 2 and Naruto's 3, but if she could master it like they did, she wouldn't be so defenseless in the future. Well, Naruto turned away from Sakura, walked to the bottom of the cliff, and raised his hands in the monkey seal. It's probably most logical to start with the first hot jutsu I learned. He switched to the ram seal and then the snake seal before slamming his hands into the ground. Dust storm. Dust storm. Where Naruto's hands hit the ground, earth erupted with such force that it tripped Sakura, creating a massive cloud of dust, big enough to cover a house, that shot toward the foot of the cliff with surprising speed. It crashed with a thunderous sound that shook the ground beneath his feet, creating an even larger cloud of dust, which only grew as rocks tumbled from the clifftop and crashed to the ground. As the dust slowly cleared, it revealed a crater in the cliffside, as wide as a house and deep enough to shield it from the sun, with an ever-widening path of torn-out earth stretching from Naruto down the cliff. Naruto dusted his hands off and turned to Sakura with a relaxed smile. I'm pretty sure Sasuke gave me the scroll for that, because the name made him think it would be more about making dust than being destructive. He said, the first few times I tried it, I filled it with chakra way more than I could control, which caused a mess. He grimaced. I had to clear the clearing so many times, and that was before I could control the Mokuton. Sakura had seen Naruto use jutsus many times, like during the Academy Ninjutsu exams, or during training since Team 7 was formed, and it was always amazing. For a few seconds, she stared in amazement at the crater he had so casually formed in the wall, but eventually she had to refocus. Monkey, ram, snake, and I slammed my hand against the ground. He checked. Yes. Naruto nodded, looking at the path of destruction he'd left between the grass and the crater he'd formed in the cliff. Just a second. I'll fix it so it doesn't get any worse until I forget what it was originally like. For a moment, he put his hands back in the snake seal before pressing them against the ground. The earth rose rapidly to fill the torn ground, leading from Naruto to the foot of the cliff, forming a smooth layer of earth in its place. A layer of grass identical to the one surrounding it quickly grew over the earth, and then the crater in the cliff face filled itself as if nothing had been destroyed. As soon as he finished, he turned to her as if nothing had happened. Okay, now it's your turn, Sakura. Suddenly, Sakura's nerves about her partner's teachings returned, right? Turning from Naruto to the cliff, she raised her hands in the monkey's seal. Monkey, ram, snake, she repeated, repeating the sequence without activating the jutsu. As always, the chakra was easy to mold, but he wondered how much chakra he'd need to use. He definitely couldn't ask Naruto for that. Naruto said nothing as he went through the hand sequence a few more times, just feeling for the chakra. Controlling chakra was something that had always come easily to him. Over the past month, Kakashi-sensei had focused her on further improving her control, so it didn't take long for her to feel comfortable attempting the jutsu. Okay, this time, with intention, Sakura placed her hands in the monkey, ram, and snake seals, and then slammed them against the ground, channeling all the chakra she dared use on her first try. Doton, dust storm. As the chakra tugged at her insides, earth erupted from where her hands made contact. Unlike when Naruto had used the jutsu, the force of the earth wasn't enough to trip Sakura, and the cloud of dust that shot toward the cliff was much smaller. Still, it carved a dirt path from Sakura to the cliff, impacting the wall with a rumble much quieter than Naruto's. Wow, good work, Naruto exclaimed with genuine emotion despite his small size. The first time I tried it, the ground exploded in all directions and launched me at Sasuke mid-jutsu. He wasn't happy. He said I drowned him with a fireball. Sakura laughed, a smile spreading across her face. Thanks, Naruto. Compared to the wreckage Naruto's dust storm had left behind, his own was practically non-existent, and he knew he couldn't match Naruto's firepower, even using all his chakra. What he could do was precise control, or so he hoped. I'm going to practice this for a bit, so you can practice the Mokuton if you want. Oh, you want targets? Naruto didn't wait for her answer and formed the snake seal. Mokuton, wooden bastard targets. In front of them, which sprouted from the ground in a dozen different spots, forming perfect, grinning replicas of Sasuke in seconds. It wasn't her first time seeing the jutsu, but Sakura found the wide, Naruto-like grin on their wooden faces uncanny, especially given how accurate the wooden replicas were. She felt sorry for Sasuke when the Chunin exams were over. Naruto was able to leave them all over the world. There you have it. Naruto dusted off his hands again, smiling proudly at the dozen targets. The second monster I've made, you know? After my first tree, it's really impressive, Sakura said. Can you mold them into other people? Naruto made a mediocre hand gesture. I can, but it takes more concentration to make someone else do it, he admitted somewhat sheepishly. I guess it's just out of habit. I can make wooden halflings, but there's no reason to use my own face as a target, so I use Sasuke's. It might be helpful to trick someone by copying one of their allies if you're fighting multiple people, Sakura pointed out. In a fast-paced situation, they might realize she's made of wood and try to deflect her attack, only to make a mistake. Naruto's face lit up. Wow, good idea. With a smile, as if she might have been able to offer some combat advice to one of her teammates, Sakura zeroed in on the targets, remembering the feeling of the dust storm as she reformed the monkey seal. Naruto interpreted this as a signal to move away, and though she was tempted to watch him practice the Mokuton, she knew she needed to train more than anything. She continued the monkey, ram, and snake seal, using slightly less chakra than the first time as she slammed her hands into the ground toward one of the wooden Sasukes. Again, dirt erupted from the ground, forming a cloud of dust large enough to knock over an adult who launched itself at the wooden Sasuke. The impact came with another loud bang, forming a cloud of dust around the targeted Sasuke. But when it cleared, he was still standing. Pieces of wood had broken off in some areas, giving him the impression that he was Sasuke after a fight with Naruto, but he was still standing. True, the monster is incredibly durable, Sakura muttered. On the one hand, this made it a better training tool, but on the other, she was able to avoid feeling disappointed by the low damage it took. Well, she had to start somewhere. Determined to practice the jutsu as many times as necessary, Sakura repeated the three-hand seals. The sensation of channeling chakra into Doton became increasingly familiar. Doton, dust storm, line jump. Weren't you kidding when you said you found the perfect place to train? Jetsu looked around the clearing at the foot of the mountain, from the few scattered trees to the steep slope that stretched dozens of meters into the sky in every direction but one. The sun had just set, so the high cliffs shaded the clearing. It was almost perfect, though it's missing something if you plan on learning the water dragon technique. Naruto blinked, not understanding what was missing. Mahito chuckled through gritted teeth. Whiskers. I might be able to make a water dragon flawlessly in any environment, but you'll need a water source nearby while you learn this. He explained, it's a chakra-intensive jutsu. Trying to create all the water for it in your stomach will just drain your chakra. Oh, Naruto nodded in understanding and then said, No, I'll be fine. I have plenty of chakra. Besides, I can drain it from plants if necessary. It was Mangetsu's turn to blink blankly at Naruto. Can you get water from plants for your jutsus? Well, it didn't really surprise him, considering the enormous wooden dragon he had seen the day before. Still, wow, how convenient. Yes, Naruto grinned, making a fist with his right hand and placing his left hand on top of it in the dog's seal. Look, this wasn't really a jutsu, but Mangetsu was impressed by how the water drained from the grass at Naruto's feet, leaving it dry and lifeless. With surprisingly advanced nature and shape-shifting for someone so young, he pushed the water into a ball that floated before him. His control was easy thanks to the dog seal. See, Naruto asked proudly. Not bad. With a shark-like grin, Mangetsu extended a hand in front of him, forming a ball of water the same size as Naruto's. Without a gesture, Konohan doesn't usually have many Suidan prodigies, aside from your first two Hokage. He paused, tilting his head. Oh, wait, are you related to them? No. Naruto had been staring at the water ball Mahetsu had formed in obvious amazement, but at the mention of the first two Hokage, his gaze caught Mangetsu's. Yes. He smiled brightly, moving his water ball away before letting it fall to the ground. Well, I shouldn't say it, but since you already know about the Mokuton, he shrugged. It's pretty obvious I'm related to the Senju, you know? Mangetsu nodded, absorbing the water ball into his hand, earning a confused nod from Naruto. You're a secret grandson or son of the Sannin juvenile who inherited the Kek and Jinenkai. I expected the boy to be related to Yoda and Hokage, but the Kek and Jinai were anything but predictable. The one from his own clan was so unique that they convinced the village it wasn't. In fact, I'm related to the Naidame. Naruto raised his left arm, pulling back his sleeve to reveal a wristband engraved with seals. For an instant, the seals glowed orange, and a sheathed katana emerged from it. The Osage even gave me his old sword. Tobirama Senju's sword. At first glance, the sheathed katana didn't look particularly interesting. It was a katana obviously designed for an adult, making it a bit large for Naruto, with a solid black scabbard, a solid blue sword case, and a well-made, well-maintained, but otherwise inconspicuous gray hilt, a sword wielded by Tobirama Senju. Though based on the stories surrounding the Naidame Hokage, Mahetsu would be surprised if it was just a nondescript katana. His week was getting more and more interesting. Training a descendant of Lukagen and Dame who wielded a Mokuton and wielded his sword. Mahetsu hadn't been sure of Konoha's power in recent years, though he didn't have much ground to claim as a Kiri ninja, but it didn't take a Jown to see he had a path back to the top. And that's not even mentioning Itakyuki's little brother. Well, maybe I can give you some Kenjutsu lessons while we're here, Mangetsu offered. Naruto's eyes lit up, so he added, if you let me try a few strokes with that sword. Yes, Naruto agreed instantly. Oh, I can try your sword too, Mangetsu hummed. Perhaps an idea occurred to him, and he gave Naruto a challenging smile. How about this? I'll teach you anything you want while I'm around, but only if you first master the Water Dragon missile to my satisfaction. As expected, Naruto grinned at the challenge. Very well, I'm going to master that jutsu today, believe me. Oh yes. Jetsu looked at him thoughtfully for a few seconds before turning toward the cliff face. I should warn you, the original jutsu has 44 hand seals, but I've never used more than 7. Not even at your age. With a smile, he raised his hands in the tiger's seal. Suiton, Water Dragon Missile. Releasing the tiger's seal, he held his hands palms up, facing the cliff. From his hands, he unleashed a massive torrent of water and seamlessly formed a dragon as large as the wooden one Naruto had used the day before. Unlike Naruto's wooden dragon, the Water Dragon Missile didn't form a solid, chakra-controlled dragon, but rather a liquid projectile with no limbs attached by chakra. However, Magetsu had enough control over it that it might as well have been a solid dragon. With just a raised hand, he flung it around himself and Naruto until its entire body surrounded them, then launched it toward the cliff face in one swift motion. He struck with such force that it shook the ground beneath their feet and formed a massive crater in the cliff face. Water, dust, and shattered rock all flew out, But Naruto and Mangetsu were far enough away that only the brunt of the impact hit them, and Mangetsu absorbed what little water he got. Wow. Naruto stared at the cliff crater in awe, the sword sealed in his wrist guard. Great. And you did it with just one seal. Even in Kiri, I'm known for Jutsu Ton. Jetsu clasped his hands behind his head and looked up at the cliff top, where the rocks were crumbling away. I'm actually a little embarrassed by the poor performance you and your team had against Kakashi. I'll have to brag when I get the chance, so they don't get the wrong impression. Well, I could tell that lightning weakened you a lot, but you and Kakashi-sensei were still incredibly strong. Naruto had his hands clasped in the snake seal as Mangetsu looked down at the crater in the cliff. And I can sense that your affinity with Suiton is incredibly strong, now that that lightning isn't bothering you. As he spoke, the cliff rumbled and the crater slowly filled, until it seemed as if the water dragon had never attacked them. I can only imagine how powerful they'd be in a fight now. Another shark-like grin spread across Mangetsu's face, and he reached out to ruffle Naruto's hair. If it didn't cause an international incident, the Fourth Shinobi War would probably try to get you for Kiri. It was only a half-joke. So much control over his three natures at such a young age. Anyway, I'll show you the water dragon missile one more time with 7 hand seals, and then you could try it. Naruto smiled. Okay, line break. To Naruto's disappointment, he hadn't mastered the water dragon missile when Mangu decided to stop training that night. Apparently, it wasn't as easy as turning the wooden dragon into water, and even he felt his chakra draining after so many attempts. His only consolation was that he had gotten further than Mangetsu apparently expected, but he stayed for a while after Mangetsu left without further success. By the time he returned to the inn, night had already completely fallen. With a brush of his chakra senses, he could perceive the still faint static of Kakashi's chakra, the watery essence of Mangetsu's, and the hazy dust of Sakura's in their chambers. But Sasuke stood out like a firestorm on the room's ceiling. Without a second thought, Naruto veered toward the inn's front door and leaped onto the roof, landing silently behind a meditating Sasuke. Hey, he said, sitting next to Sasuke, not bothering to sneak up on him. Did you spend all day practicing that new right-on jutsu Kakashi-sensei taught you? Sasuke sighed. He didn't open his eyes, his blood-red sharing I directed at Naruto. Kakashi warned me not to. I used Chidori against Kakashi, but I used more chakra than I should have, so I'd better wait and see what other advice he gives me. So you can't practice it until Kakashi-sensei is ready? Naruto asked with a sympathetic grimace. If I were you, I'd be dying to use it. It gave you a speed boost and everything. Sasuke grunted. When Naruto looked over, he'd taken his left hand out of his lap and was staring at his palm. Yes, he admitted. But considering how volatile rat chakra is, I'm willing to wait a week to avoid mutilating my hand. He turned his hand over, showing where his skin had sloughed off. And it's probably best to avoid upsetting Kakashi. Probably, Naruto nodded. You brought your sword, right? Dropping his hand into his lap, Sasuke turned his head to Sasuke with a raised eyebrow. Of course, you saw me use it against the bandits. Naruto gave a thumbs up. Well, Mahetsu told me he'd give me Kinjutsu lessons when I mastered the water dragon missile technique. And have you mastered it? Well, not yet, Naruto admitted, looking away sheepishly. It's similar to the wood dragon technique, but requires a lot less chakra and a lot more chakra control. So he shrugged. Also, I'm still not entirely sure how I learned the wood dragon jutsu. He raised his hands and flopped down on his back, staring up at the stars. Did I invent a jutsu in my sleep or something? I doubt it, but I'm honestly not sure what it does anymore. Sasuke fell silent before suddenly standing up. What's wrong? Naruto jumped to his feet. Sasuke's eyes were scanning the ground at the back of the inn, but Naruto wasn't going to try to find what a Sharingan was looking for. What do you see? A summon, I think. Sasuke jumped to the ground, and Naruto quickly followed. He looked like a small turtle, but he had an abnormal amount of chakra. I only caught a glimpse of it out of the corner of my eye. A small turtle. Naruto frowned and scratched his head. Are you sure? Despite his words, he spread his chakra around them, searching for anything small. To his surprise, he immediately sensed something small, but with more chakra than an average animal or civilian. You were right. Following his senses, Naruto walked to the side of the inn where their quarters were located, followed by Sasuke. Arriving at Kakashi's window, he didn't need Sasuke's Sharingan to see the small green turtle sitting on the windowsill with a scroll taped to its back. A messenger turtle. Sasuke walked over to the turtle and picked it up, taking the scroll from it and handing it to Naruto. For some reason, it says it's from someone named Migue. For Kakashi. Hey, this turtle's shell says SOS. The turtle was so small it fit in Naruto's hand, with a green shell with yellow lines and a green body. On its back, the letters SOS flashed every few seconds. It's just a guess, but I think this Midway needs help. Sasuke grunted, banged on Kakashi's window a few times, and without waiting for a reply, opened it and pushed open the drawn curtains to disappear inside. Following his example, Naruto followed him in with the turtle in his hand, pulled back the curtain, and saw Kakashi sitting on his bed with a book in his hand. As he entered, he looked up and raised an eyebrow. You know, as much as I appreciate a good window, I do have a door. Before either of them could respond, his gaze fell on the turtle in Naruto's hand, and in a serious voice he asked, "Did you just find that?" "Yeah," Naruto confirmed. "It was outside your window." "There was a scroll attached," Sasuke said, walking over to the right side of the bed and handing it to Kakashi. "From Migue." Kakashi nodded at the turtle in Naruto's hand as he grabbed the scroll. "It's one of his summons." Naruto held the turtle up to his face, meeting his dazed eyes. So this turtle came all the way here alone. He squinted, but the turtle just stood there in the air, doing nothing. It didn't take long for him to get bored and sat her down on Kakashi's bed, concentrating on him. "What does the scroll say?" Kakashi's single visible eye scanned the document like it was just another book, revealing nothing. After a few seconds, he rolled up the scroll and sighed, staring at Naruto. "Go find Mangetsu." Naruto asked. "What does the scroll say?" "It's a request for reinforcements from another Konoha team." Kakashi placed the scroll on the table next to his bed and closed the book, leaving it beside him. "I'm in no position to help, but I think Mangetsu might want to see this." Chapter 15. You two are more than welcome to take a break. Offered to Suna, the bridge builder. Though I was skeptical when Konoha sent the ninja brats, they've been a great help these past few days with the bridge construction, and it's not even part of their job description. "Don't worry, Mr. Tsuna. This is nothing compared to Y-Sensei's training," Tenten assured as she and Lee placed more wooden planks for the builders to use. "Helping is better than standing idly by and doing nothing." "Exactly, Tenten," Lee nodded enthusiastically. "While this is nothing compared to the rigorous training Gue-sensei gives us, it's important not to slack off on the job." He raised his fist. "Since I can't help Niji keep watch, I'll help the builders finish the bridge. If I can't help the builders, we're basically happy to help." Tenten interrupted before he could continue. It was pretty obvious that Tsuna didn't understand Lu, something quite common among those who hired them for missions. "We're not as tired moving heavy things thanks to the chakra, and we can speed up the process since your workers won't tire out as quickly." That seemed to impress Tsuna, a far cry from her grumpy, drunken attitude toward them at the beginning of the mission. "Well, thanks," she said. "Once this bridge is finished, I'll make sure the people here know about all the help Konoha can provide." Her gaze shifted to Niji, who was standing at the edge of the bridge, routinely scanning his surroundings, and asked, "Do you still think the Sabusa ninja will come back?" "It's been a few days." "Gu-sensei thinks so," Lee answered before Tenten could. That made Tsuna visibly nervous, and she quickly added, "Don't worry. Gu-sensei is more than strong enough to handle him if he comes back." Tenten nodded. Lee is right. Even if Momochi returns, Gu-sensei can take him on again. Gu-sensei didn't even have to use the gates against Momochi. If it weren't for the fake Hunter Nin's Han, he would never have escaped. Gu-sensei also sent out a request for reinforcements, just in case Momochi receives more help, so you have nothing to worry about. Tsuna looked visibly relieved. "Well, you should get back to work." He nodded his thanks and left, going over to talk to the worker in charge of operating the crane. As soon as he left, Tenten and he went back to helping with whatever minor tasks they could. They couldn't help with things that required specialized skills, but they did what they could. Generally, it involved carrying heavy materials, to wherever the workers needed them. But occasionally they were asked to hold something or help with a more specific task. A couple of hours passed like this. To be honest, Tintin found the housework quite boring, but Lee threw herself into it with the same enthusiasm she showed in everything else. It was almost time for everyone to break for dinner when Niji shouted, "I'm coming from the north, about 2 kilometers away." Tintin and Lu stopped what they were doing and ran to join Niji. Moments after reaching him, Jinsei appeared next to them. "What do you see, Niji?" "It looks like 2 people riding a water dragon jutsu, but I can't make out the details yet." Niji narrowed his eyes. "It's not Momochi or the Iton user, but I think the one wielding the jutsu is wearing a Kiri forehead protector. The other one seemed to be widening his eyes slightly." "Konoha." Tien looked at him in surprise. "Konoha forehead protector. How curious." Gui Sensei touched his chin, looking into the distance. "How long until—" "Oh, wait, I see it now." Following Gu Sensei's gaze into the distance, Tenen barely made out a large shadow emerging from the distant fog. At first, he had to squint to make it out, but it was clearly approaching steadily, and soon the shadow solidified into a large water dragon with 2 figures standing atop it. It was then that guys leaped off the bridge and into the water to meet them, holding up a hand to prevent the others from following. As the water dragon approached guys and the water, it began to shrink, and Tintin could make out the 2 people standing on top. The shorter one had bright blonde hair and a striking orange jacket that looked vaguely familiar, but her attention was drawn to the taller one. Although he looked like a teenager only a few years older than her and her team, something told Tintin he wasn't just a teenage shinobi. He had shoulder-length white hair, a sleeveless black shirt with bandages around his neck, and most importantly, a large, bandaged sword hanging from his back. The water dragon disappeared completely into the water about 12 meters in front of Gue Sensei, leaving the 2 ninjas standing on the calm waters. Tintin couldn't hear anything they were saying, but the blonde's effusive greeting was a pretty obvious one. "I recognize the blonde now," Niji said. "Naruto Uzumaki, with a year below us in the academy." "Uzumaki," Tintin repeated. "He sounds familiar." She narrowed her eyes, watching as the 2 ninja approached Gu Sensei to talk. When Naruto looked up at the top of the bridge and waved, he finally understood. "Oh, right. He wasn't like second in his class or something after the Yukiya kid." "Oh yeah, I remember." Excitement spread across Lee's face as his attention focused on Gu Sensei, Naruto, and Ninja Kiri. He was Lukia's genius rival. "I remember hearing about his skills in taijutsu and ninjutsu." He clenched his fist excitedly. "I hope I get the chance to test my techniques against him." The other is another one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Now that they knew who the blonde one was, Tintin became even more curious about the white-haired man and the large sword he carried on his back. And why would a new genin from Konoha be with a Kiri ninja? That sword contains a lot of chakra, so it could be one of the Arius swords from Kiriakure, Niji observed. It has 2 hilts that look detachable and a wide, flat blade with a curved guard. He looked at it, his Yakugan deactivating. "Do you remember any similar swords?" Tin narrowed his eyes at the bandaged sword, mentally reviewing the description Niji had given him. Some of Kiryakure's legendary swords had 2 handles, but some weren't swords at all. "I think Irame guessed, though I don't know who wields it right now." That's when Gu Sensei turned, looked at them, and signaled for them to stop. "I guess that means it's safe," Tintin said, then jumped off the side of the bridge into the water. She, Niji, and Lee landed together in the water with soft splashes, but Lee was the first to run to Gu Sensei's side. Tintin and Niji approached a little more slowly, catching up as Gu Sensei introduced them. Team Rogel, Niji Yuga, and Tintin. Naruto greeted them with a smile. "Hello, my name is Naruto Uzumaki, future Hokage. Believe me, up close he was shorter than his team. He had bright blue eyes and 3 sideburns on both cheeks." "Nice to meet you." Tintin raised an eyebrow. "Future Hokage. What a bold introduction." She looked at Niji and saw him impassively watching Naruto, but was surprised to see that he didn't say anything disdainful. "How young!" Lu exclaimed. "A pleasure to meet you too, Naruto. I hope you'll give me the chance to train with you." That made Naruto's face light up. "Oh yeah, so You're another member of the 7 Ninja Swordsmen of the Mist. Tenten asked the white-haired teen, ignoring Naruto and Lee as they continued talking closely. He saw that she had purple eyes and teeth as sharp as a shark's, but his attention remained fixed on the sword on her back. Izirami. For a moment, her eyebrows raised before a smile spread across her face. I am one of the 7 swordsmen. Yes, he confirmed, easily grabbing his sword and extending it in front of him, despite how heavy it seemed. Jutsu Asuki, do you recognize Arami Carry? Tenten nodded, unconsciously reaching out to touch the sword, but stopped. Wow, she'd always been interested in ninja tools, and the legendary Kariga swords were 7 of the rarest ninja tools in existence. And now, in less than a week, she'd stumbled upon 2. Sure, one of those times had been when I tried to kill her and her team, but I can still hold it. Sure, but I can't let you undo the bandages or use it, Mangetsu admitted, turning the sword point down and offering her the second hilt. It's a bit heavy. Okay. Ten grabbed the second hilt without hesitation. He doubted he would have been able to hold it with one hand once Mangetsu released it without all of Gu-sensei's physical training. His arm dipped slightly as he held it. The tip of the sword was still sinking into the water, but he managed to hold it without using the second hilt. Wow, is it heavy? Physical strength is the first thing to work on with most of the 7 swords, Mangetsu explained. The fangs and the sewing needle are light, but the other 5 are large weapons. However, Eli de McCade is one of the most agile in its split form, which also makes it one of my favorites. Ten looked at him curiously. How many can you use? Another relaxed smile spread across Mangetsu's face. All of them. But the smile quickly turned into a sigh. When we have them all, at least. Sadly, Iramikare is the only one we have right now. He reached out to retrieve his weapon, and Tintin knew better than to try to hold on to it. Hopefully, I can retrieve the executioner's sword while I'm here. Tintin was disappointed to realize that she wouldn't be able to take Momochi's sword once Gini-sensei defeated him a second time. But then her mind caught on to the first thing Mangetsu said. Wait, all of them? Was that possible? Do you actually know how to use all of them? Yes. Mangetsu slung his sword over his back, crossing his arms and looking at it appraisingly. Not many genin in Konoha know much about the 7 swords. I take it you're a weapons specialist, aren't you? Ten nodded quickly. Yes. He reached into his pouch and pulled out one of his smaller scrolls, showing it to Mangetsu. I collect weapons and seal them in scrolls so I can use them all. Manga chuckled. I did something similar with the 7 swords for a while, but the others weren't too happy that I kept them all. He rubbed the back of his neck. Then again, I'm also the only one who stayed in the village, kept his weapon, and didn't die, so maybe I should have resisted more when everyone came to retrieve theirs. The mere thought of wielding the 7 swords of Kiri and not attempting to attack her was filled with intense envy. Before she could think about it much, the words "you're ready" echoed in the water. Glancing to the side, she was just in time to see Lane Naruto running toward the water, stopping a few meters away. Gu-sensei stepped between them, visibly happy to oversee the match. Oh, this should be good, Mangetsu commented, intrigued by the impending fight. The boy in the green jumpsuit is your sensei's student, right? A taijutsu specialist. Niji had been standing to the side, but now he approached Tenten with his arms crossed, looking at Lu and Naruto. He doesn't know how to do anything else, so Gin-sensei trained him in his style of taijutsu. He's really skilled, Tenten added. Even with weights on, Lee was a tough opponent. Without them, even Niji had a hard time beating him. While he hadn't lost to Lee yet, I doubt a newly graduated genin would stand a chance against him. Mangetsu hummed thoughtfully. I wouldn't rule out mustaches. I haven't seen his taijutsu skills yet, but that kid is a monster with ninjutsu and can definitely take a hit. In front of them, Lee and Naruto raised the confrontation seal. Tintin wasn't going to change her expectations, not even for another supposed genius like Niji, but that didn't mean she wasn't interested in watching the fight. Gue-sensei looked at the 2 genin, checking that they were both ready, and then shouted, "Science," and jumped back. As soon as the word was heard, Naruto shot forward with a speed that surprised Tenten a little. His fist collided with Lee's crossed forearms with enough force to send him sliding meters backward through the water. Though he seemed momentarily surprised by Naruto's physical strength, Lee didn't let it stop him, dodging Naruto's next strike and countering with an overcut. Naruto barely managed to back away and dodged the blow with his eyes open, but missed when Lee spun around on his left foot, slamming his right leg into Naruto's side. Naruto flew through the air with the power of the kick. Tintin winced, more than familiar with the pain of each strike, but Naruto seemed to recover almost instantly. His body twisted in the air, his feet skidding against the water as he landed, a wide grin on his face as Lu appeared in front of him. Without wasting a second, he deflected Lee's punch with his left hand and slammed his fist into Lee's stomach. Lee spat saliva. Naruto followed up with a knee to Lee's stomach, but Lee managed to block it by grabbing his knee without flinching. Naruto slammed his forehead into Lee's so hard that Tintin heard a crunch from the water. A dazed look crossed Lee's face, and he was forced to let go of Naruto's knee, taking a step back. Without hesitation, Naruto punched him in the face, knocking him back another step, and then leaped into the air with one leg raised. If he managed to dodge the devastating kick that followed, Tintin couldn't see it. Naruto's leg slammed into the water so hard it caused a splash, as if an explosive had gone off underneath, hiding them both. Line break. Well, I need another break. Kak almost hated to admit it, and it had only been a couple of hours since their last break. But a whole day of walking while recovering from chakra depletion wasn't something he could endure just like that. Let's stop here for an hour. Sakura looked at him worriedly. I'm sure you don't need any more rest. Sensei, it hasn't even been a day since you recovered enough to use crutches. Kakashi smiled reassuringly at her, hobbling over to a tree at the side of the path. I'll be fine, it's nothing. He leaned both crutches against the tree and sat down, much to the immediate relief of his arms and legs. Jutsu and Naruto should already be in the land of waves, so I'd rather not waste more than an hour at a time. When Kakashi received Guei's request for reinforcements, it was a no-brainer to let Manhetsu know, considering his own state of health and Momochi's status as a rogue Kirinin. Unfortunately, Mjetsu made a good case for it by pointing out how suspicious it would be for another of the seven swordsmen to suddenly appear, and the simple solution was to send someone with him, to which, of course, Naruto readily volunteered. Immediately, Kakashi was definitely going to get a scolding when the Hokage found out. If Mangetsu had gone to kidnap Naruto, he could have finished off Kakashi and taken care of Sasuke and Sakura without any problem. But it still didn't sound right to leave his Jinchuriki with Mokuton, alone with an elite honing from another village. As Nara would say, what's the big deal? Okay, Kakashi continued, looking at Sasuke and Sakura. Since it's my fault that Mangetsu and Naruto had to go ahead, and since Mangetsu decided to help Naruto with his training, we could take advantage of this break to train ourselves. An excited expression spread across Sakura's face, and Sasuke's eyes lit up with anticipation. Will you teach me more about the Sharingan? He asked immediately. Kakashi scratched his mask. Well, I don't have enough chakra to use mine safely yet. He saw the disappointment on Sasuke's face and added, but I don't need to know how to use Chidori to help you with yours. If you're still interested in learning more about it. For a second, Sasuke looked surprised before nodding so fast he almost remembered Naruto. And Sakura, Kakashi fell silent, holding his chin. What kind of training would you like? Without hesitation, Sakura asked, do you know any jutsu? Doton. Kakashi blinked. Doton. Naruto finally thought to mention that he sensed a certain affinity with the Doton in her. Sasuke explained. He started teaching her yesterday. Kakashi hadn't heard of Naruto's ability to detect chakra affinities until he mentioned sensing the fight between Kakuzu and Mangetsu, but it didn't surprise him. Minato-sensei could do the same. I was planning on testing your affinity soon, now that your chakra reserves have increased, so I guess that saves me time. He gave Sakura a smile. And yes, I know a couple of Doton jutsus. In fact, I think I recently copied one that would be useful to you. Sakura's eyes widened with excitement. Really, copied recently, from Kakuzu, Sasuke clarified. Kakashi confirmed. His body enhancement jutsu. I didn't know what it was called, but I saw him use it quite often. By flowing Dune chakra through her body, She could harden her skin against attacks and increase her destructive power. She paused and thought, what has Naruto taught you about dunes so far? He taught me Dust Storm, Mud Wall, and Hide Like a Mole, but I only learned Dust Storm and I started with Mud Wall, Sakura admitted, rubbing the back of her neck and looking away. I ran out of chakra before I could go any further. Kakashi nodded. Very well. Show me what you can do. He looked around, pointing to a semicircular rock almost as tall as the children, stuck in the ground some distance from the path. Hit it with Dust Storm, then show me your progress with Mud Wall. Sakura looked a little nervous about demonstrating her jutsu, but nodded. Yes, sensei. As he approached to within a few feet of the rock, Kakashi looked at Sasuke. How much chakra would you say Chidori used? About a tercio. Sasuke held up his left arm, looking at his hand. I think I could narrow it down. I haven't used it since, but I've done the hand seals and chakra molding, and I think I've made up for my inexperience by using more chakra than necessary. Kakashi raised his eyebrows. A third. At Sasuke's age, before the Death Sharingan, when he could only attempt it in training, that was almost all of Kakashi's chakra Chidori used. The first time he used it intentionally and not as an attempt to create an elemental Rasengan, he almost completely depleted it. He doubted Sasuke's first attempt would have been as ineffective as his, but even then it really was easy to forget what a chakra monster Sasuke was with Naruto around. Turning to Sakura, he was just in time to see her carefully performing the hand seal for the Dust Storm Jutsu before slamming her hands together. Doton, Dust Storm. In front of her hands, the ground erupted into a cloud of dust that rose up to her head and shot toward the rock, crashing against it with a thunderous crash. Sakura shook her hands in a way Kakashi knew he had accidentally picked up from Naruto, his attention fixed on the cloud of dust floating around the rock. As it cleared, a jagged, relatively deep crater appeared on the front of the rock, along with fine cracks running across the rock. This was crucial. The size of the dust storm and the amount of chakra were quite low, something Kakashi had seen, but was to be expected for a genin who had barely learned it. However, with his chakra control, even without uncovering his other eye, Kakashi could see the jutsu's effectiveness. An average dust storm of that size wouldn't have created a crater half as deep. That was good. He wouldn't have the same terrifying strength or near invulnerability as Kakusu, at least not for a while, but he could use his jutsu effectively. Good work, Kakashi shouted. Make a mud wall and then come back. Sakura looked disappointed by the size of her own dust storm, and Kakashi didn't need to guess why, but the praise at least brought a smile to her face. Then she began another sequence of seals. It started with the tiger seal, but Kakashi raised an eyebrow as she moved to the boar seal, then the dog seal, and finished with the snake seal, pressing her hands into the ground. Mud wall. Mud wall. An earth wall rose before her, about 1 m wide and 1.5 m high, well-formed but thin and unstable. At the top, the earth soon began to crumble, rounding at the edges. Kakashi let out an amused sigh and turned to Sasuke. Guess what? Naruto learned Mud Wall from a scroll in the Ukiya archives. At Sasuke's slightly confused nod, he turned to Sakura and called out, Okay, go back. As he walked, Sakura seemed visibly disappointed by his mud wall, glancing at it repeatedly along the way. Sakura, that's only 4 of the mud wall jutsu seals, Kakashi said when he returned, not even trying to hide his amusement. The complete sequence has 3 more. A confused look spread across Sakura's face. Wait, what? Tiger, hare, boar, dog, ram, ox, snake. Kakashi repeated, showing the order as he went along. Naruto obtained subversion from the Ukiya archives, who probably copied it from someone with experience in Doton. He shrugged. You can learn it that way from the start, but the full version is easier to get used to. At first, Naruto probably forced it using a lot of chakra. Oh, Sakura didn't even look particularly surprised, though she did seem irritated. Naruto muttered, shaking his head, and looked at Sasuke. What was it like when he learned it? Sasuke tilted his head slightly thoughtfully. I've only seen him use it a few times, he admitted after a few seconds. In most of our training, he uses Mokuton walls that he can create with a single seal. He once tried it with Doton, and the earth crumbled, So he asked for Doton and Suidan wall jutsus he could use in case Mokuton wasn't an option. Ah, yes, that made sense. The Mokuton had a very unique chakra nature in many ways, some of which were easier to overlook besides the ability to suppress Biju. As long as a Mokuton user's chakra flowed through it, a tree was infinitely malleable, like manipulating water, and that same chakra could harden it more than stone. Creating a wooden wall was as easy as growing a plank from the earth, unlike the steps required to solidify a mud wall. Tensei used slightly more complex walls, but even these only used 3 seals that Kakashi had seen. According to nearby legend, the Shodai could create wooden constructs powerful enough to defend against Bijulu in moments, and Naruto, set as with Dragon, only needed 5. The only real limit to the Mokuton seemed to be chakra, and Naruto had plenty more than enough, even without the Kyuubi. Sakura, try using Mud Wall with all 7 seals for now, Kakashi suggested. As for Dust Storm, your chakra is still a bit low, but your precise control makes up for it. Once you've managed to create a stable mud wall, test it by destroying it with a dust storm, then repeat. You should get a little more used to the feel of Doton before I teach you Kakusu's jutsu. Sakura nodded determinedly. Yes, Sasuke-sensei. Kakashi looked around and pointed to a tree across the path. Use Chidori against that tree. If Naruto were there, Kakashi would ask him to create targets, but they would have to make do. And don't get crushed. If he falls, Sakura added. She doesn't need to carry 2 injured ninja to the wave by herself. I've been training with Naruto for years, Sasuke said dryly, though he couldn't hide his obvious excitement at being able to use Chidori. If I can't escape in time, I'll just destroy the tree. With that, Sasuke walked over to the path to fall in line next to the tree Kakashi pointed out to him with blood-red eyes. They were crossing the border of the land of fire on the way to wave, and it was just another oak tree, only with a somewhat thin trunk and slightly raised branches. Sakura waited to observe Sasuke before beginning her training, something Kakashi wouldn't blame her for. When Sasuke performed the hand seals for the Chidori, he didn't slow down just because he wasn't in a stressful situation. His hands ran through monkey, dragon, rat, bird, ox, snake, dog, tiger, and finally monkey with speed superior to any genin. As the chirping of 1,000 birds roared to life as lightning engulfed his left hand. Bracing his left arm with his right, Sasuke shot forward, plunging his hand inside and piercing through the tree trunk with a cracking sound that ripped through the forest. Where Chidori collided with the tree, the wood burst apart, completely destroying the trunk surrounding his arm. As he fell forward, the lightning covering Sasuke's left arm went out, and he used the remains of the stump to propel himself around it. With a loud crash, he landed on the forest path, blocking any further travelers. Sasuke landed next to the fallen tree trunk, immediately looking at his left hand and flexing his fingers. Kakashi wasn't close enough to see it, but he guessed Sasuke was staring at the freshly peeled or charred skin on his arm. Wow, Sakura said softly, her eyes wide. I didn't see him using the fight, but wow. Kakashi hummed his approval. It's a powerful jutsu and not easy to learn. Even considering the Sharingan's copying ability and Sasuke's experience with Raiton, it should have taken him hours to get to where he was on his second try. You should start practicing, Kakashi added, gesturing for Sasuke to return. Oh, right. Yes, sensei. With one last glance at the fallen tree, Sakura returned to the warped mud wall and boulder. How much chakra would you say you used that time? Kakashi asked once Sasuke was close enough. Less, Sasuke replied. Almost a quarter. He crossed his arms, and Kakashi could see the peeling skin on his left hand. If I try again, I think I can improve more. Kakashi watched the dead tree in the path. As long as you're sure you won't deplete your chakra and lengthen our journey, you could try again. He allowed, to Sasuke's obvious excitement. But only after you move that tree out of the way, so it doesn't get in anyone's way. Sasuke's excitement subsided. He looked at the tree apprehensively and asked, "Can I destroy it?" "If you think it will make it easier for us to move, of course." Kakashi shrugged, took out Aika, and opened it to the most recent page. "As long as you think you can do it without causing further damage to the environment. After all, Naruto isn't here to clean up after us." Sasuke frowned, but grunted in acknowledgement and headed toward the fallen tree. Line jump. Naruto's leg hit the water so hard it felt like he'd kicked a solid rock, missing by a hair. Unable to stop his momentum, he crashed against the surface of the cold water before he could stay afloat, and his world suddenly went silent as his head sank. Unfazed by the cold, he clasped his hands in dog pose. It wasn't something he'd tried before, because Sasuke knew better than to fight him for the water, but he immediately felt the water harden beneath him, preventing him from sinking any further. With a burst of Suidan Chakra, he used the dog seal to launch himself out of the water and soar into the air. The force lifted him over 24 meters. Seeing Lee trying to move away from the splash, Naruto switched to the ram seal and shouted, "Suidan hail!" As Naruto returned to the surface of the water where he started. The water, still floating in the air, stopped its descent, forming into countless hand-sized water balls. Lee only had time to widen his eyes before they all launched themselves at him. "Take them off," Bowie shouted. "I'll allow it." Lee looked at his sensei in surprise, but had to deal with the hail before he could respond to whatever it meant. Unlike Sasuke's lightning ball, which he usually threw infrequently but accurately, Naruto's hail was aimed at Lu indiscriminately. Dodging left, right, or up wasn't an option. Together, the mass of water balls formed a veritable wall. His only option was to dodge it. Just before he could be hit, Lee dove into the water and did exactly that, allowing the jutsu to fly over him and crash back into the water. Naruto dropped his control on the water, deployed his senses, and headed where he could detect Lee swimming below. Then, something in Lee changed. Earth-like chakra ripped from his body, and he sank. For an instant, he lay still, and Naruto prepared to throw a jutsu into the water to pull him out. But then he moved, breaking the surface with a splash as big as Naruto's before landing back down with a grin. "I admit it, Naruto Uzumaki, I underestimated your taijutsu skills." Meters away from Naruto, Lee began bouncing on the water as if relaxing his body. There was a bruise on his face where the previous punch had landed, but he didn't even seem to notice. "You surprised me with your speed and power. Without taking off the weights, I could barely defend myself." Naruto tilted his head. "Weights, now I will defeat you with all my strength," he declared, raising his right hand and bending his left behind his back like at the beginning of the fight. "Come back for me." Not giving in to any challenge, not even when it was an obvious temptation, Naruto charged forward with his fist clenched and a smile on his face. "You asked for it," red blurry. It was only thanks to all of Naruto's experience fighting someone like Sasuke that he was able to react when it appeared to the left of his head about to slam into him with its leg. "Leaf Whirlwind," Naruto exclaimed. He managed to raise his arm in time to block, but he was unprepared for the speed and force of the weightless kick. The power of the kick pierced through his unprepared defense, sending intense pain through his arm and slamming it back into his own head, creating dancing lights in his vision. Before he could clear the blow, Lee ducked and spun around with a second kick, this time to Naruto's side. Unable to defend himself, the leg connected with him, sending him flying through the water, his body bouncing like a rock. A hiss of pain ripped from his mouth, but he didn't have time to think about it. Certain that he would attack again in an instant, he formed a tiger seal with his hands, before he could even stand, shouting, "Water clone jutsu," and pouring chakra into it all around him. Dozens of clones emerged from the water, well over 100, more than Naruto had ever created at once. Not even a second later, Lee reappeared in front of him, confirming his suspicion. Just before Lee could land a punch, Naruto completed the hand seals for the substitution jutsu, replacing himself with a clone in the middle of the group. The unfortunate clone that replaced him was instantly reduced to liquid. Instead of immediately fleeing or attacking the dozens of clones surrounding him, Lee stopped and stood in the center of the crowd. "Wow, no wonder they call you a ninjutsu genius." He looked at all the Narutos, casually glancing over the original without a second thought. "So many clones. We've only just begun," one of the clones shouted. "Attack!" Naruto grinned. A similar expression to all the clones surrounding him, and chaos broke out in the water as they all began to move at once. 6 of Lee's closest clones launched themselves straight at him. Naruto and nearly 24 others stood where they were, their multiple hands in the tiger's seal, while the rest of the clones leaped back and created distance between themselves and Lee. The two hyenas that charged at Lee were no match for him. With only a tenth of Naruto's power, each and every clone was destroyed in the blink of an eye, but Naruto was fully aware of that specific weakness. As Lee destroyed another clone, Naruto switched his hands to the ram seal, opting to form more hail instead of shurikens. Around him, the group of clones he'd been left with did the same, forming another projectile that was bound to destroy him every time he fired a clone. Despite his speed and strength, Lee continued to struggle against the mass of hail and clones. Still, he steadily pushed his way through the crowd, and Naruto wasn't reforming any of the clones. When the last clone appeared, Lee looked around frantically, obviously expecting more. Seeing that there were none, his attention shifted to the circle of clones halfway across. But by then, the remaining clones had already finished their hand seals. Doton, Earth Bullet. Suddenly, the dozens of clones who had stayed behind launched jets of earth into the air, creating shadows that fell across the water. The Earth Bullets only lasted an instant. The clones ran out of chakra and fell back into the water within seconds, but it was enough. Together, the dozens of Earth Bullets accumulated into thousands of kilograms of earth with a stone core in the air above him, casting a shadow that fell over him. As Naruto dispelled the remaining clones, Lee's attention immediately shifted to him, and Naruto responded with a grin, his hands clasped in the snake seal. Doton, Rock Hammer. As he fell, he stood on his hands and clapped. Doton, Earth Eruption. He had admitted to Sakura that Doton was his worst element of his three natures, but that didn't mean he couldn't get creative. As he clapped his hands, the earth surrounding the stone core exploded, filling the air with dust and preventing him from attempting to destroy it. The stone core missed low, but slammed into the water with a resounding plop and a massive splash that mixed the water with the earth in the air. Unable to avoid the newly created mud, Lee was covered in it. The force of the eruption and the splash combined were enough to knock him off balance. Suiton. Hey, impetuous. With his hands in the tiger's seal, Naruto rode a wave of water to reach Lee before he could recover, leaping up at the last second to deliver a full-speed blow. Uzumaki Punch. Lee barely managed to cross his muddy arms in front of him and block Naruto's blow as if it had been the first, but it was much stronger than the first. A wince crossed Lee's face, and he was thrown backward, skidding into the water. Even after all that, Lee lost his balance again before Naruto could put any pressure on him, and Naruto's eyes flew open. A second later, the world went white again as a right hook connected with his jaw, shattering his concentration and sending him spitting out a tooth into the water. With sheer willpower, he held his breath, but his lungs burned. Once again, Naruto clasped his hands in the tiger's seal, simultaneously sensing the location of the water in another geyser. With a breath of fresh air, he switched to the dragon seal for a moment before clasping his hands in the snake seal, sensing his chakra in the mud he had created with Swan and Doton. Dayton Mudlock. Lee's eyes widened. An instant later, the mud covering his body began to harden, but it instantly cracked as he tried to move without flinching. Naruto's hands ran through the ram, horse, tiger, and snake seals before clapping. Dayton, devouring mud. The mud, filled with Naruto's chakra, still floating on the water around them, rose in a muddy wave on either side of Lee, reinforcing and hardening the mud that already covered him. Naruto quickly ran through the dragon seals. Tiger and Hare shouting Suiton, Wild Water Wave. Dayton was something Naruto discovered by chance while training with Sasuke, but it wasn't the Kek and Jinenkai that supposedly existed. If he mixed earth with water, he could continue to control water as usual, or he could harden the earth with Doiton and use it as a kind of trap. Once hardened, he could only turn it back into mud with more water, so it wasn't as if he was actually controlling the mud. He just called it out of his own accord. With a wild water wave, he released a vast stream of Suiton chakra from his mouth, softening the earth into mud and knocking Lee backward. Lee recovered enough to land on his feet in the water, skidding backward and staring into Naruto's eyes for a moment before blurring. This time Naruto caught a flash of movement and ducked before he could take another blow to his still sore jaw. Lee followed with an overhead kick, but Naruto used the Tiger Seal to erupt another geyser beneath him, knocking him out of the way and launching Lee into the air. "You're really good," Naruto shouted to Lee as his hands performed more hand seals. "Sway done. Water bullet just like you, but I'll end this training now." Lee twisted his body in the air to avoid the compressed water jet, leaping up and resurfacing. Not a second later, he reappeared in front of Naruto with his right leg raised in the air. Leaf drop. Naruto crossed his arms just in time, grunting from the force of the kick and sliding backward through the water. Lee didn't give him time to recover, lunging forward again, and this time he couldn't avoid the hook to the jaw. For a second, the world blacked out, and when he came to a second later, he was flying through the air. Shadow of the dancing leaf. Lee's voice came from just behind him, perfectly matching Naruto's flight. Around his arms, the bandages began to loosen, stretching out toward Naruto as he reached the peak of his flight. No matter how impressive your ninjutsu skills are, this is the end. Naruto had no idea what Lee would do with the bandages once they were fully wrapped around him, but he wasn't going to wait around to find out. As soon as he regained consciousness, his hands formed the ox seal and followed it with the hare, bird, dog, snake, and horse seals as quickly as he could, fighting the tightness of the bandages on his arms by the time he finished off the tiger. He still hadn't managed to perform the jutsu, but that didn't stop him from filling it with all the chakra he'd used up to that point in the fight. "Suetun, water, dragon missile," he shouted just as the bandages finished forming around his arms, his hands clasped against his chest in the tiger's seal. When he felt his chakra channeling into the water, he had to focus all his attention on maintaining the jutsu. Even as Lee flipped them over and began to spin, remembering the feeling of riding Mangetsu's water dragon from the northern coast of Fire Country to Ola after hours of uninterrupted demonstration. He wished the dragon would form from the water, open its mouth, and emerge to swallow them both. Once again, its head sank into the water, but this time he was in control. Entering the dragon's mouth, the bindings that had constricted Naruto were forced loose, ripped away by the rush of water along with the free. Naruto reasserted his control over the tiger's seal, controlling the flow of water that formed the dragon to propel it after Lee. The water dragon he had created was at least as large as his wooden dragon, if not larger. He could see Lee trying to free himself from the dragon's body and return to the air, but as he approached the edge, Naruto forced the dragon into a sharp turn that pulled it back in. As Lee struggled against the current, Naruto lunged toward him, eventually breaking his hand away from the tiger's seal and slamming into Lee's jaw. With that, his control over the jutsu broke, and the entire dragon crumbled around him. Under the force of Naruto's punch, Lee's head snapped around, and he flew limply, arcing downward and skipping across the surface of the water, stopping with a loud splash. Naruto shook his hand off and fell back into the water, his knuckles aching and his breathing ragged, the way he only experienced when training with Sasuke. Raising his hands in the tiger's seal, preparing for another attack that never came. Where Lee's body had stopped and he was floating on his back, arms outstretched and breathing as heavily as Naruto. Naruto didn't move, watching him warily, ready for Lee to lose control again at any moment until Lee raised a hand. "You win," he conceded between breaths as his arm fell back into the water with a splash. Naruto's hands fell to his sides, a grin spreading across his face. After a second, he raised his fist, shouted, "Yoo-hoo," and dropped back into the water, unleashing his full chakra. Line break. As the door to her room opened, Sabusa looked up from the executioner's sword, her lip curling beneath the bandages as she watched Gato barge in carelessly once more with those two weak guards at his side. Even if the rich jerk owned the place, he should know better than to be so irritating to shinobi. Sabusa didn't need to be fully recovered to cut off his head. It was only because of Gato's money that Sabusa raised his hand to stop Aku from doing just that. Gato acknowledged Sabusa. Gato's face twisted, but the wary glance he gave Aku showed he hadn't forgotten their last encounter. "Sabusa, you look better." He and his two guards didn't get much further than the gate, arms crossed, as if that made the weak man even more intimidating. That damn bridge is almost finished. You better be ready to deal with that builder soon. Aku gave Gato an icy glare that made him visibly nervous. Don't talk to Mr. Sabusa like that, he warned in a low voice, probably unconsciously. The cat rubbed his right arm where Aku had grabbed him days ago, but he didn't leave the room again. In fact, he seemed to gain confidence by looking toward the door as if he wanted to make sure he could escape at any moment. You should be careful when speaking to me, Gato said, but his voice trembled so much that Sabusa snorted. That only enraged Gato further. Don't make the mistake of thinking I need you, he snapped. You ninjas are only tools for the truly powerful. You're not even the strongest of the so-called 7 ninja swordsmen for hire. Sabusa narrowed his eyes in warning. What was that? A slightly more confident look crossed Gato's face. That's right. I know there are more of you. His gaze shifted to the executioner's sword he was cleaning in Sabusa's lap. From the Mist Village. Fancy swords. I found one who seemed happy to take a job he didn't get and kill that idiot-faced ninja in the green jumpsuit. Another of the 7 swordsmen. Sabusa searched Gato's face for any sign of falsehood, but he seemed to be speaking the truth. Who then? Sabusa hadn't heard from them in a while. As far as he knew, at least 2 of the legendary swords were lost when their previous owners died. 3, including the executioner's sword, had defected, and the only swordsman supposedly still affiliated with Kirikure was Osuki. She didn't even know that for sure. The boy never seemed particularly dedicated to the village, only to the swords. If you want to make money, you should hurry and recover by the time they arrive. The cat continued, emboldened by Sabusa's lack of response. Perhaps I'll be charitable and pay you a portion if you at least participate in the builder's death. His voice dripped with reckless condescension. If you can't even do that, perhaps I'll hire the other ninja to kill you for wasting my time and money. Like the coward he was, Sabusa stormed out of the room the moment he said those words. The door slammed shut behind him, as if that would stop a ninja from retaliating. Aku tried to prove him wrong, but Sabusa simply said no. With a reticent look, Aku lowered his hand, dropping the hand seal before he could form the jutsu. He threatened you. He was right that ninjas are just tools. Returning his attention to the executioner's blade, he went back to polishing it. The blade repaired itself every time it tasted blood, but no one who neglected it could call themselves a swordsman. He's a fool to think less of himself. Any solidarity Sabusa might have had with the 7 swordsmen was lost in the village, but the threat of Gato still didn't concern him. At the very least, he figured he could convince whatever swordsman showed up that he'd get better pay if he let him kill the cat, if necessary. Chapter 16. Niji had never paid much attention to Naruto Uzumaki. He'd first heard of the blonde during his 2nd year at the academy because of Hinata's obvious obsession with him. Back then, he was a complete idiot. At the bottom of his class, Inji couldn't understand what Hinata was so interested in, but that changed when he befriended Sasuke Uchiha, the genius of his year. Since then, he'd earned a reputation as a genius in ninjutsu and taijutsu, though he never surpassed Lukia for Rookie of the Year. And if there was one thing he was always praised for, it was his chakra. Still, Niji never thought highly of him. They had never interacted before, but whenever Niji saw Naruto from a distance, he found him loud and irritating, similar to Lee in many ways, brilliant in some arts perhaps, but someone unable to see the ties of his own destiny. When he introduced himself as the future Hokage, Niji's initial assumption was confirmed. It was only a matter of time before Naruto reached his limit as a genius and faded into the obscurity almost all were destined for. The training made him reevaluate his stance. He wasn't even sure when he'd started observing him with his Suyakugan. The fight started slowly, with Naruto demonstrating decent skill against Lee's speed, but Niji wasn't at all surprised when Lee's blazing speed overtook Naruto. He sincerely hoped that would be the end of the fight. While Lee was never able to defeat Niji, his taijutsu was still above the level of a genin. But that was when Naruto started using ninjutsu. The mass of water clones he started with could be explained by his obviously abnormal chakra reserves, but that didn't explain his fluency with Doton and Suiton, nor his ability to combine them in a way that Niji could see wasn't a Kek and Jinenkai, was loud and irritating, certainly, but Niji would have to be a fool not to see his talent. For a moment, he wondered if Hinata had seen something in Naruto years ago that he hadn't, but he quickly dismissed that thought. Her eyes were nothing compared to his. As it was getting late, work on the bridge was suspended after Naruto and Lee's training, so they all returned to Tsuna's house for the night. Lee was so exhausted that Gue-sensei had to carry him, despite his protest that he was up to the challenge. But Naruto, hey wait, do you have a bunch of sealed weapons you can use whenever you want? Naruto asked Tenten excitedly, sliding off the dock to stand in front of Tenten, who was sitting bouncing around. Great! He raised his left arm, revealing a seal under his sleeve that Niji had noticed earlier, and unsheathed an adult katana. I have one too. Seeing Naruto's sword and seal, Tenten's eyes lit up, and she slid off the dock to stand in the water next to him. Oro is very well made, she said, moving closer to the sword than most would be comfortable with. Where did you get that? Naruto grinned widely. Niji thought he'd lost at least one tooth in the fight against Lee, but he wasn't missing a single one. It's a family heirloom, he replied, obviously correcting himself mid-sentence for my great-grandfather. Niji raised an eyebrow. You're not an orphan. Ten stared at him, but Naruto nodded. Impassive. Yeah, I still don't know who my parents are, he admitted with a shrug. But after I graduated, old man Hokage gave this to me and told me it was from my great-grandfather. He held it up in his right hand, waving it slightly. It's the first thing I have from my family. The image surrounding Naruto grew more detailed with each passing moment. To give him his great-grandfather's sword. The Sandaime had to know who his parents were, but Naruto didn't. Niji had once asked his uncle if Naruto had any connection to the extinct Uzumaki clan when Hinata's obsession became apparent. But he'd been told the surname had simply been assigned to him by the orphanage because it wasn't in common use. Sure, that could easily have been a lie. At least it would make sense. From what little I knew, the Uzumaki clan were powerful sealers, so it was possible the sword came from there. Would you let me try it if I let you try some of my weapons? Tenten offered, still looking at Naruto's sword excitedly. After a second, she looked up, her face serious. But you have to make sure you don't do anything to mine, or you'll have to replace them. Yes. Naruto nodded immediately, handing her the sword. What do you have? Ten blinked, surprised by how easily she agreed, but quickly accepted the sword with both hands. Stepping back to give himself more space, he began performing basic sword tests for a few seconds before suddenly remembering he hadn't answered Naruto. What do you know how to use? He asked, stopping and putting a hand in his beak. Naruto scratched the back of his neck. I just started using a katana. Sasuke and I only learned ninjutsu and taijutsu before we graduated. He paused and added, well, he learned jinjutsu, but I'm bad at it. Tenten nodded and then took out a scroll. How about a staff? Niji then decided to quietly head back inside. As many questions obviously surrounded Naruto Uzumaki, Niji wasn't going to spend his time observing him without Caesar to decipher them. In the end, it simply didn't matter if Naruto's destiny was to one day become an Hokage. That was the path imposed on him since birth, and no one could do anything to change it, not even himself. When he had arrived in the land of waves with Ninjutsu the day before, Naruto hadn't even paid attention to the bridge they had apparently been assigned. Team 10 had been assigned to protect the bridge builder, but it was more or less the same. In any case, faced with the prospect of training with Lee, one that turned out to be a lot of fun, he'd practically forgotten why he was in Wave Country. Now that he and Manjidu had joined the Tsuna and Bridge Patrol the next day, Naruto was really paying attention to him, and he was pretty sure he could speed up the construction a lot if he could use Mokuton, which he couldn't, but if he somehow did it without anyone noticing. An arm flew through his hair, and he instantly pulled away, narrowing his eyes at Mangetsu. Why do you always do that? He tried to pull his hair all the way up like the Nidaime Hokage, but the hair on the sides of his forehead protector kept falling out. With a grunt, he gave up, letting it be. You and Sensei always mess up my hair. Well, I can't speak for Kakashi, but I do because you're the perfect height for the armrest. Mangetsu shrugged, grabbed his wooden bottle, and took a swig. Besides, Your hair looks good like that. And I guess I speak for him. Kakashi asked me to make sure you didn't do anything stupid, and you seem to be thinking about it. He shook the wooden bottle. Naruto opened his mouth to protest, but he had no arguments. Okay, he conceded, because using the Mokuton on the bridge would probably be stupid, even minimally. He didn't know it could see the Yakugan, but he did know it was one of the 3 great dojutsu, like Sasuke's Sharingan, so probably a lot. Stop using me as an armrest, he added, ducking back under Mangetsu's arm. Faster than Naruto could register, Mangetsu appeared on his other side, crushing his front spikes with her arm as she placed it back on Naruto's head. My arms got tired yesterday from holding the tiger seal for hours just to get here. You could at least offer one of them a break again. Naruto wriggled out of Mangetsu's arm, this time taking a few steps back. I know it's a lie, since his hair had grown longer. One of the spikes Mangetsu had pressed into his forehead hung over the blade of his forehead protector and refused to budge. After 10 seconds of futilely trying to fix his hair, he simply raised his arms in surrender and glared at Mangetsu. Look what you've done. Mangetsu raised his hands in surrender. Oops. He didn't look very sorry, considering Mangetsu was a source of countless limited-time Suiton jutsus. Naruto narrowed his eyes and turned away, fiddling with the annoying strand of hair to no avail. Finally, she removed her forehead protector, let her hair fall freely, and tied it back up, not bothering to lift it over the headband as she usually did. She caught the strand between her eyes and 2 more on either side of her face, but at least the leaf symbol would be visible until she could get a haircut. Hair crisis solved, Mangetsu asked sarcastically. Because I didn't just call you to rest your arm and stop you from doing what you were planning. You forgot our agreement. Okay, Naruto understood before he finished asking. You promised to teach me whatever I wanted once I mastered the water dragon missile. After using it against Lu, he was so excited about winning the match that he completely forgot about his deal with Mangetsu. Oh. Now you're going to teach me now. That's the idea. Mangetsu turned and walked to the edge of the bridge, motioning for Naruto to follow him as he stepped off. They both landed in the water with small splashes. First, are you going to prove to me that you can use it again without the adrenaline rush of a fight? Oh, easy. With his back to the bridge, Naruto began performing the 7-hand seals. With no doubt the jutsu would be a success, and finished it off with the tiger seal and a fraction of the chakra he'd used against Lee. Suiton, water dragon missile. Against him, Naruto had been too busy flying through the air and spinning at breakneck speeds to see what it looked like when the jutsu began. This time, he saw 4 streams of water emerge from the water in a circle, twisting into a larger stream that soon took on the appearance of a serpentine dragon. With his chakra flowing through him, the dragon shot forward and away from the bridge at full speed until he forced it to ascend in circles and burst back into the water. With a smile, he looked back at Mangetsu as the water fell in the distance. See? Easy. Not bad. Not bad, Mangetsu admitted, watching the waterfall, his piercing smile seeming more impressed than his words. You have a strong affinity for Suiton. I haven't even taught it to my brother, and he's been begging me for months. Naruto raised his eyebrows. You have a brother? Mangetsu nodded. He's on my team. Jinin. He's the only one of the 3 who truly understands my brilliant Suiton lessons. Does he have the same strange and strong affinity for Suiton that you do? Naruto asked, scratching his head. What's that? Actually, the more time he spent with Mangetsu, the more he thought it was more than just a strong affinity with Suiton. Like there was something more. Naruto had never met anyone with an affinity that wasn't a dojutsu, but you have a Kek and Jinin Kai. Mangetsu blinked at him. You can feel it, huh? And Naruto's nod. She said, wow, if this had been a year ago, you could have brought disaster to my entire clan with an ability like that. It was Naruto's turn to blink. Kek and Jinai weren't very popular in Kuriga for a while, Mangetsu explained simply, looking into the distance. They thought anyone with it was too dangerous to let live. He scoffed, his expression uncharacteristically grim, as if ninjas without Kek and Jinai were any less dangerous. But, people aren't always smart. My clan was saved because we're the beloved Night Aim family, and we managed to convince people that we only had a hidden jutsu that we intentionally only taught to 1 or 2 people per generation. But the attitude toward the Kek and Janai has changed drastically lately. Magsu continued, his grim expression fading. Who knows how many failed revolts and the death of a cage later. Our brand new Godame has 2 Kek and Janenkai, so I guess I don't have to threaten you into silence or anything. Hey, people can have multiple Kek and Janai, Naruto exclaimed. Then in a lower voice he said, wait, what's yours? Lady Mei has Yotan and Futon. So yes, they can. Instead of answering his second question, Magjitu crossed his arms and looked at Naruto thoughtfully. What do you think mine is? Naruto frowned, tilting his head as he watched Mangetsu closely. He was obviously part Suedon, but that was obvious. And the other part definitely wasn't Fton, Katon, Raiton, or Doton. Even if he sensed something else, he wasn't sure what. I don't know, he admitted finally. But it makes your affinity with Suedon super strong, right? That's one of the things it does. Naruto waited for further explanation, but Mangetsu just smiled at him. He growled, "You're not going to tell me." "I might eventually, but you know about Naruto." He stretched his senses tentatively, sensing no one who wasn't on the bridge, and finished in a low voice. "Mine. How is it fair that I don't know yours?" Magetsu continued to smile. Don't worry. I'm sure you'll understand soon enough." He extended his right hand. "Now, but don't you want to learn some Kenjutsu? If you do, I need to see that katana of yours." Excitement flooded Naruto instantly. Oh yes. He accidentally channeled Chakra into the seal on his wrist before he could even raise his arm, but he had no trouble catching the katana and handing it to Mangetsu. "Here, if possible." Mangetsu's grin widened as he took hold of the katana, well balanced, but I'd be disappointed if it wasn't, he commented, waving it between them, one hand still sheathed. A second later, he raised his left hand, index fingers raised, ring and pinky fingers down, and thumb crossed over them. Hydroclone sword. Water flowed from Mangetsu's fingertips, a small stream that quickly grew to the size of Naruto's sword, becoming a perfect replica. Mangetsu easily caught it with his left hand and returned the original to an open Naruto Baki. Wow, Naruto had never seen anyone use one-handed seals. He and Sasuke had tried them, of course, after finding a scroll that included them, but it hadn't yielded any more success than what little they could do without seals. "How did you learn to do that?" "Wait, and what was that jutsu?" "Pure, unadulterated talent," Mangetsu said with another grin, taking a step back and unsheathing his clone katana. He let the scabbard fall into the water, liquefying with a splash, and began inspecting the blade. The Hydroclone is a quintessential invention for Mika and Genkai. This sword is just an extension. "Oh, how come you want to ask me about jutsus you physically can't learn? Or do you want to learn some Kenjutsu?" Manjitu interrupted, still smiling. "I'm willing to tell you all about Mik and Genkai, but only if you prefer that to practical lessons." Well, that was obvious. Practical lessons. Naruto unsheathed his katana, sealed it, and gripped the hilt with both hands. "So, how are you going to train?" His arms trembled as Manjitu's sword collided with his faster than he could perceive. A metallic sound reached his ears as he processed it. Naruto slid back through the water with his eyes wide open and raised his sword to defend himself from the next attack he was sure was coming, only to see Magetsu completely still, as if he hadn't moved a muscle. "Firm grip," he praised. "Only one of my students kept his hands on the weapon when I tried this on him." Naruto tilted his head, relaxing slightly. "Your brother Magetsu snorted." "No." His arms turned to jelly. He took a step forward and was now in front of Naruto. With a casual one-handed swipe, his sword struck Naruto's a second time, this time knocking it from his hands and sending it tumbling into the water. No one gets past the second blow on their first try. Naruto's hands tingled as if he'd tried to block Kakusu's blow with his sword. By then his eyes widened, and he turned his head to where his katana had fallen. "My whiskered sword. If a little water was going to damage your weapon, it wouldn't be very good for a suit user," said Mangetsu's section. "With your skills, I'm sure you'll find it easily." He waved his empty hand. "Go find it." Naruto glared at him, dusted off his hands, and dove into the water for his sword. "Line break." "Sasuke," Kakashi yelled in the distance. "You're getting ahead of yourself again." With a disgruntled sigh, Sasuke stopped with his hands in his pockets, as he turned to look at the rowboat some distance away, far enough away that he had to briefly activate his Sharingan to see them clearly. The man they had hired to take them to the land of waves. Since Kakashi couldn't limp across the water the whole way, he still sat in the back, paddling slowly and staring at Sasuke in disbelief. Kakashi sat in the middle with crutches beside him, one hand raised to signal Sasuke to come back. Sakura sat in the front with her eyes closed and her hands clasped in the snake seal as she attempted to use Kakusu's technique. A couple of minutes passed, and the boat caught up with Sasuke. He slowed down to match her, but didn't sit down, still too full of energy. Kakashi wouldn't allow her to practice Chidori while they traveled across the water. And without Naruto to spar against, Sasuke felt as restless as he did on the rare days he and Naruto didn't train. He wondered if this was what it felt like to be Naruto all the time. It would certainly explain. Well, for him, he really was filled with more energy than any person could possibly spare. Pushing that thought out of his mind, he looked at Sakura on his left. Any progress? Sakura sighed. No, she admitted with obvious disappointment. I can flood my body with chakra, but I still can't transform it into Doton. Perhaps if I were on solid ground, on land, you could draw on the earth around you and use it, but you'd still need to figure out how to transform your chakra into Doton for Kakusu's jutsu. Kakashi interrupted. A wooden boat surrounded by endless water in all directions is the perfect environment for learning nature transformation. Sakura's indifferent expression made it abundantly clear that Kakashi had already said this more than once, and he didn't even bother to look away from Sasuke. Do you remember anything that really helped Naruto with Doton? She asked hopefully. Sasuke stared ahead thoughtfully. He mostly practiced shaping the earth, especially after one of them destroyed it with a destructive jutsu, or at least with destructive attempts, but he also occasionally practiced with it, like with Mokuton. Although he'd always trained more with Swan, he looked back at her and saw that she was still looking at him. How would you say Toton feels? How does it feel? Sakura repeated. Sasuke wasn't sure how to express it, so he didn't respond for a moment, his gaze lost in the future. That ability seems similar to Chidori, he said finally. Even generating around my hand, right unfills my entire body with a feeling of endless energy when I use it. You just started learning Doton, but what does it feel like? When he looked back at Sakura, she stared at her hands clasped in the snake seal. Heavy, a little dusty, I guess, but maybe that's because the first jutsu Naruto taught me was Dust Storm. Sasuke jumped up and sat next to her. Try to focus on adapting your chakra to that sensation, he suggested. If you're still struggling and can't, you can ask Naruto when we get to the wave. While he copied many of Naruto's Jutsus, he'd mostly pump them full of chakra whenever he tried them out. They were useful to know, but in a fight against Naruto, there was no point in using them, so he didn't have much practice. Naruto also said, I should help you with the Jinjutsu. Sakura blinked in visibly surprise. Are you offering? Sasuke shrugged. My knowledge of Jinjutsu isn't as varied as I'd like. Most of his Jinjutsu knowledge was limited to the Sharingan, but I wouldn't mention that in front of the rower. Since Naruto is helping you with Doton, he'll help me fix it. Oh, thank you. Out of the corner of her eye, Sakura blushed slightly, but then she looked back down at her hands and shook her head. But I want to finish this without Naruto's help. Sasuke nodded in understanding, and Sakura quickly refocused. It wasn't long before he felt uneasy again. By then, he was sure that Naruto had mastered Water Dragon Missile and moved on to Kenjutsu with Mangetsu, while Sasuke was trapped in a flimsy wooden boat in the middle of the sea, surrounded only by water. Wood wasn't usually something he associated with fragility, not after cracking his knuckles against it so many times, but he was pretty sure he could split the ship in half without using a single jutsu. If Naruto had been with them, they would have simply used a ship he'd created with Mokuton and probably used his Suidan to push it through the water. This way, Sasuke could practice without worry, since Naruto could repair the boat if it suffered any damage, and they wouldn't have to hire anyone to steer it. Wordlessly, Sasuke got up and walked back out onto the water, his hands in his pockets as he resumed walking. Kakashi didn't say anything, but Sasuke felt his gaze on his back, wordlessly reminding him to keep an eye on him and run the rest of the way, but that didn't make him any less tempted. He could imagine Naruto training with Mangetsu, progressing in Kenjutsu, and mastering who knows what Su and Tanjitsu. It had only been a day, but Sasuke knew Naruto better than anyone, and no one knew what he might do or invent in that time, or what might happen. Sasuke squeezed his eyes shut. The image of Naruto, slumped and coughing at the foot of a tree, overlapped the memory of his parents' bodies. Standing next to them, his eyes snapped open. Endless waves and immeasurable amounts of water were etched into his Sharingan's memory, but that couldn't erase the images already burned into his mind. Even among the countless moments etched into his Sharingan, it was as if he couldn't escape them, as if they were etched into his chakra. He knew Naruto was fine too. Ninjutsu could beat the shit out of him during training, and he wouldn't have a scratch by the time the rest of Team 7 arrived, unless he cut his arm or something. And honestly, Sasuke wasn't even sure that wouldn't heal. His worry was irrational. Still, the image wouldn't leave his mind. "I did it," Sakura cried. Finally, grateful to be out of his thoughts, Sasuke looked back at the bottle and saw Sakura staring at his right arm in amazement. He understood why a small but steady stream of Doton was flooding his arm from his elbow to his hand, darkening it slightly, though not as much as Kakusu's. She finally looked up and met his gaze, a wide smile spreading across her face. "I did it," she repeated, raising her right arm. "Well done, Sakura," Kakashi praised her. "I had a feeling you'd make it before we hit the wave." As she waited for the boat to reach him, Sasuke let the flow of chakra into his eyes fade, and the images faded as well. "Well done," he said, walking back beside the ship. He still had too much energy to sit down. "How did you figure that out?" "I thought more about Tokidori." Sakura still hadn't released the jutsu from her arm, but she seemed to be having a harder time holding on to it. "I was thinking of this as armor, from how Kakashi-sensei described it, but I think it's too much to spread all over your body." He frowned, and his arm paled. "Oh." He shook his head and looked back at Sasuke. "Well, I think I can use it as a concentrated attack on my arm for now." Sasuke nodded, understanding the punch Kakusu landed on Naruto. It probably would have killed either of them, so he didn't doubt that even a weaker version would be a powerful tool. Once he had more chakra, fighting her would probably be almost as devastating as fighting Naruto. That thought served as a very strong incentive for him to keep working on his speed. Line break. By the end of his Mangetsu training, Naruto's arms felt just like he imagined Sasuke's would feel after repeatedly crashing into wooden walls throughout their workouts. It was just getting dark. The bridge builders had just finished preparing to return home, and he could barely hold his sword with both hands for more than 5 consecutive strikes. Apparently, it was a training method of the Ozuki clan. Every time Naruto lost his sword, Ninjutsu gave him advice on how to defend or counterattack the next time. And finally, Naruto managed to defend himself against one more blow. Eventually, as he followed Mahetsu down the side of the bridge, Naruto didn't even bother fighting gravity with his arms, letting them dangle behind him until he reached the top and dropped them to his sides. As soon as he was on the floor of the bridge, someone quickly appeared in front of him. Naruto greeted Lee enthusiastically. "It's good to see you again. Gui-sensei didn't wake me when you left this morning, and by the time I arrived, you were already training, and I didn't want to interfere." There were bruises on his face where Naruto's attacks had landed in their fight, but he didn't seem to mind. "Your resilience is truly extraordinary." Naruto laughed, rubbing the back of his neck tiredly. "Yeah, cool, right? That's the only reason you got the full Ozuki clan training experience," Mangetsu added with a grin. "Without it, your arms would be too broken to continue past the first dozen or so." "What?" "Well, that explained why Naruto's arms were so tired. At least it was possible that the chakra depletion was limited to his arms, or maybe his arms were just hurting from the last fracture." "Hey, you were breaking my arms." Mangetsu brushed off his concern. "You wouldn't have noticed if you'd broken your arms. Your bones are pretty tough for a genin, so they probably healed before I could completely fracture them." He shrugged. "I'm not sure. I'm not an expert on bones." "What does that mean?" Ninjutsu seemed about to respond sarcastically, but a serious expression suddenly crossed his face, and he turned to look at the water. A second later, Naruto did the same, sensing the mist of Suedun chakra before he saw it. Its source was a watery, silent, yet intense chakra beneath the bridge. Almost at the same time, Niji's voice echoed from the other side of the bridge. He's back. Naruto looked back at Minesu, like a water clone breaking and falling to the bridge. Before Naruto could think of anything, the fog spread out and covered the entire bridge, limiting himself and Ale in front of him. He instinctively sharpened his chakra sense to detect the center of the bridge, but the fog in the air was so thick with chakra that Suedun was almost all he could perceive. The chakra, sharp and silent, diffused throughout the mist, obscuring Naruto's chakra sense as much as his sight. He frowned, concentrating harder, spreading his senses through the soles of his feet, almost like the roots of a tree, and his perception of the bridge cleared. The mist still hung in the air, filled with surface Suedun chakra, but he could make out 6 chakra presences in the center of the bridge. Gue had more chakra than Kakashi, and an underlying current of warmth gave Naruto the impression that he didn't practice his chakra nature very often. Was standing in front of an incredibly sharp, watery presence that Naruto assumed was Sabusa behind Gue. Niji's chakra stood out with a potency that reminded Naruto of Hinata, along with a slight watery feel that wasn't very common in Konoha. Tintin's had an underlying current of warmth, similar to Gue's, and a sharpness similar to Sabusa's, though not as intense. With all her chakra in the mist, Naruto could barely keep track of Tsuna's undeveloped watery chakra. Finally, standing behind Sabusa, and almost as sharp, Naruto sensed who the Eaten user the others had mentioned must be. His chakra was almost as sharp as Sabusa's, but that was secondary to the cold, icy feeling he radiated. Even if he didn't already know he was made of Suedun Iphon, he was sure he would have noticed by sensing his chakra. Naruto, do you sense anything in the mist? Lee asked urgently. His chakra sounded very similar to a less potent version of UI's, but Naruto could tell they weren't related. The feel of his chakra was different, but the form was the same, the training. This is the same Jutsu Sabusa used the first time, though thankfully Niji could see through it. Naruto nodded. Yeah, let's go. Before he could finish, something in the mist changed. It wasn't visible, and Lee looked at him in confusion when he suddenly went silent. But Naruto felt it as if a different chakra overrode Sabusa's control over the mist. Within moments, the fog began to dissipate and condense, revealing a clear view of the bridge and the perceived impasse. In the center of the bridge, Gue stood before Niji and Tintin in the same stance he had used at the beginning of Naruto's fight with him. Tintin was holding a sort of O-shaped sword attached to a chain, the O-shaped sword in her left hand and the chain hanging from her right. Ani had his Subakugan active, his left palm extended and his right palm near his chest. In front of them, Naruto saw Sabusa for the first time. He was a burly man in a sleeveless black shirt with bandages around his neck like Mangetsu, but his were tight and covered his mouth like Kakashi's mask. He had a massive broadsword in his hands with 2 holes cut into the top and bottom that must be one of the other legendary swords Mangetsu mentioned. Unlike Kakusu, the only other rogue ninja Naruto had seen, Sabusa's forehead protector wasn't studded and was worn tilted and unhinged. Along with Sabusa, the Eaten user wore a green and white ori and a mask similar to that of the Koko Ambu, though it didn't seem designed for an animal like his. The eye holes were thin and curved, making Naruto wonder if it was practical. Furthermore, the mask had a wavy red design on the bottom. He also had the Kariga symbol on his forehead, which wasn't crossed out either. What? Sabusa's voice was deep and low, but Naruto still sensed a hint of surprise in his tone. I know this. Long time no see, Sabusa. Mangetsu's voice echoed just as the fog covering the bridge began to gather. Behind Sabusa and the Dion user, a cloud formed for a moment before the cloud condensed into water and solidified into Jetsu. You too, Aku. I lost contact with you after all. Sabusa spun faster than Naruto could follow, and his sword pierced Mangetsu's body, but there wasn't a single drop of blood. Where Sabusa's enormous sword slashed, Mangetsu's body simply splashed like a water clone before recomposing itself as if nothing had happened. Not even a hello, Mangetsu asked with his arms crossed and an eyebrow raised. I thought you'd be happy to see me after all these years, Mangetsu. Judging by Sabusa's tone, he definitely wasn't happy to see Mangetsu. His previous attack had clearly missed, but he still held his sword against Mangetsu's chest. What are you doing here? Well, I was with my new friend from Konoha, Mangsa said, nodding at Naruto. Sabusa didn't look away, and I heard you were here, so I came for my long-lost friend. He began patting the side of Sabusa's sword. How long, Curve? Sabusa slapped his hand away with his sword. So you're still part of the village? He raised both eyebrows. What? Did you think I'd become a rogue ninja like yourselves? He tilted his head thoughtfully, seemingly unconcerned with Sabusa's sword against his chest. Well, I guess I wasn't any more loyal to the Yondaime than you guys were, he admitted after a few seconds. Still, I stayed. And now you're coming for my head. Cubicer, actually, but I can have your head if only you give me up. Again, Magetsu slammed her hand down on the side of the sword, but she pulled it away with such force that it liquefied, then instantly reformed. I'll take that as a yes. As the three Kiri ninja, both ancient and old, conversed, Gue, Niji, and Tintin approached Naruto and Lee at the edge of the bridge with Tsuna still keeping watch behind them. Sabusa Yaku, the Iton user of Mangetsu, noticed them, but none of them took their eyes off Mangetsu for even a second, even though he hadn't made a move yet. He was so strong. Go away, Mangetsu, Aku said for the first time in a soft but icy voice, raising a seal with one hand. Don't interfere. Mangetsu smiled apologetically. A little while ago, I might have considered leaving you alone, but it turns out I've rediscovered my loyalty to the village, so I'm not going to lie for you. He shrugged indifferently. If you want me not to interfere, you'll have to stop me yourself. If you insist. Aqua's raised hand tore through seals quickly enough that even Mangetsu looked a little surprised. Eaten, nice prison. The cracking of ice echoed through the bridge as AK released it from her grasp, firing at Mangetsu faster than Naruto could keep up. Just before the ice could collide with Mangetsu, it disintegrated into a dissipated water clone for the second time, and the ice flew harmlessly over the edge of the bridge. An abnormally large pool of water formed where he had been standing and rushed towards Sabusa Yaku in an instant, spreading out beneath his feet. They reacted quickly, jumping as soon as the water reached them, but they were still too slow. The water erupted explosively upward, catching them both in the blast and throwing them across the bridge. Jetsu emerged from the water and observed the group of Konoha ninja. I thought you might prefer the fight not happen on the bridge, he said, giving them a brief wave before jumping off the bridge. Without missing a beat, Naruto ran to the other side of the bridge to continue watching the fight. In the water, Sabusa and Aku stood nearly 24 meters in front of Mangetsu, both visibly uneasy. Mangetsu's swords had emerged from somewhere, probably a seal, but he still seemed much more relaxed than his opponents. Okay, Sabusa, I'll give you one. Suddenly, the atmosphere changed again. Mangetsu stopped talking. His entire body tensed. A second later, Naruto understood why, when someone with even more chakra than him jumped out of the water between Mangetsu and Sabusa. He was even bigger than Sabusa. But that wasn't the most striking thing. Mangetsu had shark teeth, but this guy's entire face looked like a shark's, right down to his blue-gray skin. He had 3 curved marks on his face under his eyes, and when he opened his mouth in a grin, Naruto saw that he had the same teeth as Mangetsu. He wore a black cloak with red clouds, his left arm hidden by the sleeve, while his right held another enormous sword covered in bandages. You know, when I heard someone beat up little Sagusa so badly that his boss wanted to hire him out, I came hoping for a fight, the shark-like man said, standing up as calmly as Mangetsu had been moments before. He hadn't expected a meeting. It's been so long. After a few seconds, Mangetsu regained his relaxed posture. Naruto couldn't see him, but he was sure he was smiling. Healed, he called out excitedly. Dude, long time no see. Naruto's first assumption, that the shark-like man's name was Seimeda, was proven wrong when the sword in his hand began to shake. The bandages that had been completely covering it suddenly fell off as spiky scales spread out and a mouth even formed at the end of the pointed blade, emitting a scream of excitement. It seemed the sword had also failed Mangetsu. Wow, that's a Seimeda, Tintin whispered, observing the swordsman beside Naruto. It's the strongest of the 7 swords, and sentient. They say it chooses its wielder. No greeting from me, the shark-like man commented. Hello, Kisame, Mangetsu said softly. Nice to see you too, I guess. You were more respectful before. Seimeda was still acting like an excited dog in his hand, but Kisame held it wordlessly. It wasn't just so. I'd let you use Seimeda. Mangetsu shrugged. Would you have let me if I wasn't? Probably. Kisame shrugged. I only let you because Seimeda really liked your chakra. Any chance you'd let me use Seimeda again? Mangetsu asked. It's been so long that my chakra is probably tastier than ever. Maybe it even prefers me to you now. Kasame laughed. In truth, he changed his over-Smieta grip to a two-handed one. I'm actually curious, but I'm more interested in knowing how much stronger you've become. Is there a reason you didn't become the Godame? It wasn't my calling, Mangetsu admitted, but I'm more than happy to show you how much stronger I am now than I was at 14. He leaned slightly to the side. That goes for you as well. Sabusa, join in. Sabusa and Aku were so far away that Naruto couldn't see how they reacted, especially with their masks on, but it seemed to him that they spoke briefly. Sabusa then approached and stood next to Kisame with his sword raised, while Saga stayed back to watch. At the same time, Gue jumped off the edge of the bridge to land in the water next to Mangetsu, once again assuming his alert position. I guess this is 2 against 2, he declared. Actually, I was planning on taking them both out myself. Mangetsu turned his head to look at Gue, then looked at the students on the bridge and smiled widely. Make sure you watch carefully, Whiskers. Gue merely looked surprised, while Sabusa and Kisame looked somewhere between dumbfounded, offended, and on the verge of laughter. Are you sure? Gue asked. Mangetsu nodded confidently, returning his focus to his 2 former allies. They were hired to protect the bridge builder, so they should focus on that with their team. Until then, he had kept his arms loose at his sides with his swords suspended over the water, but now he took up a ready stance with his left sword extended and his right sword raised. As Kariga's Jounin, it's my job to take care of our rogue ninja. If you have confidence, I'll trust your judgment. Gue patted Mangetsu on the shoulder, looked at the 2 rogue ninja once more, and then easily jumped onto the bridge with Naruto and his team. Whoa, Tintin muttered. He's really going to fight them both by himself. How young, he whispered. Niji sneered. He's reckless, that one. Maybe Mangetsu even has more chakra than, said Subikugen, pointing at Naruto. I know that, Naruto said, not taking his eyes off the ninja-kiri. But I trust Mangetsu. He has tons of chakra too. That was when Manjitsu suddenly shot forward, the fastest Naruto had ever seen anyone move, and practically appeared in front of Sabusa and Kisame. His 2 swords transformed into chakra blades, slamming into them with explosive force. Although both managed to block, Sabusa was sent back into the water, while Kisame stood his ground with a smile. The chakra blade, trapped against his strange sword, began to fade, but Mangetsu attacked its side with the other sword before it completely faded, forcing him to jump. As soon as Kisame jumped, Sabusa closed the distance between him and Mangetsu, and his sword came down from above. Mangetsu didn't dodge. The sword cleaved him vertically, but once again it was water, not blood, that splattered. Instead of turning completely into water, which Naruto thought was one of the coolest and weirdest things he'd ever seen. He held up the same hand seal he'd shown him before, and then the 2 have transformed into 2 complete versions of him. That's no normal water clone, Niji said, as Naruto realized the same thing. His chakra was split evenly between them. I can't tell which one is the original. Cool, I want a cloning jutsu like that, Naruto muttered. Wait, I could. As both men gets attacked, Naruto decided to leave that for later, more fascinated by the start of the fight than anything else. Chapter 17. Of all the possibilities Manjitsu considered when he took on a mission to investigate a lead on Raiga Kurisuke, one turned out to be false and would have been a waste of time if not for meeting Team 7. Somehow, He hadn't considered meeting the other two surviving members of the Seven Swordsmen. If all went perfectly, Magjitu could return to Kuriga with two more legendary swords in the village's possession, and not just any of them. Seimeda, the most terrifying and powerful of the seven Kubikurabocho. Currently, no one in Kuriga could wield Seimeda other than himself, so if he recovered it, he could finally pass it on to Mekir and Chojuro. Of course, for that to happen, he first had to deal with Kisame and Sabusa. Back when it was just Sabusa and Akaku, his plan had been too ostentatious for Naruto, as he convinced them to return to the village. Sabusa's motivations for the rebellion hadn't been the best, at least according to Lady May, but it would be hypocritical to kill him when they were months away from their own coup d'etat, when they learned of the Jinjutsu affecting the Yondaime. As long as he was willing to declare loyalty to Lady May, he and her would be welcomed back into the village. But she hadn't extended that offer to Kisame, especially now that Kisame obviously had some sort of connection to Kakusu. Mahetsu hadn't missed the fact that the red clouds on her black cloak were identical to Kakusu's. While her Hydro clone harassed and controlled Sabusa, Mahetsu stood in front of Kisame again with half of her Iramekiri in her hands. Compared to Seimeda, his chakra storage capacity was much lower, but at least it gave him a slight advantage if he didn't use his constructs. As long as the chakra was stored in the sword, it would be harder for Seimeda to steal it at the cost of limiting its use. Kisame dashed forward, possibly even faster than the last time Mangetsu faced him, but Mangetsu blocked his powerful aerial attack. Seimeda attempted to consume Iramakiri's chakra while their swords were intertwined, but Mangetsu broke through 3 one-handed seals with his left hand, the muscles in his arms swelling as he strengthened it with water. With the sudden surge of strength this provided, he threw Kisame back just enough to unlock their swords. Releasing the jutsu, Mangetsu's arm returned to its normal size, and he used his supernatural agility to launch a blow from a ramakiri to Kisame's stomach. The blow was light, slicing him finely across the stomach. Within seconds, the wound closed, and Seimeda pierced Mangetsu's other arm a second later. Cursing, Mangetsu leaped back, abandoning his arm as Seimeda consumed it and formed a new one from water. Your chakra sure tastes better. Kisame lunged forward and swung again, so hard that the water beneath Mangetsu's feet splashed over his head as he blocked it. Seimeda loves it. I hope he can get on with the food. Even with his Hydro clone controlling Sabusa, Ajetsu wasn't worried about running out of chakra. He might not have as much as Kisame, but he'd had enough to use Seimeda 3 years ago, and he didn't need much in his Hydro clone to control Sabusa. A single arm was nothing. Releasing Iramakiri, Magetsu liquefied and dove into the water, spreading his chakra in a 5M circle around Kisame's feet. When he used the jutsu to lower Sabusa from the bridge, he only blasted his chakra upward to avoid damage, but it would be much more potent in the water. Kisame couldn't escape in time. With a violent burst of chakra, a powerful blend of Sueton yin that few knew about blew apart the circle of water surrounding Kisame. The sensation of his body liquefying, exploding into countless droplets of water, was something he could never explain to anyone but his brother. Consciousness permeated every droplet his chakra connected with. As Kisame soared tens of meters, Magetsu reformed a fraction of the water above him, returning it to his body, breaking through the tiger and Jin seals. Aiton, a whirlwind of Hydro Dragon flying through the air, surrounded by a pair of dragons filled with Manjitu's chakra. Kisame just smiled as Seimeda bounced excitedly in his grasp. The damage the blast had caused to his legs would have maimed anyone, but he quickly began to heal. His natural healing abilities were only enhanced by the weapon in his hands. "Ah, how fun!" Kisame shouted, impaling Seimeda with one of the water dragons. "I always felt you'd be an interesting fight." Without holding Seimeda with both hands, he formed a rapid series of seals around the hilt and inhaled as if taking a deep breath. Sueton, 5 feeding sharks. From his mouth, he unleashed a huge jet of water that immediately formed 5 enormous sharks and shot after Mangetsu. With a grin, Mangetsu liquefied with the first blow, unleashing another blast of his unique chakra. Yang interrupted Kisame's Suidan on the first shark, causing an explosion that dispersed his chakra into the other four, triggering a backlash in each one. As Kisame finished off the second dragon and fell back into the water, Magetsu recovered by climbing out of the water that had sunk deeper than him, diving to retrieve Iramikare. And before Kisame could land, as he dove under, he lifted a tiger seal with one hand, and the next thing he knew, he was ducking beneath Kubikurabocho. "And how did you happen upon Kisame?" Mangetsu asked, deflecting Sabusa's next blow and missing the opportunity it offered. "You also happen to know how to find Raiga." Sabusa leaped back, forming a quick series of hand seals around his sword. "Last I heard, Raiga was somewhere to the north, but I didn't bother looking." Suetun, water bullet. Magetsu jumped aside to avoid the water blast, facing skyward, just as his hydro clone emerged from the water beneath Kisame with half of Iramiki in hand. Using the momentum of his leap, he threw his half of Iramekari towards his clone, once again raising the tiger seal with one hand. As his consciousness switched with his clones for the second time, Mahetsu reached out to catch the thrown sword, crossing both in an X to block as Kisame threw Seimeda at him. Or, Kisame pulled Seimeda back and swung it a second time with such force that Mangetsu had to restrain himself from melting his arms from the force. "You decide. I'm worth both swords." With both hands, Mangetsu formed 3 seals over Iramakari's hilts, filling them with water. His arms expanded, his muscles bulged, and he yanked the swords apart, violently pushing Kisame backward. At the end of the move, he twisted his body, daring to infuse chakra into the swords and landing a second blow on Kisame's stomach. The wound was deeper, but Mangetsu knew it wouldn't last. So he quickly reassembled Iramirai and transformed his chakra into a massive hammer. Even as his stomach reassembled, Kisame raised Seimeda to block the hammer, delivering an immediate bite into his chakra that only reassembled his body faster. After deactivating the construct, Mahetsu split Iramikare and raised a one-handed tiger seal. Aiton, Hydro Serpent. Beneath his feet, a dragon-like serpent the size of a person emerged from the water, carrying him through the air. Kisame attacked it with Seimeda, depleting its chakra, and Mangetsu jumped, landing behind both edges of Iramikade and on its back. Blood splattered, but once again the wounds began to heal almost immediately. Seimeda spun and nearly sliced Mangetsu in two, but Mangetsu kicked Kisame back, limiting the loss to just his feet. They recovered before he landed in the water with negligible chakra loss and unleashed another X with his swords to prevent Kisame from following him. This time, bone-shaped crystals shot out from both swords and lodged in Kisame's chest. Undeterred, Kisame formed a series of hand seals. It was called the Suetun, or Water Shock Blast. He inhaled more intensely than the last time, and the massive amount of water he released was enough to shock even Mangetsu. If they hadn't already been on the water, it would have been enough to form a lake to fight on it. The wave of water, tens of meters high, crashed in all directions. One of those directions was toward the bridge, but Mangetsu wasn't in any position to defend himself, not when Kisame was riding the one headed toward him with an excited smile. He could have allowed it to hit him again, liquefying and spreading its chakra through the wave to cause another explosion, but instead he bit his thumb. Sharp teeth pierced his skin, and he willed his flesh to remain that way. Drawing blood, he quickly tore through the seals with his other hand and slammed one of them down on the surface of the water. Line break. As much as Naruto believed Mangetsu, every time he told him how weakened he had been throughout the fight against Kakusu, he still couldn't believe how powerful he was. There was no comparison between the Mangetsu who had fought Kakusu with Team 7 and the two now fighting Kisame and Sabusa. For starters, Naruto still couldn't tell which was the true Senju. At some point, the one fighting Sabusa had thrown his sword at the other, but it was almost as if they shared the same chakra pool. His only clue as to the true Senju was the intensity of the fight between Senju and Kisame. He was pretty sure that made him the real Manju. His efforts to verify it stopped when Kisame unleashed a wave of water, so large that Naruto almost thought it was a Genjutsu. Jetsu and Kisame had gone much further into the water than the other Manju and Sabusa, but Naruto sensed the wave would crash against the bridge in less than 30 seconds. It rose dozens of meters, dwarfing the height of the bridge, and every scroll Sasuke had her read on architecture told her the unfinished bridge wouldn't be able to withstand the wave. When it hit, the builder's work would be delayed by weeks, if not months. No, Tasuna's voice came out weakly, her eyes wide open, horrified by the approaching wave. All of our progress. Sorry, Tasuna, but we have to go, Guy said urgently, grabbing Tasuna's arm and pulling it along as Gue and the rest of his team broke into a run from the bridge. When Naruto wasn't running, he shoved Tasuna back to keep running and turn around yelling, "Naruto, Kakashi, can I save the bridge?" Naruto yelled without looking, his hands already clasped in the snake's seal, preparing for the impending clash. Believe it, whether it was because of who Guy was, Naruto's training against Lee, or his trust in his rival's teachings, Gue simply shouted, "Yash! The power of youth burns brightly within you," and continued after his team, just in time, as the shadow of the wave fell upon Naruto. Naruto didn't have a specific jutsu for bridges, so he fell back on his natural affinity for the Mokuton. Through the serpent's seal, his chakra expanded through the wood that made up the bridge's structure, imbuing it with vitality. In the visible areas, he was certain that leaves and small green plants sprouted from the wood, and roots grew to strengthen the concrete in the areas that covered it. He barely remembered to put up a wall in front of him before the wave could crash against him, only for it to shatter under the force because it was done too hastily. At least it helped a little. Shards of broken wood pierced him, and being hit by the water was like taking another punch from Kakusu, but it gave him a second to prepare with chakra and limit the damage a bit. It didn't save him from flying off the edge of the bridge. Hitting the water with a slam hurt, but he held his breath with his hands in a tiger seal position in an effort to force himself under the water instead of being pulled down by the current. Luckily, it worked. By the time the current slowed and the water began to return to its original level, it felt like Sasuke had just hit him in the lungs with a fireball, but his head surfaced and he gasped for air. As he filled his lungs, he pulled himself into the water with shaky, scratched arms. Blood stained his jacket where it was torn, but the scratches were already healing, leaving pink lines on his skin. Now that he'd noticed it once, he could feel his chakra working to heal him, however little it was for superficial wounds. "Naruto, are you okay?" Lee landed with a splash next to Naruto. "You look really hurt." Still catching his breath, Naruto clasped his hands behind his head and nodded. "Everything's fine." After a few seconds, his breathing slowed, and he looked down at himself. "Oh, my jacket." The tears he'd noticed on his sleeves were covering the rest of his jacket. Bloodstains with lines of pink skin underneath, clean scrapes in various stages of healing. "And my shirt, are you okay?" Lu asked, blinking. "You're covered in scrapes." Naruto waved him off with a smile. "Scratches are nothing." After a few more deep breaths, he checked the bridge and was pleased to see it practically intact. "Success!" exclaimed. "The bridge is still standing." Lee followed his gaze to the bridge and nodded. "Impressive. How did you do it?" From what Naruto could see, any vegetation that had sprouted along the bridge when he filled it with chakra had disappeared, so there was no evidence of anything impossible. "At least he didn't think so. I only reinforced it," he said without explaining how, and jumped back onto the bridge. At the top, he noticed Niji watching him, but he ignored him and ran to the other side to continue watching the fights. If Manjepsu, who was closer, was bothered by the enormous wave of water, they didn't show it. They continued fighting on the surface as if nothing had changed. Majetsu didn't have a sword, but he danced around Sabusa's blade, almost as if he were playing with it. They were talking further away, the other Manhetsu's fight with Kisame intensifying. Naruto had to squint to make it out, but it looked like a giant clam in the water surrounded by sharks. Mangetsu was standing on top of the clam with both halves of Iramikade in his hands, while it exhaled a kind of mist. The sharks leaped out of the water and dived straight for Mangetsu, but they tore through him without even a splash to indicate they had made contact. The image grew increasingly blurry. Naruto squinted even harder, but it seemed there were now 2 clams and 2 Mangetsu fighting Kisame. He had cloned himself again. Naruto's attention returned to the other Mangetsu when one appeared right in front of him, holding out a hand. "Hey, do you mind if I borrow your sword?" He jerked a thumb at Sabusa, who was still locked in combat with another Mangetsu clone. "I promise to teach you some cool tricks." Blinking in amazement, Naruto simply nodded, raising his hand and channeling chakra into his wrist. The sword emerged, and Mangetsu caught it, leaping off the bridge and spinning in the air to land in the rushing water, heading straight for his other self, Sabusa. As the other Mangetsu approached, he kicked Sabusa in the chest with such force that he was sent flying through the water and caught Naruto's sword as his clone threw it. Then the clone launched itself at Mangetsu's back, disappearing with a splash. Holding his sword in both hands, Naruto could make out Mangetsu's smirk, even from high on the bridge. He shot forward in an instant, forming a pall of water around Naruto's sword. Before he even got close to Sabusa, he struck out, launching a blade of water through the air. Sabusa slashed through the water blade, slicing it in half before it could reach him. But then Mangetsu lunged at him. Every time Mangetsu slashed with his sword, a water blade followed, creating an endless rain of blades that Sabusa could slice through and around. "I didn't know he could do that," Naruto muttered. Sabusa resisted, but was covered in bleeding scratches that didn't heal automatically like Naruto's. Ninjutsu Kisame managed to kick Ninjutsu in the chest, gaining brief relief when his body was splashed. But then Manjitsu slipped Naruto's katana into the hole in Sabusa's sword, wrenching it from his hands and sending the massive blade tumbling into the water. Now disarmed, Sabusa tried to distance himself from Mangetsu, ducking to avoid a sheet of water heading for his neck. Mangetsu failed to do so, throwing sword after sword at Sabusa, until finally there were more than he could avoid without a sword. Then they turned to ice, stopped in midair, and crashed into the water with a loud splash. Aqua appeared next to Sabusa, holding up her sword and handing it to her. Mahetsu seemed completely unfazed by her appearance, standing still as he retrieved his massive sword, as if simply allowing it. If he was worried about Aku joining the fight, he didn't show it. The other fight had become more blurred in the distance. Whatever was going on with the giant clan Mangetsu was standing on, Naruto couldn't tell if it was just one or a dozen, and even extending his senses toward the fight was useless. Occasionally, he felt the watery sensation of the jutsu, but it was so muted that it made him think of Genjutsu. Could that be what the clam was? Mangetsu never struck him as the Genjutsu type, but he really couldn't figure out what was going on in the fight. An idea occurred to him, and he turned to Niji. "Hey, what's up with Tukakik and Genkai?" For a few seconds, Niji stared at him, the veins around his eyes bulging and the vaguely defined pupils in his usually featureless eyes. Naruto was reminded of Hinata and was starting to wonder if staring was a common occurrence in his clan when Niji simply said, "Yeah, I see just fine with him back again. See what's going on with the other Mangetsu Kisame." The more Naruto tried to focus on that fight, the more confused he became. "I don't understand what's going on at all," he admitted, scratching the back of his neck. "I think it's Genjutsu." Niji's gaze shifted to the unusual fight, and he shook his head. "No, I can't." The veins around his eyes disappeared. His defined pupils faded. "It's a Genjutsu that tricks the senses directly, not with chakra." Naruto tilted his head. "Genjutsu without chakra." Niji looked at him like he was an idiot. Most Genjutsu work by infusing chakra into someone's mind and using it to trick their senses. He pointed at the nebula clams in the distance. "That one works by bending light to create illusions and trick the senses directly, apparently with a kind of fog." "Oh," Naruto said, nodding. He wasn't entirely sure how much of it he understood, but he could always ask Sasuke or Sakura later. Okay, he somehow got the impression that Niji saw right through him, but Niji didn't call him out on it. and Naruto went back to focusing on the fight he could see. Line break. Jinjutsu is always a pain. Perhaps I attacked another sanitized evasive clam by chewing through the chakra that formed the mist, only for more mist to reoccupy its former location. And for some reason, this is only the second most annoying experience I've had with it. That made Manhetz raise an eyebrow. Only second place. He projected the question through one of the mist clones, but Kisame didn't even look at him, obviously searching for any clue of his true self. I'd love to know who beat me at the most annoying Jinjutsu. Kisame laughed. You don't want to meet him. He landed in the water, calmly observing the ever-changing number of clams, some with Magetsu on them and some without. He'll surely discover this illusion of yours. Is there any chance he's another member of a mysterious group dressed in cloaks like yours? Magetsu projected his question from a void in front of Kisame, who immediately brandished Seimeda through it. Uffed. I'm embarrassed you thought my voice would come from so close. This time he didn't bother projecting it from anywhere, dodging a shark that leaped out of the water at him with a single leap. Seriously, you'd have better luck attacking from all sides without discrimination. Maybe, Kisame confirmed, unfazed. You've met another member of Akatsuki, so that's her name. Magetsu stepped out of the illusory mist and let Kisame see him. Iramakari's tips dragged across the surface of the water, leaving ripples in their wake. A weird with a bunch of tentacles was trying to steal my heart. Do you know him? Maybe he raised an eyebrow at me. Kan noised to Kakusu. He lunged at Mangetsu, stabbing him with Seimeda, but Mangetsu crossed swords and blocked it. Is he still alive, or will I have to deal with some annoying newbie at the next meeting? Mangetsu held Seimeda between his twin swords, formed a hand seal, and strengthened the muscles in his right leg before spinning to kick Kisame in the side. Kisame brought a flailing hand down to block, but he wasn't prepared for the power the jutsu added to Mangetsu's kick, and his arm snapped as soon as he grunted in response. As his leg returned to normal, Magjita used it to kick Kisame, with Seimeda still trapped between Iramakari's blades. With a grunt, he ripped it from Kisame's uninjured arm, sending Seimeda tumbling into the water as he landed with a flip. Grinning, Magetsu reconnected both sides of Iramakari and reached out to grab Seimeda as their feet hit the water. The sword reacted to his presence by slowly approaching, but one of Kisame's sharks moved forward, retrieving the conscious blade and returning it to its master. Almost, Mangetsu muttered, disappearing into the mist of his clam. Kakusu was missing a few hearts, but unfortunately managed to escape. He jumped back up to climb into his clam. The original large purple and white summoning was undetectable to anyone except him, even if Kisame destroyed all the illusory ones that formed. Who's the Akatsuki Jinjutsu mastermind? You've probably heard of him. Kisame already had Seimeda back in his hands with his arm fully healed, practically returning them to the same position they'd been in since they were summoned. He's from the same village as those other ninjas you work with, and about your age. Itachi Yukiya, really? Magetsu hadn't heard from him since Itachi massacred the entire Yukiya clan, except for Sasuke, apparently. But for some reason, Magetsu wasn't surprised. He didn't even need confirmation. There was no one else who fit that description. What's your group's goal in getting him to join? That guy isn't very good at teamwork. I can't tell you, but it doesn't matter anyway because that's not what I'm here for. Kisame didn't try to attack any more illusions. His sharks swarmed the water, fruitlessly searching for Mahetsu and his clam. You know Itachi? We took the chunning exams together. Very tactfully, Jetsu hadn't mentioned that to Sasuke, though talent clearly ran in the family. He was quiet, the only other 10-year-old there, and he was doing alone, so I greeted him. He lifted the one-handed tiger seal and formed a weak clone behind Kisame, only for Seimeda to immediately eat it, before he went berserk and killed his entire clan. Of course, Seimeda enjoyed the food. I'll be sure to ask Itachi if he remembers you. In Kisame's hand, Seimeda twitched furiously, craving more and more Manja Chakra, but he no longer attacked the illusions. Seimeda loves that yang sueden you have, but he doesn't like all the een in this mist. Yeah, I thought that might be the case. Jetsu could use Jinjutsu on his own if he really tried, But Yang Chakra was very strong in the Osuki clan, even among those without Aidon. To compensate, they'd hired the giant clams known for their fog Jinjutsu, so it wasn't even really his chakra in the fog. Saneda, welcome all the delicious Yang Chakra you want, and just give it to her. Kisame snorted in disdain, but Mangetsu was pretty sure Saneda started shaking with more fervor. Nice try. Don't think I'm going to give up my sword just because she liked your chakra a little. Oh wow, I really did. I expected that. Jetsu formed 4 clones in the mist that surrounded Kisame on all sides, each with just enough chakra for a jutsu. Connecting with them superficially, he raised a hand in the rabbit seal, and his clones copied it, followed by the boar and the ram. Rat burial. Lightning banquet. He didn't like lightning, but that had been all the more reason to master it. 3 beams were unleashed from each clone, piercing through the mist and water to strike Kisame in a flash of light. Kisame lifted Saneda up just in time for him to swallow the beams coming from his left and front, and managed to dodge the ones coming from his right, but the 3 from behind slammed into him with a boom, burning his back and knocking him into the water. Saneda nearly missed him. Without hesitation, Mahetsu threw Iramakadi at the clone who struck the blow and switched stances, catching the sword and running after Kisame. Before Kisame could get to his feet, he leaped into the air, transformed his sword chakra into a massive hammer, and slammed it down on Kisame's back. For the first time, he landed directly, and Kisame crashed into the water with a huge splash. Saneda flew out of his grasp, and Mangetsu dove for her without a second thought. He knew Kisame wasn't even close to finishing with that move, but he knew where his priority was. As great as killing an S-rank rogue ninja was, Saneda was more important to Kirigakure. Besides, he loved the sword. It was the last one he'd been allowed to master, and it certainly had the most personality of the 7. For most, the hilt would have developed spikes upon trying to grasp it, but that wasn't the case for Mangetsu. He reached out for Saneda, and the sword extended back, curving upward to meet his right hand for the second time, now without a shark in the way. So long, friend, he greeted, feeling it connect with his chakra as he held it. A symbiotic drain that would be too much for anyone who didn't have enough to bear. Oh, don't be jealous. He sealed Iramikare and grabbed Saneda with both hands, turning around just as Kisame emerged from the water, visibly angry. You can leave now if you want. I got what I wanted. You're better than you were 4 years ago, but I'll give you the same warning I gave you when you try to carry all the swords. Kasame couldn't heal that quickly without Saneda, but with his enormous chakra and physical strength, 3 lightning bolts wouldn't be enough to take him out of the fight. You can return Saneda to me, or I'll make sure to drain all of your chakra until you can't even form a puddle when I return it to you. Jitsu simply smiled. He let his clam disappear and return to the sea, but the Ein chakra floated in the air, creating some blurry illusions. Taking his smile as the answer, Kisame simply let out a low growl and launched himself forward. Kisame's hands went through seals, and he launched a massive water shark at Mangetsu, but Mangetsu slammed through it with Saneda, absorbing the sensation of the Swait chakra flooding through him. It felt good. The relatively little chakra he'd lost since grabbing Saneda refilled and overflowed, and with a hand seal, he redirected the excess to his left arm, widening it to block Kisame's next blow. A shark leaped out of the water and bit his lower half, liquefying his legs and scaring Kisame away with his enlarged arm. Jetsu lunged at Saneda and caught the shark with him, reattaching his legs and throwing him back at his master. Before he could strike, Kisame sent his summon flying, landing back on his feet and staring down at Mangetsu. That's enough. The voice was unfamiliar, but Mangetsu whipped his head around and recognized its owner instantly. Even with the Saneda in his hand, he didn't risk making eye contact, but he saw another black cloak with red clouds. One arm rested in the opening of his cloak, and the other hung at his side, a hand peeking out of the sleeve with a single ring on it. As soon as Mangetsu saw her, Saneda pulsed chakra into her system and broke the Jinjutsu. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw dark hair and blood-red eyes. "Hello, Itachi." Mangetsu greeted, tempted to summon his clam again. There was a chance Itachi Ukiya would discover the illusion he was projecting, as Kisame said, but Kiriakira knew better than to underestimate a fully developed Sharingan, and Mangetsu would take every precaution. "How have you been, Mahetsusuke?" Itachi's voice was soft, but it sounded natural, without inflection, as if Mangetsu were just anyone. "This fight has gone on too long." Mangetsu tightened his grip on Seimeda, but I doubted he'd much like Itachi's In and Katon Chakra. "I don't know. I felt like we were just getting started." "Itachi, don't interfere," Kisame began. "I warned you this would be a waste of time." Itachi turned to glare at Kisame coldly. "Now you've lost your weapon. At this rate, you'll only lose more before the fight is over." Kisame held Itachi's gaze without flinching. "This is my fight. Leave it to me. I'll retrieve Seimeda myself. I have no intention of helping you." Itachi's gaze shifted to Mangetsu, but didn't find her and quickly returned to Kisame. "If you want your sword back, take it soon. If you can't, as seems to be the case, make sure you don't lose your usefulness to Akatsuki." Mangetsu responded mischievously to Kisame's glare and raised a wan hand in a gesture. "Well, you heard your new ally. Again." As much as he was going to deal with one of the village's rogue ninja, getting Seimeda back was his priority. Kisame could get Seimeda back on his own if the fighting continued. Mahetsu wouldn't turn down the chance to have Itachi and Kisame leave. "It seems there's no more warmth between your new group than there was between your old ones, and I'm not going to let you bring my friend back, so you can go." "I'm not leaving empty-handed," Kisame snarled. "Just give me a few minutes and I'll leave, Itachi." For a few moments, Itachi was silent, and Mangetsu began to wonder if he would take care of the rogue nin problem from Kiri. "Okay," he finally said, calmly turning around and walking away. 5 minutes. Mangetsu gripped Seimeda tightly and looked at Kisame with a raised eyebrow. "Do you think you can get this back in 5 minutes? Kisame didn't reply. He moved like lightning, and the final stretch of the fight began. Line break. Whatever was happening in the fight between his original self and Kisame, Mahetsu could feel the moment his original self retrieved Seimeda. Hydra clones were unique in their ability to exchange chakra with the original, provided they were nearby, but they could not transmit memories without being absorbed. Assumed that his original self's possession of Seimeda meant the fight was coming to an end. With that in mind, he leaped over Subusa's attack and landed on top of Kubikorobocho, pushing off into the water with a flip to land behind Aku. Aku spun around, raising a seal with one hand, but Mangetsu got there first, saying Aiton Hydro Shackles. Shackles made of solidified water formed from Mangetsu's body and locked onto Aku's limbs, pinning them together and extending out to restrain both of his hands. Mangetsu then began, pointing Naruto's sword at Aku's neck to discourage Subusa from trying to free him. "While this has been fun, I think it's time to end this. It's pretty clear neither of them will be able to kill that bridge builder. So how about you abandon the mission and we head back to the village for some drinks?" Whether or not he truly saw Aku as a weapon, Mahetsu knew Subusa wouldn't want to lose him, and predictably, he stopped attacking. Or maybe it was just the offer. "What? I said I was here to bring Kubikorobocho back to the village, and your head too, if necessary." Mangetsu shrugged. "I never said your body couldn't be attached to your head. This is a trick." Subusa raised his sword, but still didn't attack. There were clean, bloody scratches all over his body, both from Naruto's sword and the water blades he created. Although he didn't have any serious injuries, they were obviously piling up, and his movements were becoming increasingly slow. It must be a pain to have a normal body. We attempted a strike. With the hand that wasn't holding the sword, Mangetsu scratched the back of his neck. Sure, but that was the Yandame's fault. The details of the Yandame's actions weren't public, but his actions weren't exactly something that could be hidden. Considering our new Misukaji has 2 Kek and Jinenkai, it's not something I can blame you for, right? "Why now?" Aku asked. His mask had fallen off in the fight, and his body was covered in as many scratches as Subusa's. "It's an attempt to enlist our help against Kisame." Mangetsu sneered. "No, I don't know how the fight is going, but I feel Seimeda. I'm not worried." He realized that his original self had sent his clam away, but the mist still hung in the air enough to hide him. It's time to stop bragging. He looked toward the bridge where Naruto and Guei's team were still watching while guarding the builder. Besides, it would have been awkward if I convinced you to return to Kiri without beating you up for Konoha's delight. Would the Go Dame just let us return to the village? Sagusa asked suspiciously. You might have to give up Kobikurabocho for a while as a show of trust, Manggetsu admitted. Prove that Lady May can trust you, and you'll get her back. Even if you don't. He held Naruto's sword a little closer to Aku's neck. Even if it didn't draw blood, it's the next best thing to remaining a rogue ninja, right? They didn't even scratch his forehead protectors. For a second, Sabusa seemed to be considering it. Then there was a splash, and a massive shark breached the surface of the water beneath Sabusa. His eyes shot wide open, and he almost jumped in time, but he was seconds too late, already exhausted from the countless scratches covering his body. The shark caught his left arm and bit it off with a bloody splash, drawing a cry of pain from him. It was a testament to his skill that he didn't drop the weapon, but that didn't save him when Kisame emerged from the water behind him and snatched it away. Manggetsu's original self hissed, appearing right behind him and placing a hand on his shoulder. A second later, their memories merged, and Manetsu held Sumida's and Naruto's swords in each hand. Freed, Aku shouted, Lord Sabusa, and rushed toward his master, but he was too late. With a deft, almost casual use of the Kobikurabocho, Kisame slipped Sabusa's head into the cutout at the top of the sword and severed it.